Chapter 1, Perfect Life System. Ding! Congratulations to host Lin Yan for successfully binding to the perfect life system.
Lin Yan was sitting in a classroom at Jiangnan University with a dull look in his eyes, but when he heard the voice in his head, he suddenly came back to his senses, took out a mirror from the cabinet, and placed it in front of himself. The boy in front of him looked a little immature, with faint dark circles under his eyes. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt, but even so, his overall appearance was still that of a handsome guy with a score of 90. Lin Yan took out his cell phone out of habit and frowned.
Where has my patriotism gone?
I confirmed that I was holding a smartphone of unknown brand in my hand and turned on the screen.
November 1st, 2010, wasn't he that my freshman year?
Lin Yan remembered the system prompt that he had heard in his mind before, and immediately understood.
He was reborn.
Yesterday, because I helped an old lady cross the street, the company documents were delivered 2 minutes late, and that idiotic director fired me straight away.
Is this God's reward for being such a good person?
Lin Yan muttered, remembering what happened the day before his rebirth. After graduating from university, he joined a small or medium-sized company and became a member of the 996 corporate animal team. I thought that because of his good looks, he would get some special treatment, but the result was unexpected. Because he was too handsome, he was targeted by male colleagues from the first day he joined the company, especially the fat director. So, the day before, Lin Yan was fired directly for delivering a document 2 minutes late, and his salary was not paid in full. That night, he went to a bar and drank until he was drunk. Unexpectedly, he woke up to find himself reborn.
Just as Lin Yan was still reminiscing, another voice sounded. Ding! Host Lin Yan has successfully obtained consumption privilege level 1. As long as the host makes a purchase, he will receive a 200% refund. The current level limit for a single refund is 10,000 yuan.
After hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. System, does that mean I am now the richest man in the world?
I can buy anything I want, it's just a matter of swiping my card a few more times.
Ding, yes, but host, please raise your awareness, strive to improve your consumption level, and increase the upper limit of the refund for a single purchase. This system creates a perfect life, so please do not arbitrarily lower the pattern of a perfect life. Hey, this broken system still dares to complain about me. Let's not look at the process, let's look at the results. Although the system complained about it, this bug seemed feasible.
Lin Yan thought for a moment and said worriedly, System, will there be a problem with the channel of your money? If you keep returning it like this, and the amount gradually increases, will it be discovered?
Host, please rest assured that the money returned by the system is all earned through the system's intelligent brain, using accounts registered for the host in international stock markets, futures, and financial companies. Therefore, the host's money is reasonable and legal, and there is no need to worry about the financial crisis or inflation caused by excessive amounts in the future.
That's enough.
After seeing the system's reply, Lin Yan roughly understood the source of the money returned by the system.
Moreover, it could allow him to be reborn and prevent the country from detecting the source of the money. So what did it matter?
Thinking about it, Lin Yan opened the system interface and started checking it. Consumption level, level 10 10,000 experience.
Note 1, for every 1 yuan spent on investment, you will gain 1 experience point. The higher the level, the lower the percentage. Lending, repayment, and transfers do not generate experience points. Note 2, system rebate money can be withdrawn to the account instantly, absolutely safe. More functions will be available after system upgrade.
Just then, a sound from the side caught his attention.
Brother Wei, is this the iPhone 4? It's so beautiful. Hey, isn't it beautiful? The price of this phone is even more beautiful, it's over 6,000 yuan.
Lin Yan raised his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Suddenly, he saw Wei Dong, who was not far from him, saying something to several classmates around him.
Showing off his new phone. iPhone 4?
It is indeed a new mobile phone released in June this year, and was also called by Steve Jobs as a product that changes the world. Speaking of iPhones, Lin Yan thought of a joke video he had just seen before traveling through time. 3 freshman girls actually fought with a man over an iPhone 13. In the past, he could only envy others, but now Lin Yan seems to have a chance. After today's class, Wei Dong came to Lin Yan's desk. Ian, let's go play CF together later? CF, which means crossfire. It was the most popular shooting game in China at that time. This game was later known as the dream of 300 million mice. As for League of Legends, which later became popular all over the world, it will not be operated in the country by Penguin until April next year.
No, I have something else to do later. You and Housie go ahead.
Lin Yan glanced at Wei Dong, who was wearing a pair of glasses, and said politely, and refused with a faint smile.
He now wants to quickly try out the functions of the perfect life system. Where would I have time to play shooting games with them? Isn't tomorrow the weekend? What else do you have to do tonight? Wei Dong put his hands on Lin Yan's desk and spoke carelessly. Let's do it another day. I really have something to do today.
Lin Yan shook his head, packed up his books, stuffed them into his backpack, and put it on his back. Well, I thought I'd treat you guys to dinner tonight to celebrate my new iPhone 4. Wei Dong suddenly took out his new mobile phone from his pocket, shook it in front of Lin Yan and said. Lin Yan spotted the girl who happened to be passing by from Wei Dong's wandering gaze. The woman is about 170 centimeters tall and stunningly beautiful. She has a pair of big, expressive eyes, soft and plump red lips, and a delicate nose that is gracefully placed on her beautiful, fair, and tender face. Coupled with her graceful and smooth cheeks and her delicate face that is as delicate as a baby's, she looks like a peach that makes you want to take a bite. A slim-fitting white short-sleeved t-shirt will highlight your curves. The ultra-short white denim hot pants below the slender waist complement the beauty perfectly. The delicate knees, the snow-white, long and straight legs, and the slender and well-proportioned legs make every man who sees them unable to stop. She was wearing a pair of white high-heeled sandals, her ankles were white and tender, her toes were well-proportioned, and her fair feet and rosy toenails were shining like 10 small petals, making people want to pick them and admire them.
Her name is Xia Siye.
She is the class beauty and also the school beauty of the School of Information Engineering. Lin Yan immediately understood why this guy suddenly showed off in front of him.
It must be to attract the attention of this beautiful classmate.
However, Xia Siye didn't even look over here, and walked out of the classroom with her books in her arms.
Lin Yan patted Wei Dong's shoulder in amusement. You bastard, you're still showing off, everyone's gone. What? Since you don't want to go, I'll go find the rat. Wei Dong looked back at the classroom door and said calmly.
Then he quickly turned around and ran towards the classroom door. Xia Siye is indeed beautiful, and Lin Yan is also envious of her.
But his unruly and restless heart cannot be given to just one girl.
In order to maintain his image on campus, the best way is to stay away from the campus.
New author, new book, hope you will take good care of it. Chapter 2, Consumer Rebates, Detective Eyes.
After leaving the school, Lin Yan came to the commercial center city on Beihua Road and went directly to the Apple flagship store, where he bought 2 Apple phones, one black and one white.
Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 spent 5,999 yuan at 1823 on November 1st, and the balance is 23 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 received a deposit of 10,000 yuan at 1823 on November 1st, with a balance of 10,023 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 spent 5,999 yuan at 1823 on November 1st, and the balance is 4,024 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 received a deposit of 10,000 yuan at 1824 on November 1st, with a balance of 14,024 yuan. Sure enough, there really is a 200% consumption refund. However, due to level reasons, the maximum refund amount is 10,000 yuan. But I seem to be able to upgrade myself, and my experience is already 11998-10000. Perfect Life System has been upgraded to level 2. The single refund limit is increased to 20,000 yuan. Get an upgrade gift pack. Eye of Detection can detect the name, age, appearance, figure, and purity of the opposite sex. The maximum value of purity is 100, indicating that the girl is pure. Every time she interacts with someone other than the host, her purity decreases by 1 point. Upgrade experience, 1998 30,000. Looking at the beauty detector, Lin Yan glanced at the female salesperson at the Apple store. Fang Yan, 27 years old, appearance 75, figure 81, special 97. Invincible. Especially the special values, such as Fang Yan, who obviously has had 3 boyfriends. She still has contact with some of these 3 people, but Lin Yan doesn't know. All in all, there is a lot of room for imagination, and it will definitely be useful, it's just a matter of how much. It will be of great help to Lin Yan's future plans. Carrying the cell phone bag, Lin Yan walked towards his rental house in a happy mood. The reason why I rent a house is very simple. I am an orphan and I need to make a living. In his previous life, when he was in college, he had to work part-time at a barbecue stall at night, so he rented a suite not far from the school. After returning to my rental house,
Lin Yan took out the iPhone 4 he had just bought. Then, take apart the deep space black version.
The thickness of one unit is only 9.2 millimeters. The front and back panels are made of special tempered glass. A high-end looking Apple phone appeared in Lin Yan's hand.
Although for this era, the design of iPhone 4 is unprecedented and eye-catching. However, for someone like Lin Yan who was reborn 20 years later, there was no longer any eye-opening feeling. A finished mobile phone card was taken out from a white bag. Then, Lin Yan inserted the SIM card and pressed the middle home button. The familiar interface and operations appeared in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan completed the phone settings familiarly.
Then, he typed a few words. After Lin Yan entered the local forum in Jiangnan, he used the search keywords and entered the two keywords Apple 4 or iPhone 4 to search.
Soon, a lot of posts appeared.
Apple 4 local 3-day play companionship in Jiangnan. The strongest CF account gets an iPhone 4. I'll give you an extra Apple device as a gift.
If you're interested, please contact me.
Since the iPhone 4 had only been released for a few months, it was at its peak.
As long as you search for this keyword, a large number of posts will appear. And surprisingly, most of the posts are from girls.
It's really a ridiculous thing. Of course, it's because the conditions are limited now and there are too few people doing live broadcasts.
It's not yet the era where everyone does live broadcasts. Otherwise, Lin Yan would rather look for it on the live broadcast platform rather than the local forum.
Thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. I casually clicked on the post about Apple 4 3-day local travel companionship in Jiangnan. However, the post did not contain any photos or other information about this vain woman. Just left a penguin account. The comments below are quite interesting too. What's going on? Alas, I can't afford an iPhone 4.
I don't know when I can replace my Chinese-made phone with a new one.
6,000 yuan for 3 days of fun? Wouldn't it be better if I hired a tour guide?
When Lin Yan saw these comments, he just smiled faintly.
Those who make these comments are basically keyboard warriors.
I strike hard online, but I'm timid in real life.
I guess the truly rich people are already taking action, right?
Lin Yan suddenly remembered that not long ago, Steve Jobs said at a press conference that this was a product that would change the world.
Many people would have laughed at him when they heard this, right? Who would have thought that this would actually change the world now?
Lin Yan also hopes that he can become such a person, not only rich and prestigious, but also able to change the world. In the past, he might have only dared to think about it, but now, with a perfect life system, Lin Yan firmly believed that he would become even greater. After expressing his lofty ambitions, Lin Yan started to register a new QQ account. Then I took out another white iPhone 4, took a few photos of it, and posted a message.
In short, I made a friend and the reward was a phone.
After posting it, Lin Yan didn't care anymore.
He was just testing the waters and it didn't matter whether anyone added it or not.
Lin Yan stood up and looked around his rented one-bedroom apartment, stroking his chin as he pondered. I need to change my house, but for now I can consider renting a place. I can rent a large flat in a more prosperous area of the city, or a villa.
However, I still prefer the view from a high-rise building. The higher you stand, the farther you can see.
Then, I have to change my clothes, get something expensive. It doesn't matter if it's good or not, but I have to raise the level of my clothes so that I can pick up girls.
I had this idea before. You can also buy a sports car and drive it. I heard it's not expensive. It's a great way to fill a cup. Green tea girl must be the best at it. Or you could stop by the school gate. By the way, when did the practice of pouring water in cars become popular? Lin Yan couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. But there is no way around it. People are like this. First, they want to make money and achieve financial freedom. Second, they want to be an excellent time management expert.
If he can't even fulfill these small wishes of not killing people and not stealing, then his cheating is in vain. To rent a large flat or villa, Lin Yan didn't know if 10,000 yuan was enough. Thinking that he had never rented before, he came to the mall again. Lin Yan planned to buy some seasonal clothes first. After shopping for a while, he finally walked into the Gucci store.
Hello, sir, welcome to Gucci. A female shopping guide came over.
Lin Yan looked around and for some reason, there were not many customers in the store today. He remembered that when he passed by these luxury stores in the past, he often saw long queues outside the stores.
Hello, I want to buy some seasonal clothes. Lin Yan said simply. Sir, do you have any favorite styles? The female shopping guide asked. No, please show me around. Lin Yan said. Chapter 3, Upgrade. Strengthen your physique. The female shopping guide was a little surprised. The customers we usually receive are those who have chosen their desired items on the official website and then come to the store to try them on and purchase them. The boy in front of me is obviously still a college student. His clothes are all cheap stuff and he probably has no purchasing power. This kind of customer is the one she least wants to receive. It is very likely that all her efforts will be in vain because the customer is just browsing casually. Even if you don't want to receive them, you still have to receive them. And no matter what dissatisfaction she had in her heart, she would not show it. Because she is a salesperson, and she sells luxury goods. Although the female shopping guide thought that Lin Yan could not afford her products, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she looked enthusiastic. It just so happened that she had nothing to do right now, and the boy was so handsome that she didn't mind wasting some time with him. Handsome guy, what do you want to see? T-shirts, shirts, or sweatshirts? Well, let's just take a look at the t-shirt first. Lin Yan thought for a moment and replied. Okay, let's go over there and take a look. After saying this, the female shopping guide walked to the front to lead the way. In front of a clothes rack, Lin Yan pointed at a pure white t-shirt and said to the female salesperson next to him, please pack me one of this t-shirt. Handsome, let me get one and you can try it on in the fitting room to see if it fits you. There's no need to try them on. Just take my size. If you have to try on a t-shirt after buying it, then Lin Yan doesn't have to do anything today and can just spend the day in the fitting room. Oh, and that one, pack one for me too. Pack those 2 t-shirts over there for me too. These trousers are nice. Put them on. Pack up those trousers and those shorts. I also want this sweatshirt. And that jacket. Those 2 pairs of shoes. Under the shocked gaze of the female shopping guide, Lin Yan packed a large pile of clothes in less than 10 minutes. Okay, let's buy these first. Miss, take me to the checkout. Lin Yan called out twice before the female shopping guide came to her senses and took him to pay. There are 4 t-shirts in total, 2 of which are 2,300 yuan and 2 are 2,700 yuan. The 2 pairs of shorts cost 6,100 yuan and 6,500 yuan respectively, and the 2 pairs of trousers cost 8,300 yuan and 8,650 yuan respectively. The 2 hoodies cost 9,700 yuan and 10,600 yuan respectively, and the 2 jackets cost 9,200 yuan and 12,600 yuan respectively. 2 pairs of sneakers, 1 pair for 5,500 yuan and the other pair for 5,800 yuan. Hello, sir. Your total spending is 87,950 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? The cashier lady asked respectfully. Swipe the card. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Yan felt a vibration on his phone. It was a text message notification of a bank card deduction. Then several more reminders came. There is no other way. He only has more than 10,000 yuan, and he only swipes 10,000 yuan each time, which is just enough to maximize the rebate. I'll leave you an address and you can help me deliver the clothes there, okay? Lin Yan asked. Yes, sir. After leaving his address, Lin Yan left gracefully under the complicated gazes of several female shopping guides. Lin Yan took out his cell phone and found that the balance on the card was more than 100,000 yuan, and the system had indeed been upgraded. Perfect Life system has been upgraded to level 3. The single refund limit is increased to 40,000 yuan. Get upgrade gift pack. Yellow Emperor's internal classic legend has it that the Yellow Emperor could ascend to heaven in broad daylight by practicing this technique, but due to the Dharma ending age on this plane, he cannot ascend. As a reward, the host can achieve immortality by cultivating to the highest realm. His essence will be transformed into the eternal spring, which can make women eternally young. Upgrade experience 12458-50000. Get a special upgrade gift pack. Automatically strengthen your physical fitness each time you gain energy. You can subtly enhance your sexual ability, strengthen your physical fitness, and prolong your life. Upgrade experience 12458-50000. You see, it's not just yourself who is LSP, but also the system S instigation. Those who understand these 2 rewards will understand. Lin Yan was also a man of action. He quickly took a car to a parking lot near Chuanchi Road, and then strode into a decent-sized real estate agency. The person who received Lin Yan was a young girl in her 20s, but she was pretty and had an appearance score of 80. But the purity is also 89,
which is a bit too high. He didn't waste any time, and Lin Yan directly told her his intention to rent a house and stated his requirements. Finally, with the recommendation of the girl from the agency, we locked in a large flat with a construction area of 270 square meters. This house is located in Evergrande Huading, right next to Chuanxi Road. Although Evergrande's houses are often criticized, the Evergrande Huading community is still very high-end and belongs to a luxury residential area. The location of this house is very advantageous, and it was renovated just half a year ago. It passed the formaldehyde test, but no one has lived in it. Lin Yan is renting it for the first time. The house is located on the 17th floor, with north-south ventilation, good lighting, a wide view, and good greenery in the community. As for other educational resources, surrounding facilities, and transportation issues, they are all very convenient. However, this house is a luxuriously decorated house with a total of 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 3 bathrooms. The rental price of such a large flat is extremely high. After meeting the landlord and viewing the house, Lin Yan was quite satisfied with the luxurious and elegant yet not vulgar decoration. He decided to sign the contract and pay the money on the spot. The rent is usually 1 month's deposit and 3 months' rent in advance, and the landlord doesn't make any exceptions and collects the money according to the regulations. In addition, the rent includes property fees, heating fees, broadband fees, parking fees, water fees, electricity fees, and gas fees. Lin Yan didn't need to worry about these things during his stay, which saved him a lot of trouble. Including the agency's commission, Lin Yan spent a total of 60,000 yuan to rent this apartment. After spending more than 10,000 yuan to buy bedding, Lin Yan finally sat down. This house is nice, but it is not mine after all. After a few days, when the consumption rebate reaches the target, I will directly buy a villa. Lin Yan thought secretly. Then, he took out his mobile phone and logged into his QQ account. Wow, there are more than 100 friend requests already, and this is just for a mobile phone. Think about all those bags and all kinds of luxury goods. The lives of these rich people are really enviable. Lin Yan agreed to all of them, and he joined the perfect life that he once envied. The phone is a bit low quality. I wonder if there are any high-quality beauties. Less than 2 seconds. Several people sent messages. Are you there? Send photos. Lin Yan replied one by one, and then sent them the video he had previously shot with his iPhone. After receiving the photo, Lin Yan used the eye of investigation immediately. It was when he was using it in a shopping mall and accidentally pointed it at an advertisement in the mall that he discovered that it could detect images and even remove the effects of PS. Lin Yan, 28 years old, appearance 78, figure 91, purity 33. Hu Xinyu, 19 years old, appearance 80, figure 82, purity 100. Lin Yan sighed. Hu Xinyu was clean, but her appearance was a bit average. As expected. After looking at a few more, Lin Yan felt a little disappointed. He began to think about going to the bar. But Lin Yan has strong traditional ideas. To put it bluntly, he likes perfect women, and he doesn't want others to touch the women he has won. Chapter 4, Department Beauty Jiang Qingying. It's okay to go to the bar and show off. Lin Yan also wants to go up and throw the car keys on the table, but unfortunately he doesn't have enough funds now. He still needs to accumulate some money. Also, spending money is so tiring. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Apart from cars and houses, he really didn't know how to spend money. Are you there? Can you really give me an iPhone 4? Lin Yan still followed the steps and replied to the message. Originally, he thought he would have to wait a while. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually online and quickly sent me photos of his daily life. When Lin Yan saw this photo, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a stunning beauty! A true goddess. Jiang Qingying, 19 years old, appearance 94, figure 95, purity 100. Okay, special 100. Perfect. The other side. Where are you? In a female dormitory at Jiangnan University of the Arts, opposite Jiangnan University. A charming girl stared at the phone screen with a slightly nervous look. Her name is Jiang Qingying, and she is the beauty of the art department. She felt really bad when she thought about how her rich roommate always made fun of her. I am obviously much prettier than her. Why is there such a big gap between my life and hers? Jiang Qingying couldn't help biting her soft lips as her fingers trembled as she typed. Are you still there? If you have any other requests, tell me and I can satisfy you. On the other side, Lin Yan stared at the screen with a frown.
Damn, the internet is so laggy these days. I failed to send a QQ message. So he prepared to send it again.
However, Lin Yan did not expect that the other party would send a text message first. After reading what the other party sent,
suddenly, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. I changed the network and started the operation.
Okay, but let me make it clear first, if I see you in person and you don't look like your photo, I have the right to refuse the deal.
Lin Yan continued typing his reply.
At the same time, I was sighing in my heart that in this era, there are so few vain girls.
No problem. Jiang Qingying also responded quickly.
Okay, I'll tell you when I find a place.
Lin Yan smiled slightly and sent the message.
The 95 centimeters stunner can't wait.
No problem. Jiang Qingying also responded concisely.
After all, since we have decided to do this, there is no need to be too reserved. Besides, she also wanted to get that apple as soon as possible. In this way, when she comes back, she will be able to use a brand new and beautiful Apple phone.
You should dress up first and look pretty.
Lin Yan thought about it and continued typing.
Okay, I'll make sure you're satisfied. After doing all this, Lin Yan walked straight out, took a taxi, and headed for the best Baolai Hotel near Jiangnan University. His rental house is not far from the Baolai Hotel. The ride only takes 20 minutes.
After arriving at the destination, Lin Yan gave the driver 50 yuan and did not give him any change. At the same time, his cell phone text messages and system notifications began to ring. Agricultural Bank, your bank account ending in 0382 received a deposit of 100 yuan on November 1st, and the balance is 231,150 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations to host Lin Yan for spending 50 yuan and gaining 0.5 experience points. Hearing this, Lin Yan raised his eyebrows. It turns out that starting from the third level, the ratio becomes 100 to 1, and it seems that upgrading in the future will become more difficult.
Soon, Lin Yan walked to the hotel entrance.
He had never been to this Baolai Hotel before. After all, this is a 5-star luxury hotel. At that time, he had no money to spend.
Welcome to the Baolai Hotel. How can I help you?
The lady at the front desk saw Lin Yan come in and said with a polite smile. It was not like what was described in novels and movies, where the emperor ignored Lin Yan just because he was a young student.
What's the most expensive room here? Lin Yan looked up and down at the young lady in uniform at the front desk and said with a faint smile.
Sir, our highest price here is the presidential suite, which is 9,988 yuan a day. The lady at the front desk smiled politely at Lin Yan and said. But in her mind, she was secretly guessing the identity of the young man in front of her.
He doesn't look big, could he be a rich man? Open one for me.
Lin Yan casually took out the bank card and ID card that he had handed over. But the price seemed a bit low in his mind. After all, this is a 5-star hotel.
But consider that this is near a university town, not downtown. If the price is set too high, not many people may be willing to live there.
After all, there are definitely not many rich people around Jiangnan University town who can spend 10,000 yuan a day.
Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist reached out for Lin Yan's ID and registered him skillfully.
After checking out, the system prompts and bank text messages also rang.
Ding!
Congratulations to host Lin Yan for spending 9,988 yuan and gaining 99 experience points.
Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 spent 9,988 yuan at 7:31 p.m. on November 1st, leaving a balance of 221,162 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 received a deposit of 19,976 yuan at 7:31 p.m. on November 1st, leaving a balance of 241,138 yuan. The deposit required 10,000 yuan, so Lin Yan asked the receptionist to swipe his card separately. Ding!
Congratulations to host Lin Yan for spending 10,000 yuan and gaining 100 experience points.
Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 spent 10,000 yuan at 7:31 p.m. on November 1st, leaving a balance of 231,138 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 received a deposit of 20,000 yuan at 7:31 p.m. on November 1st, leaving a balance of 251,138 yuan.
Lin Yan looked at the increasing amount of money in his bank card, and a smile appeared on his lips.
Others are spending less and less, but I am spending more and more. Invincible.
After getting the room card, Lin Yan went to the presidential suite on the 23rd floor alone. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Jiang Qingying. "I'm at the Balai Hotel, and I came by to treat you to a meal." Jiang Qingying, who was putting on makeup, saw Lin Yan's message. Although she was still a little embarrassed, Jiang Qingying thought of the iPhone she had always dreamed of, and this feeling disappeared instantly. Jiang Qingying replied obediently, "Yes, I'll be there now and will be there in about 15 minutes. After seeing the text message from the other party, Lin Yan smiled and put down the phone.
This is the true perfect life. Beautiful women come to your door automatically. Do what you want to do. The world is so realistic.
You are a person with no money, no car, and no house.
What kind of beautiful women are you attracted to?
This is no longer just high school, there are still some girls who believe in so-called love. When these girls enter college or society, they will soon be wiped out by reality and can only believe in money."
Lin Yan shook his head.
No one can change these cruel facts.
However, you can work on changing yourself. 15 minutes passed quickly.
I'm already downstairs at the Balai Hotel.
Where are you?
Jiang Qingying's message was also sent.
Chapter 5, Goddesses Dynamics. Just wait for me down there. I'll be there soon. Lin Yan replied, walked out, and took the elevator downstairs.
Standing in the lobby of Balai Hotel, Jiang Qingying looked at the elevator entrance nervously. She didn't know what kind of person it was like to casually give a 6,000 yuan mobile phone to a stranger.
He is so rich, so he is probably a middle-aged uncle with a successful career?
Maybe he is a greasy middle-aged man with a beer belly and a bald head.
Thinking of this, Jiang Qingying felt a little uneasy. But think of that iPhone. Never mind, just treat it as a bite for the dog.
When Jiang Qingying was lost in her thoughts, the elevator door opened.
A tall and handsome young man came out of the elevator.
After Jiang Qingying looked at him, she turned her gaze back to the elevator. She didn't think that the rich man who could casually give away an iPhone worth more than 6,000 yuan would be a boy who looked younger than her.
At this moment, Lin Yan recognized Jiang Qingying at a glance.
She is about 1.66 meters tall, with black hair flowing down like a waterfall. She has a very slim and pretty figure with narrow shoulders and a slender waist. Although only her side profile is seen, she is already pretty and pure, with long, fluttering eyelashes. She is wearing a black dress, black stockings on her slender legs, and black high heels that make people call her a goddess. It's no different from the pictures she posted. So she wasn't kidding herself.
"Hello?"
Lin Yan walked to her side and patted her shoulder. Jiang Qingying reflexively took 2 steps to the side, turned her head to look at Lin Yan, was stunned for a moment, and then carefully confirmed, "Who are you?"
"Mr. Lin." Lin Yan gave out his ID.
Jiang Qingying opened her mouth, the light in her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she said in surprise, "You are Mr. Lin?"
"No way, you actually look like this." "Why, am I ugly like this?" Lin Yan said lightly.
No, not ugly, but unexpectedly handsome." Jiang Qingying quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed. "I thought you were an older, greasy, middle-aged man, but I didn't expect you to be so young." In Jiang Qingying's eyes, Lin Yan's height was at least 185 centimeters. She has a neat short haircut, no acne on her face and very clean skin. The nose bridge is also high and straight, the eyebrows are thick and neat, and the eyes are neither too big nor too small, just right. At first glance, his facial features are very regular, a bit like Bai Jingting, but if you look closely, you will find that he actually has his own unique style.
Yes, Lin Yan is actually very handsome.
This is also one of the reasons why he feels that he must find beautiful girls when he dates in the future.
"Let's go, let's eat first."
Lin Yan took out a bag and handed it to Jiang Qingying. "This is for you."
"Mr. Lin, are you going to give it to me now?"
When Jiang Qingying saw the mobile phone she had always dreamed of, her eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly reached out to take it.
"You're beautiful. A cell phone is nothing. I think you can have more."
This was Lin Yan's inner thought. He had never denied that appearance was not a woman's wealth. With the eye of detection, he can screen out women with better looks, and also girls who are 100% special. He only accepts those with 2 scores above 90, and he cannot take care of too many.
"Thank you, Mr. Lin.
My name is Jiang Qingying, and my friends call me Xiaoying."
Jiang Qingying's face flushed slightly, she lowered her head and unpacked her phone. "Come on, I'll take you to dinner." Lin Yan smiled slightly and put his arms around Jiang Qingying's slender waist.
Jiang Qingying's pretty face turned red with embarrassment, but she still did not break free and let Lin Yan hug her. Soon, the two drove to a Michelin restaurant not far from the hotel. When you walk into this restaurant, the magnificent decoration and staggered golden lights give people a sense of nostalgia, and eating here makes you feel particularly classy. Led by the waiter, the two entered an elegant and quiet private room. Sitting down at a white marble round table, Lin Yan spoke to the waiter and then looked at Jiang Qingying. "What would you like to eat?" Although Jiang Qingying was a little flustered, she still smiled and said, "It's all fine, Mr. Lin, you order. I'm not picky about food." "Okay." Lin Yan took the restaurant from the waiter, looked at it, and ordered it. After finishing, I felt that I still had to drink some wine, otherwise the atmosphere would not be there. Of course, the most important thing is that he set a spending goal. Without alcohol, he would naturally spend slower. So Lin Yan turned to the end of the menu and ordered a 700 milliliters bottle of red wine. After the waiter wrote down Lin Yan's order, he quickly left and asked the kitchen to prepare it. On the other side, Jiang Qingying carefully opened the menu and saw the prices on it. I was suddenly shocked. The price of this dish is higher than my monthly living expenses. This boy in front of me is too rich. This made her feel a little worried. Ding! Congratulations to host Lin Yan for spending 5,000 yuan and gaining 50 experience points. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 spent 5,000 yuan at 2025 on November 1st, leaving a balance of 226,150 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 received a deposit of 10,000 yuan at 2025 on November 1st, with a balance of 236,150 yuan. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes one after another, and Lin Yan opened the bottle of red wine and poured it into 2 glasses. "Mr. Lin, I want to post an update. This is my first time eating at such a high-end restaurant. Is that okay?" Jiang Qingying looked at these beautiful scenes and felt like the heroine in an idol drama, sitting in a Western restaurant and having dinner with her beloved man. This made her feel like a dream. Yeah, whatever. Lin Yan knew that girls liked to take photos before eating, especially in a Western restaurant like this, where taking a photo would attract the envy of others. Well, it's really good. Although there is no moments in this era, QQ still has the function of posting updates. Jiang Qingying took a few photos of the food and red wine, a few photos of the iPhone, and finally a photo of Lin Yan's hand. Today I met the most important person in my life. The goddess words shocked many people. Unexpectedly, the school beauty who has been single for a long time finally found her Prince Charming. However, even with such high-end red wine and Western food, it turns out that even the goddess is a mortal who cannot resist the temptation. Goddess, please don't get the injection. I've liked you for several years, Jiang Da Beauty. Why don't you give me a chance? Isn't there money on the other side? Qingying, bring it back to us during the holidays. Ha, you didn't even tell us about such a big thing. Do you still treat us as your best friends? Jiang Qingying's usual penguin updates are normal, but today's update was like a small earthquake. There's no way, how many of Jiang Qingying's male classmates don't miss her? Okay Qingying, let's eat. Lin Yan cut the tender steak, then picked up a piece of steak with a fork and fed it to Jiang Qingying. The two of them ate their meal in a loving manner, just like a couple in love. They drank wine and chatted from time to time and didn't finish eating until 9 o'clock. Chapter 6, Win the Beauty of the Department and by Rafa. After dinner, Lin Yan naturally held Jiang Qingying's soft hand and returned to the Balai Hotel. Ever since she saw Lin Yan's financial resources, the smile on Jiang Qingying's face has become even sweeter. She obediently took Lin Yan's arm and walked into the presidential suite together. That night, Jiang Qingying, encouraged by love, accompanied Lin Yan and unlocked a lot of learning knowledge. The two of them took extra classes late at night and talked until very late before falling asleep. Lin Yan is also very satisfied with his 28, and his fighting power is simply explosive. The next day, Lin Yan glanced at the beautiful college student who was still sleeping in his arms, and thought of his past life, feeling deeply moved. Sure enough, in this world, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Even a goddess like Jiang Qingying, a school beauty, knelt down in front of money. Thinking of this, Lin Yan glanced at the pink flowers on the sofa not far away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, Lin Yan leaned back on the pillow and opened the Perfect Life system to check it out. Host, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Charm, 91 comprehensive appearance. Perfect Life System, Level 319236, 30000 Level Up Experience.
Skills, Detective Eye, Strengthen Physical Fitness. Warehouse, a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest. Please proceed to purchase a car worth no less than 10 million.
The system prompts sounded one after another.
Lin Yan was also very surprised when he heard the system prompt coming from his mind.
This Perfect Life system has a new way to play. Ding. How can the host's perfect life be without a luxury car? Completing the task will unlock the Krypton Gold Mall.
The system prompt sound continued to ring. The Krypton Gold Mall is quite interesting.
Lin Yan raised his eyebrow.
He couldn't wait to experience what this new feature was, so he woke up Jiang Qingying.
Mr. Lin, I only slept for 4 hours. Please let me sleep a little longer.
Jiang Qingying checked the time on her phone.
It was just past 8 o'clock. She tidied up her messy hair and said a little tiredly.
After all, it was her first time, and after so many interactions, her body naturally felt a little overwhelmed. Moreover, she had not expected that this guy, who was younger than her, actually knew so much. Thinking about it now, her face still gets hot. Lin Yan glanced at the beautiful woman in his arms and said with a smile, "Hurry up and get up.
We are going to buy a car later."
I don't know if it's because I'm young or something else, but after all the nights and mornings of communication, Lin Yan didn't feel tired at all, instead he felt refreshed.
Buy a car. I'll start right away.
Jiang Qingying's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Yan's words. Even the fatigue on her face seemed to disappear, so she immediately got up and changed her clothes.
Looking at Jiang Qingying's agile movements, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh.
The woman was as delicate as a flower just now. Now when it comes to buying a car, it's like nothing happened.
About 10 o'clock.
In front of the Hachewi 4S store in Jiangnan Center.
He came out 20 minutes ago and has been looking at the door.
As the branch manager of Luxury Auto Club Tianhe City, Su Yao is very excited today. Jiangnan Luxury Car Club has been established for several years.
As a regional manager, her performance in the head office has always been mediocre.
But this year is different. There is actually a mysterious rich man who just went through the luxury car collection channel and ordered a LaFerrari from the official Ferrari website. After taking into account various tax rates, the value of this LaFerrari is almost close to 10 million. And Hachewi can get a large commission from this transaction.
This is real achievement.
Just this one car is almost equivalent to her store's monthly profit.
Just when Su Yao was looking forward to it,
a Rolls-Royce slowly drove in from the roadside. Su Yao's eyes lit up, she waved, and hurried over. She had contacted Lin Yan in advance and knew that Lin Yan's car was a Rolls-Royce.
The car stopped and Su Yao went over to open the door immediately. "Hello, I'm Su Yao, the regional manager of Luxury Auto Club in Jiangnan City. You must be Mr. Lin Yan Lin, right?"
Su Yao stretched out her little hand and looked at Lin Yan with surprise in her eyes. At first, she thought he was an old man in his 40s or 50s. After all, he is so rich that he spent nearly 10 million to buy a supercar, and he also drives a calm and low-key car like the Lausness. Although this Rolls-Royce seems to be a shuttle car for a 5-star hotel, if you are not very rich, even a hotel will not use a luxury car for pickup. Moreover, she didn't expect that Lin Yan was so young, and looked to be only in his 20s.
More importantly, handsome. So fucking handsome. I can't wait to hug you and kiss you. When Su Yao looked at Lin Yan was also looking at her. A old girl with glasses.
Around 26 or 27 years old. He was dressed in professional attire, except that the black suit seemed a little small, at least a D size or larger.
She has a slightly plump figure and a willow-like waist.
If she is a little more plump, she would be fat, and if she is a little less plump, she would be thin, just like Yang Yuan in ancient times.
Although the 2 long legs are covered with women's trousers, they still look plump and tight.
Such women generally have a gentle temper.
More importantly, it has the kind of gentleness that can warm people's hearts. There is information.
Lin Yan's eyes lit up and he used the eye of investigation.
Su Yao, 26 years old, appearance 93, figure 98, purity 100. Ms. Su, has the car arrived yet?
Looking at Su Yao, who was in a daze, Lin Yan had to remind her with a warm smile, like a spring breeze.
Ah, here, the goods have arrived. Mr. Lin, please come this way.
Su Yao's pretty face flushed, and her heart was pounding like a deer. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly and led the way. Maybe it was because her pants didn't fit her properly, but Lin Yan always felt like she couldn't move her legs wide enough when she walked. But he couldn't open his mouth to remind her, so he could only watch Su Yao walk awkwardly in front. Soon, under the leadership of Su Yao, Lin Yan and Jiang Qingying arrived inside the 4S store. The entire 30 square meter room in the store was completely empty, leaving only a covered car in the middle.
At Su Yao's instruction, 2 waiters brought tea.
There was a gleam in Jiang Qingying's eyes.
She just found out that Lin Yan actually bought a Ferrari supercar.
As a woman, I am not very keen on cars. To her, there is no difference whether it is a LaFerrari or an ordinary supercar.
It is just a sports car with a cool appearance.
However, she was still very excited to witness the unveiling of a supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan.
Mr. Lin, this is the car you ordered. It just arrived 20 minutes ago.
Our staff has already inspected it. We have also taken care of all the license plates, insurance, etc. Standing next to the covered Rafa, Su Yao sorted out her thoughts and introduced him to Lin Yan. Mr. Lin, please uncover it yourself. After saying that, she stood aside with a smile on her lips and a bright light in her eyes.
Good. Lin Yan was also eager to try.
After all, in 2 lifetimes, this is the first time that he owns a sports car of his own, and it is the aristocrat among sports cars, the Ferrari LaFerrari.
Chapter 7, Krypton Gold Mall, Upgrade. Lin Yan turned around half a circle.
Finally, stop at the rear of the car. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yan reached out, grabbed a corner of the car hood, and suddenly opened it. The car hood was lifted up, making a series of friction sounds. The next moment, Lin Yan's eyes lit up.
It wasn't just him.
At that moment, everyone in the store pulled out their phones and turned on the video function, wanting to record this historic moment. After all, this is a luxury car worth tens of millions.
In this era, there were only about 20 of them. How can we not be happy to witness the birth of a LaFerrari today?
Fortunately, Lin Yan had mentioned to Su Yao before that she should not prepare any activities because they were too noisy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be more than just these shop assistants taking photos and customers buying cars here today. I'm afraid that once the news leaks out, reporters with cameras and long guns will be waiting here. The car body is like a work of art, very streamlined, and the red shell is extremely festive.
The car body is very low, like a cheetah lying on the ground, ready to launch a fierce attack at any time. This is the toy that every man must have. Even for men who love supercars, LaFerrari is more attractive than women.
After all, owning a LaFerrari is not easy.
But women, it's quite easy.
There was a gleam in Lin Yan's eyes. He walked around the car twice and then opened the door directly.
Mr. Lin, these are the car keys.
Su Yao on the side hurried over, blushing and handing over the car keys with both hands. Compared with Latha, this car key looks more simple.
To put it nicely, it's simple. But in fact, in Lin Yan's opinion, this car key is no different from an electric car key. Very low. Take the key in your hand, sit in the driver's seat, and enter your fingerprint information. Start up. Boom.
A low roar was heard. The vehicle did not move out, but simply revved in place.
Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this car? Su Yao observed the changes in Lin Yan's expression and spoke from the side.
After all, this involves her own commission and dividends, so she still hopes to complete the transaction.
Okay, I can buy it, but on the condition that I want you and the car model to accompany me to test drive it later.
Lin Yan lowered the convertible top and spoke in a harmless manner. He had heard that such car dealerships usually had such transactions.
Test drive, that's normal operation. Of course, Su Yao understood what Lin Yan meant, and her pretty face suddenly turned red.
However, seeing Jiang Qingying beside her, she still didn't have the courage to speak. Seeing this, Lin Yan immediately transferred some money to Jiang Qingying and asked her to go shopping in the nearby mall first. Although Jiang Qingying felt a little resentful, she still didn't dare to disobey Lin Yan's words. Mr. Lin, I have no objection, but I need to communicate with the car model.
As soon as Jiang Qingying left, Su Yao spoke to Lin Yan. Well, go ahead. Lin Yan waved his hand casually and said.
After all, if you meet a beautiful woman and you can't win her over, then all your money will be wasted.
Lin Yan watched Su Yao walk out of the office and walked to the door to watch her movements.
I saw her walk up to a Panamera, lean over to this tall, sexy model and whisper something in her ear.
Then, the beautiful car model looked at Lin Yan and nodded.
Han Lan, 23 years old, appearance 89, figure 93, Purity 99.
Seeing this scene, Lin Yan knew that everything was done. Although this car model doesn't seem to be new, it doesn't matter.
He is not planning to buy it.
If your appearance doesn't reach 90, you will be excluded directly.
Then, Suyao walked towards Lin Yan quickly with a smile on her face.
Mr. Lin, Xiaolan agreed. Su Yao said to Lin Yan with a smile.
Okay, let's go through the formalities. Lin Yan said with a smile on his face. He now likes days like this more and more.
Okay, then I'll help you with the formalities. Please follow me. Su Yao took the initiative to pull Lin Yan towards her office.
However, when swiping the card to pay, Lin Yan asked her to swipe it separately. After all, there are only a few 100,000 in my current bank card, which is not enough for one swipe. Although Su Yao didn't know why Lin Yan did this, as long as she could get the money, she did as he said. Soon, Lin Yan spent 10 million separately. The bank card balance has also reached more than 10 million.
The more money you spend, the more you spend. Awesome. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for reaching level 4 in the perfect life system. The Eye of Reconnaissance has evolved. If necessary, the host can obtain the weaknesses and favorability information of the target of reconnaissance.
Perfect life system level 4. Upgrade experience 91,680 10W. Ding.
Congratulations to host Lin Yan for completing the car purchase mission and unlocking the Krypton Gold Mall. At the same time, the tasks issued by the system were also completed.
Ding. Host, would you like to open the Krypton Gold Mall? The system prompt sounded again. Open it.
Lin Yan muttered to himself.
Krypton Gold Mall, there's nothing we can't do, except what you can't imagine. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Lin Yan suddenly felt like shit. Luckily I would only spend more and more money, otherwise wouldn't it be so miserable, struggling to make money every day. What's the point of life then? Lin Yan opened the Krypton Gold Mall and was dazzled by the dazzling array of goods and skill books. Beauty Capsule improves the player's appearance. Each capsule improves the appearance by 1 point. Strength Capsule increases player's strength. Each capsule increases strength by 1 point. Hacker Skill Book improves the player's computer capabilities. Football Skill Book improves players' football abilities. Having abilities that surpass Messi is no longer a dream. The array of merchandise was simply dazzling, and Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, unfortunately, there is one thing that is very disappointing in the end, that is, if you want to buy it, you need to earn your own money, and it cannot be a rebate from the system. In other words, he still has to start a business. However, Lin Yan didn't care. You have plenty of initial capital, so it's easy to open a few companies. Besides, as a reborn person and system owner, it would be a bit embarrassing if I didn't start a business and become the richest man in the world. After closing the Krypton Gold Mall, Lin Yan returned to reality. Okay, Mr. Lin, the paperwork has been completed. The car has been registered and is parked at the door. At this moment, Su Yao handed the bank card and the signed contract documents to Lin Yan. Lin Yan reached out to take the item, looked at the beautiful manager in front of him with a sly smile and said, let's go test drive the car. Yeah, Xiaolan is already waiting for us by the car. Su Yao blushed, glanced at the message the car model sent her, and said to Lin Yan with a smile. Lin Yan was not polite and directly took Su Yao's delicate hand and walked outside. Chapter 8, Threesome, Beautiful Counselor. When he reached the door, Lin Yan glanced at the beautiful car model Han Lan. She was standing aside with a bag in her hand. Looking at that graceful figure, some exciting scenes emerged in my mind. Beauty, you've been waiting for a long time, hurry up and get in the car. Lin Yan put his hands on Han Lan's slender waist and said with a smile. Well, let's go. The charming car model didn't care about Lin Yan's behavior at all. She spoke coquettishly and sat in the back seat. Besides, she liked this handsome and wealthy young man very much, and now she had the opportunity to get to know him better. And she can also get the reward money from the car dealership. She will not miss such a good opportunity. Su Yao also obediently opened the passenger door and got in. Lin Yan smiled, drove his LaFerrari and walked straight out. The three people had just left the 4S store. Not far from the door, a young man holding flowers and riding an electric bike was staring blankly at the red Ferrari LaFerrari. Isn't that my girlfriend Han Lan? How did she end up in that Ferrari? The young man looked down at his electric car and suddenly seemed to understand something. He came to pick up Han Lan for lunch,
but he didn't expect to see such a scene.
On the other side, Lin Yan and the two beauties were chatting happily. "Handsome guy, what do you do?"
The beautiful car model Han Lan came over and blinked her beautiful eyes curiously at Lin Yan, who was busy with Su Yao.
"Me? I'm still a student,"
Lin Yan said with a faint smile.
"I don't believe it. Can a student afford a Ferrari worth 10 million?
The beautiful car model blinked curiously and smiled.
"Mr. Lin, you should be a rich second generation, right?" Su Yao also said beside him.
After all, Lin Yan is so young and can afford a luxury car worth tens of millions.
If he is not a rich second generation, then what is he? Almost. I'm not short of money anyway. Lin Yan didn't want to explain anymore.
After saying that, he drove the car into a quiet little park. Then he found a secluded corner and stopped.
"Here?" Seeing Lin Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, Su Yao said shyly. "Yeah, don't you think it's nice here? You can test drive the car while enjoying the scenery."
Lin Yan had already put down the chair.
"I agree with Mr. Lin." Han Lan smiled gently. In this quiet little park, a brand new red Ferrari sits in the corner, its front door closed. Although you can't see what's going on inside through the reflective glass. But it still keeps people guessing.
I don't know how long it took before the window of the Ferrari dropped slightly. Through the gap in the car window, you can see Lin Yan holding Su Yao and admiring a beautiful plum blossom painting.
However, Han Lan disappeared. "Mr. Lin, will you be responsible for me?" Su Yao leaned on Lin Yan, smoothed her messy hair, and said. "Of course, you will be mine from now on,"
Lin Yan said with a smile.
"What about the girl from before?" Su Yao was naturally talking about Zhang Qingying. "Same,"
Lin Yan responded domineeringly and lowered his head directly, not giving Su Yao any chance to refute. Finally, the three of them arrived at the hotel. The first attempt of a threesome opened the door to a new world for Lin Yan. The next morning, it was still daylight. Lin Yan woke up, and the scent of two shampoos hit his nose, almost suffocating him.
I picked up the phone next to me and looked at it. It was just after 7 o'clock in the morning.
I learned new knowledge yesterday. Naturally, he was still a little sleepy at this time, so Lin Yan put his phone aside and prepared to continue sleeping. But just when Lin Yan closed his eyes, he seemed to notice something he had forgotten.
Etc. Today is Monday, and we have early classes.
Lin Yan quickly got up, washed up, left a message for the two women, and then left in a hurry. More than an hour later, Lin Yan appeared on campus and ran into the counselor.
"Lin Yan, are you skipping class?"
Looking at the beautiful counselor in front of him, Lin Yan thought to himself that it was bad.
However, something more interesting attracted him.
Gu Wanqing, 24 years old, appearance 96, figure 97. Weaknesses and favorability can be expanded below.
Lin Yan's mind moved, unfold.
Gu Wanqing, 24 years old, appearance 96, figure 97, favorability 60, weakness, food. Seeing the expanded information, Lin Yan exclaimed that it was awesome. This upgraded version of the Eye of Reconnaissance is amazing. Although there are only 2 more pieces of information, it will become easier for him to conquer the goddess.
Favorability plus weakness. Invincible, alright.
A smile that only men could understand slowly appeared on Lin Yan's lips. The beautiful counselor Gu Wanqing has a suitor named Chen Ping, who is also a teacher at the school and has a strong background.
However, this man's despicableness is beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
He used his position to defile countless college girls. In his previous life, Lin Yan accidentally caught him doing this, and he immediately taught him a lesson by using his connections. Lin Yan swore to avenge this grudge. Although Gu Wanqing is not as charming and enchanting as Zhang Qingying, she has the temperament of a beautiful girl from a small family. Her delicate and boneless nature makes men have a strong desire to conquer her. At this moment, she was wearing a black professional suit, which made people feel an unconcealable desire. Maybe because she often runs around on campus, Gu Wanqing's pair of beautiful legs and feet are slightly better than Zhang Qingying's, and appear more powerful.
She is truly a top beauty. It was said that in her previous life, she once sprained her ankle because she was walking too fast to go to class, and was coincidentally seen by Lin Yan. At that time, Lin Yan was still stupid enough to ask a few boys to send the beautiful counselor to the infirmary together, missing the opportunity to get close to her.
However, Lin Yan was fortunate enough to witness Gu Wanqing's beautiful feet, a pair of small feet as white as jade, which was completely disproportionate to her figure of nearly 170 centimeters.
Counselor, I slept late this morning and I have to go to class now.
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Gu Wanqing frowned slightly. Lin Yan, being late for Teacher Wu's class is very serious. You should go to class immediately. Counselor, you and Teacher Wu don't have a good relationship? Please help me talk to her and ask her to let me go.
Lin Yan thought of a serious female face, the one Gu Wanqing mentioned as Teacher Wu.
She is famous for her strictness in Jiangnan University. Moreover, he was late for a class.
According to her personality, if she didn't score more than 90 points in the final exam, she would fail the class in a few minutes.
Lin Yan doesn't want to retake the course next semester. What good will it do me to help you? After hearing Lin Yan's words, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but blurt out these words.
Perhaps she didn't expect that Lin Yan, who is usually honest and simple-minded, would ask her for help.
I'll treat you to a feast. Lin Yan's mouth twitched. What's wrong with this counselor picture? Never mind, it's a good opportunity to try out the weakness information, right?
Hearing the word big meal, Gu Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up.
Well, for the sake of the feast, I'll talk to Teacher Wu for you.
Then she whispered something, and finally couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Lin Yan curled his lips, knowing that it was done.
Chapter 9, Social Activities, Buying Watches.
After parting with Gu Wanqing, Lin Yan walked towards the classroom.
Ian, this way. Wei Dong saw Lin Yan coming in and waved to him.
Lin Yan went straight to the seat next to Wei Dong and sat down.
Hey, Ian, we have a show tonight, you can't sneak away again.
Lin Yan had just sat down when Wei Dong came over and spoke mysteriously.
What show? Lin Yan looked at him strangely and said casually. Xiao Yuan's girlfriend is from the art university across the street.
He persuaded her to have her roommates join us in a social gathering.
When the time comes, we'll find a beautiful girlfriend, so that idiot Mr. Li and his lackeys won't mock us losers for not being able to find beautiful women. Wei Dong's eyes glowed green, and he spoke in an indignant tone.
Yes, Ian, even though you rented a house on your own at the beginning of the semester because of the quarrel with Li Jiwen, you are still a member of our dormitory.
Come along. Don't worry, Li Jiwen and the others will definitely not go.
Yu Jia, who was sitting in the front, also turned around and said with a smile.
Okay, we have to participate in this healthy and uplifting extracurricular activity. Lin Yan smiled and agreed.
In his previous life, he had refused the so-called dormitory party.
He didn't have time for it. Having experienced hunger, he only wanted to make money. The most important thing is that Li Jiwen actually also attended this party. Li Jiwen, who lives in the same dormitory with him, is definitely a rich second generation.
Because Lin Yan was unhappy that he kept calling people losers, he had a fight with him and moved out of the dormitory.
He is not like the male protagonists in other novels. All his roommates are kind and loyal people.
The male dormitories at the School of Information Science and Technology at Jiangnan University are all 8-person rooms, and there are only 3 people who have a good relationship with Lin Yan.
Wei Dong, Yu Jia, and Lu Yuan. The other 3 are all lackeys who follow Li Jiwen's orders.
Of course, if it were Lin Yan in his previous life, he would not interfere with other people's choices. After all, Li Jiwen is rich and can make people willingly cling to him.
Now, he won't tolerate it.
Li Jiwen is a person of extremely bad character, but in his previous life, he actually chased after 2 school beauties at the same time.
Even Lin Yan once secretly sighed that the world was unfair.
But tonight, he was going to stop everything.
By the way, Wei Dong, do you know if the girl we're socializing with this time is pretty?
Yu Jia continued with a lewd look on his face. Lin Yan came back to reality and heard these words. Lin Yan knew whether she was pretty or not, and looked at Yu Jia with sympathy.
The girl is very beautiful and has a good temperament. She is studying music, which is super expensive. Moreover, her family has a mine, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Seeing his expression, Wei Dong pushed his head unhappily and said, whether she's beautiful or not, we'll know once we see her. Oh my god, isn't that Qin Yan, the beauty from the finance department?
I heard that Li Jiwen put a lot of effort into pursuing her.
What a pity, I didn't catch up with her. Yu Jie glanced towards the door and said with some bloating.
Ha, I didn't expect that there are women that young Master Li can't handle.
Wei Dong also laughed. Lin Yan shook his head.
He was a reborn person, and he was very clear about this.
It's just a matter of time. He raised his head and looked towards the door. Qin Yan, 19 years old, appearance 94, figure 92, purity 100, favorability 40, weakness, pet. Qin Yan looks a bit like a mixed race girl. Not only does she have extremely delicate facial features, but she also exudes a charming aura all over her body. Now that she is still a college student, this is not so obvious yet. But after that, her charming and seductive appearance would make any man drool. This is Qin Yan, the beauty of the finance department. When Lin Yan saw this beauty again in this life, he secretly smiled evilly in his heart. He is very interested in beauties of this level. Moreover, Li Jiwen is his enemy, so he cannot let him go. While bragging and chatting with a few former roommates, he checked the tasks. He wanted to catch up with Qin Yan, but the most important thing at the moment was to find a way to improve the system level. Host, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Physique, 85. Charm, 91. Comprehensive appearance. Perfect life system, level 4 91,680 100,000 level up experience. Skills, detective eye, strength and physical fitness. Warehouse, a copy of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine. It's almost time to upgrade. I'm going to buy some decorations this afternoon. Lin Yan thought secretly in his heart. After lunch, Lin Yan came to Longxing Pedestrian Street next to the Jiangnan International Convention and Exhibition Center, which is very close to the school. While strolling through the luxury brand stores on the 7th floor of the Central Mall, Lin Yan happened to see a watch shop and became interested. Isn't there a saying among the rich? Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, and being able to spend more money is a good thing. Come directly to Charlie's Watch Shop. Hello, sir, welcome to Charlie's Watch Shop. A mature beauty, about 30 years old, wearing a black professional dress and silver-rimmed glasses, came forward. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyes are like stars, and her shiny black hair is tied up on top of her head, revealing her sexy white neck. She was wearing a white slim-fitting suit, with a pair of long, round legs extending from under the skirt, wrapped in thin flesh-colored stockings, elegantly coiled diagonally, running straight down along the round and sexy calves. Her soft, boneless feet were wearing the same white high heels. Noble, beautiful, elegant and dignified were not enough to fully describe the woman's temperament. Lin Yan took a look, then looked away and nodded slightly. Sir, I'm Joanna, the manager of this store. What's your name? Lin Yan. Lin Yan replied. Hello, Mr. Lin, is there a watch style you like? Joanna asked softly. Not yet. Please recommend a few to me. Are you planning to show your watch? Yes. Okay, then tell me what price range and brand of watch you're planning to buy, and I'll be able to recommend it to you. Joanna said. As for the price, anything is fine. Lin Yan said. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me over here. Joanna walked in front with small steps, and Lin Yan followed behind Joanna. He could faintly smell the faint scent of perfume on her body. Lin Yan got the taste of it and started to set his sights on this lady in front of him, but he still wanted to test her out. Joanna, 29 years old, appearance 95, figure 98, purity 100, favorability 60, weak point parents. 29 years old, so pure. What's more, in this modern era of material wealth, it is still a bit difficult to sell watches. But Lin Yan still wanted to try. Joanna said, for watches that are relatively good at preserving their value, I recommend Rolex and Vacheron Constantin. If you don't mind the price, the recently popular Richard Miller watches are also good. Don't you have Patek Philippe in your store? This brand is pretty good. The watch Lin Yan bought in his previous life was very cheap, a CK watch worth 3,000 yuan. The most popular watch on the internet is Patek Philippe. Chapter 10, Level 5, Perfect Body. No, we don't have a Patek Philippe counter in our store. However, in terms of value retention and brand awareness, watches from brands like Rolex are no worse than Patek Philippe. Joanna said apologetically. Okay. Lin Yan smiled and said to the female clerk, please recommend a Vacheron Constantin watch to me. Okay, Mr. Lin, please take a look at this watch from the Zhongheng Sihai series. It's a sports watch with a simple dial design. It also comes with 3 detachable straps, which can be changed at will according to the occasion. One watch can be worn in multiple ways, making it very practical. With its silver case and blue dial, Vacheron Constantin's 5500 V110 AB148 watch is considered quite classic.
However, it does not suit Lin Yan's aesthetic taste, especially the steel chain strap, which is too old-fashioned. The leather belt looks okay, but it is not his cup of tea. Seeing Lin Yan's lack of interest, the thoughtful Joanna decisively introduced another watch. "Mr. Lin, please take a look at this Heritage Series watch. The case is made of 18K white gold. The 40mm diameter and 8.55mm thickness make this watch more advanced and lightweight." The white round dial paired with the black strap was elegant yet luxurious, simple yet noble, and immediately touched Lin Yan's heart.
"Let me try it." In fact, Joanna is more inclined to let Lin Yan choose the first watch.
Lin Yan is young and energetic, which is a perfect match for the sporty Zongheng Sihai series.
But since Lin Yan has already made a decision, she won't say much. This is the most basic professional quality of a salesperson. "Mr. Lin, let me help you put on your watch," Joanna said softly. "Thank you for your help."
After Lin Yan finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand.
"You're welcome." "I should." Joanna chuckled and gently put the watch on Lin Yan's wrist. The moment Lin Yan put on the watch, Joanna's beautiful eyes lit up.
She decided to take back her previous opinion. Because she discovered that the youthful vigor and vitality of young people and the calmness and solemnity of adults, the two temperaments were strangely integrated in the young man in front of her. She suddenly had an inexplicable feeling that although the young man in front of her was dressed very ordinary, he should not be underestimated.
"What an unexpected match!" Joanna exclaimed sincerely. The Heritage Series is a formal watch.
Although Lin Yan was wearing casual clothes, he did not feel out of place when wearing it. Lin Yan also found that after wearing the watch, his temperament improved a lot. He became less childish and more mature and charming.
"It's quite good. I like it very much. How much is it?" "Sir, you chose the Heritage Series 85,180,000 G9230, which is priced at 224,000 yuan. What payment method do you use?" "It's too cheap, but I like this one." "Wrap it up first. Do you have any more expensive watches, like ones worth millions?"
The single refund amount has reached 1 million, and the deposit amount has reached 10 million. Although Lin Yan is not short of money, he still wants to multiply the money in his wallet several times. Arriving at a counter, Joanna enthusiastically introduced Lin Yan. "Sir, I recommend Richard Miller to you."
"Richard Miller?"
Lin Yan seemed to be lost in thought. He had heard of this brand of watches and knew a little about it.
In Lin Yan's memory, Richard Miller watches have a nickname, the billionaire's ticket.
There is a men's Richard Miller 6101 watch in the store now. The counter price is 795,000.
"It's so cheap."
Lin Yan prepared a budget of 1 million to buy a watch, but now he can't spend it.
"Please swipe your card."
"I want both this Vacheron Constantin watch and that Richard watch."
"I'll also take 2 Vacheron Constantin ladies' watches of the same model."
Lin Yan thought for a moment, handed over the bank card, and continued.
"Okay, Mr. Lin, please. Could you please change my contact information?"
Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Joanna and Lin Yan exchanged contact information and took him to the cashier, where she softly talked to him about the follow-up after-sales service. "Mr. Lin, I put the watch box, invoice and some related gifts in this bag."
Lin Yan took the bag from Joanna and didn't bother to check what gifts were inside.
They were just some small items like chocolates and keychains.
Ding!
Congratulations to host Lin Yan for spending 1.2 million and earning 12,000 experience points.
Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 spent 1.2 million yuan at 2:46 p.m. on November 2nd, leaving a balance of 10,196,800 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your bank account number ending in 0382 received a deposit of 2.4 million yuan at 2:46 p.m. on November 2nd, leaving a balance of 12,596,800 yuan. Congratulations to the host. The Perfect Life system has been upgraded to level 5. The spending limit has been increased to 2 million. The upgrade to level 6 requires 200,000 upgrade experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up and obtaining a bottle of Perfect Body Evolution Fluid. Ding! Host, have you used the Perfect Body Evolution Fluid? The system prompt sounded again. Use it. Lin Yan muttered to himself. At this moment, he felt a sudden warmth in his body. Ding! The Perfect Body Evolution Fluid has been used successfully and is currently improving the host's body. It will be complete within a week. The system prompt sounded again. What should I do if I want to buy a watch worth more than 2 million? Lin Yan asked at this time. Mr. Lin, for watches over 2 million, I recommend you choose custom-made ones.
I have connections with Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Richard Miller. I can introduce them to you and guarantee your satisfaction. However, customizing a high-end watch generally takes a long time. It takes at least 3 months and at most 1 or 2 years.
If you need it urgently, I don't recommend customizing it. With this transaction of more than 1 million, Joanna was also happy to introduce it to Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Does it take so long?
Yes, I've customized watches worth over 5 million yuan for several wealthy friends before, and the shortest one took at least 3 months.
It's been too long. Lin Yan shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it.
Joanna smiled apologetically, then thought of something and said hurriedly, Actually, Mr. Lin, if you don't have any special requirements for second-hand watches, I do have a few watches that meet your requirements.
Lin Yan, how new is it? Joanna, it should be 99% new. Oh, what do you mean? Please wait a moment. I'll get the sample out and explain it to you. Okay. Joanna turned and walked inside.
After disappearing for 5 minutes, she came back with a black watch box in her hand.
I'm sorry, I put this thing away for a long time and forgot about it. I kept you waiting. It's okay.
Lin Yan waved his hand. Joanna placed the watch box on the counter, clicked it twice, and quickly opened it, revealing several exquisitely designed watches.
Chapter 11, Chad Miller, worth tens of millions. Joanna introduced, these are model watches. They were left to me by a watch collector.
However, no one was interested in them, so I asked someone to put them away.
This watch collector loves to collect watches from Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Richard Miller.
The 10 model watches here are all from his collection. And I just called inside to confirm, and these watches are still there. Among them, this Patek Philippe 6104 Starry Sky Diamond was bought by him specifically for his collection. He has never worn it and it was sold for 3.2 million. This Patek Philippe 5271 is also 99% new and is priced at 3.5 million. This Rolex 116595 Original Diamond Rainbow D is 99% new and is priced at 3 million. In addition, this Roger Dubuis W Series, Double Tourbillon, 99% new, is also priced at 3 million. Joanna introduced these watches one by one, and the lowest price was over 3 million. This Richard Mille McLaren with an orange strap is limited to 75 pieces worldwide, 99% new, and priced at 8 million. This Richard Miller 5301, a polo commemorative model, is limited to 30 pieces worldwide. It is also the only one of the 10 watches with an 8-digit price tag. It is 99% new and is priced at 12 million. These watches are all collected by the collector but not worn. They are no different from new watches. Moreover, these watches are very well-known watches in the market and have a high value retention rate after purchase. Even these watches from Patek Philippe and Richard Miller still have good room for appreciation. Please see which one you like. With Joanna's introduction, Lin Yan got to know these 10 watches. After calculating, he found that the total price was more than 50 million yuan. Lin Yan picked up the 12 million model watch and asked, "This watch looks good. Is there a big difference between the model watch and the real watch?" Joanna said hurriedly, "The real watch looks almost like this. I have a picture of the real watch here, you can take a look." Joanna took out her cell phone, flipped through it for a while, found a picture of the real watch, and showed it to Lin Yan. After taking a few glances, Lin Yan nodded slightly. "A 12 million watch, is there anything special about it?" Joanna smiled and said, "This watch was originally made for polo players. It is limited to only 30 pieces worldwide. It may not be well known in the watch industry, but anyone who knows a little bit knows its nobility. Therefore, this watch is highly recognizable and very famous. If nothing unexpected happens, this watch should be the only 99% new Richard Miller 5301 in the world. The others have basically been worn and used by their owners." In addition to its popularity, this watch itself is also very impressive. First of all, it is made of TPT carbon fiber composite material, which is recognized as the most outstanding composite material in the world. Its biggest advantage is its strong shock resistance. In addition, the watch mirror is a laminated sapphire crystal with an anti-UV coating. The advantage is that even if it is hit hard, the watch mirror will only crack and not break completely, which can greatly protect the safety of the movement and the wearer. Joanna continued, "The most famous thing about it is its movement, which uses a suspended movement, commonly known as a tourbillon, and the movement material used is grade 5 titanium alloy. The double bottom plate structure ensures smooth operation of the gears and provides excellent impact protection.
After the introduction, Joanna looked at Lin Yan and said, I did some research on this watch in my early years. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask and I will answer them one by one.
Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then slowly asked, if I buy it now, when can I get it?
Joanna said, the collector is currently abroad, but if you are sure you want it, you can get it in 10 days at the latest. 10 days wasn't a long time. Lin Yan nodded and said, okay, are these watches from the same person? I want them all. Joanna was delighted when she heard this. Yes, Mr. Lin, you are really generous. It is really a pleasant thing to do business with such a straightforward person like you. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Yan said. After deciding to buy the watch, Lin Yan didn't worry about Joanna turning against him, so he signed the contract, asked for an invoice, and paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Mr. Lin, if you have any questions about watches in the future, you can always ask me. I look forward to your consultation. Joanna said softly. Besides the watch? Lin Yan joked. Joanna smiled charmingly when she heard this and said, Mr. Lin is joking. Let's have coffee together.
Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, the clerk has asked for leave, and I'm alone now.
I really can't leave. Joanna said apologetically. Okay then, let's go. Lin Yan waved his hand in greeting. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. After seeing Lin Yan off, Joanna leaned on the cabinet and breathed a sigh of relief. She almost lost control of herself. She had seen many rich people, but none of them treated money so poorly. Thinking of what her parents said, she suddenly felt a little regretful for not agreeing to Lin Yan's request. However, thinking that they would meet again in 10 days, Joanna felt a little excited. Lin Yan went back and attended another class. After class in the afternoon, Wei Dong and the other two hurried back to the dormitory to change clothes and dress themselves up. Lin Yan told them that he would wait for them at the school gate, then went to the school parking lot, drove out his Ferrari, and parked it at the school gate. Then, he took out his mobile phone and logged into his QQ account, looking at someone who had just added him not long ago. Why does this avatar look a bit like Xia Xia's secondary account? Lin Yan recalled some rumors from the university gathering in his previous life. It seemed that this matter had some meaning. While he was looking at his phone, suddenly a girl passing by stopped next to her car. Lin Yan looked up. I noticed that the girl was already looking at herself in the rearview mirror of her car with her head down. Since this Ferrari uses reflective glass, you can't see inside from the outside, but does this girl really want to look in the mirror? Lin Yan looked at the girl looking in the mirror, touched his chin, and thought to himself. After looking at herself in the rearview mirror for a while, the girl raised her head and began to fix her hair in front of the glass on the car door. All I could see was the girl's delicate oval face, small facial features, and beautiful cheeks the size of a palm. Wearing a white knitted sweater. She wore a brown miniskirt with stockings and a pair of boots on her slender legs, and she looked quite sexy and mature. Isn't this Lin Xiaowan, the recognized campus beauty from the School of Economics? Although Lin Yan didn't know her in his previous life, he couldn't resist a group of LSPS who brag about the school beauty every day in class. Especially when he was in the computer room, he openly went to the school forum and looked through the photos of the campus beauties. Lin Yan also got to know this senior sister through her appearance. Lin Xiaowan, who was standing outside the car window pretending to look in the mirror, was a little confused at this time. Is there really no one in this Ferrari? Chapter 12, Beautiful Senior's WeChat. She had seen the brand new Ferrari parked in front of the school, so she walked over and pretended to look in the mirror. Maybe I'm lucky enough to meet a rich second generation. This is what she heard from a close friend. Her best friend specifically chooses luxury cars to look in the mirror. Then, she hooked up with a wealthy car owner. Now she wears branded clothes and carries branded bags every day, feeling so proud. So, when she saw this Ferrari, she couldn't help but go up and try it out. If she could get hold of the rich man's thigh, she could own all the brand name bags in no time. Lin Yan combined his past life with the rumors that his senior schoolmate seemed to be kept by a wealthy man. Then he saw the beauty of his senior schoolmate who was pretending to look in the mirror in front of his car window. He had already realized something in his heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not even the eye of detection is needed. He pressed the electric button and the door opened instantly. Seeing the sudden movement of the car door, Lin Xiaowan was overjoyed and did not walk away.
After the car door was fully opened, she found that there was no one in the car. She thought of something, turned around and covered her rosy little mouth in surprise.
Ah! There's someone here, sorry handsome.
Lin Xiaowan looked at Lin Yan, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she blinked in surprise.
Very good, and a handsome man. Lin Xiaowan secretly rejoiced. She is very picky. I want the bag and the handsome guy too. In short, I want them all.
She can't accept the older man that her best friend is.
Lin Yan looked at the beautiful Lin Xiaowan, without specifying her purpose, and smiled faintly, saying, "It's okay, is Senior also a student of Jiangnan University?
Since I have only been in school for more than a month, it is impossible for me to know her." So, Lin Yan also acted with her.
Yes, you call me Senior. Are you a freshman at Jiang University? My name is Lin Xiaowan, and I'm a sophomore in the economics department. How do you know I'm a senior?
Lin Xiaowan smiled sweetly and asked Lin Yan curiously.
Well, I'm Lin Yan, a freshman in the School of Information Science this year.
Lin Yan looked up and down at the beautiful senior's long legs with interest. The freshmen have just left high school, which has a strict dress code, and their summer vacation is only 4 months long.
How can they wear makeup?
Especially since the senior is not only beautiful, but also has such a fashionable style. Lin Yan indeed felt very confused. Freshman girls basically wear t-shirts and jeans, and their skirts are above the knees. Their high heels are not stilettos, but the kind with a thick solid sole underneath. In any case, Lin Yan can't appreciate that. When Lin Xiaowan heard the handsome guy say that she was beautiful, it seemed that she was still very charming.
I see. Then, Junior Lin Yan, how about I take you for a walk around?
Lin Xiaowan was no longer reserved and took the initiative to speak. After saying that, he winked at Lin Yan playfully. Lin Yan couldn't help but jump in his heart when he saw the seductive eyes of this beautiful senior schoolmate.
Are all the beautiful college students nowadays so proactive? I have something to do later. See you next time.
Of course, Lin Yan remembered that there was a party tonight.
Okay, let's add each other on QQ first. Can you contact me when you have time?
Although she felt a little regretful, Lin Xiaowan still said with a smile.
Yes, no problem.
Lin Yan took out his iPhone 4, opened his big QQ, handed it to her, and asked her to enter her QQ. Lin Xiaowan looked at Lin Yan's iPhone with some envy, and then they added each other as QQ friends.
Junior, remember to look for the senior.
When Lin Xiaowan returned the phone to Lin Yan, she deliberately let him touch her little hand.
Of course I remember. I'm also very interested in you, senpai.
Lin Yan felt the other person's soft hand and looked at her meaningfully.
Since she was so proactive, he would not hide it anymore. It was the first time he met such an open and honest beauty, which was quite interesting. Then it's settled.
Lin Xiaowan threw a coquettish glance at Lin Yan again, then turned and left. She knew that the other party had understood her purpose. She was also proud and confident about her figure and appearance, so she believed that Lin Yan would come to her sooner or later. Lin Yan sat in the car, watching the tall and sexy figure of the beautiful senior sister slowly disappear from his sight. He also made up his mind to include this senior sister in the list of famous people. Lin Xiaowan, 21 years old, appearance 94, figure 95, special 100. Shortly after Lin Xiaowan left, Wei Dong and 2 others appeared at the school gate in an ostentatious manner.
Where's Ah Yen? Didn't he say he was waiting for us at the school gate?
Wei Dong looked around the school gate and didn't see Lin Yan, so he said in confusion.
I'll give him a call and ask.
Yu Jia took out his cell phone and was about to call Lin Yan. Just then, a red Ferrari stopped in front of the 3 people.
Fuck, Yan, this is your car.
Another roommate, Lu Yuan, was the first to notice Lin Yan sitting in the driver's seat and screamed.
Let's get in the car first.
Lin Yan said to his friends, looking at them with a helpless look.
Lin Yan, is this the latest model of Ferrari? As soon as he got in the car, Lu Yuan couldn't wait to ask Lin Yan.
His family has some money and he likes to look at cars, so he knows a lot about cars.
Well, my family made some money and bought it for me.
Lin Yan said casually. Anyway, they had known each other for less than 2 months and didn't know their relatives very well. Therefore, it is best to push this kind of thing to family members and not bother to explain anything. I didn't expect your family is so rich, Yan.
This car must be worth at least several million, right? If that bastardly Jiwen knew how rich you were, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogant in front of us every day.
Wei Dong said with some surprise.
I'll cover all expenses tonight, everyone have fun. Lin Yan didn't want to say more. Ian, that's very loyal. Wei Dong patted Lin Yan's shoulder and said.
Soon, Lin Yan and his group came to a seafood restaurant, chatting and laughing, booked a table, and then went to a nearby KTV. Because of Lin Yan, the so-called rich second generation, several people wanted a large private room. After returning to the restaurant, they chatted for a while, and Lu Yuan received news that 4 people were waiting for the girl at the entrance of the art university. Soon a Porsche sports car stopped at the door.
The first person to come down was a long-legged beauty over 1.7 meters tall. She was wearing a JK outfit tonight. In addition to a white shirt and a dark blue JK plaid skirt, she also wore a beige vest on her upper body. Of course, black stockings were also indispensable. She has a devilish figure that makes people salivate, but she also has a lovely baby face, a slightly round cheek, a sweet appearance, big and bright eyes, a constant smile on her face, and a dimple at the corner of her mouth. Not to mention that she is a college student. Even if she said she was a junior high school student, no one would not believe it. This is the girlfriend Lu Yuan mentioned. Song Yuhua, 19 years old, appearance 92, figure 95, special 100.
Seeing this message, Lin Yan smiled slightly. Sure enough, this woman only treated Lu Yuan as a long-term meal ticket, and probably didn't even let him touch her hand.
Chapter 13, I can't grasp it. Guys, this is my girlfriend Song Yuhua.
Lu Yuan pointed at the girl coming down and said to Lin Yan and the others with some pride. He thought that Lin Yan, Wei Dong, and the others were all single. But I didn't know that Lin Yan's harem was at least full of beauties of this caliber. Wei Dong and Yu Jie were actually teasing Song Yuhua, saying that this beautiful flower was stuck in cow dung. But Lu Yuan didn't care, instead he felt a little proud.
Song Yuhua just smiled slightly. After all, one has to be polite. After all, he was the backup chosen by her. As for the verbal advantage, she will make up for it financially. She smiled at Lin Yan with the same reserved smile and introduced the 2 girls standing beside her. The person on the left has snow-white skin and a beautiful and delicate face, as if he is a perfect sculpture created by God. Her small oval face, straight nose, pink-red lips, and especially her bright and sparkling eyes, were like pearls without any impurities, pure and without any evil thoughts. At first glance, one cannot help but be attracted by her eyes, sweet smile, pure and slightly childish, as if she is a white lotus just born. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, and was wearing a simple casual white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of blue denim shorts. Her simple outfit highlighted her graceful and slender figure. She was wearing small white shoes and her height of nearly 1.7 meters made her long legs look even longer, slender and straight. In the sunlight, it is dazzlingly white, without any flaws, like perfect white jade. Her name is Zhou Shui.
Next to Zhou Shui, there was a beautiful girl with a good figure standing. A long pink dress perfectly shows off her graceful and elegant figure. The dress is fitted at the waist, which better highlights her slender waist. Full and exquisite, with perfect curves. The hem of the long skirt reaches above the knees, revealing the beautiful slender and straight calves. The shape of the thighs is also very beautiful, almost only slightly thicker than the calves. When standing cross-legged, the slender white high heels with thin toes make the legs look longer and more beautiful.
It makes people can't help but daydream.
Looking at the girl's facial features, she is young and beautiful, with delicate features, a cherry mouth, willow-shaped eyebrows, a tall nose, and phoenix eyes. Her long, slightly curly golden hair and simple makeup make her face look even more gorgeous, with a sense of charm in her purity. The charming glance was like a knife, cutting straight into one's heart. She walked up to Lin Yan, extended her left hand, and said with a sweet smile, "Nice to meet you."
My name is Ning Chanqian.
Lin Yan was puzzled.
Is he left-handed? He then extended his left hand, shook Ning Chanqian's hand, then released it and said, "My name is Lin Yan, nice to meet you." Ning Chanqian showed an astonished look, walked to Song Yua's side, whispered, and followed the 3 LSPs in the dormitory into the seafood restaurant.
As for Lin Yan, he was left behind to wait for the female driver. Lin Yan looked at the Porsche that couldn't back into the narrow roadside parking space, walked over, knocked on the window, and said, "Let me help you." The female driver said, thank you for your trouble." After parking the car, Lin Yan realized that the female driver was the most beautiful one among the 4. The attributes detected by the 3 girls were: Zhou Shui, 19 years old, appearance 93, figure 98, special 100.
Song Yuhua, 19 years old, appearance 92, figure 95, special 100.
Ning Chanqian, 19 years old, appearance 95, figure 97, special 100. The attributes of the girl in front of him were Xinxing, 19 years old, appearance 99, figure 100, special 100. Her appearance and figure were the best he had ever seen. She is tall, with a cool and elegant temperament, a beautiful oval face, as delicate and exquisite as a sculpture, a small mouth, big and bright eyes, and beautiful almond eyes that are bright and lively. Especially her nose is tall and straight, with a nose peak, which makes her exceptionally beautiful. She was wearing a yellow-waisted trench coat, the hem of which reached halfway to her knees. Her sleeves were half-folded, revealing half of her fair arms. She wore an exquisite women's watch on her wrist and carried a handbag. Lin Yan didn't know what style it was, but it looked very exquisite and should be expensive. There's nothing much to say about this. Other girls were born in poverty and were considered naturally beautiful. Xinchang is also naturally beautiful, but with money spent on maintenance, it is not unacceptable for her to be even more beautiful. The girl, wearing bright red thick-heeled marten boots, walked towards Lin Yan step by step and said gratefully, "Thank you. My name is Xinchang." After saying that, he tilted his head and looked at Lin Yan. Oh my god, Lin Yan's heart was beating fast. Such a cool and noble girl makes such a lovely gesture. After a while of calm, Lin Yan said, "You're so polite. My name is Lin Yan. Let's go in first. Don't keep them waiting for too long." Xinchang nodded with a blush. If it weren't for Lin Yan's help, she would still be parking the car. Walking into the box, he saw his 3 roommates sitting aside in a reserved manner. Son Yuhua did not sit with Lu Yuan either. Lin Yan couldn't help but say, "What's the matter, are you all waiting for me? I have such a big face." The 3 boys hesitated for a long time, but Son Yuhua joked casually, "Did you think my Qingqing was pretty and stopped her? Why did you come in just now?" After saying that, Xinxing was so embarrassed that he sat next to Son Yuhua, and the two started to play around. Lin Yan and his 3 roommates joked around, and the 3 of them finally relaxed a little. The main reason is that the 3 girls are too beautiful, and Wei Dong has no courage at all. Yu Jia has the desire but not the courage. Lu Yuan noticed that Son Yuhua suddenly became a little cold, and was wondering if he had made her angry. Lin Yan instead became the liaison between the 2 dormitories. After taking a look at their 3 roommates, Wei Dong and Yu Jia felt that their trip was in vain. As for Lu Yuan, you said she was your girlfriend, but you two should sit together. Even if you don't sit together, you two can talk to each other. Not to mention Lu Yuan talking to me, your girlfriend always talks to me, don't you do anything about it? Lin Yan also has a bottom line in life. He dated Xia Xia because Lu Yuan just said it verbally. She is her goddess, and Xia Xia actually doesn't know Lu Yuan. I got to know Lin Yan because I heard that he was working, which was very typical of college life. Eating, drinking, and having fun were not new, but working was eye-catching. But who the hell is Son Yuhua? Excluding her experiences in later life, she is Lu Yuan's girlfriend. Lin Yan doesn't want to lose his bottom line just because he is rich. But if you think about it, Lu Yuan really can't get too deeply involved, otherwise it will be too late to cry later. How could Lu Yuan possibly control a girl of Son Yuhua's level? I can't grasp it. He perfunctorily responded to Son Yuhua's words and accepted both Ning Chanxian and Zhou Shui. They were both his targets, and he was still single. As for being kind and generous and helping his roommates, Lin Yan had no such idea at all because they couldn't control it. If you don't have a lot of money in your wallet, dating a girl like this is just asking for trouble. After half an hour of eating and drinking, the atmosphere in the box finally became lively. Chapter 14, The Closeness of the 3 Women. Lin Yan, I heard you're from Rongqing. Are there any fun places in Rongcheng? Ning Chanxian saw Lin Yan and deliberately turned the topic to him. Qingcheng Mountain, Dujianjian Irrigation System, Woho Temple, Qingyang Palace. None of the 7 had ever been to Rongqing, so they had never heard of what Lin Yan said, so it sounded quite interesting. Everything that happened next was unbelievable to Lin Yan. Son Yuhua, Zhou Shui, and Ning Chanxian kept asking Lin Yan questions. Not only Wei Dong and Yu Jia noticed it, but even Lu Yuan gave Lin Yan a resentful look. Because the 3 of them looked at Xinxing, who was sitting in the distance and had an extraordinary temperament, and they didn't have the courage at all. Lu Yuan didn't dare to flirt with Xinchang. After all, Son Yuhua was still his girlfriend on the surface, but the other 3 girls only wanted to talk to Lin Yan. Xinchang watched all this with a smile. She didn't like this kind of social activity in the first place. She was more there to please her roommates and was happy to be alone. In fact, it all started just now. Ning Qianqian saw the watch on Lin Yan's left hand and deliberately stretched out her left hand. The three girls also learned about famous brand watches because Xin Cheng was wearing a Patek Philippe watch. Ning Qianqian recognized Richard at a glance. After checking the selling price of 795,000, she couldn't help but tell Zhou Shui and Song Yue. Lin Yan, are you full? Do you want another bowl of rice? Ning Qianqian asked. Thank you, no, I'm full. Lin Yan replied. After the others had eaten, the group went to the nearest KTV and entered a private room. The waiters began to serve fruit plates, and two waiters directly brought in 2 boxes of beer. Seeing the beer, Wei Dong and Yu Jia were both happy and excited. They really had something fun to do. The same was true for Lu Yuan, but he was left next to Song Yue by his 3 roommates. Ning Qianqian skillfully opened all the beers, then, with a good look on her face, asked Yu Jia and the others, "Can you drink?" Yu Jia nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, yes." Although Lu Yuan didn't understand the situation, how could he not be happy when he was with his girlfriend and had beer to drink? When Wei Dong heard Ning Qianqian say she wanted to drink, he immediately went over to her. Ning Qianqian came up and poured Lin Yan a glass of wine. "Sorry, I can't drink." Lin Yan smiled and refused, as he still had to drive. The KTV is already noisy. Zhou Shui ordered a lively song, Song Yue invited everyone to sing, and even Xin Cheng became interested and looked at the playlist happily. The room was a little noisy. Ning Qianqian didn't hear what Lin Yan said, so she leaned close to Lin Yan's ear and said, "What did you say?" Her body was pressed directly against Lin Yan's. The perfume smell was too strong, but Lin Yan didn't care. He smiled and said in her ear, "I can't drink." Ning Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lin Yan, then leaned over to his ear and whispered, "Drink even if you can't." "Qianqian, are you trying to get me drunk?" Lin Yan chuckled, hugged Ning Qianqian naturally, and said ambiguously. Feeling Lin Yan's arms around her waist, Ning Qianqian didn't show any shyness but smiled. She had just seen that Lin Yan was not a good person, with a wicked smile on his face, and now she was even more certain of it. Ning Qianqian naturally moved closer to Lin Yan's arms, placed her hand on his leg, and whispered in his ear, "Would you like to drink?" "Would you help me drink it?" Lin Yan said with a smile. He increasingly likes the feeling of not caring about what others think, as long as he maintains the most basic bottom line. This kind of life is so easy. I don't have to wear a mask of pain every day. Thinking back to a few days ago, I still wanted to maintain my persona at school. Is it necessary? Isn't Jiang Qingying pretty, or is Lin Xiaowan ugly, or is Xin Cheng not attractive? Ning Qianqian pouted and gave Lin Yan a look, then snorted, "No way." Wei Dong and Yu Jia were away for a short while, and when they turned around, they found that Lin Yan was hugging Ning Qianqian, and they couldn't help but stare at each other. "Wow, Yan is so awesome," Lu Yuan said to Wei Dong with a smile. Yu Jia's face was full of envy, and he said, "There are still 2 left, work harder." "Xin Cheng, I don't dare. I don't dare to do the other one either." Ning Qianqian naturally sat next to Lin Yan, letting him hug her while she poured wine. She smiled and said, "We can't just drink, we have to play some games." "Can you play dice?" Zhou Shui handed the sieve to Ning Qianqian and sat down next to Lin Yan. Playing dice is very simple, everyone knows how to play it. The person who guesses wrong drinks. There are too many people, so it is definitely not possible to play alone, so you have to play in a team. At this moment, a surprising scene occurred. Zhou Shui suddenly pulled Lin Yan's neck and asked coquettishly, "How about I join your family?" Ning Qianqian glared at Zhou Shui. She thought she had a sure win, but she didn't expect Zhou Shui to show up in the middle of the game. Although Lin Yan still held Ning Qianqian with his left arm, he said calmly and without any panic, "I can't drink. Can you help me drink?" "It's okay, I'll call a designated driver later," Zhou Shui said. Lin Yan didn't want to talk and glanced at Lu Yuan. What a big mouth. The 2 girls were already very enthusiastic because of their watches. When they came to the KTV, Lin Yan only said that the car was rented, but when Lu Yuan was asked by Song Yue, he exploded. When they heard that the car was worth several million, the 2 girls' eyes almost swallowed Lin Yan up. Lin Yan didn't care about the looks of the 2 girls, and was even very happy. But Song Yue was different. She was very enthusiastic before, and now she was even more enthusiastic. Zhou Shui said, "Then I'll feed you?" Lin Yan asked, "What to use?" Lin Yan and Zhou Shui didn't need to hide their flirting from Lu Yuan and the others. Although Lu Yuan and Wei Dong were unhappy, they were very envious of Lin Yan and joined in the fun.
Zhou Shui didn't blush at all, and directly hugged Lin Yan's neck. So what did you say?
Lin Yan felt Ning Qianqian pinching the flesh on his left waist, so he could only perfunctorily say, "Let's play first."
Then everyone else started to form teams.
Ning Qianqian walked up to Shen Chang and said they were in the same team.
Wei Dong and Yu Jie are in the same team. In fact, Song Yue doesn't want to be in the same team with Lu Yuan. But Lin Yan didn't want to get involved with Song Yue in the present, and he started to make trouble. "Brother Lu Yuan, you've been singing for the whole day, and you don't even give him a little benefit?"
Lin Yan started it, and Wei Dong and Yu Jie also started to make trouble, forcing Lu Yuan and Song Yue to form a team. After all, they were roommates, and they should help each other. Then start playing with the sieve. Lin Yan didn't really want to play at all, so he let Zhou Shui play over there. He hugged Zhou Shui and whispered, "Xiao Shui, your legs are so cold."
Zhou Shui glared at Lin Yan, kicked her high-heeled feet upward, and said, "Then can you warm me up?"
The two of them had been talking in whispers.
Lin Yan said, "I can't keep it warm by myself. How about calling a few more people?" Chapter 15, The Truth Comes Out. This sentence made Zhou Shui angry, and she glared at Lin Yan fiercely.
Then he deliberately ordered the wrong order, and each time he brought the wine glass to Lin Yan's mouth, Lin Yan smiled and drank it. After a few rounds, it turned out that Lin Yan was the only one drinking, so he had to get up and go to the bathroom. Since there was someone in the toilet in the private room, he had to leave the room and go to the bathroom outside. After Lin Yan finished dealing with the inventory and came out to wash his hands, he happened to meet Song Yue. Lin Yan greeted her with a smile. Song Yue had drunk quite a bit of wine, her face flushed. She walked over to Lin Yan and said, "The happiest thing about today is meeting you." "Nice to meet you too." Lin Yan replied politely.
"Lin Yan, are you looking for a little liquor?"
"The kind that's both well-behaved and obedient, not clingy, and always available whenever you call,"
Song Yue said in a charming voice. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Song Yue seemed to be flirting with him. "Lin Yan, what do you mean by that?"
"Literally, I not only have long legs, but more importantly, I'm well-behaved and obedient, and I don't argue about anything."
"Do you want to consider it?"
Lin Yan felt a little numb when he heard this.
He has behaved so badly, why did he still come to my door? Could it be that it wasn't because of the money, but because of her great charm? Lin Yan felt a headache. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first,"
Lin Yan said and left the bathroom.
When Song Yue saw Lin Yan leaving, she immediately followed him.
She didn't come out to go to the bathroom, but to find Lin Yan. Lin Yan was about to return to the private room when someone suddenly grabbed his hand. He turned around and saw that the person holding his hand was none other than Song Yue.
While he was stunned, Song Yue pulled him into an empty private room.
The room was pitch black.
"What are you going to do?" Lin Yan asked in a low voice. "Don't talk."
After Song Yue finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck and began to nibble on his face with her pink lips. Lin Yan was already a little tipsy, and now with the beautiful woman in his arms, and her being so proactive, he was also a little aroused. "So I could no longer endure it. Lin Yan, let's go to the sofa inside." When Lin Yan heard Song Yue say this, he picked her up like a princess, walked into the private room, and found a seat in the corner to sit down. The two people sitting on the sofa still maintained the princess hug posture.
Song Yue adjusted her posture and said, "Lin Yan, let's continue." Lin Yan answered truthfully.
One hand wrapped around her slender waist.
After the two of them were intimate for a while, Lin Yan was a little dissatisfied. "Lin Yan, do you really want to stay here? May I?" Although it was dark in the private room, the two had been there for a while and had gradually adapted to the darkness and could see each other. When Lin Yan saw Song Yue nodded in agreement, he quickened his pace, but at the critical moment, a sound came from outside the door. "Yue clearly went to the bathroom, but why can't I find her there? Where else could she have gone? Could something have happened? It shouldn't be possible. Let's go look outside first." After hearing the voices of Ning Qianqian and Shen Qing outside the door gradually fade away, Lin Yan and Song Yue in the private room looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you coming again?" "No, we have to go back." "You go out first, and I'll go out later." "Oh well." After Song Yue finished speaking, she began to tidy up her clothes. She also knew that she couldn't continue under such circumstances. There are only two people looking for her now. If they can't find her, more people may have to be mobilized.
By the way, when you get out, remember to break up with Lu Yuan and follow me obediently from now on. Lin Yan said as he sorted out his clothes.
Hearing this, Song Yue felt very wronged.
She and Lu Yuan were high school classmates and had no relationship. She felt very cheap for having offered herself to him. She squatted down with grievance and sobbed softly.
Now Lin Yan was panicked and didn't know what to do. Suddenly he thought that Song Yue might not have a backup.
She had a backup when she was in her sophomore year, and Lin Yan felt helpless. Now is now, we cannot always treat the future as the present. Lin Yan picked up Song Yue, held her in his arms, and comforted her softly. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing.
I'm really sorry, dear. It's okay, you don't have to apologize. Song Yue said with tears in her eyes. Then don't cry.
Lin Yan no longer regards his knowledge of the future as the present. Now he only remembers that he just met Song Yue.
She is very beautiful.
And of course her 3 roommates.
Lu Yuan and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Song Yue's face suddenly flickered with a smile.
Lin Yan didn't care about her actions, but what she said made him care more. Lin Yan stared straight into her eyes.
Song Yue obviously saw Lin Yan's confusion and continued, he and I were high school classmates. Since we lived in the same city, he confessed his love to me. I was a little girl all alone in a strange city, so I said we could try dating first. If it worked out, I could be his girlfriend. And today is the first time we've met.
Damn, it's true that men not only lie to women, but also to men. According to Lu Yuan, the two were childhood sweethearts, a perfect match, and very much in love, but it turns out they haven't confirmed their relationship yet.
To be clear, Lin Yan asked Song Yue and Lu Yuan to break up, so there is no need to investigate.
Song Yue nodded, checked her body, and after making sure there was nothing abnormal, she was the first to walk out of the private room. Lin Yan waited for a few minutes and then went to the bathroom to check, but found no strawberry marks. When he returned to the original private room, he found Song Yue and Ning Xianxian sitting together, as if asking something.
He took a look and then looked away. The party was still going on and a few people were having a great time.
Lin Yan found a place to sit down and did not join them. When Song Yue saw Lin Yan coming back, she picked up a glass of wine and sat next to him under the pretext of drinking.
Xianxian asked me where I had been.
I said I felt so bored in the private room that I went outside to get some fresh air.
Are you feeling stuffy? Are you short of breath? Do you need someone to give you artificial respiration? Lin Yan teased. Lin Yan, you're right.
I often feel chest tightness, shortness of breath, and can't sleep in the middle of the night.
How about you help me with it tonight? Song Yue was not at all ashamed of Lin Yan's teasing.
Instead, she took advantage of the situation and outwitted him.
Lin Yan didn't expect Song Yue to be so dirty and speak so boldly. Let's talk about it tonight when we have time. Anyway, I'm a very helpful person.
Then you have to leave the door open for me at night so I can come and ask for help myself. Lin Yan and Song Yue reached an agreement in a few words, and then Song Yue left Lin Yan and joined Ning Xianxian and the others in the carnival.
Chapter 16, Magic.
At this moment, Xin Qing suddenly raised a glass filled with beer and held it in front of him.
Let's have a drink.
Xin Qing's pleasant voice came out from her cherry blossom-like little mouth.
Lin Yan looked up in surprise and looked at her.
He didn't expect that Xin Qing would take the initiative to talk to him.
Okay. Lin Yan responded casually, and the two of them clinked their glasses and drank it. How are you going to handle the situation between you and my 3 roommates?
Xin Qing poured himself another glass of wine and asked curiously.
Lin Yan smiled and jokingly said, why do we need to deal with it? Aren't we all happy together?
Xin Qing obviously didn't intend to pay attention to the 3 roommates, and made his attitude clear, I'm just curious.
What kind of relationship do you have? And you don't hide yourself like this. I've never seen you like this. Xin Qing didn't know how to describe Lin Yan for a moment.
She knew that the man was unfaithful.
As a rich second generation, many of the men she knows are like this.
But I have never been the kind of person who would just rush up to a few pretty girls when I see them. I accept those who are willing, instead of pretending to hug one and then trying to seduce another one.
Let's not talk about this anymore.
Lin Yan picked up the beer bottle beside him and said.
Then, he pointed to the beer glass in her hand and looked at Xin Chang with a faint smile. Beauty, there is no more wine. Can I borrow the beer in your glass? Ha! But this is my beer.
Xin Qing didn't expect Lin Yan to change the subject like this.
It's okay, I'll show you a magic trick. I can drink from you without touching anything.
Lin Yan seemed to have guessed Xinqing's thoughts, and smiled mysteriously at her and said,
Really? Why wouldn't I believe it?
Xinqing pouted and looked at him with interest.
You'll believe it soon.
Lin Yan smiled indifferently and found that although this girl looked cold and beautiful, her personality was indeed very lively.
What a damn contrast.
Thinking about it, Lin Yan pointed at the beer in her hand and asked her to look at her cup.
Come, watch carefully.
Xinqing curled her lips, but her beautiful big eyes were still fixed on the cup in her hand.
Lin Yan saw her rolling her eyes and laughed in his heart. Let us see how I'll scare you next.
Thinking about it, Lin Yan counted down in a low voice.
3, 2, 1.
As soon as Lin Yan finished saying the word one, the glass of beer Xinqing was holding suddenly became half empty.
She asked in surprise, Huh? Really?
Where's the beer? Just now, his eyes had never left his cup. Xinqing looked up at Lin Yan in surprise, only to find that the empty cup in his hand was filled with the missing half cup of beer.
Come on, cheers.
Lin Yan saw the surprise on Xinqing Xue's face and clinked his glass with hers with a chuckle. Just now, he used the system's built-in storage space to transfer the beer in Xinqing's cup directly to his own cup.
How did you do that? You drank?
Xinqing was still a little bit unbelievable, and looked at Lin Yan in a daze as he drank the half glass of beer.
Thank you for the beer, it's delicious.
Lin Yan put down his beer glass and looked at her meaningfully. When Xinqing heard Lin Yan's words, a few red clouds suddenly rose on her pretty face. This person actually flirted with her. Because the half glass of beer he drank was the one she had drunk. Song Yuha, who was standing next to her, noticed that Xinqing and Lin Yan were talking.
She hugged her arm and said, Miss Shin, what are you and Lin Yan secretly talking about? You're blushing.
At this moment, everyone else also looked over. Lu Yuan, who was already a little drunk beside Lin Yan, put his hand on his shoulder and said dazedly, Lin Yan, you didn't confess your feelings to that girl, did you?
Lin Yan pushed Lu Yuan aside helplessly.
But when Xinqing saw Lin Yan's expression, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. The smile of this cold and beautiful goddess naturally made the men present feel excited.
Lin Yan couldn't help but tremble in his heart.
Somehow he particularly liked seeing the girl in front of him blushing.
Xinqing, what are you laughing at? Is Lin Yan really going to confess his feelings to you? Song Yuha pulled Xinqing and asked.
Xinqing glanced at Lin Yan with her beautiful eyes, chuckled and said, he just performed a magic trick for me. Lu Yuan and several other men all looked at Lin Yan. When did this guy learn magic, and he could even make the goddess's pretty face blush? Handsome guy, what magic trick did you perform for our Xinqing?
Can you show us another one? Zhou Shui and Ning Chanxian were curious and began to encourage Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at Xinqing, then smiled and said to everyone, Okay, don't you just want to see magic?
As he said this, he took out his keychain from his pocket.
Do you know what this is?
Lin Yan waved in front of them and said with a faint smile.
Isn't this the key? Lu Yuan spoke first.
Yes, this is the key to my house. Lin Yan took out a key from the keychain and shook it in his hand.
Then what?
Xinqing smoothed the hair beside her ears and looked at Lin Yan with interest.
Student Xinqing, I see you have a ring on your hand. Can you lend it to me?
Lin Yan pointed at the platinum ring on Xinqing's hand and said.
Can.
Xinqing agreed and took the ring off his finger. Very good, come on, put your hands in front of you. Lin Yan moved closer without any hesitation, grabbed Xinqing's hand and asked her to put it in front of him. It was the first time for Xinqing to have such contact with the opposite sex, and a few peach blossoms floated on her pretty face, but she still pretended to be calm and cooperated with Lin Yan. Lu Yuan and Wei Dong, the two single guys, naturally looked at Lin Yan with envy as he took advantage of her openly.
Does this ring have any special meaning to you? Lin Yan asked tentatively.
With such close contact, he could even smell the faint fragrance from Xinqing's body.
Xinqing rolled his eyes at Lin Yan and said, No.
Well, that's good. Lin Yan smiled with satisfaction, took the end of the key, exposed the side with the hole, and moved it directly to the side of Xinqing's ring. Then, he took a tissue and covered both of their hands, hiding the keys and rings inside.
Could you please blow some fairy air, classmate Xinqing?
Lin Yan smiled faintly as he looked at Xinqing, who was so close to him. Xinqing looked at him and blew in cooperation.
Very good, 3, 2, 1, everyone, watch.
After Lin Yan finished speaking, he directly lifted up the tissue. I saw that the whole of the key in Lin Yan's hand was directly inserted into Xin Cheng's ring.
Holy crap! Ah Yan, you really can do magic. Lu Yuan's eyes widened immediately.
It turned out that he had thought that the magic they had just talked about was a trick used by Lin Yan to deceive Xin Cheng using some sleight of hand. Now that he saw this scene with his own eyes, he felt it was extremely magical.
Chapter 17, Xin Cheng's attention. Handsome boy, how did you do that?
The other girl couldn't help but exclaimed, and ran to Xin Cheng to look at the ring with the key in her hand.
This is magic. Lin Yan spread his hands without explaining anything. This is amazing. Song Yua was secretly surprised when she saw the two objects that were connected without any gap. Xin Cheng glanced at Lin Yan curiously and said, "Can you return the ring to me? I can't take it out anymore, so you have to accompany me next time I go home."
Lin Yan said jokingly with a smile on his face.
Wow! Ah Yan, you want to introduce her to your parents. Lu Yuan and his companions immediately started to make a fuss. Single people can't stand it anymore. This dormitory party didn't end until after 9 o'clock in the evening.
Ning Qianqian and Zhou Shui asked Lin Yan to change their QQ numbers, which made Wei Dong and Yu Jie envious. They wanted to ask Xin Cheng to change, but they didn't have the courage. Song Hina, who was at the front, looked at Lin Yan hesitantly, and finally did not step forward.
Instead, she talked side by side with Lu Yuan.
Lin Yan looked at the messages on QQ and found that it was Lin Xiaowan, the beauty from the economics department whom he had added at the school gate today, who had sent him several messages. Xin Cheng saw Lin Yan looking at his phone from behind, and fell a few steps behind him.
He pretended to be casual and asked, "Hey, Lin Yan, are you chatting with your girlfriend?"
Lin Yan raised his head, turned off his phone, smiled faintly and said, "Yeah, that's about right." Lin Xiaowan herself will not give up, so she can actually be called his girlfriend.
Oh, you are so honest.
Xin Cheng smiled, then took out his own phone and handed it over. "Let's exchange numbers.
I need an honest boyfriend like you. Okay, by the way, you still have my house key. I'll come find you when I get home."
Lin Yan took her phone with a chuckle and readily exchanged numbers with her. After walking out of the KTV, Lin Yan originally called 2 designated drivers. When the designated driver drove the Ferrari in front of the 8 people, Lin Yan could clearly feel the fiery gazes of Ning Qianqian and Zhou Shui. Even Song Hina gave Lin Yan a suggestive look and sent the 4 of them to Xin Cheng's Porsche first. Lin Yan sat in the passenger seat of his car, and his 3 roommates squeezed in the back. Wei Dong and Yu Jie, who were sitting in the back row, clearly felt that Lu Yuan was in a bad mood, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Wei Dong said to Lin Yan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, with a bit of envy, "Ah Yan, I feel like besides Ning Qianqian and Zhou Shui, even that Xin Cheng seems to be interested in you." "I think so too." Xin Cheng took the initiative to talk to Ah Yan tonight, and Ah Dong and I are here to keep him company. Yu Jie, who was sitting in the back, said the same thing.
"It's not just the 3 of them. Song Yua broke up with me too." Lu Yuan lay back on the backrest and spoke calmly. When Song Yua said that she didn't feel anything about him being wrong, he actually felt a lot more relieved. Every time he saw her picking up food for Lin Yan, he felt embarrassed. After all, the Song Hina he told his roommate was her girlfriend. "No way, isn't Song Hina your girlfriend?" Wei Dong asked in surprise. "What's going on?"
Yu Jie was also confused.
"Just break up."
Lu Yuan waved his hand and quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, Ah Yan, how did you learn those magic tricks to pick up girls?"
"Teach me." "Yeah, I call you big brother. Please teach me a few tricks to pick up girls. I've been single for more than 10 years. Yu Jie also said with shining eyes. Obviously, his own life was the most important thing, and he immediately forgot about the breakup with his roommate. "You guys are so superficial. You don't even understand the core of the matter. If you want to pick up girls, you either have to be good looking or rich. Do you really think you can make someone fall head over heels in love with you just by performing magic tricks? That's just embellishment." Lin Yan shook his head helplessly and spoke. "Let us not talk about his so-called magic, which they can never learn, but let us just talk about the girls he picked up by magic. They can really last." Lin Yan glanced at Lu Yuan, and it was obvious that he was not too sad. "Maybe Song Yua is not sure about dating him yet. I remember that he cried so hard when we were in sophomore year. I guess I helped him by doing this. Damn, Ah Yan, what you said is too realistic. I have a fragile heart." Yu Jie covered his heart and leaned back in his seat.
After returning home, Lin Yan took out his cell phone and saw that the messages Song Yua had sent were all selfies of her wearing a suspender nightgown. Ning Shanxian also sent a message, and so did her 3 roommates.
Lin Yan chatted for a few minutes and then drove straight to the girls' dormitory building. Are you asleep?
Arriving downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lin Yan took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Lin Xiaowan.
Not yet.
Lin Xiaowan replied quickly.
I want to see you now. Lin Yan smiled slightly and immediately typed a reply. Now.
Lin Xiaowan was wearing a sexy nightgown and lying in the dormitory, and replied without realizing it.
Yes, I'm downstairs from your dormitory building, please come down. Lin Yan continued to reply. Okay, I'll come down now.
Lin Xiaowan thought about it for a while and agreed. After all, she didn't want to miss this rich second generation.
She just had to do what he wanted.
After putting down her phone, Lin Xiaowan rummaged through the closet for some clothes. She wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Yan. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan saw a beautiful senior schoolmate dressed in a black dress coming to his car. The most eye-catching thing is the long legs wrapped in black.
Get in the car, I'll take you somewhere.
Lin Yan looked at her with satisfaction and smiled. When Lin Xiaowan heard Lin Yan's words, she naturally and obediently opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat.
Where are we going?
After getting in the car, Lin Xiaowan looked at the interior of the car curiously. This was the first time she had sat in such an expensive car, and even the seats felt very comfortable.
You'll find out in a moment.
Lin Yan smiled faintly and started the Ferrari directly. Soon, the car stopped under a teaching building with a few lights on.
Shouty Lin, what are we doing here?
Lin Xiaowan was a little nervous at this time. Accompany me to the rooftop of the teaching building to watch the stars. Lin Yan looked at the beautiful senior student beside him, put his arm around her slender waist and said.
On top? How could Lin Xiaowan not understand what Lin Yan meant?
It's just that this is her first time, so why is she so direct?
How about 20,000 to accompany me up there? Lin Yan said it directly. I'm not that kind of person.
Lin Xiaowan said that she felt a little embarrassed when faced with such a question from Lin Yan.
30,000. Lin Yan continued to raise the price.
In this era, spending 30,000 yuan to communicate with a university flower is not cheap. Before Jiang Qingying, Lin Yan was able to capture the beauty's heart and soul with just an Apple phone.
Chapter 18, Watching the Stars and Meeting Qinyan. But, this is my first time.
Lin Xiaowan was also afraid that this rich junior would become impatient, so she gritted her teeth and continued speaking.
60,000.
Lin Yan smiled confidently, knowing that the other party had compromised.
All right.
When Lin Xiaowan heard the figure of 60,000 yuan, her heart beat faster, but she nodded calmly. Her parents' monthly salary is only over 4,000 yuan, and now she only needs to accompany Lin Yan to watch the stars.
You can get the money that your parents can only earn by working for 1 or 2 years. Moreover, you can buy any bags, jewelry, and cosmetics you like. Give me your bank card number.
Lin Yan spoke directly. The moonlight was like water, and Jiangnan University was basically dark except for the lights on the roadside.
On the roof of the teaching building,
Lin Xiaowan lay on the guardrail. Lin Yan, standing behind her, hugged her slender waist and looked at the stars. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Xiaowan, with her skirt still a little messy and her steps unnatural, walked down from the teaching building. Lin Xiaowan's originally fair and beautiful face was now flushed. The stockings on her thighs also disappeared, revealing her beautiful white legs. Lin Yan sent Lin Xiaowan back to the girls' dormitory, then drove away and returned to his rented apartment.
Lin Xiaowan walked back to the bedroom with difficulty.
She still felt the feeling of watching the stars just now, so she immediately ran to the bathroom. However, even though it was the first time, it unlocked many ways to learn. She achieved her goal and got what she wanted. In order to satisfy this handsome, rich and successful junior, she cooperated with him in every possible way.
Looking at the bank card deposit information still displayed on the mobile phone,
Lin Xiaowan was still very excited. On the other side, Lin Yan, who was about to drive back, met 2 familiar figures.
Xin Yan. And there was Li Jiwen, who kicked him out of the dormitory.
Logically, Li Jiwen should have appeared at the party just now, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Lin Yan thought of his previous life, and it seemed that Lu Yuan was planning to use Li Jiwen to help Song Yua.
Now that he has such a wealthy dormitory, Lu Yuan naturally no longer needs Li Jiwen.
Lin Yan watched the scene in front of him with interest from a distance. It seemed that Li Jiwen bought a necklace and forced it on Qin Yan, but the latter did not seem very willing. After giving the necklace, Li Jiwen ran away suddenly without giving Qin Yan any chance to speak. Lin Yan smiled faintly. This was the so-called method used by the rich second generation to pick up girls. This necklace must be worth a lot of money. As long as Qin Yan gets it back, her roommates will definitely be envious. Anyone with a little vanity will fall for it quickly. Unfortunately, I met myself. Lin Yan got out of the car and walked towards Qin Yan. The other party also saw him. Lin Yan, can you do me a favor, help me return this necklace to Li Jiwen? Qin Yan trotted over and handed a box to Lin Yan. Since Miss Qin has spoken, I will definitely help. Lin Yan smiled slightly and took the box from her hand. The necklace was from Cartier and was worth 40 or 50,000. Okay, thank you very much. Qin Yan said gratefully. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were also looking at Lin Yan. Miss Qin, why haven't I seen you wearing that necklace before? Lin Yan was suddenly surprised. Necklace? Qin Yan didn't react at once. Yes, it's the one you always wear. The pendant is a dog. It's very cute, so I was particularly impressed. This is one of Qin Yan's weaknesses, she loves pets. Qin Yan's expression darkened immediately after hearing this, and she said, I accidentally lost the necklace. The pendant on it was actually a souvenir I made for my dog. Really? That's fine. As long as the dog is still here, I can buy a new necklace. Oh, and I like dogs too. And your pendant is so pretty, it must be even cuter, right? Lin Yan was talking nonsense casually. He has lived 2 lives, so it is easy for him to deal with a college girl with his skills, not to mention that he also knows her weaknesses. Qin Yan was indeed aroused by the desire to chat. She originally thought that it was not good for a man and a woman to be alone in the dead of night, but because they had common interests, they naturally opened up. Lin Yan naturally kept agreeing from the side, and with his rich experience, there was no dull moment at all. Oh, I really want to play with it, Miss Qin, I wonder if I have the honor to do so? Lin Yan asked at the right time. Qin Yan seemed a little embarrassed, because she had secretly kept this dog in the dormitory and only a few people knew about it. Was she going to include Lin Yan now? To be honest, her impression of Lin Yan was not bad. Very handsome. And the temperament is also very good. Then, tell me your phone number and I'll contact you. Qin Yan gritted her teeth and made a decision. Just walking the dog together. Lin Yan had a wicked smile on his face. After saving each other's numbers, he waved goodbye. Looking at Qin Yan's graceful back, he knew that this woman had become his own. Then, Lin Yan returned to the place where he had originally rented a house. Since the lease had not expired and it was close to the school, he was too lazy to go to the newly rented luxurious apartment. Most importantly, he wanted to meet his beautiful landlord. The next morning, there were no classes. So Lin Yan slept in the rented apartment. I didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. After washing up, Lin Yan, looking refreshed, opened the Perfect Life system and checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Physique, 85. Charm, 91. Comprehensive appearance. Perfect Life System, Level 4 95,320 100,000 Level Up Experience. Skills, Detective Eye, Strength and Physical Fitness. Warehouse, a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Since reaching Level 4 and opening up the task system, the experience required for the upgrade has increased significantly. But there is no rush for this, and Lin Yan does not need to upgrade too quickly for the time being. Just as Lin Yan was checking the system, there was a knock on the door. Is Ah Yan in there? It's time to pay the rent today. Along with the knock on the door, there was also a royal sister's voice that came through faintly. When Lin Yan heard the voice of this queen, he couldn't help but smile. And in his mind, the image of a beautiful mature woman also emerged. This person is his female landlord, Li Manling. During his college years in his previous life, he had a lot of feelings for this beautiful landlord. For a while, she was able to replace Xia Xie, who had the face of his first love, and accompany him through the lonely nights. So, at this moment, he recalled the curvy figure and appearance of the beautiful landlord, and suddenly some ideas that he had only dared to think about but not do before came to his mind. Sister Manling, why are you here so early today? Lin Yan opened the door and greeted the beautiful landlord standing at the door with a faint smile. The beautiful landlord was wearing a white suspender skirt, and her exquisite curves made Lin Yan unable to help but look up and down.
Chapter 19, A Beautiful Encounter. Ian, I haven't seen you for a while. Why do you seem to have changed so much?
Li Manling looked at the tall and handsome Lin Yan in front of her, and her eyes sparkled slightly as she spoke.
This is the result after Lin Yan took the perfect body evolution liquid.
Although it is said that he will gradually get better, people who see him often will not notice much change. However, the beautiful landlord hadn't seen him for almost half a month, so she naturally thought that Lin Yan had become much more handsome.
Especially his temperament, which became even more attractive. Sister Manling, you're beautiful again. Look at your figure, it's getting better day by day.
Lin Yan's lips curled up into a smile. He looked at her wantonly, and said with a smile.
This beautiful landlord had obviously just woken up.
Her soft hair draped lazily over her shoulders. There is no makeup on her face, but her skin is still so fair and smooth. Her whole body exudes the aura of a mature woman.
Oh? When did you become so sweet talking?
Li Manling looked at the handsome Lin Yan in front of her with some surprise and said with a sweet smile.
Obviously, she really liked Lin Yan's praise.
Even though she found out that Lin Yan was peeking at her, she was not angry, but happy instead.
This is because Lin Yan is a super handsome guy.
If he were a little ugly, she would definitely slap him. So, besides money, the world also values appearance.
I'm telling the truth, look at your hands.
Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Manling's soft and boneless little hand. Li Manling saw herself being held by Lin Yan. She tried to pull her hand back, but it was too tight.
Stop teasing me, kid. Pay the rent to me now. I need to go back and catch up on some sleep. Li Manling pretended to be angry and gave Lin Yan a look, then spoke.
Lin Yan looked at the beautiful landlord who showed no resistance, and suddenly a scene that he had only dared to think about at night before arose in his mind.
Sister man, the money is in my room, come in with me and get it.
As Lin Yan spoke, he took the beautiful landlord's hand and walked into his room. Then, he flexed his hind legs and closed the door himself.
Lin Yan, what are you doing? 2 hours later, Lin Yan's door was opened again. Li Manling walked out of the room, looking a little unhappy.
Although she was wearing the same white slip dress. But the white right shoulder strap was torn. The hair was soft before, but now it is a little messy.
That pretty face was a little pink. She looks more feminine than ever.
Li Manling held the clothes to prevent them from falling. Thinking of the scene just now, she felt that she was crazy. But Lin Yan had just given her dozens of times the rent, and she immediately smiled happily again. But then I remembered what Lin Yan said just now, that he was going to move out. She felt a little reluctant in her heart. Lin Yan looked towards the door and saw that the curvy and mature figure of the beautiful landlord had already left. All that was left was the mess in the room and the red roses on the bed sheets. He didn't expect that this beautiful landlord was a virgin. That's why he transferred 100,000 yuan to her himself. Lin Yan looked at his small rental house. Although he had a luxurious rental house, it was not his own and he could not play freely.
It's time to buy a house.
Moreover, he just transferred 100,000 yuan to Li Manling, and his perfect life system was also upgraded.
The system's voice also sounded.
Get the upgrade gift pack. Invulnerability to poisons. Any poison-related items cannot harm your body.
What a coincidence.
Lin Yan thought about it and directly opened the perfect life system.
Host, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Physique, 85. Charm, 91. Comprehensive appearance. Perfect life system, level 5 3,261 500,000 level up experience.
Skills, Eye of Detection, Strength and Physical Fitness, Immunity to all poisons.
Warehouse, a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 5. The current level limit for a single refund is 3 million yuan. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the system's main quest.
To become a wealthy person, you must possess a certain level of social influence. Ding.
Host, please complete an investment of no less than 10 million within 1 month.
Completing the task will reward you with Grandmaster fighting skills. The system prompts sounded one after another.
Lin Yan listened to the system prompt in his mind and thought for a while. It seems that the system wants me to achieve something in business.
But this is normal.
The beauties in this world don't just care about money.
What's the point of giving it to someone just for money?
A truly beautiful woman with good looks, education, and talent will not be easily picked up by you. Therefore, in order to be able to play with more famous watches and improve one's social status, it is very important. The Grandmaster fighting skills awarded as a reward can also increase one's own protective capabilities to a certain extent. However, this task still takes 1 month to complete, so there is no rush. Since I don't have classes today, I'll go buy a house nearby.
If you want to hide your beauty in a mansion from now on, you need a place to do it, right? Thinking about this, Lin Yan changed his clothes, went downstairs, and drove to the nearby sales center.
Li Manling, who was upstairs and accidentally saw Lin Yan driving away in a sports car from the window, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise.
How did Lin Yan end up driving a Ferrari? Is he a rich second generation? Lin Yan was driving to the intersection and preparing to turn.
A red Porsche suddenly came from the other side, and when it saw Lin Yan's car, it did not leave, but deliberately drove in front of it. When Lin Yan saw the familiar red Porsche, the voice of the long-legged, busty beauty Xinqing immediately rang in his mind. As soon as Lin Yan stopped, the door of the Porsche was opened. A pair of long white legs wearing high-heeled ankle boots walked out of the car. Xinqing was wearing a beige sweater and a light blue skirt, and was looking at Lin Yan in the car with a smile on her face.
Student Xinqing, how did you get here?
Lin Yan also opened the car door and got out, looking at the peerlessly beautiful Xinqing and said. Although she was wearing a loose knitted sweater, she couldn't hide her 36E and her slender white long legs. As soon as she got off the bus, people around her kept looking back at her.
I came to see you. Xinqing smiled, walked up to Lin Yan and said. You don't have to block my car if you want to find me.
Lin Yan was in a good mood as he looked at the beautiful Xinqing in front of him. He chuckled and pointed at her Porsche. It's because you didn't reply to my QQ messages, so I had to ask someone to find out where you live and come look for you. I didn't expect that as soon as I got here, I saw you trying to run away. I had to stop you. Xinqing tilted his head to glance at the two cars, then said smugly with his lips pursed. This series of styles fully demonstrates her unique charm, and she doesn't look like an 18-year-old girl who just entered college.
Lin Yan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Chapter 20, Breakfast with Xinqing.
This is a true top-notch beauty with her own unique temperament and style.
Unlike those vain women who only have a beautiful body.
This kind of watch is what Lin Yan wants to conquer the most.
So what do you want to talk to me about?
I really haven't checked QQ recently. Lin Yan looked at Xinqing's delicate and beautiful facial features and said with a smile. Such a beauty must be savored carefully. He had never met such a white, rich and beautiful woman before. That is to say, he was reborn, had a system, became wealthy, his appearance improved, and his vision for the future was higher than others, which gave him full confidence. He has the confidence and ideas to conquer any beauty in the world. It's my birthday tomorrow, and I'd like to invite you and some of your friends over for dinner.
Are you available?
Xinqing looked at Lin Yan, who was staring at her, and she was very satisfied and smiled. A beautiful lady invited me, so I have to go.
I will definitely be there tomorrow.
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Then it's settled.
A happy smile appeared on Xinqing's flawless face as she continued.
I came to see you today, and I haven't had breakfast yet. Can you accompany me to eat?
Sure,
get in my car. I know a place that does a great breakfast.
Lin Yan pointed to his car.
Bring it on.
Xinqing's eyes curved into crescents, and without being polite to him, she opened the car door and got in.
There is a very famous snack alley near Jiangnan University.
A lot of students and white-collar workers come here to eat. In his previous life, Lin Yan often ate here. So this time, it feels very familiar. Park your car in the parking space at the intersection. Lin Yan took Xinqing to a small dumpling stall and sat down face to face.
The dumplings here are the most authentic in Jiangnan. The owner's craftsmanship is inherited from his ancestors. Come and try them. Lin Yan ordered 2 small dumplings and put them on the table, then said to Xinqing. Xinqing raised his head and looked at the surrounding environment.
It was obviously his first time here.
He smiled and said, This is my first time in Jiangnan. I haven't had time to try the delicious snacks here before. It's a rare honor for you to bring me here today. There are still many interesting places in Jiangnan. When you have time, I will take you around.
Lin Yan took a bite of the steamed bun and spoke while eating.
Okay.
Xinsheng also took a small bite without hesitation, drinking the soup with her rosy little mouth, and suddenly pointed to another stall next to her and said with a hint of cute coquettishness.
Hey, Lin Yan, I want to eat that.
Lin Yan looked up and saw that it was a stall selling Taihu 3 whites.
Boss, give me some Taihu 3 whites. Lin Yan waved directly to the boss.
Lin Yan, I didn't expect you to be so nice to me.
Thank you.
Xinsheng raised her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows and said with a smile.
Then why don't you just be nice to me too?
Lin Yan teased her deliberately.
I won't talk to you anymore.
Xinsheng rolled her eyes at him, but a smile remained on her pretty face. While the two were chatting, several young people sitting at the barbecue stall next door who were eating skewers and drinking beer were pointing at Xinsheng. One of the tall men with a large chain around his neck spoke directly without concealing his voice.
Oh my god, that beauty is really exquisite.
Xinsheng obviously heard this, and her face seemed to turn pale all of a sudden, and she didn't know whether she was angry or scared. Lin Yan looked up and saw that the people at the table were obviously a group of thugs from the neighborhood.
Basically, there are such people everywhere. After watching too many movies, they really think of themselves as gangsters.
They are self-righteous and arrogant all day long.
Come here and sit next to me.
Lin Yan patted the chair next to him and said to Xinsheng.
This must be the legendary beauty who brings disaster, right?
In the past, I also felt that movies and novels were fake. In fact, they have never experienced it themselves, so they think this kind of thing is nonsense.
Xinsheng is so beautiful and has such a great body. If she isn't a beauty who brings disaster, then what is she?
Even in his previous life, if he saw such a beautiful woman on the road, he would have some thoughts in his heart. But due to lack of capital, I can only fantasize about it in my mind, but I wouldn't be so stupid as to go up and chat with her. Some people, although they don't have the capital, are arrogant and self-righteous, so they dare to take the initiative to provoke and tease such beauties. This is why some things happen that are beyond words. It can be said that everyone has a devil in his heart, it just depends on whether he dares to let it out. Of course, the group of people Lin Yan met now had not reached that level yet.
After hearing Lin Yan's words, Xinsheng nodded, stood up and sat beside him.
This way she could at least relax a little from the mood she had just been in.
Don't take what they say to heart. I'll teach them a lesson for you later.
Lin Yan patted her little hands and said with a faint smile.
Don't fight. I don't want to see you get hurt.
Xinsheng pulled Lin Yan's sleeve with some concern.
Don't worry, just wait and see the show. Lin Yan smiled and said.
At this time, the owner of the stall next to him had already brought the Taihu 3 whites that Lin Yan had ordered just now. After Lin Yan paid the bill, he pushed the Taihu 3 whites in front of Xinsheng and said to her with a smile, "Eat it while it's hot."
That's so much. I can't finish it all. Please help me eat some. Xinsheng looked at him coquettishly and said. Okay, I'll eat with you.
Lin Yan didn't hesitate and picked up a white shrimp with his chopsticks. The 3 whites of Taihu Lake are actually 3 kinds of river seafood specialties produced in Taihu Lake. It is made up of white fish, silver fish, and white shrimp, and is a famous specialty food in Jiangnan. Xinsheng looked at Lin Yan with a sweet smile, and picked up the chopsticks to eat the Taihu 3 whites together. Before he had taken a few bites, the man with the thick chain from the previous table came over staggeringly. He could also be heard turning back to his companions and saying, "Hey guys, look how I pick up girls." Xinsheng naturally heard the noise here and looked over there with some worry.
Look above his head.
At this moment, Lin Yan's voice came from the side of her ear.
And the distance was so close that I could feel his breath on my ears. Xinsheng's ears gradually turned red.
However, she did not pay attention to these things, and after hearing Lin Yan's words, she reflexively looked over the head of the man with the thick chain who was walking towards her. But I saw a flower pot falling on the man's head.
Bang!
There was a loud noise. Before she could react, the flower pot hit the man with the thick chain hard on the head. The fragments of the flower pot flew in all directions.
Careful!
Lin Yan took the opportunity to reach out and hug Xinsheng in his arms to help her block the debris. In fact, he used his own storage space to collect a flower pot within a 10-meter range, and then placed it above the man's head.
A small-time thug like this wasn't worth fighting with. That would be a huge loss of your status. Anyone who tries to do something on his own is a fool.
Of course, you should use your own abilities to knock the opponent to the ground.
Chapter 21, Buying a Villa.
Xinsheng was in Lin Yan's arms, her face a little rosy, and she felt a complete sense of security in her heart. A table of people who were originally sitting on the right side watching the show saw this scene and ran over quickly.
Hey, who threw the flower pot? Second brother, wake up.
At this time, the man wearing the thick gold chain was beaten unconscious and had a big gash on his head.
Lin Yan didn't even bother to look at them and stood up holding Shinchang. Let's go.
Lin Yan said this, holding Shinchang's little hand and walking towards the intersection. Shinchang's face was still a little red, and he obviously hadn't come to his senses yet, so he let Lin Yan pull him away. It was not until they got into Lin Yan's car that Shinchang looked at Lin Yan curiously. You didn't do that flower pot, did you?
Oh, did you forget I'm a magician? Lin Yan nodded with amusement. I knew it was you.
You're such a bad guy. Shinchang smiled happily, his eyes curved into crescents.
I did this for you, too.
Lin Yan looked at the beautiful woman with a smile as beautiful as a flower and smiled faintly. Shinchang leaned back in the seat happily and muttered, Okay, take me back to get the car.
I have professional classes later. Okay, no problem.
Lin Yan smiled and nodded. After Lin Yan brought Shinchang back to where she parked her car, Lin Yan said goodbye to her and drove the Ferrari towards the Taihu Villa district.
Let us solve the house problem today.
More than half an hour later, Lin Yan had driven the car into the Taihu Villa area. Lin Yan had just gotten off the car, so naturally he attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, a young and handsome guy like Lin Yan, driving a luxury car, can attract the attention of many women wherever he goes.
Is this person also a rich second generation from Jiangnan? Why don't I seem to have seen him before?
A rich second-generation man who had just gotten out of a BMW nearby and was hugging his internet celebrity girlfriend looked at Lin Yan and muttered something strangely.
That guy is so handsome, is he a celebrity? The internet celebrity girlfriend next to him had bright eyes. She looked at Lin Yan, who had a golden proportioned body and looked so handsome, and exclaimed in surprise. Believe it or not, I won't let you get out of bed tonight. The rich second generation glanced at Lin Yan in surprise and pulled her forward. Reality is not like in novels, where there are so many stupid rich second generations who actively provoke others. Especially when you don't know the other person's background, who would offend someone for no reason? When the internet celebrity's girlfriend heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. You guys, you finished the job in just a few minutes, and you still want to keep me unable to get out of bed? However, she didn't dare to talk back to her rich second generation boyfriend. She could only look at Lin Yan reluctantly, and obediently followed her boyfriend and left. However, Lin Yan watched the reactions of the people around him with interest, and then walked directly to the sales hall. He had never bought a house, let alone come to a villa sales center. Moreover, the complex looks of envy and jealousy from the passers-by around him greatly increased his vanity. This is the kind of attention rich people should enjoy. Surrounded by beautiful women and driving luxury cars. Others only have envy and jealousy. This world is so unfair. Some people are born to run to the finish line. For example, some people buy luxury cars worth millions or tens of millions. If you are not born with it, no matter how hard you work in your life, you will basically not be able to afford it. This was the feeling Lin Yan himself had experienced in his previous life. There are not so many geniuses in the world, many of them are just ordinary people. How many people from ordinary backgrounds can earn millions or tens of millions in their lifetime? The majority of the country is occupied with people working everywhere. Therefore, in many cases, money is a panacea. Money allows you to own luxury cars and beautiful women, and gives you the power of career. How many ordinary people have fought for this? How much of that ridiculous love is real? Nowadays, most girls rarely have the opportunity to choose to marry a rich man. Therefore, many girls can only choose to pretend to marry for love. After all, love can be disguised, but money cannot. If you ask a girl to choose between money and love, most girls never get married. Only with money can you have true love. This was the conclusion Lin Yan came to in his previous life. Hello sir, I'm Joe Mushi, a sales consultant for the Taihu Villa area. Are you here to buy a house? As soon as Lin Yan walked into the sales center, a beautiful sales lady came over. I saw that the sales lady was dressed very formally, with a black standard short skirt, which made her long and straight legs look even more graceful. She was wearing a pair of black high-heeled sandals, which were extremely sexy and made a jingling sound when she walked. When she came in front of Lin Yan, she revealed her delicate face with a little makeup on, a standard oval face, a small nose, big shining eyes, and cherry lips as thin as a willow. This is a face given by God. It's so beautiful. This place is indeed the Taihu Villa Sales Center serving the wealthy.
Even the sales lady who faces customers can be of such high quality. Compared with the beauties in my school, she is not much different. Lin Yan smiled faintly at the pretty sales lady and said, Ms. Zhou, I want to buy a villa.
Do you have any good recommendations?
Faced with Lin Yan's indifferent gaze, Zhou Mushi was a little surprised. She secretly glanced around and saw that the eyes of the men around her were still on her. She suddenly realized that it was not that she had lost her charm, but that there was a problem with the man in front of her. Sir, we happen to have several luxuriously renovated villas here.
Why don't you come to my reception room first and I'll introduce them to you?
Zhou Mushi's pretty face, which looked even more delicate with light makeup, showed a warm smile and she spoke with a sweet smile. When she came in from Lin Yan just now, she noticed the clothes he was wearing and the watch on his wrist. Not to mention that there are surveillance cameras where Lin Yan parks his car.
The salespeople can see clearly whether he can afford the house.
Yes, as long as it's suitable, I can buy it today. Lin Yan said casually.
Okay, sir, please come this way.
When Zhou Mushi heard this, her smile became even more charming, and she deliberately bent down slightly. Lin Yan shook his head in amusement and looked at Zhou Mushi who was walking in front of him. Soon, the group arrived at the VIP reception room.
By the way, sir, what should I call you?
Zhou Mushi poured him a cup of tea and said to Lin Yan with a sweet smile.
My last name is Lin.
Lin Yan sat on the sofa and said simply.
It's Mr. Lin. These are the sample plans for the few single-family villas we have left. Which one do you like?
Zhou Mushi brought over a folder, then sat next to Lin Yan and handed it to him in a soft voice.
Chapter 22, Buy One Get One Free Rule. It's Mr. Lin. These are the sample plans for the few single-family villas we have left. Which one do you like?
Zhou Mushi brought over a folder, then sat next to Lin Yan and handed it to him in a soft voice. After saying that, the pair of beautiful legs deliberately leaned towards Lin Yan, touching him intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Yan naturally knew the little tricks of this beauty, so he didn't take the folders, just looked at them casually, took his hand and put it on her, chuckling and saying,
I won't look, you help me choose.
Zhou Mushi didn't take Lin Yan's hand away. She just held the sample pictures and looked at him in surprise with her beautiful big eyes.
Do you want me to choose? She asked. Yeah, aren't you very professional? If you don't help me choose, who will?
As he spoke, a smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips. His hands were not idle either, carefully feeling Zhou Mushi's beauty and enthusiasm.
To be honest, it was quite enjoyable.
I used to just read what people said online, but now I am really taking advantage of it openly.
It is indeed a very red chicken. Good. Zhou Mushi was not like other women who acted hypocritically.
She answered with a smile, letting Lin Yan play around while she opened the folder in her hand.
This is on the other side of the river.
Many people buy villas based on feng shui, but this is tantamount to risking everything.
The location isn't great, although the price is a bit favorable. Zhou Mushi's knowledge of real estate is indeed quite professional.
She started with positioning and then the structure. While selecting, he explained to Lin Yan.
Then, by analyzing Lin Yan's expression, the next villa was revealed.
Lin Yan looked at Zhou Mushi's fair face under her beautiful hair, her rosy pink lips that kept talking, and her curvy figure. There is no doubt that this is indeed one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen.
10 minutes later, Zhou Mushi picked up two detached villas and asked Lin Yan to choose.
One is over 350 square meters and is worth more than 9 million yuan, and the other is over 800 square meters and is worth more than 30 million yuan. She didn't know what price Lin Yan wanted to buy it for, so she simply picked out the ones she thought were good. Buy the best one, just the 800 plus square meters.
Lin Yan grabbed Zhou Mushi's soft little hand and chose the expensive one without hesitation.
After all, the more you spend your own money, the more you have, so it doesn't matter at all.
Moreover, the housing prices in Jiangnan are not too high.
If it were in a first-tier city like Beijing, Shanghai or Guangzhou, the price of this villa would at least be several times higher.
Mr. Lin, you have a great eye. This villa is the best in our Taihu Villa district.
It was designed by a famous French designer and has all the necessary facilities.
You can move right in. After hearing Lin Yan's choice, the smile on Zhou Mushi's beautiful face became even sweeter.
Originally, she thought she would be satisfied if she could sell a small villa worth several million.
Unexpectedly, this rich second generation has more money than he imagined. This is rare in the entire Jiangnan region.
Those so-called rich people are not judged by their net worth. The liquid funds they control are definitely not as high as their net worth. So, you can spend more than 30 million to buy a villa at once.
Then his family must be billionaires. Shall we go check out the villa first?
Lin Yan played with the soft hand in his hand and said lightly.
Okay, let's go now.
Zhou Mushi said excitedly. As long as the transaction is completed, she will get 0.03% of the company, a total of more than 90,000 yuan. This way, she could buy the clothes and bags she had longed for.
Sure enough, my efforts are worth it. Let's go. Lin Yan said lightly. Follow me, Mr. Lin.
Zhou Mushi smiled sweetly and held Lin Yan's arm with her wrist. Lin Yan naturally reached out to hug her slender waist and took the opportunity to take advantage of her twice.
After the two left the Taihu Villa District Sales Center, Lin Yan drove his Ferrari and took Zhou Mushi towards the villa area.
On the way, Zhou Mushi told me that the villa here was newly opened.
Sure enough, when we arrived at the villa estate by Taihu Lake, what caught our eyes were dozens of villas on the lake.
Only after coming here did Lin Yan realize that he might be able to make some money from the villa he bought. Because he remembered that the prices of villas here would continue to rise in the next few years. A villa that currently sells for over 30 million yuan will at least double in value in a few years. According to his past life experience, a famous director and many stars had bought houses here.
Following Zhou Mushi's instructions, the car arrived at 88 detached villas. The environment is really good, with its own garden, garage and basement, and it is only 80 meters away from Taihu Lake. Mr. Lin, let's go upstairs and take a look. Zhou Mushi looked at Lin Yan's satisfied expression, took his arm and walked towards the villa with a sweet smile on her face. Lin Yan listened to Zhou Mushi's introduction and came to the second floor.
From the balcony of the master bedroom on the second floor, he could see Taihu Lake.
Sure enough, the visual effect is very good. Wouldn't it be nice to take a beautiful girl to the balcony and have a deep conversation while looking at the stars?
When Lin Yan thought of this, he suddenly turned his gaze to Zhou Mushi beside him. As I said, when buying a house, it's buy one get one free.
I can't miss it.
Mr. Lin, look down here, there's a small swimming pool. Zhou Mushi looked at everything in the villa with some longing, but never noticed Lin Yan's fiery eyes.
The price of villas here is so high, workers like them can't afford one even if they work hard all their lives?
Don't think that she can get tens of thousands of dollars just by selling the house like she does now. However, they only sold 4 units last month.
Many people just look but don't buy. Do you really think there are so many people with spare money? Most wealthy people pursue tens of millions of dollars and use them to invest and make money.
She was lucky to meet Lin Yan, a generous young handsome man this time. Moreover, she can currently rely on her youth and beauty to increase the chances of closing a deal. When she gets a few more years, it won't be so easy.
So, if you work hard, you will never be able to buy a villa here in your lifetime. It's really good.
Lin Yan glanced at Zhou Mushi's beautiful face and said with a faint smile.
Zhou Mushi turned around, looked at him excitedly and said, "Then let's go back and sign the contract?"
As long as this transaction is completed, she will get a commission of more than 90,000 yuan.
Lin Yan's lips curled up into a smile.
He leaned back on the balcony, stared at her rosy lips and said, "Whether you sign or not depends on your performance."
It's time to see if what's being said online is true.
When Zhou Mushi heard this, a blush immediately appeared on her pretty face.
However, she thought of the more than 90,000 yuan that was about to be in her hands, so she still said, "Is it here?"
Since she started working in this business, she has heard and seen many such things happen. So, she also knew what Lin Yan meant. Besides, Lin Yan is not only rich, but also handsome. It doesn't seem like too much of a disadvantage.
Chapter 23, Love to Teach Others. Of course, don't you think the scenery here is nice?
Lin Yan said with a smile. It seems that it is not groundless. I have to try it carefully this time. Zhou Mushi raised her pretty face and gave Lin Yan a blank look. This is my first time, don't blame me.
That's perfect. We have plenty of time anyway. I'll guide you.
Lin Yan pinched her cheek and said. Zhou Mushi stopped talking, glanced at him with her charming eyes, and then bent her knees slightly. When Lin Yan and Zhou Mushi came out of Villa 88, it was already 2 hours later. As for how their learning and communication are going, we can only ask the untidy big bed in the master bedroom. Of course, Lin Yan is also a man of his words, and he gave Zhou Mushi a lot of learning guidance. And assist her in completing one learning task after another. It can be said that Lin Yan opened a door to a new world for her. After a while, Lin Yan drove Zhou Mushi back to the sales center, paid the money and signed. This villa, worth more than 35 million yuan and covering an area of more than 800 square meters, belongs to him. He was still very excited when he held the house ownership certificate with his name on it. In his previous life, how could he afford such a luxurious villa? At this time, a villa in the top wealthy area of Jiangnan became his. Mr. Lin, these are all your documents. Please keep them safe. After Zhou Mushi sorted out all the procedures, she handed all the documents to Lin Yan. Okay, let's meet again when there's a chance, and I'll give you more guidance. Lin Yan touched Zhou Mushi's little hand, smiled faintly, and took it. Okay, I still need to learn more from Teacher Lin. Zhou Mushi curled the corners of her mouth and said in a soft voice. After Lin Yan left the Taihu Villa district, the money in his bank card had become more than 40 million. There's still a little time until the next upgrade. Lin Yan returned to his original rental house and just got off the Ferrari when he met the beautiful landlord who had just come down from upstairs. Li Manling also saw Lin Yan and looked at the top luxury car Ferrari behind him with some envy. Ian, where did you get this sports car? Li Manling asked. I bought it yesterday. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Yan looked at the beautiful landlord and remembered Li Manling's graceful figure in his house this morning. He smiled faintly, walked over and grabbed her. Lin Yan, stop messing around. The beautiful landlord immediately lowered her voice, but did not get angry. Everything that needed to be done in the morning has been done. However, she still looked at the Ferrari curiously and continued, isn't this a multi-million-dollar car? Is your family that rich? Yes, actually I am a rich second generation. Lin Yan was not polite and started to hug Li Manling's slender waist and said with a smile. I didn't notice it before. You're too low-key. Li Manling didn't break free. Leaning against Lin Yan, she continued in a sweet voice, I've never ridden in such an expensive car. Can you take me for a ride? After confirming Lin Yan's identity, her eyes looked at Lin Yan even brighter. Although she owns 2 houses in her old neighborhood, she really can't afford such an expensive luxury car. No problem, you can borrow it. Lin Yan said cheerfully. Li Manling used to take good care of herself, and she took even better care of herself this morning. Lin Yan is not a stingy person. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the yard. Honey, who are you talking to? When Li Manling heard this, she quickly broke free from Lin Yan's arms. Soon, a 27-year-old man wearing glasses walked in from outside the yard. He was carrying several bags in his hands, which contained some vegetables and meat. It was obvious that he had just returned from the market. However, Lin Yan had heard a rumor in his previous life that this guy had a crush on Sai Wenwen, but it turned out that she was not suitable. As a result, the landlord's wife had been married to him for several years but had no children. Hey, why is there a car here? When the landlord's husband came over, he was attracted by the luxurious Ferrari. Li Manling looked at her husband and said angrily, this car belongs to someone else. She used to think her husband was a good person, but now compared with Lin Yan, she found that there was a huge gap between people. Lin Yan is young, rich, and handsome, and Erba is also very fierce. And her husband, except for these 2 old houses, is worse than others in everything else. He is a complete failure. No, Lin Yan, aren't you a student at Jian University? Do you have money to buy a car? You're not renting it, are you? The landlord's husband didn't believe it. This kid is not even as old as him, but he can afford such an expensive sports car? How is that possible? I'm back to pack my things, you guys can chat. Lin Yan said this casually and went upstairs back to his rental house. They will have no intersection with ordinary people like this. So there is no need to say anything to him. If I have time, I can give his wife some lessons. When the landlord's husband saw Lin Yan coming upstairs, he looked at Li Manling smugly and said, Wife, I knew he was bragging. Everyone in this world is like this. They don't get what they want. When they see people around them suddenly have something they can't have, they feel malicious. Li Manling glared at her husband and said, Go back and cook. She originally wanted to go for a drive with Lin Yan and review what she had learned this morning. After all, she hadn't studied in depth for a long time. Unexpectedly, her husband messed up everything. After Lin Yan returned to his rented apartment, he sorted out some of his important things. Then put it into your own storage space. I plan to move directly into the newly bought villa when the time comes. After putting away all the things, Lin Yan leaned on his bed and suddenly thought of something. It was time to start the plan to capture Qin Yan. So he put the things in the trunk of the car and drove towards a busy commercial street.
It's still not as good as the capital, Shanghai. As the most prosperous city in the inland, it doesn't even have a few pet stores.
Standing in front of a small pet shop, Lin Yan was speechless. God knows how many people he asked and how many miles he walked before he found this place.
There is only one pet shop in such a large commercial street.
But it's also true that the pet industry has only just begun to develop in the 21st century, and there are only a few signs of growth at best.
Jiangnan is also called Jiangcheng. Although it is a big city, the pet industry is indeed not as developed as in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Shaking his head and getting rid of the thoughts in his mind, Lin Yan walked into the store. Welcome.
The owner's eyes lit up when he saw a customer coming in. Lin Yan also saw the appearance of the store owner. She was an extremely beautiful girl, even prettier than Li Manling. At the same time, Lin Yanqing couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Open the other party's information panel." Han Shuang, 21 years old, appearance 96, figure 97, special value 100, weakness, love for career. In addition to her delicate facial features, this woman's biggest feature is her slim waist. A slim waist and a perky butt are what many men dream of.
What a thin waist. Chapter 24, The Visionary Female Boss. Excuse me, are you here to buy something?
Han Shuang felt a little embarrassed and annoyed as Lin Yan stared at her with such intense gaze, but for the sake of her first business deal, she endured it.
Yes, I want to buy some dog food and dog supplies. Lin Yan was not a loser.
He was just in a daze looking at Han Shuang's message. After hearing the other party asking him, he immediately looked away.
Sir, everything you mentioned is here. You must see it.
After hearing Lin Yan's purpose, Han Shuang quickly forgot the unpleasantness just now, and she said with a little excitement. It was not easy for Lin Yan to find this store, but it was even more difficult for Han Shuang to open this store. She almost spent all her savings to open this pet shop. The most difficult thing is that this store has not had a single business in the past month, and Lin Yan is her first customer. This is also the reason why Han Shuang was so excited. Pack up this, and give me 10 kilograms of that imported dog food. After walking around, Lin Yan bought a bunch of things generously.
You really want to buy it?
Han Shuang, who was following behind, was always nervous, fearing that Lin Yan was just coming in to take a look. When Lin Yan said he wanted to buy so many things, she was stunned.
Why? You don't want to sell it to me?
Lin Yan looked at Han Shuang with a smile.
No, opening a shop is a business, how could I not sell it? I'll install it for you right away.
Han Shuang was startled, fearing that Lin Yan would go back on his word, so she quickly packed the things Lin Yan needed.
Lin Yan also took in Han Shuang's reaction and turned it into useful information. The total is $3,223. After rounding off the decimal, I'll give you 3,200.
Han Shuang looked at Lin Yan cautiously. She would feel uneasy as long as Lin Yan didn't pay. In 2010, the average monthly salary for an average person was around 2,000 yuan, and 3,000 yuan was already above this level. If you are not a wealthy family, you would never buy such expensive things for your pet.
This is 3,000 yuan.
Lin Yan took out 3,000 yuan from his bulging wallet and gave it to Han Shuang.
Alipay is not popular now, cash is the mainstream. Thank you for your patronage.
Han Shuang took the money and thanked Lin Yan excitedly. She is really a rich person. Judging from the thickness of her wallet, she is definitely not short of money.
Her first business deal was finally successful. Can I ask you a few questions?
After giving the money, Lin Yan did not leave in a hurry, but looked at Han Shuang with a smile.
Han
Shuang was a little surprised.
The first thing that came to her mind was, could it be that this person was not here to buy anything, but was trying to get close to me because I was pretty?
It's no wonder Han Shuang thought so. After all, Lin Yan kept staring at her when he came, and Han Shuang has always been very confident about her appearance.
If you can answer my question, I will come to buy things from you often in the future. Then ask.
Under the temptation of business, Han Shuang hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement.
I ran all over the commercial street and found your pet shop. Can you tell me why you wanted to open a pet shop?
Han Shuang was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Yan didn't want her contact information. The man in front of me doesn't look very old, but he is very fashionable and handsome.
Is it that his standards are too high, or am I too ugly to catch his eye?
For the first time, Han Shuang had some doubts about her appearance.
Well, is this question difficult to answer?
If it's difficult, forget it.
No, sir, you misunderstood.
Han Shuang said hurriedly, I'd been to Shanghai before.
There are more and more wealthy people now, and more people are keeping pets.
I've studied the development of the pet industry over the past 10 years, and I think it will definitely become a trend in the future and worth investing in, so. Han Shuang said something, but Lin Yan already understood what she meant.
Interesting.
As a girl, she was able to predict the development trend of the pet industry. Lin Yan felt that she seemed to have discovered a good seedling suitable for business. Then why didn't you open a pet shop in Shanghai, but came here to Jiangnan? Lin Yan simply sat down and prepared to chat with Han Shuang for a while.
There are already quite a few pet shops in Demon City.
They have strong capital and are simply not comparable to a small business like mine.
But Jiangnan is different. I've done some research and there isn't a single professional pet shop here.
If I can establish myself here, maybe I can become a leader in the pet shop industry in Jiangnan. Once she started talking, Han Shuang began to talk incessantly, and even became more and more excited as she spoke. Lin Yan could see that this was a very ambitious woman.
No wonder her weakness is her career.
This kind of career-oriented woman will gradually become strong in character, but deep down she longs to be a little woman.
But your business seems average. If I'm not mistaken, I should be your first customer.
Lin Yan looked at Han Shuang with a smile.
Swish.
Han Shuang's face turned red and she was very embarrassed.
So what? At least I successfully made my first deal, right?
Han Shuang stared at Lin Yan fiercely, but her pretty look made her look extremely cute.
This is my cell phone number. You can contact me anytime if you need anything.
Lin Yan got the information he wanted, wrote down the phone number and turned to leave.
Only Han Shuang was left sitting there in a daze.
It seems that he is not here to pick her up. Although she has just met Lin Yan, for some reason, she likes chatting with Lin Yan very much.
She feels very relaxed.
Thinking of this, Han Shuang felt a hint of disappointment deep in her heart.
Han Shuang. Ha, I believe we will meet again.
Suddenly, Lin Yan turned around and smiled. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Han Shuang chuckled, and suddenly, the whole pet shop was lit up. Sitting in the car, Lin Yan thought to himself. Han Shuang is indeed capable and has vision. If she had grown up a few years later, she might have become the leader of the pet industry in Jiangnan and even HB province.
Unfortunately, the timing is not right now.
Judging from the fact that she has no business for a month, she will not be able to survive for a few years. This is also the reason why Lin Yan did not ask Han Shuang for her contact information. When she has no money and is at the end of her rope, she will definitely think of me, the rich customer with a bulging wallet. That was the time for him to conquer Han Shuang. After all, it's a common problem among men that beautiful women must be kept in their private pockets. Afterwards, Lin Yan did not go back to school directly. Instead, he went to Amazon and bought a box of imported cherries worth 1,000 yuan.
As for why, it must be because of his stunning counselor. When he returned to school, it was almost noon.
Lin Yan planned to put a bunch of things away first, and then go to the dormitory to find Wei Dong and others to ask where the counselor's office was.
In my previous life, I was extremely insignificant, like a transparent person. It was normal that I didn't know where my office was. Ha! The door is locked?
In front of the dormitory door, Lin Yan twisted the key several times but couldn't open it, so he subconsciously frowned.
Chapter 25, The Power of Cherries. Hey, that redneck is back. Li Jiwen, Lin Yan should be here to find us. Why are you locking us up? We want to get out.
Humph, that country bumpkin still has the nerve to come back.
He must be asking you to borrow money. I'm doing this for your own good. Fuck, let us go, one-on-one. At the same time, faint laughter was heard from the dormitory. In an instant, Lin Yan understood what was going on. It must have been Li Jiwen who took the lead and instigated other people in the dormitory to bully him, and Wei Dong seemed to have been beaten. He. Do you still think I'm the Lin Yan from before? Lin Yan sneered. He had to admire Li Jiwen's boldness. He didn't go to settle the score with him, but he took action first. Li Jiwen, I know you are in there. Lin Yan said lightly.
At this time, more and more people were gathering in the corridor. Everyone knew about the conflict between Li Jiwen and Lin Yan, and they all stuck their heads out to watch the fun.
Whoa, outside, I don't know what you're talking about. Did you walk into the wrong dormitory?
Being discovered inside, Li Jiwen simply stopped pretending and spoke in a sarcastic tone.
I'll count to 1, 2, 3. If you don't open the door, there will be consequences.
Ha, Lin Yan, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I noticed that your tone has become quite bad. I want to see how you will handle the consequences if I don't open the door.
Li Jiwen laughed loudly inside, his face torn. He didn't believe that a country bumpkin could do anything to threaten him. Bang!
However, the next second after he smiled, something shocking to everyone happened. Lin Yan's eyes fixed, and he did a beautiful roundhouse kick from the side.
The dormitory door fell down. The 5 roommates, led by Li Jiwen, looked at Lin Yan standing outside the door in amazement. Awesome! That's awesome! The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but say.
At this moment, Lin Yan completely overturned the image of an honest man in everyone's mind. That spinning kick was so fucking powerful and courageous.
In 2010, a not very open era, who the hell would dare to kick down the door of a school dormitory?
One careless move could result in being fired, but today, an awesome guy named Lin Yan did it. Regardless of whether it was a foolish act or not, at least they admired it from the bottom of their hearts.
However, Lin Yan's crazy behavior did not stop there. He walked into the dormitory and directly picked up a broom.
Because he saw Wei Dong's face and nose were bruised and swollen after being beaten by Li Jiwen, he was immediately furious. I told you, if you don't open the door within 3 seconds, you will suffer the consequences. Besides, if you dare to bully my friends, I will definitely not let you go. The next moment he turned into a violent maniac and started beating the 5 men.
Ah! Lin Yan, are you fucking crazy?
This was a real, solid beating, without any effort spared.
Li Jiwen and the other 3 were completely stunned.
They were beaten so hard that they screamed and howled like ghosts, and all fled frantically out of the dormitory. Under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Lin Yan fought 4 people alone with ease. The 4 people fled with bruised faces and noses, and finally disappeared in the corridor.
What's so good about this? Get out of here! The people in other dormitories were still looking at Lin Yan, shocked and scared. Lin Yan took a glance and those people immediately retreated back into the dormitory.
No one dared to look at him.
This is a university, full of gentlemen and nerds.
It is already strange that a vicious person like Lin Yan appears here.
Who else would dare to do such a crazy thing? Ian, you.
Wei Dong walked over with a complicated expression.
Here's 1,000 yuan. Go to the school hospital and buy some medicine. You've been beaten like a pig and you didn't even dare to fight back. Lin Yan stuffed a handful of money into Wei Dongdao's pocket. What do you mean I dare not fight back? I am.
Wei Dong originally wanted to stuff it back, but when he saw Lin Yan's eyes, he immediately understood and said with a smile.
When you meet someone after 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. Lin Yan is no longer the same Lin Yan as before. He knows how to act.
Okay, go ahead, I'll take care of things later.
Lin Yan continued. Wei Dong nodded and left the dormitory.
Lin Yan sat on the chair, waiting for the person to come. 10 minutes later, the beautiful counselor Gu Wanqing arrived.
Did you really tear down the dormitory door?
Looking at the tattered dormitory door, Gu Wanqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She had studied at Jiangnan University for 4 years and stayed on campus for 2 years, but this was the first time she heard of a student removing the dormitory door.
Did Li Jiwen and the others go to you to complain? Behind Gu Wanqing, Lin Yan didn't see those cowards.
It seemed that they were scared after being beaten and didn't dare to come back for the time being.
Why, do you want to beat them up again? To Lin Yan's surprise, Gu Wanqing didn't seem to come to pursue responsibility.
Instead, she found a chair in the dormitory and sat down. There was a feud between Lin Yan and Li Jiwen, and Gu Wanqing knew it, and she knew who she should trust.
I didn't hit them.
Those injuries were caused by them bumping into each other when they were leaving.
It has nothing to do with me.
Lin Yan did not admit to the beating.
Who knows whether Gu Wanqing will really pursue it?
As for those onlookers, Lin Yan is sure that he can make them shut up.
Puff, did they injure themselves? What about this door? Did it break itself too? Seeing Lin Yan talking nonsense, Gu Wanqing was amused. Counselor, you're not here just to cause trouble for me, are you? Lin Yan looked at Gu Wanqing suspiciously. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. I've also heard about what happened between you and Li Jiwen. He must have deliberately excluded you, which is why you took action. Gu Wanqing said with a smile.
She sat on a chair, her snow-white legs together, her well-proportioned calves faintly visible under her chiffon skirt. Her legs are so long and smooth like jade. Even without the blessing of stockings, they are still extremely beautiful. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's heart was moved, and his eyes looking at Gu Wanqing gradually became hot. Gu Wanqing's heart trembled when she saw him looking at her. She was about to get angry, but she found that she couldn't get angry at all. The two of them looked at each other, and the dormitory fell into a strange silence.
Counselor, I'll have someone reinstall the door. I won't put you in any trouble.
Also, this is a box of imported cherries I bought.
I was just about to give it to you.
Lin Yan knew that Gu Wanqing was shy, so he spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. As he spoke, he took out a box of cherries. Cherries, also known as cherries, are one of the earliest tree fruits to be put on the market and are known as the first of 100 fruits. It is said that yellow orioles particularly like to peck at this fruit, so it is also called oriole peach.
Although its fruit is as small as a pearl, it is bright red and smooth, and as exquisite as an agate gem. It tastes sweet and slightly sour. It can be eaten fresh, pickled, or used as a garnish for other dishes and foods, and is very popular. The moment Gu Wanqing saw the cherries, her eyes lit up and she completely forgot about the embarrassment and grabbed the box. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. The weaknesses given by the system are truly terrifying. Chapter 26, Meeting with Qin Yan. Is this cherry mist? I've always heard of it but never tried it because it's too expensive. Gu Wanqing said in surprise. Cherries have always been a noble fruit since their birth. Especially the imported ones are even more expensive. Just this box of Lin Yan's pills, which only has a dozen or so, costs more than 1,000 yuan. You can imagine how much it costs. So even if Gu Wanqing wanted to eat, she also had to consider her wallet. Since I promised the counselor last time to treat you to delicious food, I will certainly not let you down. Lin Yan said with a smile. Gu Wanqing knew that Lin Yan was from the countryside and his family was very poor. She originally thought that he was just talking casually, but she didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. If she knew that Lin Yan now had tens of millions in his bank account, she would probably be shocked. Unfortunately, she knew nothing and was destined to be fooled. Sure enough, when Lin Yan finished speaking, Gu Wanqing's heart softened, as if something had been touched. Just because of a promise, what a thoughtful gesture. Lin Yan, consider these cherries as something I bought for you, okay? Gu Wanqing said softly and was about to open her bag. Her maternal instinct was aroused and she subconsciously wanted to give money to Lin Yan. However, her white hand was held down by Lin Yan. Such slippery little hands. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. There were all sorts of random thoughts in his mind, but there wasn't a trace of filth on his face. Since it's a gift to the counselor, there's no reason to charge for it. Besides, I'm not short of money. If the counselor insists on giving me money, my pride as a man won't be able to bear it. Pfft, you're just a half-grown boy and you still have self-respect. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Counselor. Lin Yan looked at Gu Wanqing with a bad tone. Well, then, in order to protect your little boy's self-esteem, I will accept it without hesitation. Seeing Lin Yan's unhappy expression, Gu Wanqing smiled and stopped refusing. If the school asks about you and Li Jiwen, I will say that it was Li Jiwen who deliberately caused trouble and the door was broken during the incident, so you don't have to worry about the school holding you responsible. Gu Wanqing remembered something and told Lin Yan again. Thank you, counselor. I owe you another favor this time. If I have time, I'll treat you to a meal as a way of repaying you. Lin Yan smiled. When she heard about the delicious food, Gu Wanqing's eyes lit up, but when she thought of Lin Yan's situation, she couldn't bear it. You're still in school and you need money a lot. If you want to treat your teacher to a meal, you can wait until you graduate and start earning money. Gu Wanqing blinked her beautiful big eyes and said playfully. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel moved. What a considerate woman, she still remembers to take care of his self-esteem at this time. The counselor misunderstood. The food I mentioned is not expensive. You will definitely like it when I take you there. Knowing Gu Wanqing's weakness, Lin Yan will keep targeting her and he will not let go of this opportunity. Okay then, you can ask the teacher when you have time. Gu Wanqing finally couldn't help but agree.
Lin Yan's words that it was delicious and inexpensive, coupled with his mysterious tone, had already piqued her curiosity.
After finishing the work, Gu Wanqing left.
She couldn't wait to go back to the office and eat the cherries she had been longing for.
Wanqing, what did you get that made you so happy?
In the office, a man saw Gu Wanqing humming a song with a box in her arms, so he asked curiously.
What else could it be?
Lin Yan from my class promised to bring me something delicious last time, and this is it.
And Gong Fan, don't call me Wanqing in the office. I haven't decided on anything between us yet. We're just fake boyfriend and girlfriend.
Gu Wanqing sat in her seat and took out a cherry to try it.
Lin Yan?
When Gong Fan heard this name, his eyes darkened.
Isn't this the person that young Master Li asked him to deal with?
What's so delicious about cherries? They're just cherries.
Wanqing, I'll take you to eat braised chicken at noon. Gong Fan felt jealous when he saw his girlfriend's happy expression.
What cherry?
You have no knowledge at all.
Gu Wanqing rolled her eyes when she heard Gong Fan talking nonsense.
Cherries are not ordinary cherries. Gong Fan's words are almost like recognizing half of a word. I'm tired of eating braised chicken. I don't want to eat it anymore.
Gu Wanqing directly rejected Gong Fan's suggestion to eat braised chicken. She is a foodie, but also a senior foodie who cannot be easily appeased.
Let's go get beef ramen. Gong Fan suggested again. I don't want to eat ramen. Never mind, there's nothing else delicious anyway, so whatever.
Gu Wanqing wanted to refuse, but thinking about Gong Fan's insights into food, she could only nod listlessly in agreement. After saying that, she took out some cherries and prepared to get up.
Do I need to bring this thing with me to dinner?
Seeing that Gu Wanqing was still holding the wax apple that Lin Yan had given her, Gong Fan said dissatisfiedly.
Is it okay if I like to eat? Gong Fan, I noticed that you have a problem with Lin Yan.
Gu Wanqing finally discovered that Gong Fan seemed to have a grudge against Lin Yan, and there was always sarcasm in his words. Women don't like men with small minds, and Gu Wanqing doesn't want Gong Fan to be that kind of person.
No, just take it with you. Gong Fan didn't dare to quarrel with Gu Wanqing. Although he and Gu Wanqing were engaged as children, they weren't married yet, were they? Who knows if Gu Wanqing will regret it after getting angry.
On the way, Gong Fan wanted to hold Gu Wanqing's hand.
Gu Wanqing dodged directly and said with dissatisfaction on her pretty face, Gong Fan, I am a traditional girl, and we have an agreement that you won't force me before I make up my mind. You won't forget it, right? Gong Fan's face froze and he felt a little annoyed.
He has tried so many times, but Gu Wanqing never gives him a chance to get close to her.
Does she really want him to wait until they get married?
I'm sorry, I forgot.
I'll pay attention next time. However, after looking at Gu Wanqing's beautiful and delicate face, Gong Fan couldn't vent his anger. The two of them did not have a pleasant lunch. Student dormitory. Lin Yan had someone repair the dormitory door. During this time, those four cowards still didn't come back.
After finishing his work, Lin Yan remembered the most important thing, revenge on Li Jiwen.
He smiled slightly and called Qin Yan. Qin Yan, can I go see the dog? Okay, where are you now? In a dormitory of Jiang University girls' dormitory, Qin Yan, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, got up quickly. Her beautiful figure would make any man feel as excited as a pool of pure water when he saw her. She had been waiting for this call for a long time. It's not that she likes Lin Yan. The kind of love at first sight that happens in novels is unrealistic, and she herself is not such a casual woman. She was eager to agree because she had finally met a close male friend with the same interests as her. She wanted to take him to see her beloved pet and share with him the interesting stories about her pet life. This feeling cannot be given by others. Chapter 27, Improve Favorability. The two agreed to meet at the Jiangda Cherry Blossom Garden. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yan dressed up carefully. It's not for anything else, it's a common habit among girls. No matter who they go out to meet, they must dress up beautifully. She wore light makeup and let her long, slightly curly hair hang down in a freehand manner. So beautiful. Qin Yan looked at herself in the mirror, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. She picked up her pet, wagging its tail, and said, "Let's go, Xiaoxue. I'll take you to see a little brother today." Qin Yan was ready to leave with anticipation. However, just as she was about to go out with her pet, the song "Fireworks Will Cool Easily" sounded. Li Jiwen? Xinyan's heartbeat started to accelerate after taking a look at the incoming call on the screen.
For some reason, she suddenly felt ashamed.
Hey, Xinyan, where are you? I want to treat you to dinner today. Are you free?
Li Jiwan's voice came from the other end of the phone, but for some reason, when he spoke, Xinyan felt as if the words were burning her mouth.
I'm in the dormitory,
Xinyan said, shaking off the strange thoughts in her mind.
Shall we go have dinner later?
In a small clinic at the school gate, Li Jiwan was talking to Xinyan on the phone in a depressed mood, while an old doctor was applying medicine to the area where he had his silt removed. When Lin Yan hit him, he used a lot of force. If he hadn't been protecting his face, he would have been afraid that he would have been disfigured.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just happened to be feeling a little unwell today. My stomach hurts so badly, I probably won't be able to go.
The anticipation of bringing her pet schnauzer to see Lin Yan was greater than the anticipation of meeting her own suitor. For some unknown reason, Xinyan lied.
Forget it, just take care of yourself. Oh, and drink more hot water.
Li Jiwan was very depressed, but he could only helplessly say the classic straight man sentence in later generations. 3 minutes after the phone was hung up, Xinyan's heart was pounding. She glanced at the lovely Xiao Xue in her arms, suppressed her guilt, and prepared to keep the appointment.
Here.
Lin Yan had already been waiting at the entrance of the cherry blossom garden. When he saw Xinyan, he smiled and waved to her.
Lin Yan? The moment she saw Lin Yan, Xinyan couldn't believe her eyes.
Because she felt that Lin Yan's temperament had reached a new level, with an aristocratic demeanor.
Why, Miss Xinyan doesn't recognize me after just 3 days of not seeing me?
Lin Yan shrugged and said with a smile on his face.
He had long anticipated Xinyan's attitude.
Because the effect of the perfect body liquid is still lasting.
No,
it's just that you've changed a lot and I didn't recognize you at first. Xinyan tightened her arms around the schnauzer, her pretty face flushed slightly. The last time I saw Lin Yan, she looked like a noble goddess, but this time when she saw him, she blushed with embarrassment. Whether it's a man or a woman, they are all obsessed with looks. After a few pleasantries, Lin Yan brought Xinyan to a meadow in the cherry blossom garden. The scenery here is beautiful and secluded, making it a great place for a picnic. It is noon now, so it can be said that both the time and the place are right.
Did you prepare all this?
Xinyan covered her mouth, somewhat incredulous. In front of the two of them was a clean picnic blanket with exquisite pastries and drinks on it, which made people very appetizing at first sight. In this era when the atmosphere is not very open, scenes that only appear on TV are simply too romantic for girls.
Miss Xinyan, please take a seat.
Lin Yan smiled and did not respond, but made a gentlemanly gesture.
Thanks. Xinyan felt inexplicably happy.
She thanked him and knelt on the soft grass.
These cost a lot of money, didn't they?
Xinyan looked at the bag of dog food in Lin Yan's hand. It was all in English and it was obvious that it was very expensive.
Not much.
Lin Yan poured Xinyan a drink and said with a smile.
You're really low-key.
Xinyan nodded, and at this time Lin Yan's image in her mind rose to a higher level. However, this is still not enough to win Xinyan's heart. The real killer is for Lin Yan to target Xinyan's weaknesses according to the information in order to achieve his goal.
This is Xiao Xue, she's quite cute. Lin Yan began to act.
Yes, she is Xiao Xue, she is 1 year and 5 months old.
Xinyan blushed again.
If he wanted to increase Xinyan's favorability, he had to first gain the favor of the schnauzer in front of him. Lin Yan, who had raised a dog himself, was now completely into the state.
Dogs are just as perceptive as humans, or even more so. It can determine a person's mental state. If you look at it with nervous eyes, the dog will become nervous even if you try to please it. If you are mean to him, he will keep barking. If you treat your dog well naturally, the dog will respond in kind. Of course, this only applies to pet dogs with gentle personalities.
Don't try it with dogs like Tibetan Mastiff and Caucasian Shepherd, or you will be torn to pieces. So, under Xinyan's incredible gaze, in just a few minutes, Lin Yan became friends with the schnauzer. She even depends on Lin Yan more than her master.
Lin Yan, how did you do it?
Looking at the schnauzer playing happily in Lin Yan's arms, Xinyan asked in shock.
I can only say that Xiao Xue and I get along really well and like each other. Lin Yan said modestly.
You know, Xiao Xue doesn't even want to hug my family when they want to, except for being close to me. Xinyan said in shock.
Actually, raising a dog is a science. I've read a lot of relevant information in the library.
Sure enough, Qin Yan listened over with great interest in her eyes.
Do you know the three idiots? Have no idea.
Qin Yan shook her head, looking a little silly and cute with her confused expression.
These are the three types of pet dogs used to pull sleds in Siberia: Samoyed, Husky, and Alaskan.
Samoyeds have long, snow-white fur and look like foxes.
Huskies look like wolves and are very handsome, but they have very silly personalities.
Alaska is huge, even bigger than an adult, so Mauzi jokingly calls it the Alaskan pig. Qin Yan listened very carefully. What Lin Yan said was very interesting, and it made her, who loved pets, feel like she had entered a new world. In later times, these things can be found with a browser, but they have not yet spread widely in this era.
This is because smartphones are not yet widely used, and computers are mostly used to play games, and few people use them to search for information. Do you know the smallest dog in the world? It's called a teacup dog. A teacup dog can easily fit into a teacup the size of your palm. If you want to take it out for a play, just put it in your watch strap.
Lin Yan gestured with his hands to Qin Yan.
Oh my god, this is incredible.
Qin Yan's beautiful big eyes were filled with shock, and she covered her mouth with her hands.
There's also a dog called the Akita Inu.
Everyone calls it the smiling angel. When it smiles, it can melt the strongest heart in the world. Lin Yan said this, demonstrated it himself, and grinned.
Puff. Qin Yan, who was listening attentively, was amused.
As the saying goes, there are thousands of beautiful faces in the world, but only one interesting soul can be found among a million. Lin Yan is handsome and humorous, and with his mature soul, Qin Yan feels that he is even better than her boyfriend. And since Qin Yan had no way of seeing the information panel, her favorability also increased rapidly.
Chapter 28, Gotta See Ya Takes the Bait. The entire afternoon was spent with Lin Yan giving interesting explanations.
In Qin Yan's eyes, this afternoon was the happiest time she had ever had in her life. Lin Yan's erudition about pets and his humor have already taken root in her heart and cannot be erased. However, on Lin Yan's side, he was a little speechless.
Because Qin Yan's attitude obviously did not go any further.
Joel Lavasky said that girls all have a sense of belonging.
If you don't break this sense of belonging, you will not be able to win the other person's heart.
Lin Yan muttered to himself. It seems that I have to start from other aspects, he thought to himself.
It's getting late, let's go back first. Lin Yan stood up.
Since this method cannot improve favorability, there is no need for Lin Yan to stay here.
He is not a bootlicker. He poaches people out of revenge or because the other party is useful to him. Is it 6 o'clock already?
Qin Yan was stunned for a moment, then looked at her watch.
Happy times are always short.
She only felt that she chatted with Lin Yan for a while, and then it was dark. At this moment, Qin Yan felt reluctant to leave. She wished time would go slower. As the favorability increased, in Qin Yan's heart, Lin Yan had become a very good confidant, and she even thought about how great it would be if her boyfriend was Lin Yan.
When will we meet next time?
Before leaving, Qin Yan asked a question for some unknown reason. I'll tell you when the time comes, if you have time.
I have a gift for you then.
Lin Yan said with a smile.
A gift? Then, see you there?
Qin Yan shook her hair, her crescent eyes narrowed into a smile, and she left humming a song.
Outside the door of Jiangnan University's girls' dormitory, Li Jiwen was waiting at the door with a gloomy face.
Although he was injured, he still limped to the school when he heard that Qin Yan was not feeling well, ready to show concern and improve his favorability.
However, he failed to contact Qin Yan because Qin Yan's phone was on silent. With no other choice, Li Jiwen had to find Qin Yan's roommate.
What Qin Yan told Li Jiwen was that Qin Yan was not in the dormitory and she went out at noon.
Li Jiwen asked Qin Yan's roommate if he knew why she went out.
Qin Yan's roommate couldn't explain it clearly, but only knew that she was holding the pet dog when she went out.
Why are you here?
Just when Li Jiwen was wondering with a gloomy face why Qin Yan lied to him, a surprised voice made him look up.
Didn't you say you were not feeling well? Why did you run out at noon? Are you doing me justice? Li Jiwen asked bluntly. He was very angry at this time.
Li Jiwen didn't understand why Qin Yan didn't go to dinner with him, but instead made up a reason to lie to her. Qin Yan, who was feeling a little guilty and wanted to explain, became angry when she heard Li Jiwen's questioning tone. She is a pampered girl at home, and has never been scolded like this.
And there is no relationship between them.
Without saying anything, Qin Yan walked around Li Jiwen with a cold face and entered the dormitory. Li Jiwen wanted to chase in, but was stopped by the dormitory manager.
Li Jiwen didn't dare to break in by force and could only leave angrily. This matter was not over yet. He wanted to know why Qin Yan deceived her. Not long after Lin Yan left, feeling refreshed, a message appeared on his phone that made him extremely excited.
This was a reminder Shen Qing gave himself today. He hadn't checked his small account for some time.
I don't know either. The account that is most likely Xia Xia's is not mine.
This goddess who had accompanied him to sleep in his previous life, he must win her over no matter what. Anyway, I heard in her previous life that she was kept by someone just for an Apple phone. It would be a shame if you don't take such a high-quality beauty as your own.
Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Lin Yan logged into his small QQ account, a message notification sounded. When I opened it, I saw that it was indeed the QQ number that was most likely Xia Xie, who added me this morning. Moreover, the other party also sent him a message. Are you there? Can you really give me an iPhone 4?
Lin Yan's lips curled up into a smile, and continued as he did last time, directly sending a few photos with his mobile phone, and then asked the other party to send photos of his daily life to see. At first, he thought it would take a while. Unexpectedly, after the other party came online, he quickly sent me photos of his daily life. When Lin Yan saw this photo, his eyes lit up.
Xia Xia, it's you.
I didn't expect that you, a girl with an innocent face, are such a vain woman.
As a member of the computer department of Jiangnan University, she is the goddess in the eyes of countless students.
In the class, most of the boys have a crush on her. Including Lin Yan in his previous life, he also had thoughts about her.
I never thought that it would be realized so soon in this life.
Seeing such a goddess with the face of first love, it must be a great sense of accomplishment under him. Lin Yan didn't want to wait any longer, so he made an appointment with Xia Xie to meet at the Hilton 5-star hotel tonight.
Hilton Hotel is a top luxury hot spring hotel in Gangnam. It is said that there is a small hot spring in the presidential suite.
Lin Yan had heard of it somewhat in his previous life.
It would be interesting if I could learn some knowledge with Xia Xie in the hot spring, right? Lin Yan thought about it and felt a little impatient. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yan was lying on a plush sofa in the Hilton Hotel.
Holding a glass of Lafite wine, he tasted it casually and waited for Xia Xie to come over. He had sent her the room number and told her to come up to him. Lin Yan was looking forward to what expression this goddess would have when she saw him.
Xia Xie was very punctual.
At 8:10, Lin Yan heard the ringing sound at the door of the presidential suite.
Lin Yan picked up the electronic remote control in the presidential suite and pressed the button to open the door. Drop. The door opened. A girl with an innocent face walked in from the door with some trepidation. You are not Lin Yan?
When Xia Xie heard the familiar voice coming from the luxurious sofa, she immediately covered her mouth and widened her beautiful eyes.
Obviously, I was surprised to meet my classmates the first time I changed my phone.
This made her nervous and shy. Lin Yan's eyes lit up the moment he saw her. Today, Xia Xie was wearing a white short-sleeved chiffon shirt and a black skirt. She has a delicate and standard face, a small and straight nose, beautiful peach blossom eyes, and an intoxicating fragrance on her body. She is worthy of being the first love goddess. With her small face and pure temperament, many men like her.
Xia Xie, you seem surprised?
Lin Yan took a sip of red wine and smiled at her.
I'm really surprised. I didn't expect you to be Mr. Lin.
Xia Xie raised her little face and looked at him nervously. I didn't expect that this classmate is so rich without showing off.
Chapter 29, Initiative, Guidance.
Just now when she was going upstairs, she saw the price list at the front desk.
A presidential suite like this would cost 58,888 yuan.
This is much more expensive than the Apple phone I want. Lin Yan and Xia Xie looked at each other for a while, smiled faintly, patted the sofa next to them and said,
"Come on, sit here." Xia Xie responded in a low voice and walked over shyly.
Lin Yan watched her graceful figure walking towards him, with a faint scent of jasmine on her body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out the white iPhone 4 he had just bought at the Apple store and handed it over.
"Here's your phone, take it."
Lin Yan glanced at Xia Xie, who was sitting next to him, pinching the hem of her skirt with her two small hands helplessly, and said with a chuckle.
Xia Xie was still a little shy.
After hearing what Lin Yan said, her pretty face immediately turned red. She took the phone in the box and lowered her head again.
Lin Yan looked at Xia Xi's pure and beautiful first love face with a shy expression.
Without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her jade hand. Xia Xie also struggled slightly shyly, but thought that she should wait for the two of them to have a more in-depth communication. She let Lin Yan play with her little hand.
Come on, accompany me to take a hot spring bath first.
Lin Yan looked at the first love goddess that countless people in the school secretly talked about, and suddenly remembered the plan he had made before.
It would be interesting, right, to have the first love goddess who accompanied me to sleep in my previous life, accompany me to take a hot spring bath, and then have some exchanges on learning? Lin Yan, can I discuss something with you?
Xia Xi's voice, as clear as jade beads falling on a plate, rang out, and she looked at him anxiously. She was just wondering whether she should meet a middle-aged man. Now she discovered that this man was her classmate Lin Yan, who was not only rich but also super handsome.
She suddenly had a bold idea. What's wrong? You want to learn from me first?
Lin Yan looked at her little face with interest. He originally thought that judging from Xia Xi's appearance, she was the kind of quiet and pure girl. I can't believe that such a goddess of first love could be changed so much by an Apple phone. If this happens in the future when the live streaming industry is booming, there will definitely be a lot of rich people who are willing to spend money just to sleep with such a beauty, right?
No.
Xia Xi's little face immediately turned red. She shook her head and spoke anxiously.
Student Lin Yan, I don't want to be like this. Can you take care of me?
After saying that, Xia Xie raised her first love face and looked at Lin Yan with some anticipation. Lin Yan didn't expect that his goddess classmate would have such an idea.
Xia Xie thought Lin Yan was unwilling, and hurriedly said, I'm really not a casual person, I can't accept it.
Lin Yan looked at this former first love goddess, now the school beauty, and was in disbelief as she said these words in front of him. If those loser students who fantasize about Xia Xie every day knew about this kind of thing, they would be shocked. Lin Yan looked at her with interest. Xia Xie bit her lip and continued, I've never had a boyfriend since I was a child.
This is the first time for me.
Her thoughts were very simple. After all, she had never entered society and didn't know what scheming was. She was like a little white flower that suddenly had to explain herself. But she knew exactly what she needed, so she knew how to seize any opportunity to change.
No problem, I'd be happy to. By the way, how much do you spend a month?
Lin Yan naturally would not refuse the request to stay from such a first love goddess.
He is still a student at Jiangnan University and will live here for a long time. Give me 40,000 for 4 years.
Xia Xie thought about it and said directly. Nearly 2 million in 4 years, so even after graduation, she can go back to her hometown to start a small business.
Okay, no problem. Can you give me a good look now?
Lin Yan agreed directly, then his eyes swept over her beautiful figure and said with a wicked smile.
Moreover, a pure and innocent girl like Xia Xie with a quiet temperament should be very interesting.
Let us put it this way, a goddess of her quality. Of course, if it were other ordinary people, they would naturally not be able to enjoy it.
So, why do most goddesses drive luxury cars? Because ordinary people can't afford it. Which goddess is willing to suffer with you? Aren't you going to the hot springs? Let's go.
Xia Xi's delicate oval face turned red, and her eyes were charming.
Very good, in front of me, you have to be a little witch, understand? Lin Yan looked at the appearance of the first love goddess in the eyes of everyone at Jiangnan University, and suddenly he no longer needed to endure it.
He immediately picked up her lithe and beautiful body by the waist and walked towards the independent hot spring in the presidential suite. Soon, 100,000 words omitted. During this process, Lin Yan obtained all the information about Xia Xie.
Moreover, he taught her a lot of knowledge.
She even practiced her swimming skills. In order to show herself, Xia Xie behaved like a well-behaved kitten and worked hard to learn academic knowledge from Lin Yan.
The next day, Lin Yan woke up very early. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Xia Xie.
And a wicked smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. Xia Xie didn't expect that he had learned to make himself happy actively.
Honey, are you awake?
Xia Xie greeted him obediently, and the big eyes on her pretty face formed a beautiful crescent. This sweet greeting made Lin Yan feel like a spring breeze was blowing on his face. And she was the one who called him husband last night. Sure enough, Xia Xie is worthy of being a top student and can quickly understand the style that Lin Yan likes. Lin Yan looked at Xia Xie's beautiful face, put his arm around her, and walked towards the French window.
How can such a well-behaved kitten not be rewarded?
I was also in front of this floor-to-ceiling window last night, but the time was different and the feeling of reading here was also a little different.
At night, under Lin Yan's guidance, the goddess of first love can also enjoy the night view of Jiangnan.
At this time, looking at the busy pedestrians below, he was guiding the famous first love goddess of Jiangnan University.
Of course, the floor-to-ceiling windows in this presidential suite are all special glass that cannot be opened from the outside.
Otherwise, if others saw it, Lin Yan would be at a disadvantage. After all, this is his first love goddess, not like those beauties who are just trying out new things.
Since Xia Siye performed well, Lin Yan paid her this month's fee in advance.
He also had breakfast with her, then drove her to the nearby Wanda Plaza and bought her some clothes, skirts, bags and the like. When Xia Siye saw that Lin Yan had such a beautiful sports car, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. She didn't expect Lin Yan to be so rich.
Chapter 30, Xin Qing's Birthday Party. Since Xia Siye performed well, Lin Yan paid her this month's fee in advance.
He also had breakfast with her, then drove her to the nearby Wanda Plaza and bought her some clothes, skirts, bags and the like. When Xia Siye saw that Lin Yan had such a beautiful sports car, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. She didn't expect Lin Yan to be so rich. But come to think of it, if he can spend 40,000 yuan on her every month, he must be a rich man.
What's more, Lin Yan spent tens of thousands of dollars buying things for her today. Such generosity and magnanimity made her even more determined to serve him well. After Lin Yan bought things for Xia Siye, the two went back to Jiangnan University together. At the same time, there is one more thing. Tonight is Xin Qing's birthday, and he will not forget it. He was also very interested in this extremely beautiful, long-legged, busty, and rich girl. When Xia Siye got off the car, she immediately moved her oval face closer and kissed Lin Yan on the lips. "Honey, I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. I love you."
After saying that, Xia Siye opened the door and got out of the car with a red face. Maybe it's because she is quiet and not used to saying such things.
Lin Yan smiled slightly and prepared to go to class. The last class in the morning happened to be Gu Wanqing's class.
Lin Yan was looking at Gu Wanqing's delicate face throughout the class. And when Gu Wanqing and Lin Yan looked at each other, this guy actually smiled back.
"Lin Yan, wait a moment, I have something to talk to you about."
After class at noon, Gu Wanqing called Lin Yan, and then the sound of high heels rang out behind him.
"Did Li Jiwen go to you to complain again?"
Lin Yan turned around and looked at Gu Wanqing, who was wearing a white suit and skirt.
"You know, but you still ask?" Gu Wanqing said coquettishly. "This guy is getting bolder and bolder. He even beat up his roommate."
If she hadn't stopped him, the matter would probably have been reported to the Academic Affairs Office.
"I'm just giving them a lesson. I've had the door fixed."
Lin Yan would not make things difficult for Gu Wanqing, and he was still young and inexperienced. Jiangda was where he made his fortune, and he did not want to confront the school's top management.
Hearing Lin Yan say this, Gu Wanqing nodded, and then she remembered the scene in the classroom just now. "By the way, why were you staring at me during class? Don't you know that's rude to a lady?"
Gu Wanqing deliberately put on a stern face, but she didn't know that this made her look even more adorable.
"Didn't the counselor notice the secret signal I sent you?" Lin Yan looked at Gu Wanqing in surprise. "Signal?" Gu Wanqing was also stunned. "Didn't you say last time that you wanted to treat the counselor to a meal?"
"I'm sending you a message with my eyes, asking if you're free at noon," Lin Yan said seriously.
"Pfft, you just talked nonsense."
Gu Wanqing was not a fool, so she could tell that Lin Yan was talking nonsense, but she was still amused.
"Although I want to go, I'm really not free this afternoon. I have a teaching paper to finish."
Then, Gu Wanqing said with a hint of regret.
"Well, maybe next time."
Lin Yan nodded, then he asked, "Counselor, have you finished eating the cherries I gave you?" Speaking of cherries, Gu Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she seemed a little reluctant to leave.
"The cherries you gave me are delicious, but they're a little small. We ate them all last night. It's okay after you finish eating.
I'll bring you more cherries next time we go to the supermarket.
The place I'm going to take you to is also good. It's better than these cherries,"
Lin Yan said with a smile.
"Really? I'm kind of looking forward to what you said."
Gu Wanqing hated this teaching paper a little bit. She really wanted to follow Lin Yan to eat that mysterious delicacy. After chatting for a while, Gu Wanqing left first because she had something else to do.
As soon as the afternoon class was over, Lin Yan drove away from Jiangnan University. He was going to prepare a gift for Xin Cheng. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yan and Lu Yuan made an appointment to have dinner with Xin Cheng and some of their roommates at Taihu Hotel. Taihu Hotel is built on the edge of Taihu Lake. All private rooms have an open-air balcony from which you can enjoy the night view of the entire Taihu Lake.
While Lin Yan and the others were in the room, they could also feel the breath of nature. Today, all the girls were dressed up beautifully and appeared in front of Lin Yan.
But Song Yuha, Ning Chanqian, and Zhou Shui. But he looked at Lin Yan with extremely resentful eyes.
But Lin Yan didn't care, but stared at Xin Cheng. Today, Xin Cheng is wearing a red dress that shows off her long legs and good figure to the fullest. Especially the curve of the breasts, which is simply impeccable. And when they arrived, they also had a big cake delivered to them. We're so happy today, we all have to drink until we pass out, regardless of whether we're boys or girls. Song Yua's carefree personality naturally stirred up the atmosphere, and she directly made some harsh remarks.
Lin Yan didn't hesitate and sat down next to Xin Cheng.
While eating, beer naturally came first.
Everyone filled their glasses with wine and wished Xin Cheng a happy birthday. After a few drinks, the atmosphere naturally became lively.
Everyone at the dinner table urged each other to drink, and the girls were no less impressive, drinking as soon as they were toasted.
But a girl from northeast China like Song Yuha would naturally drink the whole glass.
People like Xin Cheng, who are not very good at drinking, only drink half a cup at a time. After everyone had almost finished drinking, they opened the cake, lit the candles, and sang birthday song to Xin Cheng.
Then, everyone gave their gifts. Lin Yan, where's your gift?
Xin Cheng was naturally the one who paid the most attention to Lin Yan. Seeing that everyone had given him gifts but he hadn't given any yet, she smiled brightly and reached out to him to ask for his gift. She is not like other girls who are too embarrassed to ask and keep their thoughts to themselves. Lin Yan stood up with a smile, grabbed her wrist, and said mysteriously, "Your gift must come with me."
What kind of gift is it that requires going outside?
Xin Cheng was pulled by him to the open-air balcony of the private room and said with a pout,
"Wow! Look at those two, they're so mysterious, what are they going to do?"
Wei Dong and the others naturally followed suit without knowing the situation, and just joined in the fun. Xin Cheng followed Lin Yan to the outdoor balcony, looked at him curiously and asked, "Why did you bring me here?"
"Don't you want a gift? Close your eyes."
Lin Yan continued to speak with a smile.
Aha!
Xin Cheng also obediently closed her beautiful big eyes. After seeing her close her eyes, Lin Yan took out his cell phone and sent her a text message. The other party quickly replied okay.
Lin Yan, are you okay?
Xin Cheng closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she seemed very nervous.
Wait a minute, let's chat for a moment. Lin Yan looked up in the direction of Taihu Lake and spoke to Xin Cheng to buy time. So what do you want to talk about? Xin Cheng's delicate voice rang out.
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 31, Finally Got the Beauty. What do you want to talk about? Xin Cheng's delicate voice rang out. Tell me about your body. I've always been curious about how you look.
Lin Yan took a look at her 36E, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a wicked smile,
"You're going to die."
Xin Cheng's pretty face suddenly turned red, her eyes opened, and she slapped Lin Yan with her hand.
Ah!
Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to ask how tall you are and why you're taller than the other girls. Lin Yan grabbed her hand and said with a smile.
I can't believe you'd ask that. Xin Cheng's face turned even redder. Well, you want a gift, don't you?
Lin Yan didn't want to tease her too much and returned to the topic.
What about the gift? Where is it?
Xin Cheng blushed and withdrew his hand.
Behind you. Lin Yan pointed to Taihu Lake behind her.
Xin Cheng looked at him and turned around. Suddenly, I discovered that thousands of lanterns were slowly rising above Taihu Lake. The lights in the sky flickered, and in an instant they seemed to illuminate the entire night sky, stunning the sky above Taihu Lake.
So beautiful.
Xin Cheng looked at the brilliant starry sky slowly formed by the lanterns and couldn't help muttering to himself. There were even a few surprised voices coming from some of the neighboring balconies and terraces. No one could have imagined that someone would release thousands of sky lanterns into Taihu Lake at once.
How is it? Do you like it? Lin Yan walked to Xin Cheng's side and said with a smile. Lin Yan, this.
Xin Cheng looked at this scene with a look of surprise on his face.
Isn't today your birthday? Maybe you're missing home, right? So, I want to light 3,000 lanterns for you and express my thoughts for you.
Lin Yan looked at the scene on the other side of Taihu Lake again and said with a satisfied smile.
Thank you, Lin Yan.
There was a mist in Xinqing's beautiful big eyes, and she was obviously very moved.
Well, make a wish first.
Lin Yan said with a faint smile.
You stay with me.
Xinqing held back her tears and looked at Lin Yan with a charming smile.
Okay, I'll stay with you.
Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Under the spectacular and romantic scene of thousands of lights blooming together, Lin Yan and Xinqing stood below, clasped their hands together, and made their wishes to the sky full of lights.
Lin Yan, what wish do you make?
Xinqing suddenly looked at Feng seriously.
I wish this for you. May you live a life without worries and everything go well.
Lin Yan said with a faint smile.
How can you help others make a wish?
Xinqing said with a pout. But her pretty face is smiling. Because the wish she just made was also related to Lin Yan.
This is also a gift for you tonight, see if you like it. Lin Yan took out an exquisite little box from his pocket and opened it.
Inside was a beautiful necklace with a red heart-shaped crystal hanging from it.
Necklace? Perfect. Xinqing looked at the necklace and suddenly laughed.
He took out the key with the ring from the small bag he was carrying.
Isn't this the key to my house?
Lin Yan said strangely.
Aha!
Xinqing said as he picked up the necklace from the box in Lin Yan's hand.
Then she took off the red crystal pendant and threaded the key encircled by the ring into the necklace.
Continuing to look at Lin Yan, he said happily, I'm going to wear it around my neck so I don't have to worry about losing it.
Let me help you put it on.
Lin Yan didn't expect that she would value his key so much.
Good. Xinqing happily put the necklace in Lin Yan's hand.
Lin Yan took a step forward, passed the hand holding the necklace across Xinqing's fair neck, and put the necklace on her. At such a close distance, he could smell the fragrance coming from Xinqing.
This is the first time I've put a necklace on a girl.
Lin Yan smiled at her red ears. When Xinqing heard this, she felt a wave of sweetness in her heart, and even her pretty face felt a little hot with embarrassment.
I've got it on.
Lin Yan fixed her hair and returned to her front. He lowered his head to look her over and continued, well, she's still pretty.
Yeah.
Xinqing looked down and immediately blushed. The key was just above the collar of her dress. When Lin Yan looked down just now, he was so close to her that he naturally saw the exposed part of her neckline. Xinqing raised her head shyly, looked at Lin Yan angrily and said, Where are you looking at? Lin Yan looked at the charming and beautiful woman in front of him, and suddenly had a bold idea. He lowered his head and said, The corner of your mouth seems dirty.
Yes,
Before Xinqing could finish her words, Lin Yan hugged her and covered her pretty little mouth. Looking at Lin Yan who was right in front of him, he could still feel his presence on his face. Xinqing closed her eyes shyly, but did not struggle out of Lin Yan's arms. It was unknown how long it took before Lin Yan let go of the panting Xinqing.
Lin Yan, do you like me?
Xinqing's face was flushed pink as she looked at him expectantly. For a girl like her, it is not easy to meet a boy she likes. Naturally, I won't try to be reserved like other girls. From the first contact, she developed a liking for Lin Yan. After several more contacts, she found that she had fallen in love with him.
Of course I like you.
Lin Yan touched Xinqing's hair lovingly. Xinqing looked at Lin Yan's intimate gesture, and immediately felt a surge of joy in her heart, and murmured with a blush.
Lin Yan, I like you too. No matter what, you have to remember that there is a girl who has never been in a relationship and has no experience with the opposite sex. She has known you and liked you from the beginning. Even if you may have a girlfriend, she has no other requirements, not at all. As long as you have her in your heart.
Lin Yan felt warm in his heart as he listened to the words of the beautiful woman in his arms.
Is this the feeling of being loved? Holding Xinqing's hand, he couldn't help but tighten it. Let me show you something else.
Lin Yan put his arm around Xinqing's slender waist and pointed at the 3,000 bright lights in the starry sky.
He decided to go big this time.
Xinqing looked at him curiously, and then accompanied him to look up at the beautiful road of lights that looked like the Milky Way.
She didn't know what Lin Yan wanted her to see?
Lin Yan smiled and said to Xinqing, I want the whole Jiangnan region to know that I love you. Xinqing was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Lin Yan's hand began to wave gently, and the bright light seemed to be guiding him in an incredible way.
Following the direction of his hand, they slowly gathered together.
Next, Xinqing felt very incredible and opened her beautiful eyes even wider. The bright lights in the sky actually formed the appearance of Xinqing. And under the bright light, there was also Lin Lovshin floating. This shocking way of expressing love not only left a deep and indelible mark on Xinqiang's heart. Even the people in the entire Jiangnan region who could see this scene exclaimed in shock. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 32, Cruel Poisonous Chicken Soup.
Many people have been wondering how these bright lights can come together and form the shape and font of a beautiful woman. Seeing such a shocking scene, many viewers not only sighed in admiration, but also took photos and videos. Then uploaded to various posts, forums, and Weibo that are still popular these days.
Hashtag Jiangnan Taihu Lake, a shocking confession appeared.
Hashtag thousands of lights for one person. Hashtag Jiangnan Taihu 10,000 lights 10,000 wishes.
Moreover, it quickly became a hot topic after being circulated on Weibo. Many netizens are speculating which rich person did this. And everyone was talking about how this person turned the lamp into a beautiful woman. Of course, Lin Yan naturally wouldn't care about all this on the internet now.
This thrilling scene over Taihu Lake was naturally the result of an item purchased for 1,000 privilege points in the Krypton Gold Mall in the Perfect Life system. As for whether it would attract the attention of the country, Lin Yan was not too worried. Now, what he needs to care about most is Xinqing's eyes.
She seems to be crying? Miss Xinqiang, it's not raining, why do you have tears in your eyes? Lin Yan looked at Xinqing's pretty face with tears in her eyes and said it jokingly.
Xinqiang looked back at Lin Yan, suddenly leaned forward, stood on tiptoes and kissed him. The 36E was directly pressed against Lin Yan's body, and the faint fragrance kept floating into his nose.
Wow! What is this? It's so beautiful. The conversation between Lin Yan and Xinqiang was interrupted by Song Yue's surprised voice.
It turned out that Song Yue ran to the open-air balcony to see what was happening because she saw that the two people had not returned for such a long time. Before she could be surprised, she was shocked by the beautiful scene of the starry sky when she saw Lin Yan and Xinqing hugging each other affectionately. Xinqing's portrait and the words Lin Lovshin are surrounded by lights in the sky.
Suddenly, I couldn't help but exclaim. Xinqiang was also awakened by Song Yue's voice.
He barely mustered a bit of strength and pushed Lin Yan away embarrassedly.
Yuha, what are you shouting about?
Ning Qianqian and the others heard Song Yue's screams. They all came out of the private room at once.
Wow, so beautiful. Damn, this is spectacular. Hey, isn't that Xinqiang?
Ian, you did this, how awesome.
Let's go make a wish. This is the first time I've seen so many lanterns.
Seeing the sky full of lanterns, they looked incredulous. Lin Yan saw Xinqing, whose face was still red, and smiled faintly. She is indeed a white, rich and beautiful goddess, and the taste is different.
Xinqiang, let me take a picture of you two as a souvenir. Song Yue walked over and said to Xinqing with a happy smile.
As a woman, she knew this was a moment worth remembering.
Well, use my phone to take a picture.
Xinqing glanced at the lights in the sky, took out his cell phone and handed it over.
It's like being under a sky lantern floating on a starry road.
The first photo between the two of them was taken with Xinqiang's portrait in font formed by sky lanterns.
Xinqing's birthday was obviously held very well.
Although she is not at home this year, it may not be as grand. But this was the happiest and most joyful birthday she had ever had in her life. After dinner, the boys and girls on Lin Yan's side said goodbye. On the way back to the car, Lin Yan naturally talked about the progress of their dinner.
Ian, this is a really good move.
I think Xinqing really likes you.
Lu Yuan gave Lin Yan a thumbs up.
Naturally, he was shocked by the 3,000 bright lights and was full of admiration.
What do you mean by tactical? I'm being honest. But you, it seems like you're hooking up with that girl from the next academy, right? Lin Yan spoke casually while driving.
Anyway, I know Song Yue doesn't like me, so of course I have to find another girlfriend. Although the girl I found this time is not very pretty, I feel like I have found the feeling of love.
Lu Yuan also said with a smile.
Ian, you don't know that Lu Yuan spent a lot of money to make this progress. He gave that girl a bracelet worth more than 1,000 yuan. Wei Don, as an insider, said with a smile.
Yu Jie sighed and said, you guys are fine. I haven't found a girlfriend yet.
Ajay, in today's society, if you don't have money, you have to be handsome, otherwise it's really hard to pick up girls.
Lu Yuan looked like an experienced person and patted his shoulder and said. So are you saying I'm ugly? I'm not ugly, so why can't I get a girl no matter how much I scream?
Yujia touched his slightly chubby face and said unwillingly. After hearing this, Lin Yan shook his head helplessly.
Dijun, being ugly is a real disease, otherwise why would a beauty clinic be called a hospital?
But I tried hard, and I texted the girl I liked on QQ every day. Yujia still thought he had perseverance. Lin Yan thought of himself in his previous life, who was trying hard to pursue a girl, and sighed. However, in this world, not everything is hard-earned, just like 50 yuan.
No matter how hard he tries, he can't attract people with 100 yuan, right? But, I have ideals.
Yujia still seems unable to accept the reality of this world.
You're right. No one can make you give up on the girl you like, because as long as you try, you will give up. Lin Yan continued.
This real society has really changed and become more and more realistic.
Most people will understand when they enter society. Wow, Yan, don't tell the truth. After hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't bear it anymore.
Although he thought Lin Yan was just spouting toxic chicken soup, he found that every word he said made sense.
There's no way, this world is too realistic.
Lin Yan sent Lu Yuan and the other two back to school, and he wanted to return to his villa.
The red Ferrari LaFerrari looked particularly gorgeous under the night light.
Along the way, Lin Yan could feel the envious looks of many passers-by when they saw his car.
After all, how many people in this world are born at the top? Most of them are ordinary people.
It cannot be said that these people were born to lose at the starting line, but even if they work hard all their lives, it is basically impossible for them to afford such a luxury car worth tens of millions. So, there is a saying that goes like this. It's not that we don't work hard, but the starting point for some people is the destination that we may never reach in our lifetime. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome, while you may never reach a place in your entire life.
Lin Yan had already seen through this increasingly realistic society.
Therefore, he is destined to enjoy the pleasures of real society in this life.
Just as Lin Yanzhong was feeling deeply moved, he stopped at a traffic light.
Suddenly, a long-haired beauty in black stockings, high heels, and an office lady outfit suddenly walked towards him.
Hey handsome, can you give me a ride?
The long-haired beauty cast a coquettish glance at Lin Yan and said to Lin Yan, who was sitting in the car. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 33, A beautiful woman approached me.
Lin Yan raised his head and looked at the beauty with a smile. The woman was very good-looking, with light and delicate makeup, and a pair of charming big eyes that were very bright. And this beauty is holding the bike with her hands outstretched. The OL uniform has an indescribable meaning. Combined with her beautiful legs in black stockings and her tight figure in her professional attire, she really caught everyone's attention.
Where are you going?
Lin Yan said with a slight smile. With his experience in his previous life, he naturally knew the purpose of this beauty. This is the prey that came to my door, so I have no choice but to take it.
Sure enough, this is the reality of the world.
No wonder in the past, there were always beautiful women around those young men who drove sports cars.
Because those beauties will come to you on their own initiative. Isn't this exactly what they want? Money means nothing to Lin Yan. When you are tired of spending money, just use it. It's a matter of mutual benefit. I live on that street, handsome guy, can you take me there?
The voice of this beautiful OL uniformed lady is very charming and sounds seductive. While speaking, she stretched out a hand to lift the hair on her forehead, which was really a unique style.
Come up.
Lin Yan glanced at her charming figure and chuckled. He was still looking forward to something happening.
Besides, it's nice to be alone with a beautiful woman tonight. Handsome guy, you're so nice.
The long-haired beauty smiled seductively, opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat.
Well, I'll be better later. Lin Yan said lightly.
The traffic light was about to end, so he started the Ferrari and left the intersection. Just as the car left, a somewhat old electric car stopped at the place where Lin Yan had parked his car. There was a man in a suit on the electric bike, and 2 cups of milk tea were hanging on the hook of the bike. The man was a colleague of the long-haired beauty.
He originally wanted to treat the goddess to a cup of milk tea and then take her home. After buying the milk tea, I witnessed the whole process of the goddess getting into the Ferrari. Could it be that the goddess they have been pursuing has been taken?
The man looked at his electric bike and the milk tea on it, sighed, and left alone.
Sure enough, behind every goddess, there is a man who wants to vomit. Unfortunately, they don't have the capital to be the ones behind it.
especially that brand new Ferrari, compared to his own electric car. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
He hates himself for not having money.
On Ferrari's side, the long-haired beauty took the initiative to start a conversation with Lin Yan.
Handsome guy, my name is Li Yun, what's your name?
As she said these words, Li Yun's cute big eyes were still looking at everything in the car. At the same time, her excitement could be felt in her voice. It seems that she was very excited, as she could not only meet the tall, rich and handsome man, but also ride in this luxury sports car.
My name is Lin Yan.
After Lin Yan answered casually, he turned to look at the beautiful uniformed woman beside him and continued, "Beautiful lady, you got into my car alone at night.
Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? How could that be? You're so handsome and rich, how could you be a bad guy?"
Li Yun stared at Lin Yan's handsome face with her big eyes, while giving a charming laugh. Moreover, when she spoke, she deliberately put her purse aside, revealing her sexy legs. "You have a great figure." Lin Yan couldn't help but take a look and said with a smile. After seeing her legs, he already had an idea of what he was going to learn tonight.
"Ha, handsome guy, you really know how to make people happy. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful, right?" Li Yunjiao smiled, winked at Lin Yan playfully, and asked about the situation intentionally or unintentionally.
"She works in sales at a company and was working overtime just now.
After get off work, I happened to see Lin Yan's Ferrari.
There was only one man in the car, and from a vague glance, he seemed to be quite handsome. That's why she took the initiative to come over and talk to him. Because if she could hook up with this tall, rich, and handsome man, then she would be able to make it big.
Marrying into a wealthy family has always been a girl's dream.
Especially girls who have experienced social reality." Lin Yan naturally knew some of the beautiful woman's thoughts, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
"I'm single, how can I have a girlfriend?" "Really? Then I have a chance."
When Li Yun heard this, the smile on her face became even more charming.
She doesn't want to miss any opportunity to find a rich husband now. If she can really marry into a wealthy family, she won't need to work overtime. Shopping, traveling, and buying groceries, this is the life she wants most. Why, you still want to be my girlfriend?
Lin Yan smiled faintly, took his right hand off the steering wheel, and put his arm around Li Yun's slender waist.
Of course I do, but I don't know if you're willing, handsome,
Li Yun said with a smile. She didn't care at all that Lin Yan took advantage of her waist. Although she had never met a satisfactory man before, she had never had intimate contact with the opposite sex.
But now that she has met a handsome, rich and successful man like Lin Yan, she wants to give it a try.
She is very confident about her appearance, especially her long legs and 36D.
No man would dislike her, right?
Lin Yan looked back at her charming figure with a wicked smile on his face.
It's not easy being my girlfriend. Li Yun immediately came over when she heard this.
On the street leading to Taihu Villa, Lin Yan drove slowly in his red Ferrari. Judging from the expression on his face, he was enjoying it. Looking from outside the car, I found that Li Yun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to have disappeared. More than half an hour later, Li Yun raised her head with a rosy face. Her long hair was a little messy and she was hurriedly applying lipstick.
Handsome guy, you want to tire me to death?
Li Yun glanced at Lin Yan coquettishly and said in a soft voice. No, drink some water first. Lin Yan said with a slight smile, taking out a bottle of mineral water and handing it to her. Li Yun took the mineral water and drank a few sips. Then she took out the mirror from her bag and reapplied her lipstick. She originally thought that the average tall, rich and handsome guy would not be able to handle the physical strain because he had no shortage of girlfriends. I didn't expect that this handsome guy in front of me is so powerful. As for Lin Yan's suggestion of taking her back, she did not stop him.
She even felt a little bit of anticipation.
After all, only hard work can bring rewards.
Not long after, Lin Yan drove his Ferrari to the downstairs of the villa.
It was Li Yan's first time to visit such a luxurious villa, and she kept looking around with stars in her eyes along the way. As soon as he entered the villa, Lin Yan picked up Li Yun. Li Yun did not disappoint him and knew how to make use of her advantages. That pair of long legs made Lin Yan feel a little dizzy.
This learning and exchange activity lasted until late at night.
In the cold moonlight, you can see two shadows, one in front and one behind, on the balcony of the villa. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 34, Beautiful Class Teacher. The next morning, Lin Yan took Li Yun to do morning exercises and then sent her home.
Of course, Lin Yan couldn't possibly want such a woman as his girlfriend, but he also transferred 40,000 yuan to her as a reward for her last night. Li Yun naturally understood what Lin Yan meant. Although she was a little disappointed, at least she got a generous reward. But when Li Yun got out of the car, she gave Lin Yan a sweet French kiss. But she couldn't go to work today because she still felt a little weak. Anyway, I just got 40,000 yuan from Lin Yan, so she doesn't care whether to take leave or not.
Lin Yan drove back to Jiangnan University.
However, when he got off the bus, he did not realize that the beautiful class teacher Mo Yulan, who was not far from him, had just seen this scene.
Isn't this Lin Yan from our class? He actually drove a sports car to school. Is he a rich second-generation kid? Mo Yulan blinked her beautiful eyes curiously at Lin Yan in the distance and talked to herself.
Although she had known Lin Yan for less than 2 months, she was impressed by this tall and handsome student.
But Lin Yan didn't know all this. Walk into the classroom. Many students are already sitting in the classroom because their homeroom teacher Mo Yulan will be giving them professional lessons, including Lin Yan's first love goddess Xia Xie and Wei Dong and others. This is Ai Yan.
When they saw Lin Yan coming in, Wei Dong waved to him. The seats in the classroom are not fixed and students can sit wherever they like. However, Lin Yan did not sit with some of Wei Dong's people this time. After smiling and nodding at them, he walked straight towards Xia Xie.
Ha! What happened to Ai Yan?
Where did he go? Wei Dong and his companions were a little confused.
Lin Yan ignored them and walked directly to Xia Xie's seat in the back row under their surprised gazes.
He pointed to where her book was next to her chair and said, "Xie, there's no one here.
Can I sit here?"
Seeing Xia Xie wearing a white dress today, she is full of youthful vitality. The slender white legs exposed under the skirt can make men have impulses when they see them. Soft long hair gently draped over the shoulders, a fresh and pure beautiful face, and beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows.
This is everyone's first love goddess.
Lin Yan's current behavior naturally attracted the attention of many people in the classroom.
Look over there, someone is chatting up the goddess again.
There were a few male classmates who had a crush on Xia Xie. They pointed at Lin Yan over there and said with a smile,
"For Xia Xie, the school beauty, there are naturally many boys like her in her class. Some people approach or pursue you,
but they all failed. Some people tried to sit with Xia Xie, but Xia Xie usually put a book on the seat next to her. This is used to help others reserve seats, and they cannot be allowed to sit here, which indirectly rejects these boys. So, over the past month, Xia Xie has rejected many people. Naturally, fewer people came up to chat with her. So, now when some boys see Lin Yan walking over, they naturally want to watch the show.
It's all human nature. If I can't get the goddess, I don't want others to get it." Sitting in her seat, Xia Xie was pretending to flip through a book.
When she heard Lin Yan's voice, a blush immediately appeared on her fresh first love face. She looked up at Lin Yan, stretched out her hand, and picked up the book on the seat next to her.
"Sit down," she whispered, "this is for you."
Lin Yan looked at Xia Xie's pretty face, which was flushed, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He didn't hesitate and walked in directly and sat next to his first love. Suddenly, Xia Xie's fragrance drifted into Lin Yan's nose. He took a breath and glanced at the delicate collarbone at the neckline of her dress.
Then, he recalled the scene of guiding her to unlock various learning objects that night, as well as her shy expression lying on the bed, all of which appeared in Lin Yan's mind.
This is what the goddess you can't get looks like in front of me. Damn, when did Ai Yan hook up with Xia Xie?
Wei Dong witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his face was incredulous.
What about Xin Chang? What should she do?
Yu Jie said with a confused look on his face.
Don't you understand? This is a man's dream.
Lu Yuan said appreciatively. And the boys who had been paying attention to the side were almost shocked to the point of popping their eyes out.
What happened? The first love goddess of my dreams, she lets another man sit next to her?
These boys who had a crush on Xia Xie suddenly felt sad.
He looked at Lin Yan jealously. What on earth is there about this guy that can attract the attention of my goddess? Although many students were very dissatisfied. However, it is not like in the movie or novel.
Take the initiative to cause trouble for Lin Yan.
After all, this is real life.
I saw the goddess being picked up by another man. The most normal thing is to be jealous of him, or to say bad things behind his back, but they will never prove it with actions.
After all, you are not the goddess. Can you control who the goddess likes to sit with?
While they were feeling resentful, it was time for class. The beautiful teacher Mo Yulan walked in from outside the classroom holding the teaching materials.
Mo Yulan is also dressed very beautifully today. She wore a pink chiffon top and a black pleated skirt,
revealing her long white legs. The pair of high-heeled shoes on her feet showed off her tall figure to the fullest.
If Xia is a pure goddess, she is the youth of all male classmates. Mo Yulan is a queen-like beauty who can make people want to conquer her.
The students in the class are very obedient to this beautiful teacher. Therefore, those students who had just looked at Lin Yan with jealousy also turned their gaze back to the podium.
Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Yulan, thinking, why are his counselor and class teachers so beautiful?
It seems that it is destined for me to conquer them all.
Thinking of Counselor Gu Wanqing, Lin Yan couldn't wait to conquer her right now.
But with Xia by my side, I was still more focused.
Students, today we will explain a new topic. Please open your books to page 61. While Mo Yulan was speaking, she glanced at Lin Yan intentionally or unintentionally.
At this time, Lin Yan was only paying attention to the beautiful canary beside him, so he naturally did not notice this scene. At this time, Xia's beautiful face was facing the blackboard, studying seriously. Lin Yan, who was standing aside, kept his attention on this first love goddess. Sitting so close, he could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Xia. Looking from under the desk, her slender snow-white legs under her skirt were gently pressed together.
Very attractive.
However, Lin Yan, who was sitting in the back row at this time, was not like other boys who could only YY alone. He directly did something that he had only dared to think about but not to do during his college years in his previous life.
Chapter 35, As Long as You Are Brave, Teacher.
Because they were sitting in the last row of the classroom, and there was a desk blocking the way, so Lin Yan was very brave at this time.
Things that were previously only possible through YY are now becoming a reality. There is no doubt that nothing is affectionate. Money makes everything possible. How can you maintain love when you can't even guarantee material things?
So, when Lin Yan had enough money, he no longer just talked about love. In such a society, frankly speaking, being affectionate means being a bootlicker, and in the end you will end up with nothing.
This is the reality of society.
Therefore, most of the time, Lin Yan felt that it was too extravagant for some people to talk about love, and they were only worth talking about the price. Just like at this moment, Xia was very cooperative.
This feeling is hard to describe and cannot be expressed in words.
The first love goddess and dream lover in the previous life. But now in such an environment, such an action was taken.
Help yourself with your homework.
The students in the classroom are listening attentively to the lecture given by the beautiful female teacher Mo Yulan.
Xia and he are studying mathematics in.
Lin Yan looked at this first love goddess who had a pure and beautiful appearance. Although there was a trace of color on that delicate face, the expression was still that of someone listening to the class seriously.
This proves that women are born actors.
Those boys who had a crush on her and secretly glanced at her from behind could never have imagined that their first love goddess would actually help others with their homework. Half an hour later, Lin Yan finally finished his communication and learning with the goddess in this special environment.
Xia's cheeks are like apples.
She was obviously very shy about this kind of thing. Just then, the bell rang. Xia looked at Lin Yan with eyes like a pool of spring water, took out a pack of tissues from her school bag to wipe her hands, stood up, and walked towards the bathroom. Lin Yan had a smile on his face as he allowed his first love goddess to communicate and learn with him in class.
This was his dream in his previous life.
I didn't expect it to finally come true.
Lin Yan took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was almost noon.
When he was about to leave the classroom, he went out to find Xia for dinner.
Before he left, the head teacher Mo Yulan walked towards him with a report form.
Lin Yan, our school is planning to hold a school anniversary party.
Only a few people in our class will be attending. Do you want to sign up for an event and bring honor to our class? Mo Yulan was wearing stiletto high heels and speaking in front of Lin Yan with a fragrant smell.
It was the first time that Lin Yan observed the beauty of his head teacher at such a close distance.
With her enchanting face and charming figure, she and Gu Wanqing are known as the two peonies of Jiangnan University. Teacher Mo, are there any selection criteria for this project? Lin Yan thought for a while and asked.
In his previous life, he would have flatly refused such a performance.
After all, he was introverted and timid at that time, so how could he perform in front of so many people? However, he wanted to experience it once in his life. It's just a talent. With the system, you can directly exchange it for a Master Level 1.
And, most importantly, Lin Yan wanted to be in the spotlight and show off.
Just think about it, it would be great to shock the whole audience with the attention of all the beautiful girls in the school, right?
He is not like the protagonists in movies and novels who keep a low profile.
This is not the life he wants. What's the point of thinking you're awesome and only you know it?
Magic, martial arts, singing and dancing, musical instrument performances, etc., the choices are endless. When Mo Yulan heard Lin Yan's voice, she knew that the other party had some ideas, so she immediately smiled and said, she recently had trouble preparing for the show.
There seemed to be a lack of interest in the class, and few people signed up. This is understandable. They are computer science majors, not art schools. It's normal that there are few talented people. People who feel ordinary are embarrassed to perform on stage. After all, it was a performance in front of the whole school. Now that Lin Yan was interested in participating, she felt a little happy.
Okay, sign me up for a piano singing program. Lin Yan thought for a while and said with a smile. He felt that dancing, magic, etc. were not suitable for performances at such a party. The best thing to do on such an occasion is to sing your future hits and wow the world. Because the sound can penetrate the entire scene, the effect is the best. This is the only way to achieve the effect that Lin Yan wants to be in the spotlight and show off.
Well, what do you want to sing? Do you want me to fill in the program for you? Mo Yulan looked at Lin Yan with sparkling eyes and said happily.
She agreed to let Lin Yan sign up for the performance and sing. After all, Lin Yan has a nice voice and a masculine charm.
In addition, Lin Yan drove a sports car to school today. Mo Yulan guessed that his family might be well off.
When it comes to musical instruments, I definitely need to learn more than the average person.
Maybe he's good at playing and singing?
Just fill in the original songs and I'll tell them when the time comes during the show.
Lin Yan looked at Mo Yulan's pretty face and said with a faint smile. Original song?
I didn't expect you, Lin Yan, to be so talented. I watched other classes' performances and they didn't have any original songs.
Yours is the only one. Did you write it yourself? Mo Yulan looked at him in surprise.
Yes, if I say this is written specifically for you, Teacher Mo, will you believe me? Lin Yan said with a smile on his face. As the saying goes, as long as you are brave enough, the teacher will be there for you.
Student Lin Yan, you're quite courageous. You actually dared to tease the teacher? Mo Yulan looked at Lin Yan with a strange look, and suddenly an idea came to her mind.
This morning, she received a call from her mother, who once again tried to force her into marriage and arranged for her to go on a blind date. The student in front of him, named Lin Yan, has first-class looks and temperament, and seems to be brave and not stage-frightened. Apart from being young, it is simply the best shield. The most important thing is that he is his student and should be able to listen to him. This is obviously more appropriate than using colleagues and classmates as shields to create misunderstandings.
After thinking for a while, Mo Yulan looked at him with a smile and said, Lin Yan, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner.
Okay, but you have to treat me to lunch too.
Lin Yan nodded. A panel appeared before my eyes.
Mo Yulan, 27 years old, appearance 97, figure 95, purity 100, weakness. Dongzi, look how Ian is walking with our head teacher. Yu Jia, Lu Yuan and others were planning to go to the school cafeteria to eat, but they saw Lin Yan and Mo Yulan talking and laughing.
Maybe Teacher Mo has something to ask him? Wei Dong glanced at the two people in the distance and said uncertainly. Is it really that simple?
A bold idea suddenly came to my mind. Yu Jia pushed his glasses on his nose and said in a pretentious manner.
Damn, Ajay, you've watched too many movies.
Lu Yuan patted Yu Jia's shoulder speechlessly. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author, thank you for your support.
Chapter 36, Another Attack on Qin Xiaohua.
After having lunch with the beautiful class teacher Mo Yulan, Lin Yan prepared to conquer Qin Yan in the cherry blossom garden. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Yan called Qin Yan.
Miss Qin, do you have time?
I'll wait for you on the green ground of the cherry blossom garden. In the girls' dormitory, Qin Yan had put on light makeup, her beautiful eyes were shining, as if she had heard something happy.
If you have time, wait for me for a while.
After receiving Lin Yan's call, Qin Yan was filled with joy and prepared to go down immediately.
Yan Yan, are you going on a date with Li Jiwen?
Qin Yan's roommate knew that Li Jiwen was Qin Yan's strongest suitor, so she asked with a smile.
Well.
Qin Yan froze for a moment, then tried to make herself look normal.
No more talking, I have to go first.
Qin Yan was worried that her roommate would ask some embarrassing questions, so she ran away without saying a word.
Qin Yan left for a while, and Li Jiwen also came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He was chatting with Qin Yan's roommate. She didn't say where?
No, she left in a hurry, as if she didn't want me to know about her affairs, but I heard her say a name, Lin something.
Young Master Li, did something happen between you and Qin Yan? She seems. The girl wanted to speak but didn't dare to ask. You misunderstood me. Qin Yan and I have a very stable relationship.
I was worried that she would be deceived by people in society, so I kept asking you for her information.
After saying that, Li Jiwen took out 500 yuan bills and gave them to the girl. Thank you for taking care of Qin Yan. This is a small token of my appreciation. How can I be so embarrassed? Qin Yan and I are like sisters. This is what I should do.
Although the girl said she was sorry, she quickly put the money into her pocket. These so-called plastic sisters.
After Qin Yan's roommate left, Li Jiwen's face became even darker. Lin what? Is it Lin Yan? Impossible, how could Qin Yan like him?
Despite this, Li Jiwen still remembered Lin Yan's recent changes and his more handsome appearance than his own, which cast a shadow in his mind.
Qin Yan said nothing.
It seems I have to find someone to teach this country bumpkin a lesson and let him know what he can't touch. If it is really you, Lin Yan, who stole my goddess, I will make you live a life worse than death.
Li Jiwen clenched his fists and looked like a poisonous snake.
On the other side, Jiangda Cherry Blossom Garden.
Did you buy all these for me?
Qin Yan covered her mouth and looked at Lin Yan with her beautiful big eyes. Unlike the food on the lawn last time, this time it was all things Qin Yan couldn't afford. Teething sticks, dog gum, dog bones, dog toys, shampoo, and even imported large bags of dog food.
Do you like it? Lin Yan asked with a smile.
People are materialistic, and while talking about feelings they also need some material stimulation.
I like it very much. Qin Yan nodded and happily took the pet supplies one by one.
The schnauzer on the other side jumped up and down excitedly, obviously very interested in Lin Yan's gadgets.
Lin Yan, how much did you spend on these?
After looking for a while, Qin Yan asked about the price. Lin Yan thought to herself, as expected, women still care about men's spending power.
It's only about 7,000 or 8,000.
Lin Yan said calmly.
7 or 8,000. Once, Qin Yan was even more surprised and looked at Lin Yan in shock.
Here, let me first give you some basic information about the consumption capacity of ordinary people around 2010. The monthly salary of ordinary employees in state-owned enterprises is around 3,000 yuan, and it is higher in private enterprises, but will never exceed 5,000 yuan. If both husband and wife in a family have jobs, the combined salary would be around 8,000, assuming both have received a good education. Under such circumstances, Qin Yan's monthly living expenses could not be that high.
Basically around 800 yuan a month.
If you come from the countryside, 500 yuan for living expenses is considered a lot, and the living expenses basically fluctuate. But even in this environment, Lin Yan was willing to spend at least 8,000 yuan to buy a bunch of pet supplies for Qin Yan, which was shocking. Lin Yan, I can't accept these things from you.
Please return them.
Although Qin Yan was touched, she still decisively refused. Qin Yan didn't know what kind of person she would become when she entered society, but at least she was a pure girl now and didn't do what a green tea girl did.
Are you worried that I won't have money to spend after buying these things for you? Lin Nang looked into Qin Yan's eyes and found it a little funny.
Don't worry, my family is not short of money, and I have my own investments, so money is nothing to me. Lin Yan smiled and stopped teasing Qin Yan. Instead, he took out the Ferrari keys.
Look, here are the keys to the Ferrari.
Lin Yan handed a very cool key to Qin Yan.
Qin Yan looked over subconsciously. The next second, she was stunned. It's really a Ferrari key.
The golden luster almost blinded Qin Yan's eyes.
Did you invest money to buy it? Qin Yan asked subconsciously. Lin Yan nodded.
He did not tell Qin Yan about all his assets, after all, she had not yet been officially included in his collection. Otherwise, when Lin Yan was only 19 years old, he would have been terrified to death if he knew that he was worth tens of millions.
How do you make so much money?
Xin Yan finally regained some of her sanity, and then she began to wonder where the money came from.
The girl had a very big imagination. She was thinking that this was not something Lin Yan got by robbing a bank.
Because of you, as long as you want to buy something you like, I rack my brains to find a way to make money, and as a result, I made a little profit from the stocks I invested in recently.
And that income will continue,
Lin Yan said confidently.
It's time to show off. Because of me?
Xin Yan was stunned for a moment, and then her pretty face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a cooked lobster.
What are the most powerful words of love in the world for a girl? Women are not stupid, sweet words can only make them happy temporarily.
But if you tell a goddess that you like a sports car, I will do my best to make money and give her the sports car.
Then I can guarantee that you will completely win this goddess.
So, Xin Yan was really attracted this time. I felt dizzy all over, like I was drunk.
Successful? Lin Yan was delighted. Lin Yan, why are you so nice to me?
Xin Yan stuttered. He is handsome, good at making money, has the same interests and hobbies as her, and is very considerate. He is exactly the Prince Charming in Xin Yan's mind. Now she was happy and helpless. Because of Li Jiwen's strong pursuit before, others misunderstood that the two of them were together. He also said that he would observe Li Jiwen for a few days. If I throw myself into Lin Yan's arms now, some people will definitely say that I am cheating on my husband. If you're lying, it's because you're my confidant.
There's nothing wrong with being nice to your confidant, right?
Lin Yan blinked and then spoke. At this time he was no longer worried. Lin Yan had found the right method. If he was right, as long as he could deliver a fatal blow to Li Jiwen, he could completely provide him with a green grassland.
What about the truth? Xin Yan immediately looked up at Lin Yan.
But when she saw Lin Yan staring at her, she lowered her head like a frightened rabbit. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 37, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. The truth is, I like you and I want you to be my woman,
Lin Yan said without hesitation.
Xin Yan.
Although it was expected, Xin Yan didn't expect Lin Yan to be so direct.
There was no preparation at all. He was so domineering and didn't give her any chance to react. But you know the rumors about me and Li Jiwen.
After a while, Xin Yan said softly. She also wanted to agree immediately, but there was always a gap between the two of them. She was not a fickle girl. If there was no special reason, even if she liked Lin Yan very much, she still could not immediately agree to his confession at this time. Just wait a few more days and declare that Li Jiwen is not suitable, then he can be with Lin Yan openly. Lin Yan had long expected Xin Yan to answer like this.
He said nothing, just stood up. Xin Yan subconsciously raised her head, wondering what Lin Yan was going to do. But at that moment, Xin Yan was stunned.
Lin Yan walked up to her, held her in his arms, and lowered his head to capture the goddess's pink lips.
Youthful, sweet, and definitely a first time, Li Jiwen, can you imagine your goddess being kissed by another man? Ha ha ha. Lin Yan smiled happily.
Lin Yan laughed, leaving Xin Yan confused. At this moment, she was very confused, her mind filled with Lin Yan's dominance and handsome face.
As for Li Jiwen, Xin Yan had already thrown him into that corner. Xiaoyun, come and help me move things.
She touched her swollen lips, smiled goofily, and called her roommate. Lin Yan laughed, but the pile of gifts for Xin Yan remained.
That bag of dog food alone weighs 30 kilograms.
She couldn't take it back by herself, so she asked her roommate to help her. It was not easy to move these things to the dormitory, but Xin Yan met an unexpected guest downstairs.
Xin Yan, why didn't you answer my call?
Li Jiwen, who had been waiting at the dormitory door for 2 hours, was a little irritable, but he restrained himself from speaking loudly.
I was out buying pet supplies and didn't hear the phone, Xin Yan said expressionlessly. Li Jiwen glanced at the gifts.
Xin Yan's roommate sent him a text message saying that these gifts were not bought but brought back from the cherry blossom garden. He could tell at a glance that they were given to Xin Yan by someone else.
You bought it?
These things aren't cheap, at least several thousand.
Where did you get so much money? Li Jiwen looked at Xin Yan coldly. I'm not spending your money, why are you asking so many questions? Xin Yan was a little impatient. For some reason, she now hates Li Jiwen.
It was because of her that he rejected Lin Yan's confession.
Xin Yan, everyone says I'm your boyfriend. Do you think it's appropriate for you to accept gifts from another man? Throw these things away. If you want anything, I'll take you to the pet store to buy it. Lee Jiwon didn't want to push too hard. He just wanted to keep the goddess steady, and said he wanted to throw these gifts into the trash can. At this time, some people stopped to watch because of the quarrel, and pointed at Qin Yan and talked about it. Isn't it too timing to get a gift from someone other than your boyfriend? Isn't this goddess Qin? I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. I always say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more disgusting she is. I already guessed that she is just like that. Hearing these words, Qin Yan's face turned pale. Girls all care about their reputation, but Qin Yan has never been wronged since she was a child, and she cannot tolerate being slandered. Lee Jiwon, I have nothing to do with you. Qin Yan cried in grievance, turned around and ran inside. She just wanted to cry now. She really wanted to see Lin Yan and tell him about her grievances. She is obviously innocent. She had refused gifts, had kisses forced upon her, and even when she clearly had feelings for Lin Yan, she had not accepted his confession. If that's the case, then why should she suffer such injustice? Damn it! If I find out who did this, I'll kill you. Qin Yan disappeared, and Li Jiwen was beating the tree next to him ferociously, and the withered yellow leaves were scattered on the ground. Damn it, I have to beat up Lin Yan tonight to vent my anger. Li Jiwen is very angry now because he has not found someone to steal his girl away, nor has he been able to win back his goddess, so he feels like beating Lin Yan to vent his anger. He is ready to leave. When he turned around, he saw a group of people still pointing and talking about titles like Green Turtle. What are you looking at? Get out of here! Li Jiwen cursed. You're crazy, you deserve to have the grassland on your head. Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they knew that Li Jiwen was a rich second generation, so they didn't dare to provoke him. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon, and Lin Yan was going to meet his beautiful class teacher Mo Yulan. In the school parking lot, Lin Yan and Mo Yulan came to the red Ferrari. Mo Yulan pretended to be surprised and said, "Classmate Lin Yan, I really didn't realize before that you are a rich second generation. Not only am I rich and handsome, I'm also single. If Mr. Mo is willing, we can make our fake relationship real." Lin Yan smiled and opened the door to let her in. On the way, when he heard Mo Yulan whispering to him to pretend to be her boyfriend and handle her mother's affairs, he was really stunned for a second. After all, he had never experienced anything like this before. Moreover, it was only Mo Yulan who came up with the idea of letting her student pretend to be her boyfriend. However, Lin Yan was very interested in this matter. He had heard before that many men and women went on blind dates to deal with family pressure to get married. Hire a fake boyfriend and fake girlfriend to go home. Now, such a thing has happened to me. Lin Yan doesn't mind turning fake play into real one. Stop joking. Don't call me Teacher Mo from now on. Call me Yulan. Mo Yulan glanced at Lin Yan and walked into the Ferrari. Well, I won't let your mother know, in case she really wants me to be her son-in-law. Lin Yan was also sitting in the car, talking to the beautiful teacher while driving to the blind date address. When Mo Yulan heard this, she felt a little worried and felt that this was indeed a possibility. After all, according to the mate selection standards of today's society, Lin Yan is in very good condition. With so many handsome guys with a lot of money, they are really the best choice for girls. Besides, she knew what kind of person her mother was. This is evident from the blind dates her mother arranges for her. Basically, either a successful person or someone with assets. I don't know why her mother is so anxious. She is only in her 20s and she is so anxious to get herself married. This blind date partner seems to be the general manager of a company. Lin Yan drove the car and soon arrived at a nicely decorated restaurant. Mom, are you so impatient? Stop rushing me. Isn't it the agreed time yet? As soon as the car stopped, Mo Yulan's cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at it, then could only pout helplessly and say, "Everyone's here, and you're still slow." Her mother's voice came from the phone. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38, Pretending. Am I responsible for his early arrival? I've told you many times not to arrange blind dates for me anymore. I'm not in a hurry to get married, but you never listen. Mo Yulan said helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? After your next birthday, you'll be a 27-year-old girl. Are you trying to make me, your mother, anxious? Mo Yulan's mother said seriously. Hang up, I'm here.
I'll talk to you later. Mo Yulan listened to her mother's reasoning again, and without waiting for her to finish, she said this and hung up the phone.
Teacher Mo, it seems that your mother is really worried about your marriage. Lin Yan looked at the beautiful head teacher with amusement.
I didn't expect that the teacher who seemed to be a bit strict and cold in my previous life was actually quite interesting in private. I don't know if this is the result of physical improvement, but his ears seem to be much more sensitive. Lin Yan could hear the voice on the phone clearly and felt a little amused.
With Mo Yulan's looks and figure, are you still worried about not being able to get married? Of course, it is also possible that Mo Yulan's mother has high standards and only recognizes those who she likes. Mo Yulan was also a little helpless towards her mother.
Perhaps in the eyes of many mothers, as long as a girl is over 25 years old, she is already a leftover woman.
Lin Yan and Mo Yulan got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. She pulled Lin Yan's sleeve and said, "Look at the table by the window on the left. That's my mother. Be careful or you'll be exposed."
Looking in the direction Mo Yulan said, Lin Yan saw two people sitting at a table.
One of the middle-aged women was drinking a cup of tea.
She was the mother of the beautiful teacher.
Opposite this middle-aged woman sat a young man in a suit.
He should be her blind date this time. The young man had his back to Lin Yan, so he couldn't see what he looked like. At this moment, he was saying something in front of the beautiful teacher's mother, making the other party look at him with a smile on her face.
Mo Yulan took Lin Yan's hand and walked towards the table.
As she approached, Mo Yulan's mother saw her.
"Yulan is here." "Whom? Who is this?"
Mo Yulan's mother stood up and waved to her daughter with a smile. But when she saw Lin Yan walking beside her daughter, her smile froze. She looked at her daughter uncertainly. "Mom, this is my boyfriend Lin Yan."
Mo Yulan didn't look at the blind date and said to her mother with a smile. "Boyfriend?" Mo Yulan's mother was stunned. Even the young man turned around and stared at Lin Yan with a hint of hostility. "Hello, Auntie." Lin Yan greeted with a smile. "Okay, well, please take a seat." Mo Yulan's mother said to Lin Yan embarrassedly.
As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and looking at the young man in front of her, his temperament and appearance are both top-notch, so she couldn't just chase him away. However, this young man looked only about 20 years old, which was quite a big age difference from her daughter.
Besides, I guess he hasn't started working yet.
For her, material conditions are the most important.
Lin Yan didn't care.
He took the opportunity to reach out and pull the beautiful teacher's slender hand. He walked to the two chairs side by side and pulled out a chair for her.
"Sit down, Yulan."
Lin Yan was amused to see that the beautiful teacher's face was a little red, and said to her. Mo Yulan touched her hand, which was still a little warm, and sat down shyly on the chair that Lin Yanzhong had pulled out. She was actually not used to interacting with the opposite sex, especially when this person was his student. Lin Yan observed teacher Mei's expression with interest. He didn't expect that the strict head teacher in his previous life would have such a cute scene. After everyone was seated, Mo Yulan's mother looked at her daughter and Lin Yan sitting next to her, as well as the young man opposite them, and said awkwardly, "Yulan, this is Chen Jun, the deputy manager of the Thunder Group whom I mentioned to you on the phone.
Let's get to know each other."
"Hello, Miss Mo, our Lei Ting Group is a high-tech industry in this city, with millions of yuan invested.
If you are interested, you can come and visit our company,"
Chen Jun said politely with a smile on his face.
He had seen Mo Yulan's photos before and was already very satisfied.
I didn't expect to see her in person now, and I was even more surprised by Mo Yulan's beauty and figure. Especially the exquisite figure and slender white legs, which simply attracted his eyes. Although her so-called boyfriend looks handsome, he is not even 20 years old, how can he be better than herself? So what he thought was that no matter whether Mo Yulan had a boyfriend or not, he had to snatch Mo Yulan away.
Anyway, in this society, are there any girls who don't have many exes?
So he didn't care whether Mo Yulan was single or not, and directly took out all his capital. With a face like that and a body like that, it would be a huge shame if I couldn't get her.
But Mo Yulan just nodded slightly and didn't want to chat with him.
She was already disgusted with blind dates. Now Chen Jun just had a little money, but he didn't meet her standards for a partner, so she was in no mood to pay attention to him. As for the fact that the other party was the deputy manager of a company with $1 million capital, she knew that her student Lin Yan had a car worth several million, so she thought it was no big deal.
A company is nothing more than someone else's car.
What's more, the other party is just an employee and the company is not his. Mo Yulan's mother saw that her daughter didn't seem very satisfied with her choice of Chenjun, and was not very enthusiastic.
Suddenly, she turned to Lin Yan and said, Shaolin, right? What do you do?
Lin Yan was about to speak when he suddenly found a small hand on his leg, gently pinching him. I guess the beautiful teacher was afraid that he would say something wrong. However, people like Lin Yan are not the kind of people who like to keep a low profile. There was nothing he loved more than showing off. Those old-fashioned people who deliberately make things unclear and then get slapped in the face in the end are so boring. Auntie, I'm starting my own business and planning to do some investment business. Lin Yan curled the corners of his mouth and spoke calmly.
Invest? How much can you invest? Before Mo Yulan's mother spoke, Chen Jun asked first.
After a pause, he grabbed the Mercedes-Benz keys on the table and shook them. Then he continued, maybe we have a chance to cooperate.
My car is parked outside. How about we come to my company to talk later?
After saying that, he looked at Lin Yan with a somewhat puzzled smile. Now he just wanted to show the gap between himself and Lin Yan in front of Mo Yulan, so that she would have a deeper impression of him and it would be easier for him to take the next step.
Yes, Xiaolin, maybe Xiaochen can really help you.
Mo Yulan's mother also continued. Lin Yan smiled and said bluntly, I'm sorry, we really can't cooperate because your company is too small and unqualified.
Any investment I make is tens of millions, and...
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 39, Bold Lin Yan.
Lin Yan paused, took out the Ferrari keys from his pocket, and continued, besides, I have my own car, I don't need yours.
After saying that, Lin Yan took the key and pressed it.
Suddenly, a red Ferrari flashed its lights twice in the roadside parking lot outside the car window. Chen Jun felt extremely embarrassed when he saw this scene. It turned out that he just wanted to hear Lin Yan say that his company was not qualified and that he was investing tens of millions of units, and he also wanted to make some sarcastic remarks. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan's next step was to show off his Ferrari worth millions, which slapped him in the face. He himself was just the deputy manager of a company with $1 million capital. How could I possibly compare to such a tall, rich, and handsome guy? Mo Yulan's mother saw this scene and looked at Lin Yan with shining eyes. No wonder her daughter is never in a hurry to find a boyfriend. It turns out that she already has such a good, tall, rich, and handsome guy.
Lin Yan's Ferrari could exceed the assets of Chen Jun's entire company.
Where can I find such a young, promising, and handsome son-in-law?
Auntie, I forgot that there is an urgent matter to deal with at the company. I have to leave now.
Chen Jun didn't have the face to stay, so he took his things and left. He also knew that he was an assistant manager, but in fact he was also an employee.
It's hard to compete with someone who can drive a multi-million sports car. And looking at the current situation, with your small capital, do you still want to win the heart of a beautiful woman and steal other people's girls? He is still very self-aware. Otherwise, he would not have become the company's deputy manager. Well, go and do your thing.
Mo Yulan's mother no longer had Chen Jun in her eyes at this time.
She waved her hand and said, Sorry, take your time eating.
After saying this, Chen Jun left the restaurant directly. Seeing Chen Jun running away in frustration, Mo Yulan looked at her student with approval in her eyes and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lin Yan looked at the beautiful teacher and saw that she also had this playful side, and immediately paid attention to it in his mind. As the saying goes, the timid will die of starvation, while the bold will die of gluttony. If a teacher doesn't even have the courage, how can she be allowed to take maternity leave? Auntie, let's order first. Lin Yan smiled at Mo Yulan's mother.
Okay, you and Yulan can just order. Auntie eats everything. The more Mo's mother looked at Lin Yan, the more satisfied she became.
There's already an expression like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law.
Okay then.
Lin Yan responded and called the waiter over.
More than an hour later, Lin Yan and the beautiful class teacher Mo Yulan were left alone in the restaurant.
As for Mo's mother, after dinner she said she wanted to give the two of them some space alone, and then left with a satisfied smile. Before leaving, he enthusiastically told Lin Yan to ask Mo Yulan to take him home for dinner when she had time.
Yulan, how do you thank me for helping you today?
Lin Yan took a sip of tea, smiled faintly and said to the beautiful teacher beside him.
My mother is gone, so you have to call teacher Mo. Mo Yulan rolled her eyes at Lin Yan and continued, Humph, and do you still want me to thank you? I want to hit you right now. Why? Lin Yan said strangely. Why did you put your hand around my waist while you were talking to my mom? And why did it drop down?
Mo Yulan stared at him with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and said angrily.
Didn't I want to show our close relationship and reassure my mother? Lin Yan spread his hands and said, pretending to be innocent. I still remember Mo Yulan's slender waist, which was so soft.
I'm your teacher, and you're so bold as to take advantage of me.
Mo Yulan glared at Lin Yan. You said yourself that I wanted to be like a boyfriend. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. But I added in my mind, if you don't have enough courage, how can I let you take maternity leave? Okay, I don't want to talk to you. Take me back to school. I still have to write a paper later. Mo Yulan didn't pursue what Lin Yan had just done.
Now she just wants to go back and organize the materials and prepare to write the paper.
As for the tofu that Lin Yan had just taken advantage of, it was a reward for him.
Lin Yan smiled as he looked at the beautiful and strict head teacher he had previously thought of, shook his head, and left the restaurant with her.
Lin Yan, I suddenly remembered something. One of my classmates seems to have developed an internet project and is looking for investment and cooperation. A few days ago, she sent me a message and asked me to keep an eye out for her. If you are really looking for investment, I wonder if you would be interested in meeting my classmate?
Mo Yulan had just gotten into the car when she suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke to Lin Yan in the driver's seat. She remembered that Lin Yan had said before that he wanted to start a business and do investment business. Then, her best friend from college asked her for a favor, so she mentioned it in passing.
Oh? Your classmates? Male and female classmates? Lin Yan said nonchalantly while driving. You want to separate investments by gender?
Mo Yulan rolled her eyes at her student and continued, she's my best friend and a great beauty.
Are you interested now? No, I just want to get to know the people I'm about to meet.
Lin Yan said with a slight smile.
More than half an hour later, Lin Yan sent Mo Yulan back to school. After getting off the car, Lin Yan looked at her and suddenly said to her meaningfully, Teacher Mo, you said before that you wanted to beat me. I am very interested in your beating. Next time there is a chance, I will let you, the queen teacher, beat me. Student Lin Yan, you're asking for a fight. How could Mo Yulan not understand Lin Yan's meaning?
She glared at him, waving her long arms in anger.
Goodbye, Teacher Mo.
Lin Yan stepped on the accelerator directly. The beautiful teacher was left blushing and stamping her feet.
Are students nowadays so courageous? How dare you tease the teacher like this? After leaving the school, Lin Yan thought about the appointment with Mo Yulan as best friend tomorrow. He was in the car just now and agreed to meet this so-called best friend. First of all, of course, I want to see if I can take the opportunity to complete the investment task issued by the system. Secondly, the main reason was that the beautiful teacher had already shown him the photos. She is indeed a beauty, and is on the same level as Mo Yulan. I heard from the beautiful teacher that they were both the campus beauties in college back then. Really looking forward to tomorrow.
Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. But just then, a phone call came in. Picking up the phone, Lin Yan frowned for a moment, then relaxed his brows.
He muttered to himself, why would Li Jiwen and his gang call me at this time? They definitely have bad intentions.
But he was not afraid and answered the call directly.
Brother Lin.
The person on the other end of the phone first shouted respectfully.
Lin Yan took the initiative to ask, do you have something to talk to me about? Brother Lin, it's like this. We were ignorant before and followed Li Jiwen to bully you.
Now the four of us have realized our mistakes, so we would like to treat you to a meal as an apology for our past mistakes.
Please, Brother Lin, do me the honor. Oh? So kind?
Lin Yan pretended to be confused, but he became more certain of his guess in his heart. He chuckled in his heart, a bunch of young boys who have never entered society yet still want to play tricks on him. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author, thank you for your support.
Chapter 40, Li Jiwen's Revenge.
And it can be absolutely confirmed that this was Li Jiwen's idea, because given the cowardly personalities of these guys, they didn't have the courage to do it.
By the way, I have to say something more.
In the dormitory, Li Jiwen's younger brothers are Wu Xingjie, Shi Ziliang, and Zhang Huaquan.
The ones who are closer to Lin Yan are Wei Dong, Yu Jia, and Lu Yuan. They say brothers don't hold grudges overnight.
After all, we're in the same dormitory, so we can't hold grudges in our hearts. After this meal, we brothers will put aside our past grudges.
From now on, Brother Lin will be the leader of the dormitory.
Zhang Huaquan chuckled and said, "This guy is quite good at talking, he has adopted the popular young and dangerous style."
You're right. I'm not a petty person. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll go.
Lin Yan smiled and agreed directly.
No matter what tricks he uses, he will just take them on.
He doesn't believe these cowards can beat him.
That's right. That's right. How could Brother Lin be such a petty person?
He's almost as tolerant as a prime minister. Brother Lin, the place where we're going to eat is on the back street of the school.
Come over now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan walked directly to the address they mentioned.
Jiangda Backstreet.
In a barbecue restaurant, Li Jiwen sat with a group of thugs. Because the back street is outside Jiangda University, anyone can go there, so there are all kinds of people here.
They're already here.
When you see there's only one person left at the table, take action.
Li Jiwen said to the gang leader opposite. These thugs are friends he met in society.
Of course, he is also the kind of friend who only cares about money.
Where's the money? The gang leader rubbed his fingers and spoke lazily. Here's 10,000.
I'll give you another 10,000 after the job is done.
I have only one request, at least break one of his legs. Li Jiwen handed 500 yuan to the gang leader.
The gang leader counted the money, then slapped it against his palm and said slowly, "Give me another 20,000 after the job is done."
You should understand that breaking Mr. Zhang's leg is risky. Okay.
After hesitating for a moment, although he felt sorry for the money, Li Jiwen gritted his teeth and agreed. Even though his family has assets worth tens of millions, those are fixed assets, and the working capital is only a few million. His monthly living expenses are only 10,000 yuan, so this amount of money is not a small amount for him. Fortunately, he had saved a lot of money before.
After the agreement, Li Jiwen left the table and hid in a store opposite to wait and see.
10 minutes later, Zhang Huaquan appeared with Lin Yan and others. "Brother Lin, sit at this table." Without waiting for Lin Yan to say anything, Zhang Huaquan took Lin Yan to sit at the table next to the group of thugs. Looking at the group of thugs who were looking at him unscrupulously, Lin Yan seemed to be thinking about something. For Chinese people, eating is a natural talent. During the period, they toasted each other and talked heart to heart. If Lin Yan hadn't known about the conspiracy, he would have been really moved.
Brother Lin, I'm going to the bathroom. Brother Lin, the beer is gone, I'll go get another box. Brother Lin, I'm going out for some fresh air. Half an hour later, everyone in the dormitory found excuses to leave and never came back. Is it coming? Sitting there calmly drinking beer, Lin Yan thought silently. The gang leader saw that there was only one person left at Lin Yan's table. According to the agreement with Li Jiwen, he knew that he could take action. He signaled to a younger brother with his eyes, and the younger brother nodded and stood up. Boy, my boss let you pass? The younger brother came over and spoke viciously to Lin Yan. The guests around also looked over curiously. It looks like something is going to happen? Looking at Lin Yan's gentle appearance and then at the group of tattooed young men, everyone felt a surge of sympathy. You have no right to talk to me. Let your boss come here by himself. Lin Yan put down his wine glass and said calmly. What did you say? UTM. Hearing that Lin Yan dared to say that, the younger brother pointed at Lin Yan and prepared to scold him. Bang! However, before he could curse, Lin Yan picked up an empty beer bottle on the table and smashed it on the gangster's head. The bottle shattered and the gangster fell to the ground. Looking at this scene, the guests dining around were stunned. The leader of the gang was also confused. You are dressed so elegantly? When he starts fighting, he is more decisive than those gangsters. Who the hell can tell him who is the real gangster? After dealing with the gangster, Lin Yan wiped his hands, stood up and walked to the gang leader. Are you their boss? Lin Yan looked directly at the gang leader and said. You touched my people, do you know the consequences? The gang leader also looked straight at Lin Yan. This time he no longer treated Lin Yan as an ordinary college student. He dared to be so cruel and remained calm in the face of more than a dozen people. He either had extraordinary courage or had a strong background. He's just a social scum. Beat him up if you want. Lin Yan said lightly. The gang leader was a little angry. Lin Yan was obviously scolding him. Li Jiwen asked you to come, right? How much money did he give you?
Lin Yan ignored the gang leader's expression and continued asking.
It seems you already know. Yes, it was Li Jiwen who asked me to come here. He offered 10,000 for one of your legs.
The gang leader said bluntly that since Lin Yan knew it himself, there was nothing to hide.
Ha, 10,000 for one of my legs? He thinks highly of me. Lin Yan chuckled and said to the gang leader, how about I give you 1 million to buy his life? Who are you? The gang leader's pupils narrowed.
He felt that he was in big trouble because he could save his life without changing his expression.
Don't worry about who I am, just ask if you can do it. Lin Yan said lightly.
I'm sorry, I won't take this business.
Goodbye.
The gang leader was scared and prepared to leave this place of trouble. As for the bastard Li Jiwen, he would settle the score with him later.
If you dare to leave, I can guarantee that you will never see tomorrow's sun again.
Lin Yan said slowly. The gang leader's body froze after hearing these words.
What do you want? The gang leader asked frustratedly.
Lin Yan sat down and then knocked on the table. Sit down, let's talk slowly. The gang leader hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down and told the younger brother beside him, please ask everyone else to leave. The younger brother looked at the boss in confusion, then did as he was told. The diners were all honest people, and they left after being scared by the gangsters. At this time, only Lin Yan and a group of gangsters were left in the restaurant. Of course, there was also a poor guy lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Please introduce yourself.
Lin Yan spoke first. My name is Wang Hu. I make a living in Jiangnan. My brothers give me some face, so I have a bit of fame in the underworld.
When Wang Hu introduced himself, he also poured a glass of beer for Lin Yan. Unconsciously, he had been intimidated by Lin Yan's aura and regarded Lin Yan as a big boss.
Chapter 41, Subjugating Wang Hu. Wang Hu, right? Have you ever thought about being a gangster for the rest of your life?
Lin Yan took a sip of beer, which was equivalent to giving face to Wang Hu and no longer caring about what happened just now. Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and then answered Lin Yan's question. He gave a wry smile. Being on the underworld may seem glamorous on the surface, but it's like walking on a knife's edge. Accidents can happen at any time, so everyone basically wants to clean up their act and become a figure like the big bosses in Hong Kong.
Wang Hu expressed his inner thoughts. The mainland is different from Hong Kong.
Business people and officials don't like to have connections with gangsters, so it is difficult to whitewash yourself. Wang Hu also wanted to whitewash himself by being a big shot on the list, but no one wanted him. But at this moment, Wang Hu had a feeling that the young man in front of him was his hope for success.
Lin Yan didn't say anything extra and directly said, how about following me? It will definitely be much better than living in fear like you do now.
Wang Hu had never expected Lin Yan to be so direct, and was stunned for a moment.
He asked cautiously, I wonder what you are doing. A formal company with $1 million investment. Lin Yan said lightly.
When he met Wang Hu, Lin Yan already had the idea of conquering him. In addition to investing in the company, he actually has another idea.
That is to open an internet cafe. If you set up an internet cafe near the university, you will definitely make money.
People like Wang Hu have a deterrent effect around the university and can prevent young people from causing trouble in internet cafes. They are what Lin Yan needs most at this stage.
Boss. Without any hesitation, Wang Hu stood up and respectfully called boss. To earn Li Wenqing's 1,500 yuan is like walking on the edge of a knife. You might end up in jail for a few years.
But it's different with Lin Yan. People say that it's a formal company, and judging from Lin Yan's decisive temperament, he will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future.
If he didn't agree, he would be a fool. Boss, does Li Wenqing need my help to deal with him?
Since you have joined Lin Yan's army, you must submit a letter of surrender, Wang Hu asked cautiously.
I don't need it for now. Just tell him that you're done. You can still ask for the 1,000. I have my own plans for the rest.
Lin Yan rejected Wang Hu's proposal.
By the way, Wang Hu, do you know a dog like Tosa?
Lin Yan suddenly remembered something and asked Wang Hu.
Boss, do you know this kind of dog? There's one at the kennel run by a friend of mine. Wang Hu looked at Lin Yan in surprise, and then said, Tosa dog. A dog bred by the island nation during World War II.
Designed for violence, it is the favorite dog of the island nation's prominent families and consortium. This dog is huge in size and has a ferocious face. Once it bites, it will never let go and is extremely terrifying. Wang Hu didn't understand why the boss asked about this kind of dog.
Go get one from your friend, and then find a way to deliver it to Li Ziwenqing.
Lin Yan's eyes flashed, and then he said with a smile. Hiss. Wang Hu was startled, and then looked at Lin Yan in shock.
Could it be that the boss wanted to?
It's no problem to get it, but Tosa dogs are not cheap.
Not daring to guess Lin Yan's thoughts, Wang Hu told Lin Yan that the price of Tosa Inu was not cheap. Is this enough?
Lin Yan took out a stack of money, probably tens of thousands, and placed it on the table, then said lightly.
Li Ziwenqing hid opposite the barbecue restaurant and dared not show his head.
Because all the guests on Lin Yan's side had been driven away, if you get too close, Lin Yan will find you.
Breaking a classmate's leg is no small matter.
He has a conflict with Lin Yan. If he is seen, he will definitely not be able to clear his suspicion and will definitely be expelled from school. Until Wang Hu called him and asked Li Ziwenqing to find him in the back streets.
Is everything done? Where's Lin Yan? In a dark alley, Wang Hu and his gang of younger brothers stood opposite Li Ziwenqing.
That kid's leg is broken, and he's lying in the barbecue restaurant.
I've done what I promised you. Can you pay me the remaining money?
Wang Hu looked straight at Li Ziwenqing.
The money is all here.
Li Ziwenqing did not dare to deny the debt, so he handed the remaining money to Wang Hu and prepared to leave.
Do you have time tomorrow morning? I'll take you to see something interesting. Just as Li Ziwenqing was about to leave, Wang Hu stopped him. Something? What? Li Ziwenqing turned around and asked in confusion. Good stuff, just come tomorrow.
Wang Hu smiled mysteriously, and then left without giving Li Ziwenqing a chance to ask.
Meanwhile, in the dormitory. Brother Lin. Grandpa Lin, we really know we're wrong, stop fighting. Zhang Huaquan, Shi Ziliang, and Wu Xingjian knelt in front of Lin Yan, crying miserably.
Each of them had bruises on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had been beaten severely.
Ding ling ling.
Just then, Zhang Huaquan's cell phone rang.
Whose? Lin Yan asked. Li Jiwen's.
Zhang Huaquan didn't dare to lie to Lin Yan and told the truth.
Go ahead. If Li Jiwen asks you how I am, just tell him that my leg is broken and I'm lying in bed unable to move. Lin Yan said lightly. Nodding timidly, Zhang Huaquan answered the phone.
Yes, he has returned to the dormitory. He was seriously injured, but he has no money to go to the hospital, so he has been lying in bed.
Following Lin Yan's instructions, Zhang Huaquan spoke into the phone. After a while, he hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yan pitifully. What did Li Jiwen say? Lin Yan asked. He said he wasn't going back to the dorm tonight because he was afraid of arousing suspicion. If anyone asked, he would just say he was staying at home. Chen Yuanquan told Lin Yan what Li Ziwenqing had said.
Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled.
Li Jiwen was quite smart.
He knew that his home was in Jiangnan City, so no one would suspect him even if he went back home to live, and he could also create an alibi.
Then, Lin Yan glanced at the three cowards. Everyone, kneel down. If anyone dares to move, you know the consequences.
Lin Yan said coldly.
Hearing Lin Yan's words, the three of them trembled. Unlike Li Jiwen, they did not go far after finding an excuse to leave.
Instead, they found a place to secretly observe the situation in the barbecue restaurant. As a result, they saw the scene of Lin Yan hitting people with a beer bottle and the gang leader apologizing to Lin Yan. They were completely shocked at the time and had no idea why those young people in society would suddenly respect Lin Yan so much. Afterwards, they all slipped back to the dormitory, praying fearfully that Lin Yan would not want to know whether this matter had anything to do with them. However, Lin Yan went straight back to the dormitory and beat them up. It's a pity that Wei Dong and the other two were not there and missed a good show.
The next morning. Is this a kennel?
At Wang Hu's invitation, Li Jiwen followed him to a farm in the suburbs of WH City, and then saw a pile of dog cages when he entered.
I heard you're interested in dogs. Coincidentally, a friend of mine opened a dog farm, so I'd like to bring you over to see it.
Wang Hu said with a smile.
Li Jiwen looked confused. When did he ever say he liked dogs?
Despite this, Li Jiwen still nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Hu."
Wang Hu nodded and took Li Jiwen into a small dark room in the farm. Chapter 42, Beautiful Girlfriend Lan Xiao. Looking at the pitch-black environment, Li Jiwen was a little scared. He suspected that Wang Hu wanted to kidnap him. But it turned out that he was overthinking it.
Wang Hu turned on the light in the room, then pointed to a cage in the middle of the room and said, "This is a gift from me for you. Take a look for yourself." Li Jiwen. Domineering. Awesome. Let him look down upon the world. This was Li Jiwen's first feeling when he saw this Tosa Inu. This is the kind of pet a man should keep, not the schnauzer that Qin Yan keeps. Although he didn't know why Wang Hu gave him this, Li Jiwen still accepted it. He couldn't wait to take the Tosa Inu to see Qin Yan. Doesn't she like dogs too? If Qin Yan saw such a powerful dog, she would definitely be very happy and forgive her. Watching Li Jiwen leave, Wang Hu dialed his cell phone. "Boss, the matter has been settled." At this time, in a coffee shop in the city center, it was the place where Lin Yan and the beautiful teacher's best friend had agreed to meet. Since it is afternoon now, it is time to go to work. So there aren't many guests here. Lin Yan walked into the cafe and looked at the guests at the tables, but didn't see her. It seems that the beautiful teacher's best friend hasn't arrived yet. Lin Yan didn't care. He ordered a cup of coffee and sat down at a window seat, quietly sipping the fragrant coffee and looking at the scenery outside the window. Not long after I hung up the phone with Wang Hu, another person walked into the cafe. Like Lin Yan, she looked around as soon as she walked in, as if looking for something. Then, he saw Lin Yan sitting in front of the window and walking straight towards him. Lin Yan obviously turned around and looked forward. I immediately noticed a beautiful woman wearing a red tights that showed off her beautiful figure, with her front and back curving, walking towards me with a sexy posture. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin?" He stopped in front of Lin Yan and looked at him curiously. "Are you Yulan's best friend?" Lin Yan looked at the beautiful woman with fair skin, long legs in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke softly. The beautiful teacher did not reveal that he was her student, so the beauty did not know his true identity. "My name is Lan Xiao, nice to meet you." Lan Xiao raised her delicate and charming face, blinked her slightly cunning eyes, and stretched out her hand with a sly smile. Lin Yan smiled with interest, reached out, held her slender and delicate hand, smiled faintly and said, "Well, I heard Yulan talk about you." This was the first time he met a woman who was naturally charming and attractive. From her temperament, you can feel the taste of temptation. He has a lot of ideas about such a woman. After all, in his previous life, he had no chance to come into contact with a beauty of this level. At this time, I naturally would not miss the opportunity to taste such a beauty. After Lan Xiao shook hands with Lin Yan, she sat opposite him. "Mr. Lin, I'm not being polite. I wonder if you know anything about the current live streaming industry and the entertainment industry?" Lan Xiao looked at Lin Yan's handsome face, blinked playfully, and got straight to the point. "You mean your internet project is to create an entertainment live streaming platform?" After hearing her words, Lin Yan immediately guessed what was going on in his mind, raised his eyebrows and said, "In the future, the domestic live streaming industry will indeed develop very rapidly. There is even a live streaming company that went public directly overseas. The market value is as high as tens of billions of US dollars, which is more than 10 billion renminbi. Many internet giants have set their sights on this big piece of cake and have invested large sums of money to join in. However, at this time, the online live streaming industry was not yet favored by people. The most popular live broadcast company is an online live broadcast software that uses voice as its main method. As for the prospects of this industry, perhaps no one understands the potential better than him? Mr. Lin is indeed an investor. He knows a lot about various industries." When Lan Xiao heard Lin Yan's words, her beautiful eyes sparkled even brighter. As she spoke, she took out a document from her bag and handed it over. "This is my analysis report on the current live entertainment market. Please take a look." Lin Yan casually picked up the document and flipped through it. This article is an analysis and introduction to the live streaming industry at home and abroad. It can be seen from this document that Lan Xiao attaches great importance to this industry and has ideas for the next investment. In this book, he can also see an idea about the new concept of self-media live broadcast in the future. So, Lan Xiao will be a good partner. After all, I had planned to start a business a long time ago. This not only improves your social status, but also allows you to attract and meet more beautiful women. Internet cafes were the first thing that came to mind. However, Lin Yan still has some ideas about the live broadcast company. The most important thing is that you can enjoy the beauty anchors who want to become famous and make money. After reading the document, Lin Yan looked up at Lan Xiao and said directly, "I am very satisfied with your analysis report, but I can also give you some suggestions." At this time, Lin Yan stopped. Since he wants to invest, he must show some of his talents, which will make it easier for him to conquer such a woman and do things for him. After all, if a beauty with business talent like Lan Xiao is in his hands, there will be someone to manage the company in the future.
Oh? What suggestions?
Lan Xiao smiled slightly on her charming face and said.
She wondered what other suggestions Lin Yan could come up with. She has an in-depth understanding of the live broadcast industry at home and abroad. Someone like Lin Yan, who hasn't done in-depth research, might not be able to offer any good suggestions? After all, he wasn't familiar with it, was he? But she has been searching for investors for her current project, at a time when the entertainment anchor industry seems to have a dim outlook. Therefore, whether Lin Yan's advice is good or bad is one thing. But you should at least listen and respect this investor. Lin Yan looked at the expression on the charming woman's face and knew that she had fallen into his trap. I think the current operating model of the live streaming industry needs further improvement, such as new entertainment media, game and product distribution channels, and high-quality videos. Lin Yan picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, then spoke calmly. Mr. Lin, can you be more specific?
Lan Xiao looked at Lin Yan in surprise, because what he said was very similar to the operating model she had in mind. It's just that what Lin Yan said was more clear and there were new terms. Moreover, the analysis report she had just shown Lin Yan only analyzed the current situation and prospects, but did not mention the operation aspect. I didn't expect that the man in front of me could come up with such a new operating concept. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 43, Means, Conquer.
As a top student goddess in college, she admires talented people the most. Specifically, we'll pursue a pan-entertainment approach, diversify our live streaming offerings, and develop high-quality content. Building on our existing live streaming foundation, we'll continue to launch a comprehensive live streaming platform encompassing gaming, otaku, celebrity shows, technology, outdoor activities, sports, music, film, and other hot topics. Lin Yan directly explained to Lan Xiao in detail the operating model of Douyu in his previous life. In the future, Douyu will be the most popular live streaming platform in China. If Lin Yan could get Lan Xiao to get Douyu out in advance, then, in the future, the domestic entertainment live broadcast industry will most likely be controlled by Lin Yan. As Lan Xiao listened to what Lin Yan said, she became more and more shocked. It can be said that the operation that Lin Yan thought of was the reform of the domestic live broadcast platform. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her had such vision and could come up with such a new concept of live broadcast.
Mr. Lin, I have benefited greatly from your ideas.
If I really had you as my boss, I believe we could build the company into an iconic leading company in the live entertainment industry. After Lin Yan finished speaking, Lan Xiao stared at him with a pair of charming eyes and said in a tender voice.
Really? How much investment do you need?
Lin Yan looked at the beauty with a teasing look in his eyes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and said with a faint smile on his lips.
20 million.
Lan Xiao thought about it and said with some guilt. She had already quoted this price to many investors, but they all refused when they heard that a live broadcast company with not much profit was going to invest so much money. Lin Yan did not answer immediately, but slowly picked up the cup and took a sip of coffee. Then, looking at Lan Xiao, who looked like Dodgy, he slowly said, 20 million is no problem.
But, what is so attractive about you that I would invest in you? After all, you know I understand the live entertainment industry better than you do. I can definitely invest in other people to do this.
After Lin Yan finished speaking, his eyes began to eagerly scan Lan Xiao's sexy and charming body parts. If you really want this seductive woman to work for you without secretly cheating you, the safest thing is to take her as your own woman. After all, Lin Yan knows the prospects of the live streaming industry best.
It is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
It is impossible for him to share such a big cake with a beautiful woman who has no relationship with him. After Lan Xiao heard Lin Yan's suggestive words, a few delicate red clouds suddenly appeared on her perfect snow-white face. As a 26-year-old young woman, she naturally understood what Lin Yan meant. Especially after 2 years of experience in society, she has gained a certain understanding of this realistic society. After all, I currently don't have the funds to start this project, and the other party understands this industry better than I do. At this time, the only capital she could offer was herself. She also met such an investor not long ago. It's just that the other party is a greasy middle-aged man, and he is only willing to invest 10 million in her. So, she simply and decisively refused at that time. The young man in front of him is not only handsome, but can also directly invest 20 million.
This is definitely a good opportunity for her.
After all, beautiful women also like handsome guys, and it's not a loss if they are eaten by handsome guys.
How many shares can you give me?
When Lan Xiao said this, she had actually already compromised. I invested 20 million, which means I own 80% of the shares, and you own 20%. Lin Yan naturally understood what this coquettish woman meant, and he couldn't help but smile as he spoke.
Okay, but you have to leave the management of the company to me.
Lan Xiao blinked her big, charming eyes and said to Lin Yan. Lin Yan's distribution was equivalent to giving her 4 million directly.
What else could she refuse? No problem, I don't have time to manage it. Lin Yan smiled and said indifferently.
Then, he stood up and continued to say to her, let's go to the Hilton next door and discuss it in detail.
Not long after, Lin Yan and Lan Xiao appeared in the presidential suite of the Hilton.
As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yan hugged Lan Xiao, who had a charming and slender figure, into his arms and sat on the sofa. Yulan is right, you are indeed very beautiful, especially your natural charm. Lin Yan lifted her delicate, snow-white chin and spoke with a faint smile. Don't worry, I need to go to the bathroom. Lan Xiao blinked her eyes coquettishly and spoke in a sweet voice. Now that it has become a fact, a woman of her age will naturally not be as shy as those girls who have never entered society.
Sure, go ahead. Lin Yan wasn't just reborn anymore, so naturally he wouldn't be so impatient.
He squeezed Lan Xiao's hand and then let her go. Lan Xiao stood up, and as she walked, her skirt fluttered, and one could vaguely see her exquisite high heels and the bright red on her snow-white toes. She is indeed a woman with natural charm. No matter what she does, she exudes a seductive charm.
Lan Xiao walked to the bathroom door and suddenly stopped.
She turned around and looked at Lin Yan, winking playfully and saying, "Baby, I love you."
Lin Yan looked at her charming figure and stood up with a wicked smile. Say it again? Not long after.
In the afternoon, when the warm sunlight shone in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lan Xiao finally woke up in a daze. When she opened her charming eyes, she saw herself lying in the crook of Lin Yan's left arm. Looking at Lin Yan's young and handsome face, there was a slight blush on Lan Xiao's snow-white face. Because Lin Yan told her that he was a student of his best friend Mo Yulan. And I was actually with my best friend's student. This inexplicably carries a very strange feeling. Just when Lan Xiao was staring at Lin Yan beside her in a daze, she suddenly noticed that the arm where she was lying seemed to move. Xiao, I'll transfer the money to your bank card later. I'll leave all the company's affairs to you. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, come back to me. Lin Yan played with the beauty in his arms and said with a faint smile.
Well, I'm yours now. I'll do whatever you tell me to do.
Lan Xiao lay lazily in Lin Yan's arms like a little fox, looking at the only man in front of her and said in a soft voice. After the previous communication, she had developed a sense of dependence on Lin Yan.
This is the emotion of Chinese women. In my heart, I can always remember my first man. So good.
Lin Yan kissed her forehead.
By the time Lin Yan drove towards the school, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
After he had lunch with Lan Xiao, he transferred the money to her and then parted ways with her. While driving, Lin Yan checked the Grandmaster fighting skills he had obtained by completing the investment task. He found that after learning, apart from the fact that there were more fighting contents in his mind, there didn't seem to be much change.
Chapter 44, Completely Conquer Qinyan.
In the reception room of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After leaving Lan Xiao, Lin Yan started investing in an internet cafe. At this time, Lin Yan had just finished dealing with the affairs of the internet cafe when Xin Yan called.
Lin Yan, I'm in a bad mood. Can you come out and keep me company?
Xin Yan's voice sounded a little depressed.
Sorry, I'm out on business right now and probably won't be back until evening. Lin Yan said apologetically. Of course he knew why Xin Yan was unhappy.
If it were a normal time, he would definitely take advantage of the situation and take advantage of her.
But not now.
He is implementing the final step of his plan. If successful, Xin Yan will officially become his collection.
He can do anything at that time and doesn't need to worry about the current time. All right. Xin Yan was not an ignorant girl.
When she heard that Lin Yan was out doing something, she could only hang up the phone reluctantly.
Is she Mr. Lin's girlfriend?
At this time, Director Wang just came in with the completed documents. When he heard that it was a girl calling, he made a joke. Well, she wants me to accompany her.
Director Wang is also an experienced person.
He should know that it is difficult to balance career and women. Lin Yan said with a smile. Ha, Mr. Lin's troubles are not something most people can enjoy.
This is a blessing. A company worth millions and a beautiful and clingy girlfriend, this is the dream of many people. Now let us talk about Li Jiwen.
After leaving the dog farm, he couldn't wait to call Qin Yan.
Qin Yan, I have a gift for you. Don't ask anything, just come. You're not still mad at me, are you? Can I apologize to you in person?
After Li Jiwen's kneeling begging, Qin Yan finally agreed to meet him. After all, she was afraid that Li Jiwen would take revenge on Lin Yan. However, the tragedy happened. There were no signs. When Li Jiwen brought Tosa dog to meet Qin Yan, the scene in front of them shocked everyone's eyes.
In Jianda Park, many people were sitting on the lawn chatting.
But on this sunny day, the ground was stained red with blood.
Woof woof. The moment it saw the schnauzer Qin Yan was holding, the Tosa Inu, which had been silent all the time, suddenly broke free from the rope and became extremely ferocious. It pounced on the schnauzer and bit it to death, as the schnauzer had no ability to resist. And in the following period of time, the schnauzer was torn to pieces. Qin Yan sat on the ground with a terrified look on her face, completely frightened.
Ah! Then there was a scream that pierced the sky. More than 10 minutes later, the security guards arrived and caught the crazy Tosa dog, and Tosa's owner Li Jiwen was also taken away by the Academic Affairs Office.
Xiao Xue.
Looking at the blood all over the ground, Qin Yan collapsed. After calling out her pet's name, she could no longer bear the blow and fainted on the grass. When she woke up again, Qin Yan found herself in the hospital. She looked blankly at the snow-white walls around her, and then saw Lin Yan sitting next to her and peeling an apple for her. In an instant, Qin Yan's eyes turned red, she cried out wow, and then fell into Lin Yan's arms.
Half an hour later. Cry. Lin Yan, Xiao Xue is dead.
She was bitten to death by the dog brought by that bastard Li Jiwen.
Qin Yan said cryingly while hugging Lin Yan tightly. I know, it's okay now.
Lin Yan gently patted the beauty's snow-white back, but the corners of his mouth gradually curled up.
How could he not know?
After all, he was the one who deliberately gave the Tosa Inu to Li Jiwen. The Tosa Inu is a fierce but also very intelligent dog with a strong sense of control. It considers its owner as its private property and other dogs are absolutely not allowed to approach it. This is also the reason why when Li Jiwen went to the dog farm, he saw that other dogs could be kept together, but the Tosa Inu had to be kept in a cage alone. Once the Tosa Inu sees its owner with other dogs, it will become jealous and then go crazy.
Li Jiwen had just got the Tosa Inu and was only half an owner, which was far from enough to intimidate it. So it is easy to imagine what will happen when Li Jiwen meets with the Tosa Inu and Qin Yan meets with the Schnauzer. At this time, Lin Yan opened Qin Yan's information panel again. Qin Yan, 19 years old, appearance 94, figure 92, purity 100, favorability 100, weakness, pet. It was exactly what Lin Yan had thought. By targeting Li Jiwen, Lin Yan completed a fatal blow. Qin Yan has been completely conquered by him and her favorability has reached the maximum. After comforting Qin Yan for a while, Lin Yan took out his cell phone to check the time, then pretended to leave. Since you're okay, I'll go back to school first. You can stay here and recuperate. I'll help you get leave from school. Don't go.
However, just as Lin Yan stood up and prepared to leave, Qin Yan held Lin Yan's big hand tightly and looked at him with very fragile eyes.
What's wrong? Lin Yan turned around and looked at Qin Yan. I'm scared, can you stay with me? Qin Yan looked at Lin Yan pitifully. This was not an act. The scene of the Tosa dog biting the Schnauzer to death was too cruel for the girl. The horrific scene still flashed through her mind from time to time. But I'm not your boyfriend. How about I call Li Jiwen to come and accompany you? Lin Yan said this on purpose.
Qin Yan hated Li Jiwen so much now that she thought it was impossible for him to come over.
Don't want.
Sure enough, Qin Yan screamed and hugged Lin Yan's waist tightly, not letting him leave.
Lin Yan, didn't you ask me if I was willing to be your girlfriend? I promise you now, please don't leave, okay?
Lin Yan's evil plan succeeded, and Qin Yan, who was stimulated, took the initiative to confess her love to Lin Yan.
Isn't this bad? Li Jiwen is pursuing you. He is my friend after all. How can I do something that would let my friend down?
As the saying goes, you shouldn't cheat on your friend's wife.
Lin Yan is such a despicable guy.
Even at this point, he is still teasing Qin Yan.
Hearing Lin Yan's shameless words, Qin Yan felt angry and anxious. What else with the saying that a friend's wife should not be bullied?
Yesterday, he said those embarrassing words to her and finally took away her first kiss.
Is this what a friend should do? Nothing to be sorry about? Qin Yan blurted out in anger.
It is said that women's hatred is particularly crazy, and Qin Yan expressed it particularly clearly at this time.
After Qin Yan said this, Lin Yan also smiled.
Qin Yan in front of him had just cried, and she looked quite charming, like a pear blossom in the rain. After closing the door and hanging up the Do Not Disturb sign, Lin Yan came back.
This room is a high-end ward that Lin Yan booked with his own money. The environment is very good and there is no one to disturb him. It is definitely a good place for romance. There is no need to elaborate on what follows.
The goddess whom Li Jiwen regarded as his goddess but never even held her hand ended up falling into the hands of Lin Yan.
From then on, there was one less girl in the world. There is one more woman. Chapter 45, Angry to the Point of Vomiting Blood. Night. Qin Yan was not seriously injured, just too frightened. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yan took her to complete the discharge procedures.
On the way back to school, Lin Yan put his hands in his pockets, while Qin Yan limped along holding Lin Yan's arm, which made people imagine a lot.
Should we go eat first, or go back to school first? Lin Yan asked Qin Yan. It's up to you to decide.
Qin Yan said softly.
Girls are like this.
Once they give their bodies to someone, they become much gentler.
At this time, Li Jiwen finally came out of the school's academic affairs office.
He was accompanied by his parents.
Son, if you want to get a dog, just tell me directly.
Why do you want to get such a vicious dog?
Luckily it was a dog that bit me this time. If it was a person, my family would be bankrupt. Humph.
A loving mother often spoils her son.
If you hadn't spoiled him, would he have the guts to do this? Tosa dogs are a banned breed in China.
Because many students saw the incident, it caused quite a stir and even the police came. Because of the bad influence, the school was ready to expel Li Jiwen. Fortunately, Li Jiwen's parents had some connections and were able to save Li Jiwen, only giving him a serious warning. However, Li Jiwen's family paid a high price for this, spending more than 400,000 yuan on management fees alone.
After nagging for a while, Li Jiwen's parents left, leaving Li Jiwen standing there in despair.
He looked ahead blankly, not understanding why things had turned out this way.
Li Jiwen still didn't realize that he had been tricked by Lin Yan and just thought it was an accident.
However, just when Li Jiwen was in a daze, he saw two people who shouldn't have been here.
Qin Yan took Lin Yan's arm and walked towards him, talking and laughing.
Looking at this scene, Li Jiwen felt a buzzing in his head, as if struck by lightning.
Lin Yan. Qin Yan. Li Jiwen gritted his teeth and looked at the couple. He didn't understand why Lin Yan was here with a broken leg. He didn't understand why his girlfriend was hanging out with his enemy.
Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Yan turned her head suddenly.
When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. That schnauzer was Qin Yan's baby. Compared to it, Li Jiwen was worthless.
But now her beloved pet was killed by Li Jiwen. When she saw Li Jiwen again, she wished that this bastard would die immediately.
Li Jiwen, you bastard, pay for Xiaoshua's life.
Qin Yan went berserk and screamed as she was about to rush over and kick Li Jiwen.
Don't be impulsive.
Lin Yan grabbed Qin Yan and held her in his arms.
Seeing the intimacy between the two, Li Jiwen's eyes instantly turned red. This is my goddess, but now she is in the arms of my enemy.
Qin Yan, you bitch, you actually cheated on me, are you worthy of me?
Li Jiwen cursed angrily. Stealing someone?
When Qin Yan heard this word and looked at Li Jiwen's angry expression, she gradually calmed down. She began to understand that the most painful thing for a man is not scolding him, but putting a hat on him.
She didn't need to hit him at all. Hee, does your goddess feel uncomfortable lying in someone else's arms? Qin Yan smiled, a very charming smile, and while speaking, she hugged Lin Yan's neck tightly, very intimately. You. Looking at this scene, Li Jiwen's face turned red and he was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Qin Yan was very satisfied with Li Jiwen's expression and felt very happy.
I'll tell you one more thing. Qin Yan released Lin Yan's neck, then walked back and forth a few times, blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Did you see anything?"
Li Jiwen. He is not a fool. What does it mean when you say a woman walks in a strange way and has a hint of charm between her eyebrows? The goddess was raped by her enemy. This was Li Jiwen's first thought.
The blood and energy surged instantly, and Li Jiwen also lost his mind.
Bitch. Ah. I'll kill you two bitches.
Waving his fist, Li Jiwen rushed forward and hit Lin Yan hard in the face.
Bang. Unfortunately, Lin Yan dodged the punch easily and then kicked Li Jiwen in the stomach.
Lin Yan, who has acquired fighting skills, can fight even Tyson.
What's more, it's just Li Jiwen. Ah. The powerful kick made Li Jiwen lose his fighting ability instantly.
He flew backwards and lay on the ground with a pale face.
Bah. You deserve it.
Looking at this scene, Qin Yan felt refreshed.
Lin Yan touched Qin Yan's hair and said, "You go back first. I'll talk to him for a few minutes."
The great revenge had been taken.
Qin Yan nodded obediently, kissed Lin Yan on the cheek and left. She didn't even look at Li Jiwen before leaving. Seeing Qin Yan's back disappear, Lin Yan walked to Li Jiwen and slowly squatted down, then said softly, very smooth, "I am very satisfied." Li Jiwen. I'll tell you one more thing. I asked Wan Hu to give you that dog. Lin Yan did not hide anything and told Li Jiwen the truth. Puff.
Li Jiwen's eyes suddenly widened, and then a sweet feeling rushed up his throat.
He was so angry at Lin Yan that he vomited blood. Ha ha. You want to play with me? Let people in society give me trouble? You're still a little naive. Lin Yan patted Li Jiwen's face, laughed a few times and left. He was just a stray dog.
Lin Yan had lost interest in him. The next day, Lin Yan and Qin Yan were affectionate again until noon. Moreover, Qin Yan seemed to have suffered a lot of stimulation, so Lin Yan asked for a few days off for her to have a good rest.
But Lin Yan himself is about to go back to school.
On his way back to school, he suddenly received a call from Xinsheng. She said she had to take a leave to go home for something and her flight was this afternoon. She asked Lin Yan if he had time to take her to the airport. Hearing her expectant tone, Lin Yan naturally couldn't bear to refuse. What's more, he had nothing to do when he returned to school in the afternoon. So, I asked her directly, "What time is your next flight?"
3:30.
Xinsheng's pleasant voice soon came from the other side.
Okay, I'll pick you up at the gate of your school in 20 minutes. Lin Yan looked at the time and spoke. Good. Xinsheng jumped up and down happily.
Lin Yan drove to the gate of Jiangnan University of the Arts and saw the hot Xinsheng standing on the side of the road. I haven't seen her these few days, and I still miss this long-legged, busty beauty. She wore a purple V-neck corset dress, which perfectly showed off her tall figure and the curves of her chest.
This fashion sense is definitely streets ahead of many girls.
Lin Yan saw a suitcase next to her and drove over directly.
Student Xinsheng, you seem to be more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days.
Lin Yan opened the car door and got out, looking at her with a faint smile.
You're so funny, are you like this to other girls?
Xinsheng rolled her eyes at him and said with a pout. However, from the smile on her lips, it can be seen that she is still very happy about Lin Yan's praise. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 46, Straight Man. Rejecting the Goddess Invitation. I only do this to you. Let's go. Get in the car first.
Lin Yan walked up to her with amusement, took her suitcase, put it in the trunk and said.
Xinsheng didn't bother to be polite with Lin Yan. He happily opened the passenger door and got into the car. Lin Yan was very familiar with Jiangnan Airport.
He asked Xinsheng to fasten his seatbelt and choose the fastest route to depart. Xinsheng, who was standing next to him, kept staring at Lin Yan with her pretty face.
Lin Yan, have you ever been to Hangzhou? Xinsheng blinked and asked. No.
Lin Yan shook his head and said. Whether in his previous life or in this parallel world, he had never been to Hangzhou. In the past, there was no opportunity to develop there, and no money to travel there.
However, if you have the chance now, you can go and have fun. Hangzhou's West Lake is very beautiful this season. How about you come back with me?
Xinsheng looked at him seriously and said.
Your proposal is too sudden. You have to go home on a business trip.
I don't have any vacation time now, and I don't have any luggage.
I will go again when I have the chance.
Lin Yan glanced sideways at the long-legged, big-chested girl next to him and said with a smile. In fact, what he said was not a problem for him now. However, he doesn't want to go to Hangzhou for the time being.
He has some things to do. Okay, but if you want, I'll show you around and let you experience the charm of Hangzhou.
Xinsheng pouted her red lips and said with some resentment.
Because it was not rush hour, Lin Yan drove to Jiangnan Airport half an hour later.
Xinsheng looked at the time on his watch and felt a little reluctant. I didn't expect to arrive at the airport so soon. She had only been with Lin Yan for less than an hour. But she had to go in early to board the plane, so she couldn't accompany Lin Yan anymore.
Are you going back soon?
Xinsheng said while looking at Lin Yan, who was in the driver's seat.
Well, after you go in, I'll go back.
Lin Yan nodded and said.
Then remember to think of me.
As Xinsheng spoke, he suddenly leaned over and kissed Lin Yan. Just when she wanted to step back, she suddenly felt her waist tighten and was directly hugged by a big hand. Before she could react, Lin Yan pulled her into his arms, and then he covered her mouth with his. I don't know how long it took. Lin Yan didn't let go of the long-legged, busty girl in his arms until he felt that she was having trouble breathing.
Okay, it's almost time, you should go board the plane.
Lin Yan said with a wicked smile as he looked at Xinsheng, who had his eyes closed in his arms. He was not a novice, so he had naturally noticed Xinsheng's emotions a long time ago. This kiss is the best gift to say goodbye to her.
How dare you say that?
You knew I was about to board the plane, yet you still wanted to tease me. Xinsheng opened her eyes with a rosy face, rolled her eyes at him, and then reached out to tidy up her messy skirt.
This bad guy. It's so embarrassing. Let me help you get the suitcase down.
Lin Yan waited until Xinsheng had finished packing before he opened the car door and got out, then went to the trunk to take out her suitcase.
Xinsheng was still feeling reluctant to leave. After getting out of the car, he looked at Lin Yan and said in a depressed tone, "You have to come pick me up on the day I come back. Otherwise, I won't take a taxi and will definitely get lost." Okay, I'll definitely come pick you up when the time comes.
Lin Yan handed the luggage to her, reached out and scratched her upturned little nose and said,
Then it's a deal.
If you don't come that day, I'll just spend the night at the airport. Xinsheng's mood finally improved a little, and she looked at Lin Yan in a somewhat coquettish manner and said,
Okay, send me a message when you're boarding the plane.
Lin Yan was helpless against the coquettish behavior of such a top beauty.
Well, you have to send me a message when you get back.
After Xinsheng finished speaking, he suddenly took a step closer, stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Yan a stealthy kiss, then turned around and ran away happily pulling his suitcase. Lin Yan looked at Xinsheng's tall figure gradually going away, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. There is no trace of the reservedness of an artistic goddess or school beauty here. I guess her suitors knew that their goddess actually treated Lin Yan like this.
I guess Lin Yan must be jealous to death. When Lin Yan returned to Jiangnan University, it was almost 5 o'clock.
After thinking about it, Lin Yan took out his cell phone and sent a text message to his first love, Xia.
Where are you? Do you want to have dinner together? Xia's message came back quickly. I'm getting ready to eat. My cousin is here to see me at school. Do you want to come over? Okay, when you get to the restaurant, send me the address and I'll go over and treat your cousin to a meal.
Lin Yan thought about it and typed and sent a message. Since she is my woman, when her relatives come to see her, I have to give her some face.
On the other side, Xia and a young couple were walking on the street.
After she saw Lin Yan's reply, she smiled and said to them, My boyfriend said he'd treat us to dinner.
Let's go to that restaurant over there.
As she spoke, Xia looked at both sides of the street, chose a nicely decorated restaurant, and took them in.
Xia, your boyfriend is the one who gave you the cell phone, skirt, and Chanel bag?
Chen Shui looked at her cousin's Chanel suit and bag with some envy and asked curiously. She knew her cousin's family situation very well and knew that she had no money to buy these things for her. That means her boyfriend must be very rich. After all, it takes a lot of effort to buy clothes and bags worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Yes, he is my classmate. Xia smiled quietly and spoke.
Ever since she followed Lin Yan, the things she gained have indeed greatly increased her vanity. Especially the girls like classmates and roommates, they are very envious when they see her bags, skirts and mobile phones. Even the confessions of love from male classmates who used to be poorly dressed have become less frequent now. Because now the goddess in their minds is even more dazzling, which makes them feel inferior.
He's still a classmate?
He's so rich at such a young age, he's probably either a second-generation rich kid who's living off his parents or a con man. Chen Shui's boyfriend Wang Hong said with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. He had come with his girlfriend to visit his cousin tonight, and was fascinated by his cousin at first sight. Such a pure little white flower goddess is simply everyone's first love. Just when he was planning to find an opportunity to seduce his girlfriend's cousin, he found out that she already had a boyfriend. And she was just talking to her girlfriend about how generous and nice her boyfriend was to her.
How could this not make him jealous? You'll see him soon.
Xiaxie glared at her cousin's boyfriend angrily and spoke in a cold voice.
Chapter 47, Dinner, Jealousy.
If she hadn't considered giving face to her cousin, even a first love goddess like her would have wanted to curse. She didn't know when it started, but she found that she had some strange feelings for Lin Yan. Anyway, whenever he hears someone say bad things about him, he gets angry. Chen Shui was also a little annoyed when she heard what her boyfriend said.
She glared and said, "Wang Hong, what are you talking about? Just because you don't have money, you can't let others have money? Don't just complain about everything all day long.
While you envy others, you have to learn to work hard on your own." She now looks at her boyfriend with increasing dissatisfaction. I don't look much different from my cousin, so how come my cousin's boyfriend can buy her a cell phone and branded clothes? But now I am working hard with my boyfriend, going to work from dawn to dusk for a few $1,000s. Every month, we have to live frugally and budget carefully. When I go shopping for clothes, I don't dare go to high-end stores. I can only look at mid and low-end brands, and buy those that are on sale. This comparison made her feel even more unbalanced.
Why is there such a big gap between my boyfriend and others?
My cousin and I have similar family conditions, but we live in two completely different worlds.
Wang Hong suddenly didn't dare to say anything.
After all, he was afraid that he would make his beloved girlfriend angry and run away. But he still felt unwilling in his heart.
If I had a rich father, I could live the life I wanted.
These ideas are basically the voices of many people in modern society.
Every time I see Wang on the internet, he changes girlfriends like he changes clothes.
I would feel that I hate myself for not being Wang. In this way, you can treat the goddess in other people's eyes as clothes to be exchanged. So Wang Hong was thinking at this time that if he could be born into a good family, he would never lack beautiful women around him. Lin Yan rushed towards the address Xiaxie sent him, holding two beautifully packaged boxes in his hands. He bought this on the way just now, intending to give it to his little lover to make him proud in front of his relatives. However, when he first entered the restaurant and found Xiaxie's table, he seemed to hear them talking about him.
"Lin Yan, I'm here." Xiaxie was facing the door.
When she saw Lin Yan coming over, she immediately stood up with a smile on her face and waved at him. When Chen Shui and Wang Hong saw Xiaxie's actions, they turned around curiously to look. They saw a tall, thin, and handsome young man walking towards them.
"Sorry to have kept you waiting."
Lin Yan came to Xiaxie's side, put his arms around her slender waist and sat down, looking at the two people opposite with a faint smile and said, "Xiaxie's cousin is quite pretty, and can be considered the most beautiful girl in the school." And he was wearing a white-collar uniform, which gave him a unique charm. This man is quite ordinary, his dress and temperament are just like an ordinary person.
"No, we just arrived too." "Handsome guy, are you my cousin's boyfriend, Lin Yan?"
Chen Shui blinked her big eyes at the handsome young man opposite her, then continued to introduce herself. "I'm Xia's cousin Chen Shui, and the man next to me is my boyfriend Wang Hong."
"Well, hello, then I'll just follow Xia and call you cousin."
"I heard from my girlfriend that you used to be very nice to her, so I brought you a small gift for our first meeting this time." Lin Yan looked at his beautiful cousin with a chuckle, and handed her one of the two boxes in his hand as he spoke. As for the so-called boyfriend next to her, Lin Yan simply ignored him.
Isn't this the latest limited edition perfume from Chanel?" "Lin Yan, you're too polite. It seems my cousin has found a very good boyfriend."
Chen Shui saw the logo and introduction on the exquisite gift box, and immediately took it with shining eyes.
Beautiful women already have a detailed understanding of major brands of clothes, bags, perfumes, and cosmetics.
The bottle of perfume that Lin Yan gave her was something she had just seen online recently. It was worth more than 10,000 yuan and was exactly what she had always dreamed of. "I didn't expect that the other party would just give it to me as a meeting gift." Lin Yan glanced at Xiaxie, who was staring at him, and picked up another box and put it in her hand with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't forget you that easily."
"Thank you, husband."
Xiaxie's beautiful oval face was smiling with a hint of pink, and she said a little embarrassedly. With her intelligence, she naturally knew that Lin Yan was just trying to save her face. She had never mentioned her cousin to Lin Yan before. Lin Yan said this on purpose to let his cousin think that he had not forgotten her in private and remembered her kindness. So, Xiaxie called Lin Yan husband with some gratitude in such a public occasion. Wang Hong, who had been ignored by Lin Yan, felt bad when he saw Lin Yan making his girlfriend so happy.
He said in a somewhat unhappy tone. Lin Yan, right? I can buy anything my girlfriend likes myself. I don't need you to buy it for me. He was worried that if his girlfriend accepted a gift from someone else, she might be hooked up by this pretty boy. When your girlfriend is secretly played by someone else, you will have to wear the hat of forgiveness. Wang Hong. What's wrong with that tone of voice? Do you know how much this perfume costs? Over 10,000 yuan. How can you buy it with anything? Chen Shui glared at her boyfriend in annoyance and said unhappily. With her boyfriend's monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, how can she expect him to be able to afford a perfume worth more than 10,000 yuan? It's just a daydream. The perfume she uses now costs more than 500 yuan, which she bought by saving money. Lin Yan could basically guess the man's mentality, which was that of a loser. There is a saying that goes well. Don't care too much about what others say about you behind your back. People who are stronger than you don't have time to look at you. Only people who are not as good as you will talk about you. If someone is jealous and slandering you behind your back, there is no need to deliberately distinguish. You should feel lucky. It all starts with you. Therefore, Lin Yan didn't bother to pay attention to the sour tone of the man in front of him. Just wave and call the waiter. Then he hugged Xia Siye and ordered some dishes she liked. Chen Shui listened to Lin Yan announce the names of the dishes one by one, and then compared the prices on the menu. Suddenly, I was impressed by this tall, rich and handsome man. Especially at the end, Lin Yan ordered a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars, which really refreshed her horizons. It turns out that the salary I earned after working hard for a year is just enough for someone else's meal. This made her heart vaguely give rise to some different thoughts. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 48, Cousin with Bad Intentions. After Lin Yan finished ordering, Chen Shui smiled sweetly and said to him, Lin Yan, what does your family do? How come you're so rich? When Xia Siye heard this, she looked at Lin Yan beside her curiously. Although she knew that he was rich, she didn't know anything else about him. My family runs a small business, and I'm starting my own business and making some investments. Lin Yan said casually. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Chen Shui's eyes seemed to brighten. Someone who can casually give others gifts worth more than 10,000 yuan and spend tens of thousands of yuan on a meal. He will definitely have enough capital for entrepreneurial investment. This made her heart beat even faster. The strange thoughts in my mind could no longer be suppressed. Do I have to fight for it myself? See, yeah, your boyfriend is really amazing. He started his own business during his freshman year, and he treats you so well. I'm so envious. Chen Shui said deliberately teasingly while looking at the two people opposite. It's rare to meet such a tall, rich and handsome man, and he is also my cousin's boyfriend. She had already begun to want to get to know him better, and it would be best if they could have a deeper communication. Lin Yan casually glanced at Wang Hong, who was sitting silently on the side, and deliberately said, Cousin, when you say that, does that mean your boyfriend treats you badly? When Wang Hong heard this, he immediately looked at his girlfriend and felt a little nervous. At the same time, he secretly hated Lin Yan for actually shifting the topic to himself. Chen Shui glared at her boyfriend and said, My boyfriend treats me very well, but we don't know how long we have to work before we can afford what we want. Don't worry, Shui, I will definitely work hard in the future and buy you anything you want. Wang Hong quickly assured. With your current job, what can you buy? Chen Shui rolled her eyes at her boyfriend and said speechlessly. Ever since she saw the life her cousin is currently living, she feels more and more that she has chosen the wrong boyfriend. Look at what my cousin is wearing and using now. She is wearing Chanel luxury goods, and a meal of food and drinks costs tens of thousands of dollars. Compared to my own life, it's like heaven and earth. It has been more than a year since she graduated from school. The reality of this society has become clear to me. When you are young like me, if you don't seize the opportunity, from now on, I will have to endure hardships and be frugal every day for food, clothing, housing, and family expenses. That kind of life was not what she wanted. Therefore, she has always treated Wang Hong as a backup. Keep all your first times just so that you can have that opportunity. Lin Yan glanced at Wang Hong, who looked a little embarrassed after hearing what Chen Shui said, and said with a faint smile, Since I also call you cousin, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to Xia, and I will do my best to help you. Lin Yan, Xia is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like you. I'll toast you a glass of wine as a thank you in advance. There was an inexplicable strangeness in the look Chen Shui gave Lin Yan. Cheers.
Lin Yan picked up the red wine glass on the table, clinked it with hers, and drank it all.
Hubby, drink slowly and eat something first. Xia Xia carefully put some food into Lin Yan's bowl.
Although she was quiet and not good at talking, she was still very touched that Lin Yan promised to help his cousin for her. This means that Lin Yan cares about her.
It's not just for fun.
Lin Yan pinched the nose of his first love goddess beside him in a funny way and said, "You've eaten too, don't starve yourself." Just as Lin Yan finished saying this, he suddenly felt a smooth little foot gently touching his calf. Then, before he could react, it began to slowly move upwards. Lin Yan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile, and glanced at Xia Xie, who was sitting next to him and felt a little embarrassed by his intimate actions. In terms of perspective and personality,
of course it couldn't be my first love goddess Xia Xie.
And today she was wearing a dress that showed off her long, white legs.
Under the table is black silk. So, now there is only one possibility.
Lin Yan glanced at Chen Shui, who was eating the food slowly with the same expression on her face.
I never thought that I would encounter such a thing.
He had heard before about girls being cheated on by their best friends Yu and Hua, and having their boyfriends stolen. Now I actually encountered a situation where my cousin seduced my cousin's boyfriend. On the surface, Chen Shui was wearing a white collar suit and looked gentle and refined, but I didn't expect that he was actually such a person.
It's so realistic and social.
Lin Yan could naturally guess the purpose of this cousin.
Isn't it just that he likes me because I'm rich?
Thinking of this, Lin Yan felt at ease and enjoyed himself. Then on the surface, Lin Yan pretended to be clueless and flirted with Xia Xie beside him, feeding her food in clinking wine glasses. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere at the table became very lively. Chen Shui also frequently toasted Lin Yan and Xia Xie. Only Wang Hong sat aside and drank silently alone. It was the first time for him to drink red wine that cost tens of thousands of yuan a bottle, and he didn't want to pay attention to Lin Yan, so he just slowly savored the wine by himself.
Wang Hong didn't know that his beloved girlfriend was very understanding at this time.
The wine glasses on the table kept clinking together, and the atmosphere under the tablecloth was also very lively. As time went by, when everyone was a little drunk, Lin Yan ended this private communication. Chen Shui retracted her legs with a blush on her face. After all, this was the first time for her to do such a bold thing.
Shui, are you okay?
I let you drink so much, you must be drunk. Wang Hong saw that his girlfriend's pretty face was red and thought she was drunk.
I don't get drunk that easily. Chen Shui glanced at Lin Yan secretly, pushed her boyfriend away and said, "Cousin, if you're not feeling well, shall we go back?"
Xia Xie also noticed her cousin's reaction and tried to persuade her with concern.
It's okay, Xie.
You don't know how much I can drink, and the alcohol content of this red wine isn't high. Chen Shui smiled sweetly and held her cousin's hand.
Cousin, where do you work now?
Lin Yan deliberately changed the subject. I work in a state-owned enterprise as a clerk.
Chen Shui glanced at Lin Yan seductively, then spoke with a smile. That's not bad, at least it won't be too busy. Lin Yan praised and said.
Compared to ordinary college graduates, this is already a good job. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 49, Dream Life, so envious. It's still just working. How can you be so amazing as to start your own business and become your own boss?
As Chen Shui spoke, she looked at her cousin with some envy. No matter how long I work, I can't bear to buy my cousin the clothes and bags she has now.
Why can't I meet a boyfriend like Lin Yan? While thinking about it, Chen Shui couldn't help but look at Lin Yan.
But he happened to meet Lin Yan's meaningful smile. She couldn't help but think of her initiative just now, and her face suddenly became hot again.
What about your boyfriend? Is he in the same company with you?
Lin Yan glanced at the inconspicuous Wang Hong beside her and said with a casual smile. I just took advantage of his girlfriend, so it doesn't seem right to continue ignoring others like this.
Yes, he is a programmer.
Chen Shui opened her red lips slightly, and cast a coquettish glance at Lin Yan intentionally or unintentionally, and spoke softly. But I was thinking in my heart, if I had known this, I would not have brought my boyfriend with me when I came to visit my cousin. It affects many things she does.
Then you have to work hard to get promoted.
Lin Yan casually encouraged him.
Work hard? This doesn't seem like the life I want to live.
Chen Shui murmured something, picked up the wine glass with some worry and continued drinking.
She is a girl who pursues fashion brands and loves beauty.
Now I work from 9 to 5 every day, and I have to save a month's salary to cover daily expenses, even to buy a nice dress or bag. My cousin is lucky, although she may not marry into a wealthy family. But now she doesn't have to worry about money, and all she wears are famous brands.
You're so beautiful, it's only a matter of time. Lin Yan spoke with a half smile.
A beautiful woman is her own capital, it just depends on whether she knows how to use it. After finishing his meal, Lin Yan paid the tens of thousands of yuan bill with his credit card without even blinking.
Cousin, are you going back to school?
Chen Shui still had some plans in her mind that had not been implemented, so naturally she didn't want to separate like this. When Xia Siye heard her cousin's words, she looked up at Lin Yan. Of course, she now takes Lin Yan's words as the standard. On a night like this, maybe my husband will take me to a hotel to continue studying and communicating.
I have a villa in Jiangnan. Let's go back there tonight. Lin Yan put his arms around Xia Siye's slender waist and said to his cousin with amusement. She just did that, stepping directly into the high heels. Doesn't she feel uncomfortable? Villa? I haven't been to a villa yet. Chen Shui glanced at Lin Yan seductively and spoke deliberately. If you're not in a hurry to go back, you can go to my villa. It's not very late anyway. Lin Yan's lips curled up into a smile and he spoke casually. He seemed to have noticed some of Chen Shui's thoughts. Okay. Chen Shui was naturally very happy. When Wang Hong saw that his girlfriend said this, he naturally had no objection. Besides, he also wanted to see what the villa looked like. Lin Yan naturally had no objection and took them directly to his car, but asked them to take a taxi to follow. This brand new Ferrari sports car once again made Chen Shui feel Lin Yan's financial strength. Anyone who can afford to spend millions on a car must be worth at least tens of millions. When Lin Yan drove the car, they followed him to Lin Yan's villa. The luxurious and exquisite villa made the three people except Lin Yan couldn't help but look at it in amazement. Even Xia Siye is the same.
This was also her first time visiting Lin Yan's villa. Considering the location and decoration design of this villa, it would cost at least tens of millions. She didn't expect that her classmate would be so rich. Lin Yan took them into the villa and started to visit everywhere. Cousin, I really envy you for being able to live in such a luxurious and beautiful villa so often. Chen Shui held Xia Siye's hand with envy in her eyes and looked around at everything in the villa. Her boyfriend seemed to be deeply shocked by all this and didn't say much. After touring the villa, everyone sat in the living room, watching TV and chatting, and added each other as penguin friends.
Soon it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Schwerer, it's getting late, let's go back. Wang Hong pulled his girlfriend and suggested leaving. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking to my cousin yet. Chen Shui naturally didn't want to leave so soon. Cousin, you guys still have to go to work tomorrow, so go back and have a good rest. We can make an appointment another day. Xia Siye's feminine sixth sense seemed to detect that her cousin looked at Lin Yan with a strange look, so she took the initiative to suggest. Okay, then cousin, let's talk about this another time. Seeing that her cousin said this, Chen Shui naturally couldn't stay any longer. After Chen Shui and the other person left, Lin Yan and Xia Siye were the only ones left in the villa. Under the glow of the lights, Lin Yan looked at the beautiful first love beside him, and with a faint smile, he stretched out his arms to hug her slender waist. Hubby, my cousin, and the others just left. Xia Siye looked at Lin Yan in front of her with a tender voice, and her pure and beautiful voice came out. It's okay, we'll go to the second floor to talk later. Lin Yan said softly. Outside the villa, Chen Shui and her companion had just walked out of the villa area along Taihu Lake. Wang Hong stopped a taxi, opened the door and was about to let his girlfriend get in first. Chen Shui seemed to suddenly remember something, and quickly opened her bag and rummaged through it. Then she said anxiously, the bottle of perfume that Lin Yan gave me today was left in the villa. I have to go back and get it. Wang Hong frowned when he heard this, and said unhappily, let your cousin bring it out to you another day. No, that's a perfume that costs over 10,000 yuan a bottle. I've never used such an expensive perfume before. I'll go back and get it now. You go back first. Chen Shui just threw down these words and turned around and walked back towards Lin Yan's villa. Wang Hong looked at his girlfriend walking away and the taxi driver who was waiting for him, so he had no choice but to get in and go home. Anyway, even if he sent Chen Shui back, she wouldn't give him any advantage, so let her go back by herself. In the villa, when Xia Siye was placed on the sofa by Lin Yan, she seemed to touch something.
When he took it out from behind, he saw that it was the gift that Lin Yan gave to his cousin today. "Honey, I forgot to take my cousin's perfume." Xia Siye picked up the beautifully packaged box of Chanel perfume, shook it and said.
Lin Yan took it and seemed to notice something wrong.
Just then, his cell phone rang. It turned out that it was Chen Shui, who had just added each other on Penguin account, who sent him a message. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 50, Privileged Area. I left my perfume in your villa. Can you help me get it out? I'll be waiting outside.
When Lin Yan saw this message, he immediately guessed the whole thing.
See, yeah, your cousin sent me a message asking me to help send it out. They are waiting for me outside. Lin Yan showed the phone to Xia Siye and then spoke.
Then I'll trouble you, husband. I'll go upstairs and take a shower first.
Xia Siye's standard oval face still had the blush that Lin Yan had just provoked.
After saying something in a low voice, she slipped up to the second floor.
Lin Yan watched Xia Siye disappear in the stairwell with amusement, took the box of perfume and walked out of the villa.
Not long after walking out of the villa's yard, Lin Yan saw Chen Shui in the garden of the villa area. At this time, Chen Shui was wearing a white collar uniform and high-heeled shoes. Under the cold moonlight, there is a hint of ambiguity.
Why did you drop something?
Lin Yan walked over with the perfume, handed it to her, and asked deliberately.
Didn't I just let you out alone?
Chen Shui took the box, blinked, and gave him a coquettish look.
What? Didn't you have enough fun just now?
Lin Yan naturally put his arms around her waist and said with a faint smile. It's really interesting to seduce your cousin's boyfriend in private like this.
You are fine now, but I am still waiting for you to help me.
Chen Shui's voice became delicate and she spoke in a very seductive tone.
Then let me give you some guidance.
Lin Yan didn't hesitate and directly hugged the vixen and walked into the dense green trees on the roadside. More than an hour later, Chen Shui walked out of the greenwoods with a red face and a noticeably strange gait. Just looking at the smile on her pretty face and the excitement in her eyes, it was obvious that she had received a lot of rewards. Because Lin Yan saw that it was her virgin, he directly transferred 60,000 yuan to her after it was over.
60,000 yuan is a lot of money these days. This is equivalent to her annual salary.
And all she paid was 2 hours. So, her efforts just now were not in vain. After Chen Shui left, Lin Yan slowly walked out of the greenwoods.
He looked refreshed and obviously not completely exhausted.
But he remembered that there was a pure and lovely first love goddess waiting for him to return to the villa. Lin Yan did not stay any longer and turned around and walked towards the villa.
When Lin Yan returned to the villa, Xia Siye was already prepared. She didn't ask Lin Yan why he took so long.
Instead, she obediently walked over and changed his clothes.
Husband, you go first. Xia Siye took Lin Yan's clothes and hung them on the hanger, looking at Lin Yan gently and said. He. The next morning, Lin Yan was woken up by Xia Siye's good morning greeting as usual.
Then, of course, it was another morning exercise. After everything was over, Lin Yan hugged Xia Siye and leaned comfortably against the head of the bed. While I had some free time, I opened the Perfect Life system and checked it out.
Host, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Physique, 90. Charm, 91. Comprehensive appearance. Perfect Life System, Level 5 360,000 500,000 Level Up Experience. Privilege Value, 10W. Skills, Eye of Detection, Strength and Physical Fitness, Immunity to all poisons. Warehouse, a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Recently, the system has introduced a new thing called Privilege Value, which can be used to purchase some things in the privilege area of the Krypton Gold Mall. Privilege points are obtained randomly by completing tasks or consuming. Moreover, the money in his bank card was increasing. Through consumption cashback, it has now reached more than 60 million. This is a considerable amount of money. Lin Yan was browsing the system when he suddenly found some interesting things in the privilege area of the Krypton Gold store. Huya Douyu live streaming software and all operating data packages, 40,000 privilege points. Weixin software and all operating data packages, 100,000 privilege value. Honor of King's Game, 80,000 privilege points. PUBG, 150,000 privilege points. Genshin Impact Game, 1 million privilege points. He hadn't finished looking through the privileged area before,
but now he realized that even many popular software games in later generations could be redeemed. If this is the case, in order to accelerate the development of your own entertainment company, the best option is naturally to exchange something from the system mall.
Come on, I'll take you back to school.
Lin Yan thought about it and woke up Xia Xia. After Lin Yan sent Xia Xia back to school, he called Lan Xiao and made an appointment to meet her. It was still the same coffee shop. As soon as Lin Yan walked in, he saw Lan Xiao sitting at a seat by the window waiting for him.
My Mr. Xiaolin, what do you want to talk to me about?
Lan Xiao is wearing a red dress today, which makes her charming figure look even more sexy. Lin Yan glanced at her snow-white skin exposed outside her skirt with a fiery gaze, then sat down opposite her.
How's the company going? I registered the company yesterday and am now preparing to rent an office and recruit staff.
Lan Xiao blinked her charming eyes, picked up the pot of coffee on the table and poured a cup for Lin Yan. Here, I have a complete operational development plan and software.
You can use it directly when the time comes. This will save you time.
Lin Yan pushed a USB drive and a stack of A4 paper in front of her, stared at the charming face in front of him, and said with a faint smile. This was something he had just redeemed in the system mall in advance, and he also found a printing shop on the side of the road to print out the information.
Oh? Let me see. Lan Xiao looked at Lin Yan in surprise.
She really couldn't believe that the two of them had just discussed starting an entertainment company 2 days ago. Today, Lin Yan will be able to produce a complete set of operating information and software. She also planned to have the team develop the software after recruiting people. So, she took the thing Lin Yan handed over with some surprise and looked at it carefully. Lin Yan leaned back in his chair, sipping his coffee quietly without saying a word, waiting for her to finish reading the document.
As time went by, Lan Xiao's eyes became more and more incredible.
Just by reading this operating document, she could predict that the company would definitely become the leading domestic entertainment live streaming company in the future. Because many of the operational techniques in this material are very innovative.
Have you finished reading it? Are you satisfied?
Lin Yan watched Lan Xiao put down the stack of A4 paper and spoke with interest.
Boss Lin, you're amazing, aren't you? Did you come up with all this? Lan Xiao looked at the young boy opposite with surprise and said, Is this still a freshman? Isn't it too evil?
Now, even without looking at the software given by Lin Yan, she can use this operation plan to make an ordinary live broadcast software popular.
Chapter 51, Planning, Starting an Internet Cafe. Of course, you know how good I am. Let's go to the car and reminisce about it later.
Lin Yan curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, looked at her meaningfully and said. He could only acknowledge the things exchanged from these systems himself.
Because there are many things that simply do not appear in this world. Why deny it and cause more trouble? Then you have to increase your investment.
After reading your information, I want to sign a few heavyweight anchors or popular internet celebrities to promote our software when it goes online. Lan Xiao pouted her bright red lips, threw a coquettish glance at Lin Yan and said.
Okay, I'll give you another 30 million to sign it later.
Lin Yan replied indifferently.
He is the one who has the least shortage of money now. He doesn't mind spending money to improve his career as quickly as possible.
Anyway, after the transfer, you can get a 200% consumption refund.
30 million? Lan Xiao didn't expect Lin Yan to be so willing to spend money.
Hearing these words, her whole body felt weak and her heart was beating fast. At this price, in this era, it is more than enough to invite a celebrity to do a live broadcast to show off.
I only have one request of you now.
From now on, if anything can be solved with money, please don't waste your time.
Just spend the money and solve it. If it's not enough, come back to me. Do you understand?
Lin Yan looked at her tempting red lips and said with a wicked smile.
Boss Lin, didn't you say you would go to the car and give me some more instructions?
Lan Xiao looked at Lin Yan with charming eyes and spoke in a sweet voice.
She's simply a fairy. Then let's go.
Lin Yan stood up with satisfaction. Lan Xiao took his arm and laid her whole body on him.
Boss Lin, I will repay you well later.
Lan Xiao leaned close to Lin Yan's ear and said with a charming smile. Even at such a close distance, Lin Yan could smell the faint fragrance coming from Lan Xiao.
And this little goblin is really awesome.
He put his arms around her slender waist and walked towards his parked car outside the coffee shop. A Ferrari parked in a quiet park.
Lan Xiao's charming face was flushed with peach blossoms. Lan Xiao, do you have any classmates who are interested in the internet industry? Lin Yan said lightly.
As for his career development, Lin Yan is naturally not satisfied with just working in the entertainment industry. There are many things in his system mall that can become popular in this world. However, among the people he currently knows, there are really not many talented management elites. So, he thought of Lan Xiao. Since Lan Xiao and her class teacher both studied computer science, they must have a lot of connections. This will allow her to introduce some talents who understand the market and management to herself. When Lan Xiao heard what Lin Yan said, she twisted her body in his arms and said, "I'm in the student union at school, and I have a lot of employment information and contact information for seniors.
If you want to find someone in this area, I can send you the information."
That's great.
This is definitely a high-end technical talent resource,
Lin Yan said with a satisfied smile, and patted the beauty in his arms as a token of praise.
Lan Xiao rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said, "Why? You still want to invest in the internet industry?"
Yes, I think the internet industry will definitely be one of the most profitable industries in the future, so I need a general manager who works in a related industry to help me develop another project. Lin Yan kissed it and continued speaking.
As for the general manager, I do have a candidate.
She's a friend who graduated from business school and worked for an American company after graduation. I had dinner with her a while ago when I was trying to raise investment. She seemed a little dissatisfied with her current job and was thinking about changing jobs. Lan Xiao kissed him on the neck and said with a charming smile, "Then please send me her contact information later and I'll find a time to meet with her." Lin Yan said with amusement as he looked at the little elf in his arms. But she's only been an assistant manager before, so she might not have enough leadership experience.
Do you mind?
Lin Yan thought for a moment and continued speaking. Specific details, I'll decide with her in person when the time comes.
Lin Yan continued, "By the way, is your friend a man or a woman?" "Of course it's a woman." Lan Xiao rolled her eyes at him unhappily and continued, "Why? Do you want to seduce her too? She's not that kind of person." "What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person." Lin Yan said this in an innocent manner. "Hee, I don't believe you. Before you meet her, I have to."
A charming smile appeared on Lan Xiao's pretty face as she adjusted her position. After the two of them communicated in the car for more than 2 hours, Lin Yan transferred 30 million to Lan Xiao. His privilege value increased by 50,000, and his deposits reached more than 80 million through cashback.
Soon, Lin Yan also returned to school.
Since Xia Xie was too tired, he had to go find Qin Yan. And took Qin Yan to a place.
"Honey, where are we going?" Qin Yan held Lin Yan's arm with her white little hand and asked in confusion.
Today she is wearing white tights with a pleated skirt and a chiffon sweater on top. With her innocent face, she is simply beautiful. The young boys passing by would take a peek from time to time, further highlighting the charm of this school beauty.
"You'll know when you get there."
Lin Yan smiled mysteriously. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a newly built and imposing office building.
After going up to the 6th floor, Lin Yan took Qin Yan into a company. This company must have just opened.
There are flower baskets in front of the door, making it look very grand. When I walked in, there was a reception desk.
A girl with a distinctive appearance was sitting there.
When she saw Lin Yan, she immediately stood up.
"Hello, boss,"
the girl called out respectfully. Then he stole a glance at Qin Yan, who was in a daze beside him, full of envy.
"Where's your manager?" Lin Yan asked.
"He's waiting for you in the conference room.
Please come to me."
The girl walked out from the front desk and began to lead Lin Yan. Although we're an internet cafe, our future is definitely bright. Also, when recruiting students, we have to be reliable.
Those who want to use the computers for free should get out.
In the conference room, Wang Hu was speaking. A few days ago, Lin Yan gave Wang Hu a task. He gave Wang Hu 20 million yuan and asked him to find an office building in a good location to set up his company, and to buy some stores according to his requirements as the location for the internet cafe. In addition, he also appointed Wang Hu as deputy general manager. Before Wang Hu joined the underworld, he was a college student, but he got into this industry for special reasons. Now Lin Yan has given him a chance to be reborn and made him the vice president. Wang Hu is full of enthusiasm for the new company and begins to display his talents. The receptionist opened the door of the conference room for Lin Yan, and Wang Hu immediately saw Lin Yan.
"Boss."
He stood up and shouted respectfully.
Chapter 52, Zhengruoshi. "Hello, boss." Except for Wang Hu and his younger brother, all the others were newly recruited.
When they heard Wang Hu call Lin Yan boss, they realized that the young man in front of them was the head of the company.
They quickly stood up and greeted Lin Yan.
At the same time, they were also a little shocked. I was shocked that my boss was so young.
Let them go out. I have something to talk to you about.
Lin Yan walked to the main seat at the conference table and sat down, then said lightly, Shaoli, take them out to continue familiarizing themselves with the business. Wang Hu nodded first, then said to his trusted younger brother,
Yes, boss. Shaoli hasn't adapted yet and still calls Wang Hu boss. Lin Yan frowned.
Wang Hu knew something was wrong the moment he saw Lin Yan's face.
He scolded him, How many times have I told you that we are no longer gangsters? Call me manager, not boss. Slap yourself in the face.
I'm sorry, boss, I'm sorry, manager.
I know I was wrong.
Shaoli smiled bitterly and could only do as he was told. He also became more respectful of his new boss Lin Yan.
Who is this?
After Shaoli left, only Lin Yan, Qin Yan and Wang Hu were left in the meeting room. Looking at Qin Yan, Wang Hu asked cautiously.
He had never met Qin Yan and didn't know whether she was Lin Yan's girlfriend or sister. This is my girlfriend. Lin Yan said lightly. Hello, sister-in-law.
Wang Hu immediately understood and called out respectfully.
You too. Qin Yan had never seen such a formal ceremony.
The scene of Wang Hu scolding his men just now was still vivid in Qin Yan's mind. He looked very imposing. Qin Yan felt a little embarrassed when he called her sister-in-law. However, she still felt a little proud in her heart. Even a fierce man like Wang Hu was obedient to Lin Yan.
Doesn't this mean that Lin Yan is more powerful? After introducing Qin Yan, Lin Yan asked about the company. How's the company doing lately? Hearing Lin Yan asking about business, Wang Hu's expression immediately turned serious. He reported to Lin Yan, I've already done what the boss asked me to do. The office building where our company is located is in the heart of Jiangnan City. I've rented the entire floor, a total of 1,000 square meters, for an annual rent of 10 million yuan. I also used 10 million yuan to buy 10 stores near Jiangnan University, which is enough for the initial development of the internet cafe. I've also hired a number of interviewers and can go recruiting this afternoon.
After listening to Wang Hu's report, Lin Yan nodded, very satisfied. It can be said that Wang Hu has completed the task assigned to him and even exceeded it. His initial impulse to recruit this powerful general was correct, and Wang Hu did not disappoint him. After thinking about it, Lin Yan felt that the time was right and he could start implementing his second-step plan.
I've already taken care of everything at school. Bring your people over this afternoon. Remember what I said, no mistakes are allowed. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
Lin Yan drummed his fingers on the table.
Yes.
Wang Hu lowered his head and replied. After discussing some details, Lin Yan took Qin Yan out of the company near noon.
Along the way, Qin Yan seemed to be hesitant to speak.
She always felt that Lin Yan was a little strange.
If you have anything to ask, just ask directly. Lin Yan's attitude towards Qin Yan is pretty good. Although it is a collection, it also needs proper care, doesn't it? Husband, did you open this company yourself?
Qin Yan blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Lin Yan.
Ever since Lin Yan took away her virginity, she started calling Lin Yan husband. This is a way for girls to assert their sovereignty.
Of course, Lin Yan was also aware of this little trick, but he just saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Lin Yan played with a strand of Qin Yan's hair with his fingertips and responded.
But Li Jiwen said you are from the countryside. Qin Yan said this subconsciously, but stopped when she mentioned Li Jiwen, obviously afraid that Lin Yan would be angry. You're from the countryside, right? Lin Yan smiled. Qin Yan nodded. He's right. I do come from the countryside, but people from the countryside can't start a company? Or do you think I'm a loser like Li Jiwen who only relies on his family? Lin Yan looked at Qin Yan and said lightly. No. That's not what I meant. Qin Yan thought Lin Yan was angry and tried to explain in a panic. Forget it, I don't mean to be angry. I just want to tell you that you can't just look at a person's appearance. Sometimes you have to look at his potential and strength. Lin Yan shook his head. Perhaps, if there weren't so many scum like Li Jiwen, even if Lin Yan was reborn, he would only focus on business instead of thinking about revenge on anyone.
This can be regarded as the cause and effect of fate.
Husband, you are awesome.
I don't know if Qin Yan understood, but she looked at Lin Yan with admiration. Originally, she was worried that Lin Yan was a poor boy and his family would object to them being together. But after knowing that Lin Yan had started a company and was worth millions, her worries disappeared.
Compared to Li Jiwen, Lin Yan didn't know how many blocks ahead he was.
She believed that her parents must like this son-in-law very much. Of course, she also has to keep a close eye on it. A guy like Lin Yan, who is both handsome and has potential, must have a lot of girls eyeing him. He must not let his guard down and let other girls take advantage of the situation. If Lin Yan knew what Qin Yan was thinking, he would laugh. He had no intention of making her his principal wife.
As for the main wife, the beautiful girl Shen Cheng is more suitable.
It was noon, and after Lin Yan finished his meal, he went to find Qin Yan and took her to see today's job fair.
Husband.
When Qin Yan, who was waiting under the tree in the dormitory, saw Lin Yan, her eyes lit up and she immediately trotted over with a pretty girl.
Why are you here?
Lin Yan glanced at Qin Yan and the girl beside her, then asked. Zhang Ruoxi, appearance 90, age 20, figure 98, purity 100. Weakness, materialism, targeting weaknesses. This is a girl whose appearance is slightly inferior to Qin Yan, but she has a perfect figure. She is already beautiful, and with her figure, this girl named Zhang Ruoxi would be no less attractive than a star even if she were placed in later generations. We're waiting for you downstairs.
Qin Yan's eyes curved into crescent shapes.
After she finished speaking, she pulled the girl next to her in front of her and introduced her to Lin Yan.
Honey, let me introduce you. This is my best friend who shares the same dormitory with me. Her name is Zhang Ruoxi.
Zhang Ruoxi was quite graceful and generous. She took the initiative to extend her white jade hand and said to Lin Yan with a smile, Hello, Lin Yan.
Do you know me? Lin Yan held Zhang Ruoxi's soft little hand, then asked in confusion.
You're the one who was able to chase young Master Li away and get our beautiful Qin Yan.
Everyone in our dormitory knows you.
And I forgot to tell you that Zhang Huaquan from your dormitory is my boyfriend. Zhang Ruoxi blinked her eyes and spoke in a slightly mischievous tone.
Zhang Huaquan's girlfriend.
A hint of realization flashed in Lin Yan's eyes.
No wonder it looked a little familiar.
In his previous life, Wei Dong and his friends seemed to have told him that Zhang Huaquan was lucky to have a beautiful girlfriend. But thinking back, he remembered that Zhang Huaquan almost dropped out of school in his sophomore year because of relationship problems.
I heard that they broke up without even holding hands.
At that time, Lin Yan felt that Zhang Huaquan was a fool and he had never met such an honest person. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 53, Xingyan Internet Cafe. Zhang Ruoxi, you're so annoying. I told you not to mention that person anymore.
Hearing Zhang Ruoxi still talking about Li Jiwen, Qin Yan angrily slapped her best friend.
Okay. I know I was wrong. You are Lin Yan's girlfriend now, right? I will remember this next time.
The two laughed and joked together. Since she is Zhang Huaquan's girlfriend, there is no reason for Lin Yan not to take her with him. After all, Zhang Huaquan had relied on Li Jiwen's power in his previous life to do a lot of harm to him.
Materialism? Interesting.
Lin Yan smiled in his heart. Compared to innocent girls like Qin Yan, gold diggers are usually better.
Once captured by a gold digger, they will be completely fallen.
Lin Yan has already begun looking forward to the clash with Zhang Ruoxi. Lin Yan, Qin Yan said you're rich.
Can you tell me how you made so much money?
On the way, Zhang Ruoxi asked about Lin Yan's private affairs. Qin Yan once told her that whenever Lin Yan took her out to play, he would buy her things worth tens of thousands of dollars, and he also had a sports car. This is also the reason why Zhang Ruoxi shamelessly begged Qin Yan to take her along today. Zhang Ruoxi asked her boyfriend, but Zhang Huaquan said that Lin Yan was from the countryside like him and was very poor. Zhang Ruoxi was very puzzled.
Since Lin Yan was a poor boy, where did his money come from?
She wanted to find out whether Qin Yan was lying or there was something else going on.
If I say I made tens of millions from investing, would you believe me?
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Tens of millions? How can it be that easy to earn?
Zhang Ruoxi curled her lips. She didn't believe that Lin Yan had so much money.
Yenner, do you believe what I say? Lin Yan asked Qin Yan.
Well, I believe everything my husband says.
Xin Yan looked at Lin Yan with admiration.
Her husband started a company when he was only 20 years old.
Xin Yan didn't trust him, but who else could she trust? Lin Yan smiled.
This was one of the things he liked about Xin Yan.
She believed in him unconditionally and was a little silly and cute. Oh my god. Xin Yan. I'm convinced by you. You believe this? They say that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Today I completely believe it.
Zheng Ruoshi covered her forehead with her hands. She was completely disappointed with Xin Yan. At the same time, she also thought that what Xin Yan said was all false, and Lin Yan was simply deceiving this silly girl. Xin Yan, you don't want Li Jiwen, your rich son-in-law, but fall in love with a poor boy.
What are you thinking?
Zheng Ruoshi was speechless. It's not surprising that she has such thoughts, because Zheng Ruoshi's goal is to marry into a wealthy family. And the smartest thing about Zheng Ruoshi is that she knows her strengths very well. Knowing that rich people like pure girls, she never let Zheng Huaquan touch her during the years she was in love with him. She wanted to keep her body pure so that when she met a rich man in the future, she could marry into a wealthy family with her clean body. Poor Zheng Huaquan had no idea that the girlfriend he loved deeply had always treated him as a backup.
10 minutes later. Why are there so many people here?
Zheng Ruoshi said in surprise. The three of them arrived at a cafeteria at Jiangnan University, only to find it packed with people. All gathered around a newly erected tent nearby, excitedly discussing something. Jiangnan University has a total of 27 canteens, and Canteen 1 is the most luxurious and busiest canteen in Jiangnan University.
A press conference is being held here today.
8 huge tents are connected in a line, which is very spectacular. Under the tent was a row of tables, with staff in suits sitting at the back and a group of students standing in front to handle business. At this time, Xiaoli was sitting in front of a table, holding a form, explaining the items on it to the students who came.
You said that if I just fill out the information and spend 2 hours a day, I can make $1,000 a month? Right. No collateral or anything? Need not. What if you don't send it?
Suddenly, Xiaoli was speechless, because he didn't know whether his company had so much money.
2 hours a day, 1,000 a month. This treatment is too good. Let me explain this to this student.
Just as Xiaoli was racking his brains for what to say, someone patted his shoulder. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Yan who came. Xiaoli quickly stood up, called out boss and made way for him. Zheng Ruoshi and Xin Yan were standing behind Lin Yan at this time. When she heard the word boss, she was completely stunned.
This person actually called Lin Yan boss? In other words, Lin Yan is the boss of this company? When Zhang Ruoshi arrived, she had already seen Xiao Li's identity on his work badge. Deputy General Manager of Xingyan Internet Cafe.
The Deputy General Manager is already the second in command of the company's administration.
If he calls Lin Yan boss, then doesn't that mean Lin Yan is the general manager of this company? Oh my god.
Lin Yan is actually the general manager of a company with hundreds of employees.
This made Zhang Ruoshi simply unbelievable. Could it be that Xin Yan didn't lie to her? Were the things she said in the dormitory before true?
Zheng Ruoshi suddenly had a shocking guess in her mind. Our company has tens of millions in capital and huge room for future development. You don't have to worry about not having enough money to pay salaries. Lin explained slowly and logically, but he was laughing in his heart. He spent so much money to hire college students to work part-time just to promote his own internet cafe.
As for money, he is not worried at all. If you don't have it, just spend money. The more you spend, the more you have anyway.
After dealing with this student, Lin Yan continued to let Xiaoli work.
Hey, Lin Yan? Why are you here?
Just as the three were about to leave, a familiar voice asked in surprise.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
Lin Yan said to the beautiful woman in front of him with a smile. This beautiful woman was none other than Lin Yan's counselor, Gu Wanqing. I saw someone who looked like you sitting there handling business for someone else, so I came over to take a look.
I didn't expect it to be you.
Gu Wanqing held her bag in front of her with both hands, looking very ladylike. She smiled and said to Lin Yan.
Today, Gu Wanqing wore delicate light makeup and a white dress, looking very beautiful.
Well, it just so happens that today is a holiday, and I have nothing to do, so I came to help my friend. Lin Yan didn't want to tell Gu Wanqing about his own affairs for the time being, so he made up a reason.
But it seemed like someone didn't want him to succeed. Zheng Ruoshi muttered, "What do you mean by helping a friend? This is obviously your own company. How hypocritical. Lin Yan. You started a company? Hearing Zhang Ruoxi expose Lin Yan's lies, Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Yan in surprise. Yeah.
Looking at Zhang Ruoxi, who had a cunning look on her face and was making a playful expression to him, Lin Yan smiled helplessly. Now that he's been exposed, he has no choice but to admit it. After hearing Lin Yan's personal admission, Zhang Ruoxi covered her mouth with her white hands and looked at him in disbelief. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 54, Noma Restaurant.
Lin Yan, I'm curious, how much did you spend to start this company? Gu Wanqing tilted her head and looked at Lin Yan. Renting company space, hiring employees, buying office supplies, plus the liquid funds stored in the company account, the total cost is about 20 million. Lin Yan said with a slight smile.
My God. Aren't you too rich? Gu Wanqing couldn't help but be surprised.
She just thought that it would cost Lin Yan more than 1 million to start a company, but she didn't expect that the fact Lin Yan told her was more than 10 times.
No. I was sorry you weren't doing well, and I couldn't bear to ask you to treat me to a meal. But since you're so rich, you have to make up for the meal we had last time. I don't know what's wrong with Gu Wanqing's brain. She was surprised that Lin Yan was so rich in the last second, but in the next second she turned into a foodie, thinking about asking Lin Yan to treat her. Okay, I originally wanted to treat the counselor to a meal, but I asked you several times and you didn't come. Since everyone is free at noon now, let's just have a meal together. Lin Yan said very straightforwardly. He has already dealt with Qin Yan, and it is time to launch an offensive against Gu Wanqing. Something happening between him and the beautiful teacher was something that countless students had fantasized about, so Lin Yan was naturally looking forward to it. After handing over the school affairs to Wang Hu, Lin Yan took the 3 girls and left. Several people stopped a car at the school gate. Because his Ferrari can't carry anyone. Excuse me, where are you going?
The taxi driver was a talkative young man.
As soon as Lin Yan and his companions got in the car, he asked enthusiastically. Go to Noma Restaurant on Jiangnan North Road. Lin Yan directly stated the location. Noma Restaurant?
The 3 girls were confused when they heard the place name because they had never heard of it.
Noma Restaurant. I know that.
But this driver was different. He was actually excited when he heard the name.
You know this place, so tell us about it?
Zhang Ruoxi, who was worrying about how to start the conversation, saw that the driver also knew about it, so she asked with interest. Seeing a beautiful woman asking him, the taxi driver became even more enthusiastic.
He nodded and said, Noma Restaurant is a top-notch Western restaurant in Europe. The one in Jiangnan City just opened a while ago.
I heard that their meals are very expensive, and the food is very limited. Just a stack of caviar costs tens of thousands of yuan, and a small plate of matsutake mushrooms is also tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention their red wine foie gras and other things. Therefore, those who can eat there are either rich or noble, otherwise they can't afford it.
All of them cost thousands of dollars? That's too expensive.
After listening to the young man's popular science, the 3 women covered their mouths at the same time. Zhang Ruoxi is a rural girl who usually eats subsidized meals at school. The most expensive meal she has ever had was when she went to a small restaurant on her birthday and spent a total of 100 yuan. But even so, she and Zhang Huaquan still felt heartbroken for a long time. So when she heard that any dish at Noma Restaurant would cost over $1,000, she was shocked.
Gu Wanqing and Qin Yan were not much better off. Although the 2 women are city people, they are ordinary city people.
A meal out would cost at most 100 yuan, and a top-notch Western restaurant like this one only exists in their fantasies because they simply can't afford it.
After the shock, silence returned to the taxi.
Lin Yan had no interest in bragging to a driver, and the 3 women were lost in thought after hearing the high price. Only the driver was still talking non-stop.
By the way, what are you doing there?
I heard they're looking for good-looking waiters.
You 4 are all handsome men and beautiful women. Are you planning to apply for a job there?
As they were about to get off the bus, the driver suddenly thought of something.
These people said they were going to Noma Restaurant. Were they going to apply for a job?
After hearing what the driver said, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt a little dissatisfied.
Can you speak? Who said we were there to apply for a job? We were there to eat. At the critical moment, Zhang Ruoxi's essential weakness appeared. Money worship. Being able to eat at a high-end restaurant is definitely something worth showing off.
She can't stand others treating her as someone looking for a job.
The innocent Qin Yan hadn't noticed the change in her bestie yet, so she followed suit and said, "Do you think we're looking for jobs? My boyfriend runs his own company, so why can't he go to Noma for dinner? I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
When the driver heard the two girls were angry, he quickly apologized. A person who can start a company is not someone a commoner like him can afford to offend. As for why they take taxis, it may be because they don't want to drive.
Noma Restaurant is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangnan North Road, so there is a large flow of people here.
When Lin Yan and the three women stood in front of the Noma restaurant, Zhang Ruoxi was stunned. There was a row of luxury cars parked in front of the door that she had never heard of. They were obviously very expensive. Inside the glass window, people in suits and gowns were eating Western food elegantly, which was very classy, not to mention the extremely luxurious decorations such as rose windows, crystal chandeliers, and marble walls. Comparing herself now, Zhang Ruoxi feels like an ugly duckling.
It would be great if I could become as rich as them.
Zhang Ruoxi looked at those dignitaries and thought foolishly. Looking at Zhang Ruoxi's obsessed look, Lin Yan smiled. It seems that he has opened the Pandora's box in Zhang Ruoxi's heart, causing her to fall into it unknowingly. As for what she will become next, that depends on what she does.
"Welcome, may I ask how many sirs you are?"
As soon as the three of them entered, a waiter came to greet them.
4.
Lin Yan said calmly.
"Okay, please follow me." The waiter nodded and led the way. Today happens to be the weekend, so there are quite a few people coming to eat.
This also shows that there are more and more wealthy people in the country and their consumption capacity is gradually increasing.
Of course, Lin Yan and the others were lucky as well.
A table of guests had just left, leaving behind a spot with a beautiful view.
Since it is known as the world's top restaurant, the service must be top-notch.
When the four of them were about to sit down, a waiter came forward and pulled out chairs for them.
Then, several waitresses came forward and tied napkins for the 4 people.
Lin Yan, who had eaten Western food many times, accepted it calmly.
After all, Qin Yan and Gu Wanqing were city girls and could still pretend to be calm.
Zhang Ruoxi, who was the worst off, was flattered because she had never enjoyed such high-end service before.
"Sir, here is the menu, please order." After tying napkins for several people, the waiter presented the menu to Lin Yan. "Counselor, since I'm treating you to a meal, you can order the dishes."
Lin Yan did not order any food, but handed the menu to Gu Wanqing with a smile.
Okay.
Gu Wanqing felt a little embarrassed, but still took the menu and started looking at it.
Deep sea caviar, price, 28,880. Top quality matsutake mushrooms, price, 32,880. Bordeaux red wine, 88880. Snail cream, 18880. 3 tempura shrimps, 5,880. Foie gras fried rice, 8880. After looking at the prices on the menu, Gu Wanqing's hands trembled.
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 55, Soaring Favorability. A bottle of red wine costs 88,880, which is equivalent to her annual salary. The cheapest one is 5,880, but that only contains 3 shrimps, which can be eaten in one bite. Other food is also extremely expensive.
Gu Wanqing thought this place was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be this expensive.
I don't know what to order, Qin Yan. Lin Yan is your boyfriend, so you should order. Gu Wanqing stuffed the menu into Qin Yan's hands like a hot potato. Qin Yan.
After looking through the menu, Qin Yan was also shocked.
It's too expensive. Although Lin Yan is her boyfriend, she doesn't dare to make the decision casually, fearing that the price will cost Lin Yan too much money. This is the change from friends to girlfriends. Qin Yan will subconsciously consider Lin Yan. "Ruoxi, haven't you always wanted to eat Western food? Now that you have the chance, you should order some food." Qin Yan also followed Gu Wanqing's example and handed the menu to Zhang Ruoxi. "Zhang Ruoxi.
If you don't order and no one else does, then I'll order." For some unknown reason, Zhang Ruoxi accepted it with a blushing face because she wanted to experience the pleasure of being rich. Then she said to the waiter, "Then this, and this." After ordering, Zhang Ruoxi handed the menu to Lin Yan. She didn't dare to make a decision directly, so she had to ask Lin Yan's opinion.
Ha ha. The moment he saw the menu, Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh.
Although Zhang Ruoxi is materialistic, she is still a young girl.
The few things I ordered didn't cost more than 20,000 yuan. There's not enough food.
Bring us a portion of your caviar and matsutake mushrooms, and a bottle of red wine. Also, bring all your signature dishes.
Lin Yan said very generously. Yes, sir.
The waiter smiled slightly, having already made up his mind. It seems that among these people, Lin Yan is the real rich man, and these three girls should be the ones he wants to seduce. Waiters often see situations like this, and it is also normal in wealthy circles.
Lin Yan, isn't it too expensive to order so many things? Gu Wanqing is a kind person after all.
Seeing that Lin Yan ordered so many dishes, she felt a little distressed.
Hasn't the counselor always said he wanted to eat matsutake mushrooms and caviar? Why is he still saving money for me? Now is a rare opportunity to make a fortune. After this, there won't be such a good opportunity next time. Lin Yan joked. You are.
Gu Wanqing felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect that Lin Yan still remembered the words she mentioned casually.
Qin Yan, Zhang Ruoxi and Gu Wanqing were very satisfied with the lunch.
Qin Yan felt that this Western meal was prepared by Lin Yan specifically for her, while Zhang Ruoxi and Gu Wanqing were just there by the way. Zhang Ruoxi fulfilled her dream of eating Western food, and after eating, she felt as if she was in a dream.
Gu Wanqing is the most simple one.
She is not a materialistic girl, otherwise her weakness in information would not be her love for food.
Lin Yan, thank you for your hospitality.
The deep-sea caviar, foie gras fried rice, and matsutake mushrooms were all delicious.
This is the best meal I've ever had.
At the restaurant entrance, Gu Wanqing, her white dress fluttering, spoke to Lin Yan sincerely. Suddenly, the favorability of Zhang Ruoxi and Gu Wanqing reached 80 and 70 respectively, which was incredible. Lin Yan felt that if he could just show off his financial resources again, Zhang Ruoxi would be successfully won over by him.
Because Gu Wanqing had something to do in the afternoon, she took a taxi away after dinner.
Zhang Ruoxi didn't know if it was because she had tasted the sweetness, but even after having lunch, she still had no intention of leaving. She held Qin Yan's arm and continued to be a light bulb there shamelessly.
Honey, are we going back to school this afternoon?
Because it was holiday, the three of them had no classes, so Qin Yan asked Lin Yan where he was going in the afternoon.
Don't go back to school. I have time today.
I'll take you shopping. Lin Yan said with a smile. He was preparing to launch another round of financial bombardment against Zhang Ruoxi.
Buying something? Qin Yan looked at Lin Yan with a pair of beautiful big eyes in confusion. Yes, I'm going to buy you some gifts.
Also, I want to buy a car that can carry people, so I'm going to stop by the car shop to take a look. While Lin Yan was speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi out of the corner of his eye. When Zhang Ruoxi heard that Lin Yan was going shopping, her eyes lit up.
She was thinking, since Lin Yan was going to buy a gift for Qin Yan, would he also buy a few things for her?
At this time, Zhang Ruoxi began to have wild thoughts again.
Thank you, husband. You are so kind to me.
When Qin Yan heard that Lin Yan was going to buy her a gift, she felt so sweet in her heart that she hugged Lin Yan's arm very clingy.
Master, let's go to Huaxing Wanda.
After hailing a taxi, Lin Yan directly asked to go to Huaxing Road.
Huaxing Road.
There are not only various domestic and foreign luxury brands here, but also many food stores.
It is a great place to eat, drink and have fun.
Zhang Ruoxi also came here once, but she just came to take a look because she couldn't afford the luxurious bags, shoes and beautiful dresses in the store.
Let's go to the cell phone store first.
After getting out of the car, Lin Yan prepared to take the two girls to check his phone.
The two women nodded at the same time.
Qin Yan is mainly her boyfriend, while Zhang Ruoxi is just a foil, so naturally they have to listen to Lin Yan. When he arrived at the mobile phone store, the clerk immediately came up to him and asked Lin Yan what he needed.
Don't worry about me, I'll take a look myself. Lin Yan said.
Seeing this, the clerk had no choice but to stand aside.
Honey, pick out the brand you like and tell me when you've made your choice.
After sending the clerk away, Lin Yan said to Qin Yan.
Well, thank you, husband. Qin Yan was very happy to hear that Lin Yan was going to buy her a mobile phone.
Like most students, her cell phone was one that her parents had discarded. If she had the chance, she would definitely want to replace it with a more fashionable one.
Ruoxi, stop being in a daze. Come here and help me choose.
Seeing Zhang Ruoxi standing there in a daze, Qin Yan pulled her best friend.
Oh, okay.
Zhang Ruoxi quickly agreed and began to give Qin Yan advice. To be honest, Zhang Ruoxi was so jealous of Qin Yan at this moment. I'm jealous that she has such a good boyfriend. How much she wanted to replace Qin Yan and become Lin Yan's girlfriend. She can eat Western food every day, choose the latest mobile phone, ask Lin Yan to buy her gifts, and... However, reality is not a hypothesis. She is not Lin Yan's girlfriend. She can only watch from the side and pray that Lin Yan will buy it for her later. Not to mention Zhang Ruoxi, whose mentality was getting worse and worse. Lin Yan was a little disappointed after walking around the mobile phone store. Apple is still the most expensive. After a while. Honey, do you think the phone I chose is beautiful? After Lin Yan finished looking around, Qin Yan also chose a mobile phone. This is a white iPhone 4S. As long as you like it. Lin Yan praised. Then he said to his boss, pack up this phone and get another SIM card. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 56, Completely Collapsed. Okay, please wait. Seeing Lin Yan's generosity, the boss immediately became enthusiastic and helped Lin Yan complete the business in a short while. Including the mobile phone card and phone bill, the total cost was 10,000. During this period, Lin Yan never asked Zhang Ruoxi's opinion from beginning to end. Ruoxi, this iPhone is so beautiful, and it has so many more functions than the previous one. After leaving the mobile phone store, Qin Yan was still chattering away, her tone very excited. Yeah. Zhang Ruoxi's smile was a little forced. Of course she knew that this phone was beautiful and had many functions, which was why Zhang Ruoxi was not happy because Lin Yan did not buy it for her. Afterwards, Lin Yan took Qin Yan into a Dior luxury store. Qin Yan was so excited. Dior is a brand that only rich people can afford. Qin Yan never thought that one day she would be able to wear it. Zhang Ruoxi did the same. She temporarily forgot about the unpleasantness just now and started picking out clothes with Qin Yan. Honey, how do you think this dress looks on me? Qin Yan was wearing a light yellow floral dress, looking very elegant. The price tag above is 32,000. It was equivalent to an ordinary worker's annual salary at that time. It's pretty. Lin Yan nodded. Qin Yan has good taste. Her skin is snow white, and this kind of skirt can better bring out her milky skin. Lin Yan, do you think I look good in this dress? Zhang Ruoxi didn't know what kind of struggle she had in her heart. She bit her lip, chose a very sexy suspender skirt, and actually asked about Lin Yan. Qin Yan didn't know about her best friend's change of heart yet. She smiled and said, this skirt matches Ruoxi very well. It's pretty. Lin Yan also praised it. I have to say that Zhang Ruoxi is a natural clothes hanger. Putting on this tank top, she looks like the perfect combination of sexiness and purity. The hem of her skirt just reached her knees, revealing a part of her snow-white calves. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi was so beautiful that it was almost unbelievable. Honey, I found another beautiful dress. Let me try it on first. At this time, Qin Yan found another beautiful dress, said something to Lin Yan, and ran into the fitting room. At this time, apart from the salesperson, only Lin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi were left in the store. Zhang Ruoxi's heart started pounding. Why can Qin Yan buy whatever she wants? It's because she has a rich boyfriend. If she could squeeze out Qin Yan and become Lin Yan's girlfriend, wouldn't she be able to get this right? In fact, Zhang Ruoxi had already tried it before. She used the same method on Zhang Huaquan on Lin Yan. During the shopping process, Zhang Ruoxi kept hinting to Lin Yan to buy something for her, and she inadvertently looked at Lin Yan, then lowered her head shyly. This is the most common trick used by girls. It makes men have the illusion that they are interested in themselves. On impulse, they will spend money to buy things for her and become the victim. But to Zhang Ruoxi's dismay, all these methods failed and Lin Yan remained indifferent to his hints. After failing several times in a row, Zhang Ruoxi finally understood. Lin Yan is not a fool like Zhang Huaquan at all. Zhang Huaquan is the kind of person who would lose his soul if she said a little coquettishly, and would do whatever she told him to do. But Lin Yan is the kind of person who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. If he didn't let Lin Yan take advantage of him, he wouldn't spend a penny on himself. Lin Yan, I'm betting my innocent body on you. I hope you won't let me down. Yan, I'm not trying to be the bad guy who steals your boyfriend. Lin Yan is the richest man closest to me, and I don't want to miss this opportunity, so I'm sorry. Zhang Ruoxi made a decision in her heart and said sorry to Qin Yan in her heart. Restraining her inner guilt and shyness, Zhang Ruoxi walked up to Lin Yan and directly put her arm around his arm, her soft body pressed against Lin Yan.
Lin Yan, I really like this skirt. Can you buy it for me?
Zhang Ruoxi said shyly.
Oh? You want me to buy you a skirt? That's weird. Aren't you Zhang Huachuan's girlfriend? Why do you want me to buy it for you? Lin Yan asked with a smile.
Zhang Ruoxi, appearance 90, age 20, figure 98, purity 100.
Favorability 100, weakness, materialism, target weaknesses.
After Lin Yan's arrangements, Zhang Ruoxi finally collapsed after passing through 3 checkpoints, a high-end Western restaurant, a mobile phone store, and a Dior luxury store. Her favorability reached its peak. Zhang Ruoxi didn't know that Lin Yan had already discovered her true nature. At this moment, she was willing to do anything to get Lin Yan to buy her a skirt. You know Zhang Hua is from the countryside. How could he possibly afford such an expensive skirt? So, good Lin Yan, can you buy it for me? Zhang Ruoxi suppressed her shyness and actually kissed Lin Yan on the cheek. This scene stunned the female clerk beside her. She clearly remembered another girl calling this handsome guy husband, but what was going on now?
Okay, considering your contribution in accompanying Yin Yan, I will give you this dress.
Feeling the soft touch on his face and the faint fragrance, Lin Yan felt that it was almost time. After all, she is a girl who has not yet entered society. It takes a lot of courage for her to do this even though she has a boyfriend. He doesn't need to rush.
During the next period of time, Lin Yan only needs to follow one principle.
As long as Zhang Ruoxi took the initiative to give him a little advantage, he would buy her a gift. By then, Lin Yan wouldn't have to do anything. Zhang Ruoxi would slowly break through her bottom line and eventually become the lamb for him to enjoy at will.
Bo! Lin Yan, I love you so much.
Seeing that her attempt was successful, Zhang Ruoxi could no longer hold back and excitedly kissed Lin Yan again.
A skirt that costs 32,000.
She could finally wear Dior's luxurious dresses without having to envy other girls.
Crack!
The locker room door rang. Zhang Ruoxi was shocked and immediately let go of Lin Yan, then pretended nothing happened.
Ruoxi, I think I heard you say you loved someone to death.
Qin Yan walked out wearing a light yellow dress and looked at Zhang Ruoxi puzzledly.
You heard me wrong.
I meant I love this dress. Wow, Yan Yan, you look so good in this dress. Zhang Ruoxi blushed, and fearing that Qin Yan would discover something, she quickly changed the subject.
Really? I think so too. Qin Yan turned around happily. Zhang Ruoxi successfully diverted the topic.
Finally, Qin Yan chose a dress priced at 32,000 yuan, a suspender skirt priced at 15,000 yuan, and a pair of high heels priced at 8,000 yuan. Lin Yan asked her to buy a few more pieces, but Qin Yan refused, insisting that she wanted to save money for him. In fact, according to the general thinking of men, Qin Yan has almost no shortcomings and is a very suitable person to be a wife. However, Lin Yan's heart is too broad and is far beyond the reach of Qin Yan. She is destined to not be able to get all of Lin Yan's love. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 57, Competing Sisters. When Qin Yan went to the front desk to pay, she saw Zhang Ruoxi holding a bag and asked doubtfully, Ruoxi, are you going to buy this dress too? She remembered that Zhang Ruoxi's family was not well off, so she probably couldn't afford such an expensive dress, right? Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly and she gave Lin Yan a look for help. Lin Yan didn't intend to embarrass Zhang Ruoxi.
He smiled and said, Ruoxi must have worked hard accompanying us shopping. I saw that she liked this dress, so I just bought it for her.
Well, Ruoxi has been with us for so long, we should thank her.
Qin Yan smiled, but there was a hint of vigilance in her eyes.
No matter how stupid or naive a person is, there is a limit.
Buying such expensive things for your girlfriend's best friend is abnormal no matter how you look at it. Originally, Qin Yan brought Zhang Ruoxi to see Lin Yan because she thought Zhang Ruoxi had a boyfriend and nothing would happen between her and Lin Yan.
She also wanted to show off.
But now she feels she was wrong. Lin Yan is young, rich, and very handsome. Even if she already has a boyfriend, it is inevitable that she will be attracted to such an outstanding man. You can't bring Zhang Ruoxi out next time.
Qin Yan thought secretly in her heart. After leaving the Dior store, Lin Yan went to the Gucci store next door. When I walked into the Gucci store, I was immediately greeted by the salesperson.
Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi were both carrying Dior bags, and the clerk could tell at a glance that they were customers with purchasing power.
You go ahead and do your thing. I'll pick out my boyfriend's clothes myself. Xin Yan refused the clerk's introduction.
The most important reason was that she wanted to declare her sovereignty over Lin Yan, especially over Zhang Ruoxi.
Look carefully, mine isn't bad either. Lin Yan, let me help you pick one too.
Speaking of being thick-skinned, Zhang Ruoxi, who could stand with her hands on her hips and argue with an auntie for a whole day in the village, was even more shameless.
She seemed unaware of Xin Yan's declaration and said with a smile.
Xin Yan gritted her teeth, but she could do nothing about Zhang Ruoxi. She was still too soft-hearted and couldn't bear to break up with Zhang Ruoxi. The two girls seemed to be serious about it, and they both carefully chose clothes for Lin Yan. If a beautiful girl knows how to dress herself, she will naturally know how to match clothes.
Soon, the two of them picked out clothes for Lin Yan. Honey, what do you think of these two sets I chose? Xin Yan looked at Lin Yan expectantly. I am very satisfied. Lin Yan nodded.
Xin Yan picked out two sets of clothes for him.
One set is a slim-fit white suit. Few people can pull off a white suit.
Temperament, appearance and height are all essential, and Lin Yan happens to meet both requirements.
The other set was a casual suit.
After Lin Yan put it on, he looked sunny and handsome. Even the female salesperson in the Gucci store blushed when she saw him. Seeing that Lin Yan was very satisfied, Xin Yan raised the corner of her mouth and glanced at Zhang Ruoxi beside her.
Lin Yan, you haven't told me what I think of these two sets?
Zhang Ruoxi remained unmoved and handed the two suits she had chosen to Lin Yan.
Not bad. Lin Yan gave the same answer.
He was not lying, these two sets of clothes suited him very well.
Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly and glanced at Xin Yan.
Poof. Xin Yan snorted subconsciously and turned her head away. Walking out of the store carrying a Dior bag, Zhang Ruoxi had a calm and arrogant look, as if she were a wealthy wife from a wealthy family. She even felt that passers-by looked at her with envy, envious that she could buy these expensive luxury goods. Then she glanced at Lin Yan beside her. At this moment, she was even more glad for the decision she had made. If it weren't for Lin Yan, she might never be able to afford these expensive luxury goods in her life. Standing on the street in Jianhan, Lin Yan glanced at the time on his phone. It was still a few hours before evening.
It's still early.
I'm going to the dealership to check out the car.
Do you want to come with me? Lin Yan turned around and asked the two women. Go, why not? Xin Yan's tone was a little angry. She was very angry at Zhang Ruoxi. And you? Lin Yan asked Zhang Ruoxi again.
I don't have anything to do tonight anyway, so I'll just go and take a look. Zhang Ruoxi blinked her beautiful big eyes at Lin Yan in a playful manner. So, the three of them went to a car dealership on Jianhan Road.
Sir, are you here to buy a car? Well, buy a top-of-the-line BBA. Lin Yan nodded to the manager. Come, this way please. When the car dealer heard that his boss was going to buy a luxury car, he became as excited as a rooster crowing. He immediately took Lin Yan into the exhibition hall. Mr. Lin, please look, these are our new cars, including BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, Autos, and all kinds of sports cars. The car dealer pointed at the cars in the showroom and introduced them. Mr. Lin, do you have any favorites? Looking at the pensive Lin Yan, the manager beside him asked cautiously. How much is this BMW 7 Series? Lin Yan asked, pointing to a BMW with an extremely handsome appearance. BMWs 1, 3, 5, and 7 Series are four-door sedans. The higher the number, the more expensive the price. The 7 Series is the top-of-the-line sedan. The 2, 4, 6, and 8 Series are two-door sports cars, and the higher the number, the more expensive they are. X1, X3, X5, and X7 are SUVs, commonly known as large space family cars. Similarly, the higher the number, the more expensive they are. Why did Lin Yan choose the BMW 7 Series? There is a saying that is very appropriate: ride in a Mercedes and drive a BMW. A Mercedes-Benz is for riding in, and driving is the driver's job. Lin Yan is so young that if he drives out, he may be mistaken for the driver. Some novels have the protagonist buying a Maybach as soon as he has money, which is a very stupid behavior. Maybach is also a brand of Mercedes-Benz. This kind of car needs a driver to drive it, rather than driving it yourself to show off and make a fool of yourself. The Audi brand is not as famous as Mercedes-Benz and BMW, and is mostly purchased by the government, so it is not suitable for Lin Yan. BMW is different, it is fashionable and stylish, and Lin Yan likes the feeling of driving, so BMW is the most suitable choice. Hiss. When the car dealership manager heard that Lin Yan actually chose the BMW 7 Series, he took a deep breath and was shocked that Lin Yan actually chose the most luxurious car. It's hard for a dealership to sell a car of this level in a month. We only have one 7 Series in our dealership. It was just shipped from Germany 2 days ago. It cost 3.5 million yuan. Adding the vehicle and vessel tax, import tax, and the license plate, the total cost is 4.8 million yuan. The manager told me all the information about the car in one breath. Gudong. After the manager finished speaking, the two girls swallowed their saliva at the same time. Well, the price is not bad. I want this car. When can I pick it up? Different from the expressions of the two girls, Lin Yan made the decision very calmly, as if it was as easy as buying clothes. No one has reserved this car yet. As long as you pay the full fee, you can pick it up now. The dealership manager said immediately. Just swipe the card. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 58, A Big Chess Game. Lin Yan handed a bank card directly to the car dealership manager. This decisive action was so bold that it was outrageous. The car dealership manager had never seen such a bold person. Holding Lin Yan's bank card, the car dealership owner excitedly went downstairs to handle the formalities. After a while, the boss came back with a contract and the electronic key to the car. Mr. Lin, this is the signed contract. The license plate will be delivered to you tomorrow at the address you provided. We've already filled up the gas tank for you. If there are any problems with the car during this period, we can provide a full refund or replace it with a new one. The car dealership owner said to Lin Yan respectfully. Lin Yan nodded, very satisfied. Just based on this attitude, it is 10 blocks away from the 4S stores of later generations. Walking up to the BMW, Lin Yan stroked the car body, then opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Starting the car and opening the window, Lin Yan said to the two women who were still in a daze, "What are you still standing there for? Get in the car." Oh. When they heard Lin Yan's voice, the two women woke up from their dream and quickly got into the car. I'll sit in the passenger seat. Qin Yan directly occupied the passenger seat. The passenger seat belongs to her girlfriend, and Qin Yan knows this, so she can't give it to Zhang Ruoshi. Zhang Ruoshi didn't care about Qin Yan's behavior. She sat directly in the back seat. What a soft, comfortable cushion. Zhang Ruoshi caressed the car mat greedily. This BMW was well worth its price, incorporating the most advanced technology of the time and using the finest materials. It felt completely different from the taxi Zhang Ruoshi had just taken. The luxurious interior, fully automatic lifting windows, and leather cushions are simply too luxurious to be true. I want to sit in this car forever. Zhang Ruoshi's eyes were actually a little moist. This is because she was afraid that after this time, she would never be able to ride in such a luxurious car again. As the saying goes, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Along the way, this BMW 7 Series attracted a lot of attention. After all, this wasn't a place like the capital, Shanghai. There weren't many small cars in Jiangnan City at that time, and Lin Yan was driving a top-of-the-line luxury car, so it was certain that he would attract a lot of attention. Zhang Ruoshi was a materialistic girl. After just a short while, she understood the principle of the electronic car window and rolled it down. She deliberately showed off her delicate face, and enjoyed the envious or jealous eyes from outside with a proud expression. Lin Yan couldn't help laughing when he saw the scene in the rearview mirror. Sometimes he felt that girls like Zhang Ruoshi, although materialistic, were purely cute. Compared to green tea bitches, girls like Zhang Ruoshi are also pretty good. As long as you have money, she will not betray you and will even be devoted to you. Is it almost here? The BMW entered the gate of Jiangnan University. Zhang Ruoshi felt a sense of panic. She had never felt that time pass so quickly. When she arrived at the door of the girls' dormitory, she was even reluctant to get off the car. Go back to the dormitory first. I have something to do. I won't be with you tonight. Lin Yan said to Qin Yan, who had already gotten off the car. Well, husband, be careful on the road. In front of the car window, Qin Yan kissed Lin Yan on the corner of his mouth reluctantly and said goodbye to him. Lin Yan nodded, drove the BMW 7 Series, and disappeared on the campus avenue. Many students saw the scene of the two women getting out of the luxury car.
Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi were both the most beautiful girls in the department and class respectively, and they knew many people, so public opinion exploded.
Holy crap! Who is this? Driving such a luxurious car to our school.
I don't know, but I know Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi. They are the two most beautiful girls in our department.
Department beauties? I wonder if they're being kept by someone. Otherwise, why would they get out of that luxury car? It shouldn't be a sponsorship.
I saw that the driver was a young and handsome guy.
Maybe he's their brother or boyfriend or something.
I'm so lucky to have such a boyfriend or brother.
Why don't I have such luck? Yeah, I really envy them.
Listening to the words of envy or jealousy around her, Zhang Ruoxi, who walked into the dormitory with Qin Yan, raised the corners of her mouth into a beautiful arc.
This feeling is simply wonderful.
After a while, Lin Yan drove to pick up Lan Xiao.
In a restaurant, I met the friend she had mentioned before. Her name is Shin Mengqi.
She still works in that American company, so she rushed over from the company right after get off work. She was still wearing her professional dress from work. As expected, she is an employee of an American company. Lin Yan looked at Shin Mengqi's white shirt, black knee-length skirt, crystal silk, and thin strap high heels.
It was a very standard outfit for a working woman.
Her face is very delicate and beautiful, and she is a rare beauty in the south of the Yangtze River. Lin Yan knew that the other party hadn't eaten yet, so he ordered the dishes first and started chatting while eating. With Lan Xiao there to liven up the atmosphere, the group quickly became familiar with each other. Through the conversation with Shin Mengqi, Lin Yan also learned that the other party was very knowledgeable about the internet and had very professional knowledge. It is said that she has also collaborated on projects with Penguin, Ali, Google, Yahoo, etc. But since she was an assistant, she could only be considered an ordinary participant. However, she also has a great interest in the internet, so she wants to know what kind of internet project Lin Yan wants to create.
Instant messaging, you should know about it. Lin Yan smiled faintly, looked at the pure Jiangnan Watertown beauty opposite him, and spoke.
When Shin Mengqi heard that Lin Yan actually wanted to do this project, she immediately showed a surprised expression.
But the instant messaging market is currently monopolized by Penguin, right?
Although the instant messaging products I developed are all based on instant messaging, they are still very different in terms of functionality.
Lin Yan smiled faintly and explained the core content of WeChat to Shin Mengqi in detail. You mean to say that with the rise of smartphones, your WeChat app will be able to replace Penguin? After Shin Mengqi heard what Lin Yan said, her thoughts suddenly became clear. Penguin is an IM tool for the PC era, and WeChat, which I want to create, is an IM tool for the mobile internet era.
Lin Yan said with a smile on his face. Lan Xiao, who was standing next to her, also looked at her little man with admiration, and then said to Shin Mengqi, Mengqi, this project sounds very challenging and suitable for you.
Miss Shin, what do you think? If you are interested, maybe we can create a new instant messaging giant in the future. Lin Yan also spoke with a smile. If Mr. Lin thinks I can develop this project, I'm willing to give it a try. Shin Mengqi thought about it, then nodded and said. Chapter 59, Bold Ideas. That's great.
I'll invest 60 million in this project initially, and it will gradually increase to 1 billion. What I can give you is 1% of the company's options, which can only be cashed out after the listing.
The salary is currently set at 1 million a year.
Lin Yan said with a satisfied smile. Shin Mengqi was shocked when she heard Lin Yan's words. She didn't expect Lin Yan to be so generous. According to the 10 billion total investment he mentioned, although I only got 1% of the shares, it is worth 10 million based on the total investment. And once this project is successful and worth more than $1 billion, her 1% will be worth hundreds of millions of RMB. This is a super good treatment for her who has only been in the workplace for a few years.
Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your appreciation.
I will immediately resign and establish our company structure as soon as possible.
Shin Mengqi quickly nodded and said.
After dinner, Lin Yan and Shin Mengqi signed a contract. He transferred the company's initial startup capital of 60 million to her, as well as the WeChat software and all operating data packages that the system had exchanged for 500,000 privilege points, and handed them all to Shin Mengqi. After finishing all this, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lan Xiao and Shin Mengqi had company matters to deal with, so they left together. Lin Yan looked at the time and decided to go back to the villa first.
He actually has a solution to the rapid development of WeChat. Just use your own online payment system to spend money on promotion. In the past, Alipay's promotional activity of collecting 5 blessings showed that it was quite suitable for spending money.
It just so happens that we are preparing for New Year's Day soon, so we will directly invest in a New Year's Day party, collect the 5 blessings, and divide 500 million in cash equally. Such recommendations allow WeChat users to spontaneously add friends and engage in social interactions, thus achieving rapid user development.
As long as this activity is launched, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on the current penguins.
More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yan quickly drove the car into the underground parking garage of his villa. Just as I was about to get off the bus, my cell phone rang with a text message. It turned out that it was Xin Qing who sent him a message.
Have you eaten yet? Not yet, getting ready to eat. Lin Yan's mind flashed with the image of Xin Qing, a girl with long legs and big breasts.
He smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to get off the car. He picked up his phone and replied to her.
So, do you miss me? I really do. What do you mean by very? You heartless wretch. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep last night. Why don't I go sleep with you? If you're not afraid that my dad will kick you out, then sleep with me. Will your father really hit me?
Of course.
In that case, I still have to sleep with you.
It's a good deal if I can sleep with you after getting a beating.
You're annoying.
After Lin Yan and Xin Qing chatted for a while, Xin Qing said that she was going to learn cooking from her mother and said goodbye to Lin Yan. Shaking his head in amusement, Lin Yan opened the car door and got out. However, after being teased by the beautiful girl Xin Qing, Lin Yan immediately became eager to make a move. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened his Penguin account. Ever since her last transaction with the beautiful college student Jiang Qingying, she has been looking for Lin Yan. But at that time Lin Yan was busy picking up other girls, so he didn't look for her. Just like tonight, Jiang Qingying was wearing a chiffon nightgown as usual, and her fair body was extremely attractive. She sent Lin Yan a lot of selfies.
Lin Yan opened it and took a few glances.
He missed the first beautiful college student he enjoyed after his rebirth. Especially the fragrance of Jiang Qingying, which is very memorable. After thinking about it, I still haven't decided which beauty to ask to sleep with me tonight. He simply sent a message to Jiang Qingying, asking her to wait for him at the school gate so that he could pick her up.
The girls' dormitory building of the University of the Arts.
Jiang Qingying was lying on the bed, playing with her iPhone 4 and browsing various clothes, skirts, bags and cosmetics online. Suddenly I saw my penguin received a message. I opened it and immediately climbed up happily. Ever since she made her first transaction with Lin Yan, she has been thinking about him all the time. She even broke up with her new boyfriend.
After seeing a boy like Lin Yan, she couldn't bear to look at her boyfriend again.
She uses the latest version of Apple phone, while her boyfriend is still using an old Nokia. Moreover, the Chanel bag that Lin Yan gave her last time, which cost almost 10,000 yuan, was definitely not something her boyfriend could afford. Especially after she put on these two things, she enjoyed the envious looks of her classmates and roommates, and she didn't want to put herself in a difficult position anymore. So, the first thing she did when she came back that night was to break up with her boyfriend.
After that, she sent selfies to Lin Yan every night.
From the conservative ones at the beginning, it gradually changed to the seductive ones. She just wanted Lin Yan to find her again. But after so many days, she still often sent selfies to Lin Yan. But the other party never responded to her. She was almost thinking that he had forgotten her. Lin Yan finally replied to her message. Jiang Qingying quickly replied to Lin Yan's message, got out of bed, and thought about what clothes to wear to meet Lin Yan. After seeing Jiang Qingying's reply, Lin Yan thought about it and continued to open the Penguin account of Lin Xiaowan, the beauty senior in the School of Economics at his school.
Ever since we watched the stars together on the rooftop of the school building. This senior student also often sends messages to me. Perfect, let's have some fun tonight. To be honest, I have never tried this kind of gameplay. All 3 people that came to mind before can be tried now.
Thinking of this, Lin Yan opened the Penguin app of his senior sister Lin Xiaowan and asked her to wait for him at the gate of Jiangnan University. Lin Xiaowan naturally replied to the message quickly.
And Lin Xiaowan understands even more clearly what she wants.
I deliberately went to Lin Yan's car window to look in the mirror that day just to hook up with a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Plus, she is proactive and cooperative enough. The 50,000 yuan that Lin Yan rewarded her last time allowed her to buy many things she had always dreamed of.
But the money will eventually run out.
She still had Lin Yan's shadow in her heart and didn't want to just find another rich man. Naturally, she had been hoping that Lin Yan would come back to her again.
After Lin Yan sent the message, he drove directly towards the art university. There weren't many cars at night, and in about half an hour, Lin Yan arrived at the gate of the art university. Following the light of the night lamp, I could immediately see the beautiful figure standing at the school gate, like a peony in the dark. Jiang Qingying wore a white printed chiffon skirt, which perfectly showed off her fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Coupled with a pair of crystals on her beautiful legs, the boys passing by kept looking back at her. Lin Yan drove the car directly over and stopped in front of Jiang Qingying. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 60. When three people walk together, one of them must be my teacher. Jiang Qingying was looking down at the time on her phone when she suddenly saw a beautiful BMW parked next to her and honked its horn twice. She thought she was blocking others, and glared at the car with some disgust in her beautiful eyes. Then, he walked a few steps to the side. Even though she sold herself for a mobile phone. But she is not a casual person. Otherwise, why not just go into the sea? So, now she just sees other rich people. I don't have any other ideas. She would rather wait for Lin Yan to come to her. This is equivalent to a saying in later generations. Do you mind if your girlfriend has an ex-boyfriend? Many people may not care about it after hearing that it is one. But, do you mind if your girlfriend has many ex-boyfriends? This means that your girlfriend has been baptized by many people. Won't you feel uncomfortable? Even if your girlfriend is with one ex-boyfriend or multiple ex-boyfriends, the number of baptisms per day is the same. However, the more people experience it, the more disgusting it becomes. Therefore, Jiang Qingying is the kind of girl who is vain but conservative at heart. Lin Yan sat in the driver's seat, watching Jiang Qingying's actions, secretly amused. Only then did I remember that I had just bought this BMW. She naturally didn't know that the car was hers. So, he can only drive forward a few meters and continue to park next to Jiang Qingying. Just as Jiang Qingying was about to turn around and leave angrily, the window of the sports car in front of her rolled down. Let her see the man in the driver's seat who left a deep impression in her mind. Qingying, it's me, get in the car. Lin Yan waved at Jiang Qingying and spoke with a smile. When Jiang Qingying saw Lin Yan, her face suddenly turned red. She opened the car door embarrassedly and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Yan, I didn't know it was you. Why did you drive here? Jiang Qingying's charming face flushed pink as she looked at the beautiful interior of the car with some curiosity. It's okay, I bought this car recently, it's normal that you don't recognize it. Lin Yan looked at the woman beside him, the first one he had slept with after his rebirth. He started the car and drove towards Jiangnan University across the street. He also had to pick up Lin Xiaowan, the male students at the gate of the art university who have been keeping an eye on the beautiful girl from their school. Watching the goddess in my heart disappear from my sight in a sports car, my eyes are full of envy and jealousy. Alas, my goddess is about to be fully exploited by someone else again. They hate that they are not the one driving the sports car. If you have money, you will never lack goddesses around you. I have to pick up another girl later. She is my senior, just like you. Lin Yan said to Jiang Qingying, who was sitting next to him while driving. He still told Jiang Qingying in advance to avoid embarrassment when they met later. Jiang Qingying naturally knew what Lin Yan meant by the same. I guess the senior student he is going to pick up is also a beauty he spent money to play with. However, at this moment, Jiang Qingying's heart unconsciously ignited an idea that she had once suppressed. Lin Yan, I've broken up. Jiang Qingying suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yan, biting her lips and said. Lin Yan listened to the words of the beauty beside him and naturally understood what she meant. Some other thoughts also came to my mind. From her reaction just now, it can be seen that she is not a casual person. Moreover, she is pretty enough, and she is also well behaved and obedient, so she can be an excellent lover. I have so much money now that I can't spend it all, so I might as well keep her as my mistress. If you have thought it through, then stay with me. I will support you. Lin Yan glanced at her plump figure that was tightly wrapped in her chiffon skirt and said with a faint smile. Well, I'll listen to you. Jiang Qingying looked at Lin Yan with watery eyes and nodded. But I was secretly happy in my heart that he still liked me. Lin Yan and Jiang Qingying were chatting and soon arrived at the gate of Jiangnan University. Lin Xiaowan naturally knew Lin Yan's car. She opened the car door with a beautiful smile. However, when she saw Jiang Qingying sitting in the driver's seat, she was slightly stunned,
then gave Lin Yan a coquettish look and sat in the back seat.
Junior, you really are good at it. You even picked up a sister to accompany me.
Lin Xiaowan leaned over to Lin Yan's ear and spoke in a sweet voice. She was wearing a skirt that was specially bought for Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at Lin Xiaowan in the rearview mirror, revealing her fair and tender shoulders, and a smile curled his lips. Her name is Jiang Qingying, she's a senior at the Art University, 2 years higher than you.
Hee Sister Jiang Qingying, I'm Lin Xiaowan, a sophomore in the economics department of Jiang University. You can just call me Xiaowan. Please give me your guidance.
Lin Xiaowan greeted Jiang Qingying with a sweet smile. Well, hello, I studied social research. Jiang Qingying felt a little embarrassed, but just nodded with a blushing face.
There are some differences in their personalities.
Lin Xiaowan is obviously more extroverted, which can be seen from the fact that she dared to take the initiative to look in the mirror through Lin Yan's car window.
I've heard of you. You're the famous beauty at the Art University.
Many boys from our school have gone there to pursue you.
Lin Xiaowan looked at the pretty girl of the same age and said with a sweet smile.
She had also heard of this girl's name.
She was not only famous in the Art University, but also had many suitors in Jiangnan University. It is the dream of many men. Xiaowan, please stop teasing me.
You're very famous in our school. They all call you the economic goddess.
When Jiang Qingying heard Lin Xiaowan's words, she also smiled and said, Every girl loves to be complimented by others.
And it is even more joyful when a beautiful woman praises another beautiful woman. Lin Yan let the two girls chat and get to know each other, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the hot spring hotel where he and Xia Siye had visited last time.
When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. More than half an hour later, in the top presidential hot spring suite of Hilton Garden Inn,
Lin Yan was lying in the hot spring, looking at the bustling night view and the brilliant starry sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the hot spring pool. And beside him, of course, were Lin Xiaowan and Jiang Qingying.
Junior, have some fruit.
Lin Xiaowan smiled. Lin Yan didn't hesitate and ate the grapes in one bite, and kissed Lin Xiaowan hard a few times. Jiang Qingying was on the other side of Lin Yan, watching the scene with a blush on her face. Although she had a good chat with Lin Xiaowan in the car just now, she still blushed a little when she saw this scene.
Qingying, it's your turn.
Lin Yan turned around and looked at the charming Jiang Qingying with a smile on his face. When Jiang Qingying heard Lin Yan calling her, although she was a little shy, she still took a sip of Lafite red wine obediently. This kind of life with women on both sides is indeed the dream of every man.
No wonder many men in the world are fickle.
The pursuit of beauty never stops. Especially this kind of thing, it is not something that ordinary people can have.
Chapter 61, It's not that the schoolgirl is not cute, but... Qingying, you should be preparing for your internship now, right?
Lin Yan let go of Jiang Qingying and asked with a chuckle. The refreshing fragrance of the two beautiful senior students around me makes me intoxicated.
Well, after I finish my school work this semester, I have to find an internship. Jiang Qingying gently pressed Lin Yan's head and spoke softly. Since you're already my girlfriend, and I own 2 internet companies, why don't you just come and intern at my company?
I won't treat you unfairly. You can start as the general manager's assistant.
Once you learn a little bit, I'll give you a better job.
Lin Yan ate the fruit that Lin Xiaowan brought him, thought for a while and then spoke. Anyway, my company needs people, so I'll arrange some of my own people to go in. It can also be considered as finding a decent job for this beautiful senior sister and giving an explanation to my family.
Thank you, husband.
When Jiang Qingying heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She no longer cared about being shy and took the initiative to kiss Lin Yan. She got the position of assistant to the general manager right after her internship, which made her classmates so envious. Lin Xiaowan, who was standing next to them, had figured out a lot from their conversation. She leaned against Lin Yan's body and said coquettishly, Junior, I want to be your girlfriend too. She has already spent all the 50,000 yuan that Lin Yan gave her last time. If only she could make this tall, rich and handsome man her boyfriend. Then she won't have to worry about not having enough money to spend in the future.
Moreover, after she witnessed Lin Yan's generosity and cunningness,
looking at other boys, she no longer feels that they are worthy of her attention. After all, compared with people of the same age, Lin Yan is handsome, rich, and 28-year-old.
How can I let go of such a perfect man? Okay, you two are my girlfriends now.
For now, each of you will have 50,000 yuan a month for pocket money. Lin Yan clapped his hands and said with a faint smile. Since all the women gave their virginity to him, he didn't mind having a few more girlfriends.
Anyway, he has plenty of money. Muah. Lin Xiaowan happily kissed Lin Yan on the face.
Then she looked at him with a seductive look and said, "Husband, I will definitely make you feel that everything you paid for was worth it." As she spoke, Lin Xiaowan dived in directly. When the whole city fell silent and the moon rose to mid-sky, Lin Yan was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a cigarette in his mouth, staring at the twinkling city lights in a daze. Lin Yan took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Mengqi, arranging some matters regarding Zhang Qingying's internship.
Husband, what are you thinking about?
Lin Xiaowan stood up and leaned against Lin Yan to watch the night view downstairs with him.
If you were given the choice between money and love, which would you choose?
Lin Yan blew out a smoke ring and spoke lightly.
I think money can buy love, do you believe it?
Lin Xiaowan thought about it, looked at Lin Yan with a charming look and said, "Indeed, with money, love will come naturally." Lin Yan reached out and hugged Lin Xiaowan into his arms, and couldn't help but sigh. Especially when I met Shen Chang and several other girls. If I were still an ordinary person in this life, what kind of communication can they have with me? Zhang Qingying also stood up at this time, and walked obediently behind Lin Yan, stretching out her slender white arms to hold his waist. Husband, we women don't have the right to choose our birth, so we only have the right to choose our destination. Zhang Qingying leaned on Lin Yan's back and spoke softly. The conversation between several people also shows the reality of society. Without money, you can't even buy marriage, let alone love. So there is a more realistic saying. Women talk about money with poor men and talk about feelings with rich men. So, reality is cruel. From Lin Yan's current point of view, there is no love in this society anymore. Why do we need love anymore? Having money means having all kinds of beautiful women. And the love you want. Just like Lin Xiaowan and Zhang Qingying who are beside him now. They were able to serve me so carefully just now. This is how the goddess, the dream girl of many boys in two famous universities, looks in front of rich men. Money is not easy to come by, so many people can only pretend to choose love. In today's society, money is better than anything else at certain times. Love without material support is like a plate of sand. It will scatter without any wind. Therefore, Lin Yan now has a clearer understanding of this society. Lin Yan suddenly pulled Lin Xiaowan and Zhang Qingying over and said with a wicked smile, "I think only children would make choices. I want both love and money." Then, it's indescribable. The next morning, Lin Yan woke up very early again. Looking at these two beautiful girls who are as cute as kittens, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. This is why many people like senior students. The senior sister is proficient in playing all kinds of musical instruments and singing. It's because the senior sister knows a lot. The skill tree has been maxed out by teachers like Lin Yan. He is also caring and knowledgeable. He also knows how to please others and how to change. The three of them had reached a consensus through glances, and the senior sister understood immediately. With one action, the senior sister cooperated immediately. You can get on the highway in minutes. As for the junior schoolgirls, they don't know anything and can only grow up slowly before they can become senior schoolgirls. There is a saying that goes well. It's not that the junior schoolmate is not cute, it's just that the senior schoolmate knows how to love. Lin Yan transferred his girlfriend's living expenses to their accounts in advance. The two girls were so happy that they threw themselves into Lin Yan's arms and kissed him fiercely. After sending the two girls back to school, Lin Yan was about to go to the classroom to speak. But he received a call from Shen Chang. "Hey, Lin Yan, what are you doing? Just got back to school, how about you?" Lin Yan said with a faint smile. "I'm getting ready to board the plane. It's taking off soon and will arrive in Jiangnan in about 2 hours." Shen Chang said with a smile, obviously in a very good mood. "Then I'll pick you up later. You can get on the plane first. We'll meet at the airport in 2 hours." Lin Yan glanced at the time on his watch and spoke. He had promised to pick her up at the airport last time, so he naturally wouldn't leave her alone at the airport. "Well, I haven't seen you these past few days. I miss you so much," Shen Chang said with a chuckle. After Lin Yan hung up the phone, there was no need for him to go to the classroom to attend class. Drive directly towards Jiangnan Airport and drive slowly. I haven't seen Shen Chang for a few days. When I saw her again at the airport, she was still as beautiful as ever. With a tall figure of 1.7 meters, she wore a black hollow tool skirt and a white t-shirt, which made her look fashionable, beautiful, and a little sexy.
Lin Yan watched her walk out of the airport lobby.
Her long, beautiful legs and devilish figure made her even more eye-catching than the flight attendants over there. Xin Sheng pulled the suitcase and just walked out. He saw Lin Yan standing in the crowd of people waiting to see him at the airport. With a height of about 1.8 meters, a handsome face and unique temperament, Lin Yan stands out among the crowd. Seeing the boy she had been thinking about day and night again, Xin Sheng couldn't help but smile like a little woman on her fair face, and she quickened her pace and ran towards Lin Yan. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 62, Xin Sheng returns.
There were several successful people who were fascinated by Xin Sheng in the first-class cabin. Just as they got off the plane, they wanted to talk to Xin Sheng and ask for his phone number. I saw the goddess in my mind, and she came running towards a tall and thin handsome guy, and then threw herself into his arms. Lin Yan felt the plump and delicate body of the beauty in his arms, and kissed her lightly on the forehead with amusement. How are you doing at home?
It's okay, I just missed you.
Xin Sheng buried her head shyly in Lin Yan's warm arms and spoke softly.
Let's go, I'll take you home first.
Lin Yan said as he took the suitcase that Xin Sheng threw aside.
Yeah.
Xin Sheng took Lin Yan's arm like a little bird, and the two turned around and left the airport. When those successful people saw this scene, they felt a little sad. But it's not like in novels and movies, where someone would lower their IQ and run over to show off. To others, you look like a couple, so why should they think you, a stranger, are trying to flirt with them?
Lin Yan took Xin Sheng's little hand and came to his BMW. Put her suitcase in the trunk.
Then he drove Xin Sheng away from the airport. Xin Sheng was sitting in the passenger seat, searching for something in her bag. Then she took out 3 beautifully packaged boxes from her bag and shook them in front of Lin Yan.
This is a gift from your father,
Xin Sheng said with a smile. Lin Yan looked back and was slightly stunned. It turned out that Xin Sheng was holding 3 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes.
Your father is not an ordinary person. Why did he give me cigarettes?
Lin Yan looked at the beauty beside him in surprise, and spoke while driving. This kind of cigarette is not available on the market and is specially provided to special groups of people. Just like the gift box in Xin Sheng's hand, one box contains 2 packs of cigarettes and a crystal lighter, which is a very rare item. As long as you like it, I told my dad about a good male classmate who even gave me a ride to the airport.
He asked if you smoked, and then asked me to give this to you.
Xin Sheng saw that Lin Yan seemed to like her very much, and her beautiful big eyes smiled into crescent shapes as she spoke.
Your father is quite generous,
Lin Yan said with a smile.
No matter what, he was still very grateful to her father.
For her daughter's male classmates, she would give them a few boxes of specially provided gift boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes. He still has a lot, but this stuff takes up too much space, and I don't want you to smoke so many cigarettes, so I brought a few boxes for you to smoke. Xin Sheng smiled and took out 2 more gift boxes from her bag and said with a smile.
You don't mind if I try one now?
Lin Yan had never smoked such cigarettes before, so naturally he wanted to try it. Although he doesn't smoke often, it is difficult to buy expensive cigarettes like these in this life even though he didn't have the money to buy them in his previous life.
Go ahead, I'll open it for you.
Xin Sheng was used to the smell of smoke, so he nodded and said. Then he opened a gift box, opened a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Lin Yan to chew. Use the lighter that comes with the gift box to help Lin Yan light it up.
Lin Yan took a deep breath and the taste was indeed different from other cigarettes on the market. It is mellow and peaceful without feeling choking.
Xin Sheng stretched out her small hands and fanned them, then looked at Lin Yan and said, I'll treat you to lunch later.
What do you like?
Lin Yan turned around, looked at the perfect curve of her breasts, and said with a wicked smile, I like to eat you. Xin Sheng naturally noticed Lin Yan's gaze, and her beautiful snow-white face suddenly became charming. Xin Sheng can be said to be a top-notch beauty. Her appearance coupled with her tall and perfect figure exudes great temptation anytime and anywhere. But this time when she returned home, she encountered a troublesome matter. That is, when she was at home, her parents introduced her to a family of 3 who were his business partners. The main reason is that they are all from Jiangnan, and the son of this family goes to the same school as her, but he has already graduated. Although the 2 families did not mention their children when they were having dinner together, Xin Sheng could probably guess what was going on by looking at the tacit understanding between the 2 parents. Xin Sheng only has Lin Yan in her heart now, and wants to be with him all the time. Naturally, I feel very repulsive towards other boys. After dinner that day, her mother kept talking about how good this young man was and asked Xinqing to keep in touch with him. Although, her mother knew when to stop and what she said was just enough. But Xinqiang was still a little angry.
I'm not really angry with my parents.
After all, my parents' approach is already very gentle.
Instead, they feel that they are interfering in their emotional issues.
So in order to express his dissatisfaction, Xinqing said the next day that he wanted to go back to school to study, and then ran back to Jiangnan.
Lin Yan, it's still early, please take me somewhere first.
Xinqing suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Yan, who was driving.
Okay, where are you going?
Lin Yan said indifferently.
Lihu New City.
Xinqiang spoke.
What are you doing there?
When Lin Yan heard this, he was a little surprised.
This Lihu New City is also the top villa area in Jiangnan. It is famous for being close to Li Lake. Li Lake, also known as Woolly Lake, is an inland lake extending from Taihu Lake into Wuxi.
According to legend, during the spring and autumn period, Fan Li, a minister of the state of Yu, and the beautiful Shishir went boating here, so the lake was named after the person. My father used to have business here, so he bought a villa in Lihu New City. He would come here to stay for a few days when he had time. When I went back this time, he gave me the key. Xinqiang took out a bunch of keys from her bag, shook it and said,
Your dad is really rich.
Lin Yan was even more curious about her family.
My dad is not a country boy.
Xinqiang stuck out her tongue at Lin Yan. Lin Yan smiled awkwardly, not caring at all, and drove towards Lihu New City.
Not long after, Lin Yan arrived at Villa number 1 in Lihu New City under Xinqing's instructions.
The villas here are in the same class of luxury residential area as Lin Yan's Taihu Villa district. Lin Yan had just driven the car into Xinqing's villa when he saw a middle-aged man standing at the door of the villa. There was a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle parked next to him.
He is my father's driver.
Please wait for me in the car. Xinqing recognized the middle-aged man, turned around and said something to Lin Yan, then got out of the car. Lin Yan was sitting in the car, looking at the middle-aged man curiously. Driver Li was also looking at the car that brought the lady back. But because of the reflective glass, he couldn't see inside the car. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 63, Cooking for Your Sweetheart. Uncle Li, why are you here?
Xinqiang walked over and said with a chuckle. This driver has been with her father for more than 10 years, so she is quite familiar with him. I happen to be here on business, and the master and mistress asked me to come and arrange for someone to clean up the villa so that you can move in. Driver Li pointed at the busy figures in the villa and said with a peaceful smile. My parents really treat me like a child. I told them I can handle it myself. Xinqing muttered. Driver Li naturally heard the young lady's muttering, but he just smiled slightly and continued, by the way, young lady, madam knows you like to eat hairy crabs, so she had 2 boxes brought from Yangcheng Lake and shipped to you.
They are now at the villa. Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs?
When Xinqing heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and looked in Lin Yan's direction. He suddenly wanted to cook a meal of hairy crabs for his sweetheart.
Girls in Jiangsu and Zhejiang generally like to eat hairy crabs. Because Hangzhou is not far from Yangcheng Lake, and Xinqing's family is also very good.
So, at this time of year, when Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs are at their most beautiful, her mother would ask someone to buy the best hairy crabs for the family to eat together. This time Xinqing ran back to Jiangnan early, and she had never eaten hairy crabs at home. Unexpectedly, her mother even made a special trip to deliver it to her. It seems that the mother knew that she was a little angry about them introducing the boy to her, so she made special efforts to make up for it. Thinking about it, Xinqing continued to say to Driver Li, Uncle Li, take me to have a look.
I want to pick some to give to my friends. Driver Li glanced at the BMW parked not far away and didn't ask any more questions.
He just needs to do his job well and won't interfere in the eldest lady's private affairs. Xinqing followed Driver Li to the kitchen of the villa and carefully picked out more than 20 of the best fresh hairy crabs from 2 large boxes. She put it back into a foam box lined with ice packs that Driver Li brought her. Not long after, Xinqiang walked out of the villa holding a foam box and ran towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at Xinqiang holding such a big box, which seemed to be quite heavy.
He opened the car door and got out. What's this? Lin Yan skillfully took the foam box from Xinqing's hand and asked curiously. My mom asked someone to bring me some crabs. I'm cleaning them here, so it's not convenient. Why don't we go to your place and have them for lunch?
Xinxing said with a smile.
I can't cook this. Lin Yan said with a headache.
It's very simple, I'll just make it for you. Xinxing said while looking at Lin Yan with a sweet smile.
Then let's go now. Lin Yan naturally didn't care.
He held the phone box and opened the trunk of the car. After putting everything away, Lin Yan and Xinxing got back into the car. However, when getting on the car, Lin Yan noticed a pair of gazes. Following his gaze, it was Driverly. Lin Yan nodded to him politely, then got into the car.
Driverly looked at the BMW 7 Series going away and nodded thoughtfully.
He had just seen the person in the car. He was a handsome young man with a good temperament. Looks quite educated. Of course, he wouldn't interfere in the eldest lady's private affairs. So, after thinking for a while, I went back to the villa to supervise the cleaning work. Lin Yan drove towards his Taihu Lake villa.
You don't live on this road, do you?
When Xinxing saw that Lin Yan was not going to the same rented house where she had come to see him before, she asked curiously.
I bought a villa near Taihu Lake Villa and live there now.
Lin Yan said with a smile while driving the car. Xinxing didn't know that she had moved to a new place, so today was a good day to take her to get familiar with the place.
Did you buy it? Xinxing blinked and continued to ask. Yes, I'm starting a business now. I made some money and bought a house.
Lin Yan made up an excuse and said.
You're only a freshman, and you're starting a business so soon?
Xinxing was even more surprised. Lin Yan glanced at her playful expression and briefly told her about the 2 internet projects he was currently investing in. Xinxing didn't expect Lin Yan to be so powerful. The more he listened to him, the more intoxicated his expression became. He is indeed the man she has her eyes on. Both his vision and insights are incomparable to those of his peers.
Lin Yan glanced at Xinxing through the rearview mirror and waved his hand in front of her in a funny way. Hey, what are you looking at?
You should think carefully about how to make crabs later. Xinxing scolded Lin Yan and slapped his hand away with her soft little hand. She said a little proudly, what's so difficult about this?
Just steam it and it'll be fine.
But we need to find a supermarket to buy the ingredients for the dipping sauce later.
Since you sound like you know everything, I'll just leave it at that. I'll wait for you to cook it for me. Lin Yan nodded and said. You don't have to do anything.
Just wait patiently for your sister to make you something delicious. Xinxing said with a smile.
Sister? Are you older than me?
Lin Yan said with a smile.
I asked your roommate and I know your birthday.
You and I were born in the same year, but your birthday is in November.
I've already celebrated my birthday, so naturally I'm older than you.
Xinxing said proudly.
You're not careful in choosing friends. You've even told everyone my date of birth.
Lin Yan shook his head pretentiously, then suddenly turned around to look at Xinxing's 36D breasts. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he said, but you really have a big breast here.
Ah, you bad guy, you're asking for a beating.
Xinxing's face suddenly turned red and he raised his little fist in protest. The two of them played and joked, and soon arrived at a nearby supermarket. Lin Yan pushed the shopping cart and followed Xinxing, fully playing the role of a flower protector. Come to think of it, he hasn't done something as ordinary as going to the supermarket for a long time.
Feeling it now, it's pretty good.
Xinxing was secretly using her cell phone to send text messages to her mother. She had never cooked hairy crabs at home before. But after seeing it so many times, I know how it is done.
Because hairy crabs are very easy to cook, just steam them.
The deliciousness of the steamed hairy crabs is mainly determined by the preparation of the dipping sauce. However, Xinxing didn't quite understand what ingredients were needed for the dipping sauce. So, after boasting to Lin Yan just now, I naturally had to secretly ask my mother. After all, this is the first time I cook for my beloved boy, so I have to perform well. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 64, Mother Shen's Test.
Xinxing's mother quickly replied to her text message. I wrote down in detail everything she needed to make the dipping sauce. In addition, it also includes some of her tips on how to match dipping sauces. After thanking his mother, Xinxing jumped up and pulled Lin Yan to pick out the things he needed. On the other side, in a luxurious villa far away in Hangzhou, Xinxing's mother was having lunch with her daughter's father in the restaurant. She thought about her daughter's actions just now and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Judging from my daughter's flight, she should have just arrived in Jiangnan not long ago. And now my daughter has started asking how to make the sauce for hairy crabs.
He must be preparing lunch. However, is my daughter doing this in her own villa now? Also, who is she doing it with?
After thinking about it, Mother Shin put down the dishes in her hands and picked up her phone again to send a message to her daughter. Girl, where do you cook hairy crabs? Shin Chang was selecting ingredients when she saw a text message from her mother.
I casually replied, it's a villa in Lihu New District. Are you doing this by yourself, or with someone else? My roommates and I are working on it.
Shin Ching thought for a moment and continued to reply. She didn't want to reveal her relationship with Lin Yan yet, otherwise her parents would definitely come to find Lin Yan. Therefore, I can only use Song Yua and the others as shields. Anyway, when school started, her parents met her roommates and invited them to dinner. Well, then be careful and don't get pinched by crabs. Mother Shin did not doubt what her daughter said and continued to give instructions. However, just as she was about to put down her phone, she thought of the young man she had dinner with yesterday. The family was well off, and the young man looked handsome. She is a perfect match for my daughter.
Now, do I have to create an opportunity for them to meet again?
Thinking of this, Mother Shin called the young man.
After Shin's mother finished her call, Xiaoqing's father, who was sitting next to her, suddenly said, Wife, what are you doing? Mother Shin rolled her eyes at her husband and said, Don't you think our Xiaoqing and Haiyang are a good match? Father Shin shook his head. We can only provide opportunities for the children to get to know each other.
As for other matters, it's best not to interfere too much.
Don't underestimate your daughter because she's usually well behaved and obedient.
She actually has her own opinions.
But I think Haiyang is a great guy.
Even though my daughter is only a freshman, there's no need for her to date so early. But we should let them get to know each other in advance so we can plan for the future.
Mother Shin thought about it and spoke. We still have to give our daughter a certain amount of respect and the freedom to choose. Even if she goes against our wishes and chooses someone else in the future, we still have to maintain the basic principle of respecting our daughter.
Father Shin spoke calmly.
What if my daughter ends up marrying someone who is not the right person?
Mother Shin said with some concern. It's fine for our daughter to find someone she likes. Being well matched isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that he treats our daughter well.
We only have one daughter anyway, and we're not short of money.
At worst, we can just raise both of them together.
Mr. Shin said casually. You just dote on your daughter too much. Look at how many parents are like you.
Mother Shin rolled her eyes at her husband in annoyance.
Okay, let's eat.
Afterwards, I have a document to look over. Besides, maybe my daughter can find a boy with better conditions than ours.
Mr. Shin waved his hand and said indifferently.
On the other side, Lin Yan and Xin Qing came to their villa from the supermarket. Xin Qing looked at this villa, which was no worse than her own villa in Lihu New District, and stuck out her tongue at Lin Yan.
You secretly bought a villa here, aren't you planning to hide your mistress here?
I don't know what happened, but when Xin Qing stepped into Lin Yan's villa, his heartbeat seemed to speed up.
Maybe this is the first time I go to a boy's house.
When a man and a woman are alone, it is easy to think of some blushing and heart-pounding scenes.
Lin Yan looked at her with amusement and said, What do you mean by a beautiful girl hidden in a golden house? Look, is there any girl here? You are the first girl to come here.
Of course, the first one of the day. Lin Yan naturally knew how to make girls happy. When Xin Qing heard Lin Yan's words, she looked shy and felt a sweet feeling in her heart.
Take me to the kitchen.
Xin Qing pushed Lin Yan inside, not wanting him to see her expression. Lin Yan shook his head and came to the kitchen carrying the phone box containing hairy crabs. His home is not near the sea, so he rarely gets to eat fresh seafood. As for the hairy crabs that live in freshwater lakes, I have rarely eaten them.
After Xin Qing waited for Lin Yan to put it away, he opened the phone box.
There were more than 20 hairy crabs neatly arranged inside. They are all very big and look very plump. Moreover, they were all gurgling and spitting bubbles, and they were still alive.
Are you sure you can do it?
Lin Yan raised his head and looked at Xin Qing beside him. Looking at her delicate little hands, she is simply a rich and beautiful woman who has never had to deal with women.
Lin Yan really didn't think she was a good cook. Oh, I already know how to do it.
I'll just use a toothbrush to clean them and steam them in a pot. I'm sure they won't harm you. Xin Qing raised her pretty face and said confidently.
I think this crab is pretty good. Don't mess with it. It's a waste.
Lin Yan teased her deliberately. Xin Cheng pouted her charming little mouth and said to Yu Xiong, hee hee, don't underestimate me. I'll let you see my cooking skills later. Lin Yan looked at Xin Cheng's current posture, which showed off her 36D breasts even more curvaceously, and suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth.
After eating crabs, should I check the health of this long-legged, busty, white, rich beauty? Anyway, if I'm not full later, I'll just eat something else.
Lin Yan said with a wicked smile on his face. Bad guy, get out of here quickly, I'll take care of it. Xin Cheng's delicate face suddenly turned red again, and she quickly pushed Lin Yan out of the kitchen. Lin Yan didn't want to tease her any further, so he let her do it on her own in the kitchen. After walking out of the kitchen, Lin Yan thought for a while, turned on the stereo, and played a few romantic songs. This will better prepare you for the upcoming big meal. After playing the song, Lin Yan had nothing to do, so he went back to the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe, and watched Xin Cheng busy inside. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 65, Eating Crabs While.
To be honest, almost all men don't like doing housework or cooking.
This is especially true for a male chauvinist like Lin Yan.
However, the more a man dislikes doing housework and cooking, the more he likes a girl who can do it. Just like now, Lin Yan looked at Xin Cheng, a rich and beautiful girl, who was busy making crabs for him, and his thoughts about her rose to a new level. Xin Cheng was wearing gloves and using a newly bought toothbrush to clean the hairy crabs. Seeing Lin Yan looking at her at the door, she rolled her eyes at him and continued to work. Fortunately, although I had never cooked before, I had watched the aunties in the kitchen cook many times and knew the basics.
While I'm busy cooking crabs here. On the other side, a Porsche drove into Xin Cheng's villa in Yulihunu district. The other party stopped the car, but learned from driver Li that Xin Cheng was not in the villa. Didn't Xin Cheng's mother say that she was cooking hairy crabs with her roommates in the villa? Why aren't you in the villa? After Zhou Haiyang left the villa, he called Mother Xin.
Mother Xin had just received a call from Zhou Haiyang and felt a little strange.
Didn't your daughter say she was in the villa? Could something have happened?
Thinking of this, Mother Xin quickly called her daughter. At this time, Xin Cheng had just put the cleaned hairy crabs into the pot for steaming and was busy making the dipping sauce in the kitchen. The cell phone is in the bag, which is placed in the hall of the villa. It was Lin Yan who heard the noise first. Seeing Xin Cheng busy, he went over to help her get her phone out. Xin Cheng, this is your mother calling.
Lin Yan returned to the kitchen with the phone. My mother? Help me connect.
Xin Cheng was still cutting coriander in his hands, so he could only ask Lin Yan for help.
Lin Yan didn't care.
He walked behind Xin Cheng, answered the phone, and put it to her ear.
As soon as the call was connected, Lin Yan vaguely heard a woman's voice. My girl, are you okay?
Xin Cheng rolled her eyes at Lin Yan, who had come over to eavesdrop, and said, Mom, I'm fine.
What do you want to see me for?
Mother Xin was just about to ask her daughter why she was not at the villa. Haiyang went to look for you.
But he quickly thought of something else and continued casually, I just want to ask if you and your roommates have arrived at the villa?
We're here, and everyone is busy catching crabs. Xin Cheng said with a guilty conscience. She didn't even have time to care about Lin Yan's other hand that was around her slender waist.
Oh, okay, you guys go ahead and do your work. Mom's hanging up.
Mother Xin immediately realized that her daughter was lying, but she didn't expose her directly. After seeing the person on the other end hang up the phone, Lin Yan took the phone away from Xin Cheng's ear.
What's wrong? Why does your mother want to see you?
Lin Yan deliberately leaned close to Xin Cheng's ear and asked while blowing air.
But his two hands were not empty.
He held the beautiful woman with a great figure tightly in his arms, letting her stick close to him. Xin Cheng seemed to have noticed something, her pretty face flushed, and she said coquettishly, Don't be mean, it's all because of you.
Xiao Shun, I want to kiss you.
Lin Yan gently bit Xin Cheng's delicate ear and said good morning.
Stop messing around, I'm making the dipping sauce. Xin Cheng's pretty face turned red and her heartbeat quickened. The crabs are not cooked yet, no rush.
Lin Yan suddenly turned Xin Cheng over and let her lean against the cupboard. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Lin Yan would not miss any opportunity.
You want,
Before Xin Cheng could finish her words, her charming little mouth was blocked.
Here, Xin Cheng and Lin Yan were reviewing their lessons.
On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Mother Xin frowned.
My daughter has always been well-behaved, sensible and smart.
The relationship with me is also very good, and we can talk about almost anything. But today, my daughter actually lied to me. As someone who has been through this, she immediately thought of the biggest possibility. Adolescent girls like her daughter basically lie because of the opposite sex. That means that it is very likely that your daughter is with a boy now. And they are not in their own villa now, that is where the boy lives. At least you can't make steamed hairy crabs casually in the dormitory, so this is the most likely possibility. I thought that my daughter might be with a boy right now, alone in the boy's place. Mothershin felt a little worried. After all, in this situation, girls are definitely the ones who suffer. Thinking of this, Mothershin ran to the study, found Xinqing's father, and told him about the matter and her analysis. Now that you mention it, it reminds me that my daughter mentioned a boy when she came home this time. Father Shin put down the document he was reading and spoke. Then do you suspect that your daughter has something going on with that boy? Mother Shin said. You don't have to think too much. Your daughter has grown up. Besides, she is so far away in Jiangnan. Can you still keep an eye on her all the time? Father Shin picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then said slowly. I'm just worried that she's been wronged and bullied by others, Mother Shin said worriedly. Father Shin shook his head and said with a smile, we have educated our daughter for so many years. With her eyesight, she will not be attracted by ordinary boys. She has her own judgment. If you say so, what should Haiyang do? Mother Shin was still a little unhappy. I told you that you are worrying about nothing. Can love be forced? Do you know whether our daughter likes him or not? Who our daughter will end up with depends on fate. There is not much we can do to interfere. Father Shin continued. Yes, you are right. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Mother Shin muttered. If you want to know something else, you can call my driver. He should still be helping to clean the villa in Lihu New District. He might know something. Father Shin said with a smile. Oh, right. Mother Shin's eyes lit up slightly, and she quickly took out her phone and called driverly. In a villa in Taihu Villa District. Xin Cheng and Lin Yan were huddled in a chair, drinking red wine and eating a large pot of hairy crabs on the dining table. You know what, the food Xinqing cooked tastes pretty good. Especially the dipping sauce is really fragrant. And I saw the steamed hairy crabs that Xinqing had worked so hard to make just now. There was no way Lin Yan would let her down. Xinqing was indeed very happy about Lin Yan's praise. She is very familiar with hairy crabs. You can tell by looking at her eating crabs and how she can easily taste the crab meat and crab roe. Lin Yan had rarely eaten it before, so it was quite difficult for him to prepare it. Xinqing looked at him with a smile, prepared a piece of crab leg meat, and put it into Lin Yan's mouth to feed him. Lin Yan simply didn't do it himself. He held her on his lap and enjoyed being fed by the beauty. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 66, Capture Xinjiaran. After the two of them finished eating the hairy crabs, Xinqing took the initiative to take on the task of clearing the table. Lin Yan waited for a long time before he saw her come out of the kitchen after cleaning up. Just when I was about to walk over and hug her to continue playing the kissing game, Xinqing pushed his chest, her face still slightly tipsy from drinking red wine, and said shyly, "Bad guy." With a beautiful woman in his arms, and the room was dim at the moment. Wonderful. After more than an hour, Lin Yan, who had learned twice, finally let Xinqing go. Xinqing, with a blushing face, lay in Lin Yan's arms and said in a sweet voice, "I can only stay here with you today." "Well, I'm here with you and I'm not going anywhere." Lin Yan kissed her neck and spoke. "That's more like it." Xinqing twisted and turned in Lin Yan's arms unwillingly. "Then what about you biting my shoulder just now?" Lin Yan glanced at the neat little teeth marks on his shoulder. "It's all your fault." Xinqing glanced at her masterpiece with her big, beautiful eyes, and continued with a smile, "I asked you to be gentle just now, but you didn't. I can only bite you." As he spoke, Xinqing couldn't help but giggle again. Lin Yan stared at the beauty in his arms, smiled evilly and said, "Do you want me to give it to you again?" "I don't want to, you evil bastard." Xinqing blushed at Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan spent the whole day with Xinqing in the villa. She is not like Lin Yan's other women, so naturally she is treated differently. Lin Yan called a 5-star hotel to order dinner and had it delivered. Candlelight, red wine, steak. After the two of them had eaten, Lin Yan naturally took Xinqing to study and learn new knowledge again. especially Xinqing S0, which allowed Lin Yan to learn new knowledge points, which was really memorable. The next morning, when Lin Yan opened his eyes, it was already past 9 in the morning. Xinqing, who was lying in his arms, had her beautiful eyes closed and was sleeping soundly. Xinqing, who was experiencing learning and communication for the first time, spent the whole evening studying various knowledge with Lin Yan. Lin Yan could deeply feel the deep affection for himself in Xinqing's eyes. Until they were both tired, they lay on the bed hugging each other, whispering sweet words to each other, and gradually fell asleep. Looking at Xinqing sleeping soundly in his arms like a mermaid, Lin Yan's feelings for her grew stronger.
This is the only woman among all the women he has ever had feelings for.
Lin Yan glanced at a bedsheet lying on the ground that looked like it was stained with red roses. Lin Yan felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart.
A man's whole life is spent struggling for power, wealth, and beautiful women.
Therefore, nothing could make Lin Yan feel more accomplished than conquering a top beauty like Xinqing. Just as Lin Yan was sighing, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yan quickly grabbed the phone on the bedside table and turned off the sound. Then he took a look and saw that it was a call from Lan Xiao.
Maybe the company has something to ask me.
Thinking of this, Lin Yan gently placed Xinqing in his arms on the bed and walked down from the bed quietly. Lin Yan casually picked up a bathrobe from the hanger and put it on. He pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked out to the balcony.
Hello, what's going on? Lin Yan stretched lazily as he looked at the rising sun over Taihu Lake, then answered the phone.
Mr. Lin, our live broadcast company invited 2 popular Korean beauties this afternoon. However, the price for them to switch from the live broadcast company in Korea is a bit high.
Would you like to come over and see if you want to sign? Lan Xiao's charming voice came from the phone.
Oh? Which 2 beauties are they?
Lin Yan asked with interest when he heard this.
I didn't expect Lan Xiao to act so quickly and even invite people to the company. One is Yoon So-won, who holds the title of Korea's most beautiful anchor. The other is Mina, who won the 2002 Miss Korea World Cup title and is a model. However, she feels that modeling doesn't have much money to offer, so she wants to switch to being a professional anchor.
Lan Xiao introduced Lin Yan. Yoon So-won, Mina?
Lin Yan was naturally familiar with the names of these 2 Korean beauties. Among them, Yoon So-won was signed by a domestic company for a sky-high price of 20 million yuan during the heyday of the live broadcast industry in her previous life. She is a beauty who quickly won the hearts of a large number of male audiences with her professional live broadcasting skills. Because Yoon So-won's appearance, figure and dancing skills are not inferior to the standards of Korean girl groups.
The Korean female anchors who entered China at that time had a huge impact on those female anchors in China who only knew how to act cute and show their breasts. It can be said that since the introduction of Korean female anchors, the overall quality of domestic anchors has been directly improved. This has led domestic anchors into a stage of survival of the fittest. Only after the natural selection of the market, what remains are the fine products. With her devilish figure, angelic face, and eye-catching dancing moves, it's hard not to think that Yoon So-won is popular. As for Mina, she is most famous for the sky-high signing fee of 200 million yuan that year. In his previous life, Lin Yan saw on the internet that a rich second generation in China offered a signing fee of 200 million to sign Mina to his live broadcast company. But this Korean beauty refused. Of course, there is also a high possibility that this incident is a hype. Lin Yan didn't believe that there was any beautiful female anchor in Goryeo who could afford a signing fee of 200 million. Of course, this also shows that Mina is a very beautiful woman with very high quality. Not only does she have a perfect hot body, delicate facial features and an impressive E-grade figure, but she also has a pair of long legs, which really makes her very eye-catching. Lin Yan had only seen their seductive figures on the internet before, and was looking forward to meeting them in person. Moreover, maybe I can have an in-depth communication with these 2 Korean beauties. Thinking about it, Lin Yan said to Lan Xiao, "Okay, I'll come to the company to find you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Lin Yan had just hung up the phone and was about to turn around and go back to his room. I saw Xinqing walking out of the room wearing only a large white shirt. This white shirt is obviously Lin Yan's, and it has a different feeling when worn on Xinqing. Xinqing walked to Lin Yan's side, hugged his arm and said in a coquettish tone, "You are here. I woke up just now and didn't see you. I thought I was dreaming last night." Lin Yan put his arms around Xinqing's slender waist, letting her lean against him, and said with a faint smile, "You are dreaming, you can still come to my villa, not to mention the clothes and sheets on the floor of the room, aren't they our best witnesses?" Xinqing noticed Lin Yan's actions, blushed, gave him a glare and said, "Bad guy. Are you blaming me for this?" Lin Yan looked at her innocently, lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Are you hungry? Chapter 67, Goryeo Girls Group. A little bit, what about you? Xinsheng leaned against Lin Yan's arms and spoke in a soft voice. I'm quite hungry too.
Lin Yan smelled the faint fragrance coming from the beauty in his arms, rubbed her hair and said.
Then, you go first. Xinsheng raised his head and spoke to Lin Yan in an extremely seductive voice. It's so annoying. For Lin Yan.
Xinsheng, a long-legged beauty with a perfect body proportion and big breasts, is more attractive than all the women he has played with before.
You little devil really need a lesson. Lin Yan laughed evilly.
It was broad daylight now, so he naturally wouldn't communicate or study with Xinsheng on this open-air balcony.
If he is seen, he will be the one who suffers. Anyway, I'm yours now.
Xinsheng hugged Lin Yan's neck and said in a sweet voice.
Then let's review last night's homework. The two of them didn't come out of the villa until noon.
Xinsheng was still holding the bedsheet stained with a red rose in her arms. She said it should be kept as a souvenir.
Lin Yan opened the trunk and asked Xinsheng to put the sheets into her suitcase.
Then he took Xinsheng, who was still having difficulty moving, to a high-end restaurant and had lunch together. After lunch, Lin Yan sent her back to the villa in Lihu New District.
There is no one else in this villa today.
The cleaners and driver Li have also gone back. After all, this is where Xinsheng lives alone, so it is definitely not convenient to have other people around.
Lin Yan helped her carry the suitcase into the villa. Xinsheng led the way to a very girlish room on the third floor.
I'll pack my luggage first, you can go around and have a look around by yourself. Xinsheng said to Lin Yan. He carefully opened the suitcase, took out the folded bedsheet, and put it in the innermost layer of the closet.
Yeah.
Lin Yan nodded casually and walked around slowly to look around. Suddenly I saw Xinsheng take out a framed photo from the suitcase.
Isn't this the photo taken on your birthday?
Lin Yan said in surprise when he saw the photo.
Yes, this is our first photo together. I found a photo studio to print it out after I got back.
Xinsheng proudly picked up the photo frame the size of a computer screen, shook it in front of Lin Yan and said. This photo is very beautiful, with sky lanterns floating as far as the eye can see in the night sky.
Moreover, the sky lantern formed a heart-shaped pattern and had the words Lin Loveshin on it.
If you haven't experienced it yourself, you might think it's photoshopped.
Aren't you afraid of being seen by your parents?
Lin Yan walked over and took the photo frame, looking at Xinsheng with a beautiful smile in it, and said with a smile.
I saw it, and I've decided on you anyway.
Xinsheng wrinkled his cute little nose and snorted.
I'll help you find a place to hang it.
Lin Yan took the photo frame, looked around, walked to a landscape painting above the bed, took it down, and replaced it with this photo of the two of them. After Lin Yan hung it up, he was just about to turn around and let Xinsheng take a look.
But I found that Xinsheng was. What are you looking at?
Xinsheng noticed Lin Yan's gaze and turned around to give him a blank look.
But I feel like I can never see enough.
Lin Yan looked at the beauty swaying in front of him.
He walked over with a wicked smile.
More than an hour later, Lin Yan left Xinsheng's villa alone, feeling refreshed. He had something else to deal with Lan Xiao in the afternoon.
Let Xinsheng recuperate in the villa.
Lan Xiao's live broadcast company is located in an office building in the center of Jiangnan City. I currently rent a floor with an area of over 800 square meters, which is sufficient for the time being. Lin Yan plans to buy a building when his own company grows in the future.
Put all your companies together in one office.
Lin Yan followed the address Lan Xiao sent him and soon arrived at the office building of Douyu Live Broadcasting Company.
However, when Lin Yan just walked into the elevator, he heard a voice speaking unfluent Chinese. Wait a moment.
When Lin Yan heard the sound, he pressed the elevator button. Then, I saw two tall and hot beauties with outstanding looks. Each of them brought with them a woman in uniform who looked like an agent. A group of 4 walked into the elevator where Lin Yan was.
Lin Yan recognized at a glance the 2 extremely outstanding tall beauties in the group.
They were In So-won and Mina, whom he was going to meet later.
The people who asked me to wait just now should be the 2 agents and translators following them.
It was the first time that Lin Yan saw these 2 beautiful Korean anchors in real life. Yoon So-won was seen wearing a black hip skirt, revealing her long and beautiful legs, and a pair of black fish-mouth high heels on her feet, with a few touches of bright red. It perfectly outlines her enchanting and hot figure. Just standing there gently, she has a very attractive temperament.
Show the ultimate black temptation. Mina was at the age of youth and beauty at that time.
She wore a red suspender skirt, showing off her perfect figure. That standard S-shaped waist, coupled with the E+ grade that looks even sharper than Yoon So-won's, is always attracting the attention of the opposite sex. The red thin strap high heels on her feet fully show off her snow-white feet, which is very pleasing to the eye. There was a saying circulating on the internet in the previous life. When it comes to dangerous weapons, who can compete with Mina? With her amazing figure and pretty face, she is the center of attention wherever she goes. These two Korean beauties have unique and enchanting figures, which are very different from the beauties in China. They also know how to show their own advantages, making all men deeply attracted to them. Maybe it's because they can dance, their bodies are very flexible and they have trained their figures to perfection. No matter from which angle you look at them, you can find different beauty in them. Kama Samida. When Yoon So-won saw the handsome man in the elevator with extraordinary temperament and wearing a custom-made Versace suit looking at them, she took the initiative to thank him for what he had just done. She spoke Korean. They didn't know Chinese yet, so they all had an interpreter with them. Mina was also standing nearby, looking at this handsome guy who was about 1.8 meters tall with some curiosity. Looking at his face, he was even more handsome and elegant than those male celebrities in her country who had plastic surgery. After hearing what Yoon So-won said, Lin Yan stopped looking at them recklessly. However, he really didn't understand Korean, so he didn't know what she had just said. However, as a man who has played with famous watches from all over the world, it is naturally impossible for Lin Yan to own something he doesn't know. Chapter 68, Sky High Signing Fee. He thought about it and directly opened the Krypton Gold Mall of Perfect Life. He found a world language proficiency skill in it and spent 50,000 privilege points to redeem it. In an instant, all kinds of knowledge in countless languages around the world appeared in his mind, as if he was born with the ability to master them. Naturally, Lin Yan now understood what Yoon So-won had just said. "You're welcome. Which floor are you going to?" Lin Yan greeted them in fluent Korean. The four women in the elevator looked at him in surprise when they heard Lin Yan's fluent Goryeo language with a touch of the capital style. "You can speak Korean? We're going to the 19th floor." Mina looked at Lin Yan with some surprise and said. After all, they were far away in a foreign country, and when they finally met someone who could speak their language, they would unconsciously feel a little bit of intimacy. Lin Yan pressed the button for the 19th floor and said nothing more. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lan Xiao. "Are you going to the 19th floor too?" Yoon So-won noticed that Lin Yan did not press other floors and said with some curiosity. "Yes." Lin Yan nodded. "Are you an employee there?" Mina took over and said. "I guess so." Lin Yan said slowly. But his attitude surprised Yoon So-won and Mina. Has their charm declined? In the past, all the men who saw them wanted to kneel down and lick them. Why does this young handsome guy seem not very enthusiastic towards them? As the few people were talking, the elevator slowly rose to the 19th floor and soon arrived at their floor. As the elevator opened, Lan Xiao, wearing an OL uniform and black stockings, was already waiting for Lin Yan. "Manager Lan, why are you waiting for us here?" When Yoon So-won and her group saw Lan Xiao, one of the agents and translators came out and said to Lan Xiao with a smile. Lan Xiao picked them up from the airport this morning, so they knew each other. "I'm waiting for our boss." Lan Xiao walked past them, came up to Lin Yan, smiled sweetly and said, "Boss Lin, you're here." Yoon So-won and Mina were confused because they didn't understand, but when they heard the agent's translation, their beautiful eyes immediately stared at Lin Yan. This young and handsome man is actually the boss of the live broadcast company that he wants to sign a contract with? I heard that the total investment of this company is 3 billion Korean won, which is 50 million. There are so many rich people in China. Well, let's talk in your office. Lin Yan looked at the two Korean beauties staring at him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Lan Xiao. "Okay." Lan Xiao responded, then turned to Yoon So-won and her group and continued, "Come with me." As she spoke, she took Lin Yan's arm and led the way forward. Yoon So-won and Mina listened to what the translator said. The two girls looked at each other and followed. Soon, Lin Yan and his group arrived at Lan Zhao's office. Lan Zhao's secretary made a cup of tea for everyone and then left. "Boss Lin, I'm sorry for being rude just now." Mina looked at the young man sitting in the boss chair opposite, blinked her charming eyes slightly, and said with a hint of temptation. "That's fine. You're here today to discuss the signing fee, right? Please tell me your intended amount." Lin Yan glanced at her red suspender skirt that revealed her delicate collarbone and heavy breasts, and spoke with a faint smile. When Lan Xiao heard that Lin Yan could actually speak Korean, she looked at Lin Yan in surprise, but she didn't say much. She obediently came behind Lin Yan's chair and gently rubbed his shoulders with her soft little hands.
When Mina heard Lin Yan's words, she turned around and looked at Yin So-won.
Because, in this regard, Gao Li, who has the title of Queen-level beauty anchor, naturally understands the situation of this industry better. Boss Lin, although the live streaming industry in China is not developing very well at present, according to my live streaming platform in Korea, I can get a contract fee of about 5 million renminbi a year. For example, Mina, although she has not signed with a live broadcast company before because she is a professional model, she can still get a similar price to me based on her popularity and audience. So, if your company wants to sign both of us, we hope the price will be around 8 million. Yin So-won said with a natural smile. As she spoke, she lifted the hair beside her ear, showing her delicate collarbone and shoulders to Lin Yan. For her, who has been in the live broadcast industry for several years, such negotiations are naturally not difficult at all. Moreover, when negotiating, she knows how to use her charm to increase her chances of success.
8 million?
Lin Yan glanced at Lan Xiao, who was massaging his shoulders from behind.
This price is indeed high for the current domestic live broadcast industry in 2007.
But if it is a few years later, when the domestic live broadcast industry is booming,
it's definitely a very good price.
After all, that was when Yoon So-won first signed with a domestic live broadcast company. He asked for a signing fee of 20 million.
There were even rumors that Mina couldn't sign him even with 200 million.
But this is not the future, this is 2010. The live streaming industry has not yet developed so prosperously and the audience users are not that large.
Everything is a market to be developed.
Therefore, Lan Xiao naturally had to get Lin Yan's approval for such a high price of 8 million. Lin Yan looked at the two sexy beauties in front of him, thought for a moment, and said with a faint smile, 8 million is not impossible.
I can even increase it to 10 million for your signing fee. These two Korean beauties are indeed more attractive than each other. She is simply a natural beauty.
Especially the two of them have impressive E-class cars.
After hearing Lin Yan's words, Mina covered her mouth in disbelief and said, Boss Lin, are you telling the truth?
Those snow-white hands and the visual effect brought by the suspender skirt can indeed fascinate many men. In fact, what Lin Yan didn't know was that Mina was in urgent need of money, so she followed her good friend Yin So-won to come to China to sign a contract with a live broadcast company to make money. Now, hearing Lin Yan's words, he was naturally a little excited. 10 million RMB is equivalent to more than 600 million Korean won. This money is enough for her to take care of her father's illness.
Of course it's true, but...
Lin Yan paused at this point, his eyes sweeping over their hot bodies before continuing, it's just that I haven't seen your talents yet.
You need to demonstrate your corresponding value, right? This can be considered as his true fox tail being revealed. He was also very interested in such Korean beauties. Chapter 69, Gentle as Water.
Yin So-won's breathing became a little rapid, and she said in a sweet voice, Boss Lin, we are all good at dancing and singing.
How about we perform for you now?
She was also very tempted by the signing fee of 10 million.
This is twice the signing fee he currently receives in Korea. It's not very convenient here, and I have other things to do today. If you want to take the 10 million signing fee, I'll give you a day to consider it. I'll meet you at the hotel tomorrow night, and you can perform for me then. I believe Miss Yin knows what I want to see.
Lin Yan's lips curled up into a smile, and he looked at the two sexy beauties in front of him with interest and said. He had to go back to comfort the young Shinxing tonight, so he naturally had no time to talk about life with these two Korean beauties. When Yin So-won heard Lin Yan's words, she naturally understood what he meant. As someone who has been in the live streaming industry for several years, she has already witnessed all kinds of unspoken rules around her. However, since she is currently a queen-level goddess anchor in the Korean live broadcast industry and has many fans, no one has forced her to do anything. However, now faced with the sky-high signing fee of 600 million Korean won, to be honest, she was still tempted. Especially the young and handsome man in front of me. He is even more handsome than those top handsome guys in his own country who have had plastic surgery. The most important thing is his unique temperament.
Make him look easy to like. So, it wouldn't be a loss for me to agree to him. After all, you have kept your virginity for so long, and you will have to give it up sooner or later. It is better to give it to someone who suits your taste. Just as Yoon So-won was thinking about something, Mina, who was sitting next to her, secretly reached out and pulled her. Yoon So-won glanced at Mina and knew that her good friend was as moved as she was. Thinking about it,
she raised her pretty face and said to the handsome young man in front of her, "Mr. Lin, let's go back and think about it. I will give you a reply before tomorrow night."
Okay, no problem.
Lin Yan smiled casually and nodded. He picked up a piece of paper on the table, wrote his cell phone number on it, and pushed it in front of In So-won.
This is my cell phone number. Once you've made up your mind, just call me. Lin Yan continued to speak. Okay, we'll be leaving then.
Yoon So-won picked up the note and held it tightly in her hand. Lin Yan looked at the two tall and sexy beauties and left the office in high heels. The video of their passionate dance that I accidentally saw in my previous life also emerged in my mind.
The enchanting dance moves and devilish figures made many people regard them as the goddess of their dreams. Boss Lin, they've all left, why are you still watching?
Lan Xiao giggled and waved her delicate hand in front of Lin Yan's eyes.
They're gone, but you're still here, aren't you?
As Lin Yan spoke, he suddenly grabbed Lan Xiao's hand, pulled her to sit on his thighs, and looked at her silky black stockings.
Boss Lin, what are you doing? This is an office.
Lan Xiao gave Lin Yan a coquettish look and looked towards the office door nervously. Lin Yan lifted Lan Xiao's delicate chin in amusement, stared into her charming eyes and said with a faint smile, "Xiao Xiao, you don't look like the person I know.
Weren't you very bold the first few times?"
When Lan Xiao heard Lin Yan's words, a few blushes appeared on her pretty face, making her look even more charming.
You mean bold, is that right? Lan Xiao glanced at Lin Yan with a charming look. Just slid down.
Lin Yan left the live broadcast company around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Before leaving, I told Lan Xiao what I had just said to In So-won and the others. He also transferred another 50 million yuan to her and told her to use it as she pleased. Now, the total investment of the entertainment company has reached 100 million. Lin Yan drove to Xinqing's villa. I just got out of the car with the dinner I packed from the restaurant. Xinqing, who had received Lin Yan's message a long time ago, had already walked out of the villa and walked towards Lin Yan.
Let me get you some.
Xinqing happily took the bags from Lin Yan's left hand. Lin Yan looked at Xinqing, who had obviously dressed up and looked a bit more gorgeous, and said to her with a faint smile, "It's only been a while since we last met, and I found that you are more beautiful." Although Xinqing is now wearing casual pants and a beige sweater, the proud curve of her chest is even more attractive.
Stop talking nonsense, I'm almost starving.
Xinqing's fair, unmade-up face gave Lin Yan a shy look and said. After the two entered the villa, they began to put the packed food on the dining table.
Let's eat first, and then we can review last night's homework.
Lin Yan looked at the bright and lovely Xinqing and couldn't help but hug her slender waist and kiss her on the cheek.
Stop thinking about doing bad things. After dinner, accompany me upstairs to watch a movie.
Xinqing glared at Lin Yan with a red face and said with a delicate hum.
Okay, I'll accompany you in whatever you want to do. Lin Yan looked at Xinqing with amusement.
I'll take care of this, go wash your hands. Xinqing took the lunchbox from Lin Yan's hand, stuck out his tongue and said.
Let me help you.
Lin Yan teased her deliberately.
Hey, be obedient.
Xinqing immediately started to act coquettishly. Lin Yan naturally couldn't resist the beauty's tone of voice, so he went to the bathroom to wash his hands obediently. When Lin Yan came out, Xinqing had already opened all the lunchboxes. Lin Yan knew that Xinqing liked to eat seafood, so he packed up 2 servings of crab porridge, some steamed grouper, grilled squid, salt and pepper shrimp, etc. Since it is produced by the most famous lakeside restaurant in Jiangnan City, the appearance and smell are naturally very good.
When Lin Yan smelled it, he felt a little hungry.
At this time, Xinqing was holding a pair of disposable chopsticks, repeatedly rubbing them to smooth out the barbs on the chopsticks that were hurting his hands. Seeing Lin Yan coming over, he handed over the sharpened chopsticks and said softly, "You eat first.
I'll go wash my hands."
Lin Yan watched as a fragrant breeze blew towards Xinqing, who was heading to the bathroom. But he remembered the careful and thoughtful scene of her sharpening the chopsticks just now. His mood couldn't help but be moved by Xinqing's tenderness. Lin Yan sat on the chair and saw a pair of unopened chopsticks placed next to Xinqing's bowl. A gentle smile played on his lips as he reached out to take the pair of bamboo chopsticks and unpack them. Imitating Xinqing's actions just now, I gently sharpened the chopsticks. When Xinqing came out after washing her hands, she saw Lin Yan putting the smooth chopsticks on her bowl.
Why aren't you eating yet?
Xinqing sat down on the chair next to Lin Yan and said curiously. Lin Yan looked at this thoughtful, rich and beautiful woman, smiled slightly and said, "I'll wait for you to come with me."
Good boy Mua.
Xinqing naturally noticed the details of the chopsticks, and felt a little sweet in her heart. She leaned over and took a sip of Lin Yan's mouth. Then she picked up a piece of fresh fried oysters with chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. She continued with crescent eyes, "Come here, sister will feed you."
Chapter 70, The Battle of Red Cliff.
After the two finished dinner and simply packed up their lunchboxes, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening.
Xincheng took Lin Yan's hand and walked into a private cinema on the second floor.
Before I asked for leave, the teacher was talking about the history of the three kingdoms.
"Can you accompany me to watch Red Cliff?"
After Xincheng chose the movie, he took 2 cups of Coke and said,
"You can watch whatever you like, just watching you is enough for me tonight."
Lin Yan sat on a long sofa where one could lie down and watch a movie, took the Coke and placed it on the table next to him and said with a smile,
"Be good and accompany your sister to watch a movie. Your sister will give you a reward later."
Xincheng kicked off her slippers and squeezed onto Lin Yan's sofa, resting her head on his shoulder and saying with a giggle,
"Remember what you said."
Lin Yan amusedly hugged the soft waist of the beauty in his arms. Lin Yan had watched Red Cliff in his previous life.
It seems to have been released in the second half of 2008.
A second part was released later, divided into 2 parts.
Of course, Lin Yan is not very interested in history.
What really made him remember this movie was the role of Xiao Qiao played by Lin Jiling. After all, Lin Jiling is a model and has a very good figure. Without talking about her acting skills, she is just a beautiful vase. What Lin Yan remembered about her role was naturally not her acting skills.
But there is a love scene in it. Sure enough, as time went by.
Soon, this plot happened in this very private place.
It was projected on the big screen of a private cinema with only 2 people in it.
When Xincheng saw the scene, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Lin Yan noticed that her breathing quickened as she lay on his shoulder.
"Does it look good?"
Lin Yan hugged Xincheng's slender waist tightly, kissed her delicate ear gently and said,
"The artistic conception is very beautiful." Xincheng's hand unconsciously grasped Lin Yan's arm, and even his ears turned red. "Then I want to see yours, too." Lin Yan has already started swimming.
Carry me back to the room." The next morning, Xincheng was still very concerned about studying.
So after Lin Yan took Xincheng to do some morning exercises, he sent her back to the art university.
And Lin Yan also came to school today, which was a rare occasion. Come to think of it, he hasn't come to class for several days.
Usually I ask Wei Dong and others to help me sign in. However, the other teachers did not notice that Lin Yan skipped class, and the beautiful teacher Mo Yulan was very concerned about Lin Yan. "I noticed a long time ago that this guy didn't come to class." But she also learned about Lin Yan's recent investment in the internet through her classmate Lan Xiao. Knowing that he might be busy with company matters, I didn't reveal that this guy skipped classes all day. However, if she knew that Lin Yan was not busy with company affairs at all, but was busy hanging out with beautiful women every day, I wonder if she would go crazy? Of course, there is one thing that Lin Yan doesn't know. It was after he played Mo Yulan's boyfriend that day. When Mo Yulan returned home, her mother came to her room all day to teach her how to control her husband, how to coax a man, how to capture a man's heart, etc. Mo Yulan was so annoyed by her mother that she had a headache. She couldn't believe that her mother actually set her sights on Lin Yan. Although Lin Yan is handsome, has a good temperament, and is quite rich. If he is really my boyfriend, that would be great. But this boy was a fake boyfriend that she hired herself. And they are my own students. Mo Yulan couldn't confess directly to her mother now. Otherwise, not to mention that my mother would definitely arrange a bunch of blind dates for me. Just by deceiving her like this, I can make her angry with me. While thinking about things, Mo Yulan walked into the classroom. But when she looked up, she saw Lin Yan sitting next to Xia Xie. This guy disappeared for a few days and finally came to class. Mo Yulan looked at Lin Yan chatting and laughing intimately with Xia Xie. I originally planned to invite him home for dinner and put on another show for my mother. But now I have given up the idea. Looking at how close they are, could they already be a couple? Xia, you said that tomorrow night is the school's anniversary party? Lin Yan put his hand on Xincheng's thigh and asked about what she had just said to him. Yes, among the students in our class who participated, you were the only one who didn't attend the rehearsal. A faint pink appeared on Xia Xia's first love face, and she said obediently, I'll just perform it live. I've already messaged teacher Mo about it. Lin Yan looked at her delicate oval face with some amusement. He really likes seeing her innocent first love face showing shyness.
Among the girls he knew, Xia was the one who was most suitable to wear a school uniform. Because of her small face, she looks like a petite and delicate student. This is why she is known as the goddess of first love. It seems that I need to find an opportunity and go with Xia a few times to subdue her.
Honey, do you really want to play and sing an original song?
Xia moved her oval-shaped face closer and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito into Lin Yan's ear.
You'll find out tomorrow night. Your husband is amazing.
Lin Yan pinched her little face amusedly.
Hubby, I miss you.
Xia's pretty face turned red, and she didn't dare to look into Lin Yan's eyes, and spoke in a low voice.
Then after school, let's go to the rooftop of the school.
Lin Yan looked meaningfully at the goddess of his first love in front of him and said suggestively.
I'll listen to you. Xia's little face became even redder. Husband.
At noon, in the stairs on the roof of the teaching building. Lin Yan held Xia's slender waist and guided her to review the knowledge. Although Xia, who is about 1.6 meters tall, looks a little petite, her body proportions are very good. I heard that in the forum of Jiangnan University, the freshman beauties and the senior students who graduated and left the school have been re-ranked. Xia and Jiang Qingying, Qinyan and Zhang Ruoxi not only won the title of department beauties in their own colleges, but also ranked in the top 5 of the Jiangnan University campus beauties list.
In fact, among the top 5, the beauty of these school beauties is about the same.
All I can say is that each has its own advantages.
The ranking is determined by each person's popularity. Some students like this type more, so they naturally vote for their favorite school beauties.
But one thing is that they all belong to Lin Yan.
The review time in the stairs on the roof of the teaching building lasted for more than an hour.
Only then did Lin Yan hug Xia and walk down the teaching building.
Xia, you look beautiful again. It's all thanks to me.
Lin Yan glanced at her as he walked and said with a wicked smile. When Xia heard Lin Yan's words, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, but her pretty face turned red like a big apple. She leaned against Lin Yan and said shyly, "It belongs to you alone, and I only give it to you." P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 71, Bring Your Girlfriend.
Lin Yan smelled the delicate fragrance of the beauty beside him, took a bite of her pretty little face, and said praisingly, "I know how you feel about me, I will double your pocket money every month. I have more money than I can spend now, so it's no problem to give her 100,000 yuan a month."
Moreover, he was very emotionally intelligent and described the alimony as pocket money. This would make Xia feel less humiliated.
Of course, he wouldn't be like some outrageous novel.
Just spending millions a month or something like that.
This is the real world.
Do you know how many millions there are?
It allows an ordinary family that does not live in a first-tier city to instantly own a house and a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and even have the remaining money to open a few chain stores. It is enough for this ordinary family to become a well-off to slightly wealthy family. And under such conditions, it is easier to find a beautiful girlfriend.
So, that's the gap between reality and fiction. In reality, especially the era in which Lin Yan currently lives, most workers only earn more than 3,000 yuan a month. He can give Xia 100,000 yuan a month, which is already 30 times what others can earn. Moreover, in his previous life, Lin Yan once heard a friend say something while they were drinking. Nowadays, many universities have people who act as agents. He also asked Lin Yan if he wanted to support a female college student, with a starting salary of only 20,000 yuan a month. Of course, the more beautiful it is, the higher the price. Lin Yan had also seen the photo of this one that paid 20,000 yuan a month. Girls who can score at least 70 points are among the most beautiful girls in the class, excluding the so-called school beauties and department beauties. This was in an era when the internet was developing more rapidly and prices were being driven up by female anchors and internet celebrities. So, as long as you are willing to spend tens of thousands of yuan a month, it is very easy to support a female college student. In the 10 years that Lin Yan is currently working in, 100,000 a month is already a huge sum of money. The housing prices and commodity prices in this era were not as high as in later generations. 100,000 yuan can do a lot of things. Thank you, husband.
When Xia heard Lin Yan's words, she naturally smiled happily.
So do you like your husband?
Lin Yan said with a wicked smile.
Yes, Xia loves her husband the most. Xia took the initiative to give him a kiss. After this review, both of them were hungry. Lin Yan drove Xia Xie to a restaurant and had dinner together.
Then I accompanied her shopping and bought some clothes and bags, and then went back to school for class. It was not until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when get out of class was about to end, that Lin Yan suddenly received an invitation from Zhang Huaquan and others saying that Li Jiwen wanted to invite him to Xingyan Internet Cafe to surf the internet and apologize to him. Although he knew that things were definitely not that simple, it was too easy for Lin Yan to deal with these few guys.
So I accepted Li Jiwen's invitation. Watching Lin Yan disappear in the classroom, Li Jiwen walked up from behind them. "He's playing tricks on us like this, can you really bear this?" Li Jiwen asked a few people with a gloomy face.
"If you don't go now, you won't have the chance."
Yes, hurry up and grab a seat." "Li Jiwen, let's go quickly."
Zhang Huaquan and a few others seemed not to hear what Li Jiwen said.
They left a few words and hurriedly pulled Li Jiwen away. Li Jiwen. He thinks too simply of everyone.
He thought that a little favor would make others obey him.
Zhang Huaquan and his men are not fools.
They have already been defeated by Lin Yan twice.
Isn't that miserable enough?
And now they heard that Lin Yan was driving a luxury car worth millions.
This kind of person is no longer someone they can afford to mess with.
If you continue to follow Li Jiwen all the way to the end, it will be like holding a lantern in the toilet and looking for death.
On the other side, Lin Yan came to the downstairs of Qin Yan's dormitory.
"I have been being intimate with Xinqing and Xia Xie these days, and I can't forget Qin Yan, the school belle."
"Hey, husband, what can I do for you?" "I'm downstairs in your dormitory, come down quickly." Downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lin Yan was calling Qin Yan in the car.
Hearing that Lin Yan was downstairs, Qin Yan threw down her newly bought skirt and ran to the window.
Sure enough, there was a white BMW parked under the dormitory building, surrounded by a group of people pointing and talking. "Honey, I see you. Wait a moment, I'll be down soon,"
Qin Yan said excitedly, then hung up the phone. At this time, Zhang Ruoxi just came out of the bathroom.
Yan, did Lin Yan call you?"
It is rare for good friends to hold grudges overnight, especially since Qin Yan is a simple person. Although she was angry on the way last time, she was coaxed into peace by Zhang Ruoxi in just a few words when she returned to the dormitory.
"Well, his car is right downstairs. Let me get down right away." Qin Yan nodded. Hearing that Lin Yan's car was downstairs, Zhang Ruoxi became active. The scene of getting off the bus that day appeared in her mind again. All the girls looked at her with envy, envious that she could ride in a luxury car, and they wished they were the ones getting out of the car. Yan, did Lin Yan say to take me with him?" Zhang Ruoxi asked quickly. He didn't seem to say he'd take you," Qin Yan replied. Hearing that there was no place for her, Zhang Ruoxi instantly became anxious. She hugged Qin Yan's arm pitifully and said, Yan, you won't have the heart to leave me alone in the dormitory, right?" "They've all left, and I'm the only one left in the dormitory." Downstairs in the dormitory,
Lin Yan leaned his slender body against the car body, with one hand in his pocket, smoking a cigarette. He was already good looking and had an outstanding temperament, and with that indifferent look in his eyes, the girls around him all had shining eyes, almost screaming.
"Bite."
Hearing the phone ringing, Lin Yan flicked the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can and pressed the answer button.
"Hubby, can you take Ruoxi with you?" Qin Yan's clear voice came from the phone. "Weren't you mad at her last time?" Lin Yan asked with a smile. "I misunderstood her," Qin Yan said embarrassedly. Lin Yan shook his head. "This girl is too naive. How can she be a match for Zhang Ruoxi?"
"I guess if she sells her out, she'll have to help count the money."
"Okay, then let her come down with you," Lin Yan agreed.
He brought Qin Yan with him originally to piss off Li Jiwen, so adding Zhang Ruoxi was no big deal.
"Husband." After a while, the two women came down the stairs hand in hand and waved to Lin Yan. They both changed into the Dior dresses they bought last time. One was pure and the other was sexy, both very beautiful. When the girls around heard Qin Yan calling Lin Yan husband, they all looked sideways, their eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of envy. However, most girls lowered their heads out of inferiority.
Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi were already the beauties of the college, and with the expensive clothes they wore, they naturally outshone the other girls, making it impossible for them to feel jealous. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 72, Green Tea Methods. Get in the car. Seeing the two women, Lin Yan nodded, then opened the car door and got in.
Xingyan Internet Cafe.
In front of the internet cafe, Li Jiwen and others were standing in the cold wind waiting for Lin Yan.
Didn't he drive here? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Li Jiwen said impatiently.
Several people arrived early, only to find that Lin Yan had not arrived yet.
Don't ask them how they knew.
There were bicycles everywhere in front of the door, and there was no BMW like Lin Yan at all.
Isn't that obvious enough? I guess Brother Lin was delayed by something.
Several others said.
Even if he's delayed, can't we go inside and wait? Why are we standing here in the wind like idiots? Li Jiwen was angry with several people.
Originally, these were his followers. Ever since they discovered that Lin Yan was richer than him, their attitudes gradually changed, and now they have developed to the point of bootlicking him. Standing in the cold wind waiting for Lin Yan, they probably wouldn't be so enthusiastic towards their own parents, right? Then, no one paid any attention to Li Jiwen, and he continued to wait. Seeing this, Li Jiwen had no choice but to follow along.
There was no way. If everyone had gone in, it would be fine. But he didn't dare to go in alone. Who knew if Lin Yan would punish him when he came? About half an hour later, when everyone was freezing to death, Lin Yan's BMW finally arrived.
Zhang Huaquan and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly rubbed their hands and went to meet him.
Brother Lin, why are you here just now?
Shi Zhiliang asked.
What? Have I kept you waiting for a long time? Lin Yan took out the car keys and said.
No, it didn't take long. Brother Lin arrived just in time, and there were still computers in the internet cafe. No one dared to blame Lin Yan, and they all said with a flattering smile. At this moment, the back door opened. Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi also got off the car.
Qin Yan! Li Jiwen shouted subconsciously. Ruoxi!
Zhang Huaquan was also stunned.
Qin Yan didn't expect Lin Yan to bring her to the internet cafe. When she saw Li Jiwen, she just glanced at him and took Lin Yan's arm and said, "Honey, are we going to go online here?" "Well, I have 2 days off, so I just want to relax." "What? You don't want to go online?" Lin Yan asked with a smile. "No, I just didn't expect my husband to bring me here. Actually, I like surfing the internet,"
Qin Yan said with a smile.
Li Jiwen. Ruoxi, why are you with Brother Lin?
The moment Zhang Huaquan saw Zhang Ruoxi, his heart skipped a beat.
As a top student at Jiangnan University, his IQ couldn't be that low.
Lin Yan just cheated on Li Jiwen, and now his girlfriend got out of his car.
Do you think he cannot be worried? Zhang Huaquan, what do you mean?
Zhang Ruoxi also didn't expect that Zhang Huaquan was here. When she saw him, she felt a little guilty. But she was not a pushover after all, and she thought of a way to deal with it in an instant. You know, Qin Yan and I are best friends.
If she says she wants to go out and play, how can I not accompany her? And she said you would come, so I came along.
After hearing what Zhang Ruoxi said, Zhang Huaquan, who was originally weak in character, quickly explained, "No, I'm just curious why you took Brother Lin's car."
"Oh. You mean I can't take someone else's car? I have to walk here to see you."
Zhang Ruoxi was unreasonable and spoke angrily.
Zhang Huaquan, no. Nothing? Do you think I'm cheating on you? If you think I'm cheating, let's break up now.
After Zhang Ruoxi finished speaking, she turned her back. It's no wonder that Zhang Ruoxi could make Zhang Huaquan behave himself. After Zhang Ruoxi's unreasonable demands, Zhang Huaquan was completely scared. He apologized and made amends, and it took him a long time to coax Zhang Ruoxi into submission.
After the short episode, several people entered the internet cafe. Li Jiwen paid the money, and then several people went in to find a seat. When Li Jiwen came back, the seat had already been determined.
Zhang Huaquan and others sat together. Qin Yan sat on Lin Yan's lap, and Zhang Ruoxi sat next to Lin Yan. Looking at Qin Yan, who was hugging Lin Yan's neck and whispering, Li Jiwen subconsciously clenched his fists. In the end, he endured it and sat next to Zhang Huaquan.
"Why isn't your girlfriend sitting with you?" Li Jiwen asked Zhang Huaquan in a low voice.
She wanted to talk to Qin Yan, so she sat over there. Zhang Huaquan shrugged and said. After Zhang Ruoxi's quarrel, he no longer dared to speak nonsense. And this reason was normal, so Zhang Huaquan didn't think much about it at all.
Shabby.
Looking at Zhang Huaquan, who looked unconscious, Li Jiwen cursed him in his heart. Having already fought with Lin Yan, he knew Lin Yan's character very well. Zhang Ruoxi was so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to flirt with her whenever he saw her. He didn't believe that Lin Yan could resist. At this time, several people were playing Crossfire. "Brother Lin, are you sure this is your first time playing this?" Zhang Huaquan and his companions were stunned as they watched the base being blown up in less than 10 minutes. Li Jiwen blushed even more. In the past, he boasted in front of a few people that his skills were invincible, but when he met Lin Yan, he was beaten up in not much less time than them. "It's my first time, but I got the hang of it quickly." Lin Yan smiled. There was really no point in beating up a few newbies, and he wasn't lying. If you didn't count his previous life, this was really his first time playing. "It's boring to torture you all the time. You guys have fun by yourselves while I watch a movie." After closing the Crossfire game interface, Lin Yan entered a URL and clicked on a mysterious interface. One library. Then some indescribable sounds and images reached the ears of Li Jiwen and others. "Hey, what are you putting here?" Xin Yan, who was originally staring at the screen curiously, immediately hid in Lin Yan's arms, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. "Bah, bad rascal." Zhang Ruoxi, who was standing by, wasn't in a much better mood either. She quickly turned her head away with a red face. Although she sometimes spoke boldly, she was still an inexperienced girl after all. How could she have seen these things? Zhang Huaquan and the others seemed to have opened up a new world, staring at Lin Yan's computer interface in amazement. It was the first time for the people who came from small places to see this thing, and their faces turned red instantly. After just a few glances, they turned their heads away and pretended to be gentlemen. But from the corners of their eyes and the way their ears prick up, you can tell that in front of a porn movie, men can put aside all their prejudices and grudges. At the same time, they secretly admired Lin Yan in their hearts. If they dare to play these in front of their girlfriends, they will definitely be called hooligans and then turn around and walk away angrily. But Xin Yan just shyly hid her face, and Zhang Ruoxi called her a bad gangster and nothing else happened. Maybe this is the difference between rich people and losers. One thing can always be treated differently. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 73, A Few Things in the Internet Cafe. He read it with great interest for a while, and only closed the web page when familiar music started playing. The reason why he posted these was simple: he wanted to do something that he had not dared to do before when he was online. After all, some of the big names in internet cafes at that time were still very awesome, such as those with loudspeakers. After the short film ended, there were some unexpected gains. Lin Yan could clearly feel that Xin Yan's body was hot, as if she had a fever. How could he not feel such an obvious signal? "You guys play, I'll take her to the bathroom." Lin Yan helped Xin Yan stand up and then spoke to everyone. Li Jiwen, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Huaquan and others. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned even redder. Taking his girlfriend to the bathroom reminded her of some plots in novels. Li Jiwen's nails pierced into the palms of his hands, and the feeling of being favored became stronger and stronger. This trip to the bathroom lasted a full hour. When she came back, Xin Yan felt her toes were a little shaky and her cheeks were slightly pink. At this moment, Xin Yan, the devastated little flower, fell asleep in Lin Yan's arms. Zhang Huaquan and his companions were still tirelessly playing Crossfire. Li Jiwen didn't know if it was because he was cheated on, but he took his anger out on a few people and tortured them so cruelly. It was Zhang Ruoxi's first time going online, and she immediately fell in love with the feeling of surfing the internet. After asking Lin Yan to help her apply for a Penguin account, they started chatting. Is chatting fun? Holding Xin Yan, who was soundly asleep in his arms, Lin Yan asked Zhang Ruoxi. It's fun. The Penguin's expressions are quite amusing. I can chat with others online without any worries and say whatever I want. It's really fun. Zhang Ruoxi replied. What she said was exactly what people felt at that time. In an age of entertainment scarcity, that kind of heart-to-heart chat can be addictive. Haven't you seen that countless people have joined the online chat army just for this reason, and can't stop chatting for more than 10 hours every day? Is the person you are chatting with a man or a woman? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Like me, I'm also a female college student. I don't bother adding men. They're all so astringent and disgusting. Zhang Ruoxi curled her lips, not sure if she was talking about Lin Yan or someone else. Lin Yan, do you know anything about laptops? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Yan. Yeah, I know.
What's wrong? Lin Yan responded casually.
Glancing at Zhang Huaquan, who was still loudly playing games, and seeing that he didn't notice her, Zhang Ruoshi leaned over to Lin Yan's ear and whispered, "I'm into penguin chat now."
Lin Yan, buy me a laptop.
It turns out that this was Zhang Ruoshi's idea.
Nowadays, very few people use laptops in school. If she can buy one, I wonder how many people will envy her. A laptop? The kind that costs 10,000? Lin Yan asked. The situation at that time was that laptops were still precious high-tech products. No matter how bad they were, they would cost at least 10,000 yuan each, just like the mobile phones of the past. Later, the price became cheaper because the technology of American Lenovo gradually matured, breaking the monopoly of foreign brands and causing the price of laptops to fall. In short, 10 years ago, this thing was definitely a rare thing. Yeah. Zhang Ruoshi nodded quickly, looking at Lin Yan with sparkling eyes. You're such a dreamer. Why should I buy you such an expensive item? Lin Yan looked at Zhang Ruoshi with amusement. What if this is the case? Zhang Ruoshi's face turned slightly red.
She grabbed Lin Yan's hand with one hand and then placed it on her leg.
Not enough.
Lin Yan said softly. Zhang Huaquan was right next to him, and his girlfriend was playing a small game with him. Even Lin Yan, who had great self-control, felt a different kind of excitement.
No.
Zhang Ruoshi quickly grabbed Lin Yan's hand.
Although she thought about being Lin Yan's girlfriend in the future, she was not prepared for such a move.
That place is the last stronghold for girls. Seeing Zhang Ruoshi's firm attitude, Lin Yan withdrew his hand.
It seems that you are not sincere. Let's not talk about the notebook anymore.
Lin Yan said calmly that he was not the kind of loser who would lose his direction after being given a little sweetness.
If you wanted to get something from him, you had to pay an equal amount.
Okay, Lin Yan, apart from this matter, you can do whatever you want, just buy me a notebook. Zhang Ruoshi obviously didn't want to give up. She came up again and acted coquettishly.
I'm going to buy a bottle of water.
Lin Yan thought about it and decided to give Zhang Ruoshi another chance. After saying that, he put Qin Yan on a chair, covered her with clothes, and then walked towards the bar. Not long after Lin Yan left, Zhang Ruoshi calmed down her nervousness and stood up.
Ruoshi, where are you going? Zhang Huaquan saw his girlfriend stand up and asked quickly. Go to the bathroom.
Zhang Ruoshi said casually.
Oh, by the way, where's brother Lin? After answering, Zhang Huaquan saw that Lin Yan was gone, and he couldn't help feeling suspicious. He went to the bar to buy water. Zhang Ruoshi nodded towards the bar.
Zhang Huaquan followed Zhang Ruoshi's gaze and saw Lin Yan picking snacks and water at the bar. He felt relieved, nodded, and continued playing games. At this time, Zhang Ruoshi began to be thankful for Lin Yan's cleverness in throwing a smoke bomb first. Otherwise, with Zhang Huaquan's alertness, he would definitely be discovered. When the two met again, they were already in the bathroom of an internet cafe. Lin Yan pushed Zhang Ruoshi against the wall.
I'm really looking forward to what summer will look like.
Lin Yan's face was less than half an inch away from Zhang Ruoshi, and the two could even feel each other's breath.
Are you complimenting me on my figure?
Zhang Ruoshi said with a blush. She felt a little grateful to Lin Yan in her heart. She knew that she was a little nervous, so she said some sweet words first. Well, you have long legs and a beautiful shape, which makes you look great in a short skirt.
Lin Yan pecked Zhang Ruoshi's moist lips.
That light peck made Zhang Ruoshi's heart almost jump out of her chest, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. When a girl makes this gesture, she is basically telling you, don't be polite, come on.
Lin Yan didn't hesitate and kissed Zhang Ruoshi's moist lips. After a long time, their lips parted. That was my first kiss.
Zhang Ruoshi stared at Lin Yan's cheek carefully. He wanted to remember the man who took away his first kiss. If someone told her in high school that her first kiss was given to another man instead of her boyfriend, she would definitely not believe it, but now it really happened.
Of course Lin Yan knew what Zhang Ruoshi was hinting at.
She wanted him to remember that she was not a casual girl.
Talk to Qin Yan tomorrow at noon, and I'll take you to the computer city.
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Wow. Lin Yan. Thank you.
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 74, Meeting the Goryeo Goddess. After an ambiguous episode, Lin Yan received a call from In Suan.
Afterwards, he sent Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi back to the dormitory, while Li Jiwen and others continued the gunfight. It was a little after 10 o'clock in the evening, in a luxurious private room of the Lakeside Hotel. Yin Suwon and Mina both appeared in front of Lin Yan wearing sexy hip skirts and black stockings.
Boss Lin, sorry to have kept you waiting.
Yin Suwon's palm-sized face showed a sweet smile, and she sat on Lin Yan's left-hand side wearing high heels of the same color.
I just arrived not long ago.
Lin Yan looked at the two carefully dressed Korean beauties and chuckled as he continued, "It's only been a day since I last saw you, and you look even more beautiful." These two beauties are indeed top-notch beauty anchors who are popular in the live broadcast industry and have gained countless fans.
That perfect figure is not something that ordinary people can have.
The slender, snow-white legs, the round and upright buttocks, coupled with the standard slender waist and E-grade, are simply a top-notch combat weapon.
Ha, Mr. Lin, you are becoming more and more handsome.
Mina sat on the right side of Lin Yan, looked at Lin Yan with her charming big eyes, and giggled. The image of a puppy standing on top of a zero that had been circulating on the internet in her previous life swayed slightly with her laughter, attracting a lot of attention. She still has a good impression of this handsome, rich, and successful man. This is just like men liking beautiful women, and beautiful women naturally like handsome men.
What's more, this handsome guy can give you everything you want. This is the first time I'm treating you to a meal. Let's have a drink first.
Lin Yan smelled the faint fragrance of the two women beside him, smiled faintly and raised his glass. Although my purpose tonight is very clear, it is necessary to create emotions and atmosphere.
This will make people feel more. Mina and Yin Suwon naturally would not spoil Lin Yan's interest.
They stretched out their slender hands to pick up the red wine glasses in front of them, clinked them with Lin Yan's, and drank together. After all, they called Lin Yan, which was equivalent to agreeing to him in disguise.
So, their master tonight is Lin Yan.
After the two women drank a glass of red wine, a faint blush slowly appeared on their delicate and charming faces, making them look even more charming and sexy.
Mr. Lin, I wonder when we can sign our contract.
Yin Suwon gently put down the cup in her hand, blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked at him teasingly and said, "They are masters of these little tricks to provoke men." Therefore, many viewers who watch their live broadcasts would be driven to the point of exploding by her just one look or one gesture. Lin Yan glanced at her hot body with a hint of interest, chuckled and said, "As long as I'm satisfied tonight, you can naturally go to the company to sign the contract tomorrow."
These two stunning Korean beauties really attract men's attention in every way.
Especially their bodies, which are often danced, are very flexible and soft.
Moreover, they have also achieved perfection in clothing.
It was as if Yoon So-won was wearing a suspender skirt at this moment, and the finishing touch was that her skirt came with a black ribbon tied around her neck with a beautiful black rose on it. Yin So-won naturally noticed Lin Yan's gaze, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she deliberately twisted her slender waist to make it easier for Lin Yan to appreciate her figure. "Boss Lin, we will definitely satisfy you tonight, and we have a surprise prepared for you."
Mina bit her sexy red lips and took over the conversation.
The off-shoulder tight dress she wore revealed her fair shoulders wrapped in a layer of black gauze, and the thin straps inside had a unique charm.
"Really?
Then let's finish dinner first. I'll go to your room later and take a good look at what surprise you have prepared for me." Lin Yan unceremoniously stretched out his hands, placed them on the slender waists of the two women beside him, and said with a smile on his face, "Ever since he met these two famous top-notch Korean beauty anchors, he has even thought about what knowledge he will learn tonight. From their flexible and lithe figures in the dance videos, we can see that there is a lot to learn from them.
It is good material for reading. As long as Lin Yan helps them complete their studies,
then they are definitely the masters in this area.
Boss Lin, let's feed you." Yin Suwon knew how to please Lin Yan.
She picked up a fork and a knife, cut off a small piece of steak, and put it to Lin Yan's mouth. She is a girl with strong mental ability. Once she makes a decision, she will do it to the best of her ability.
She has heard of even more chaotic things in the Korean entertainment industry.
There are all kinds of beautiful anchors and beautiful stars who sell their bodies in exchange for various resources. Moreover, most of the people these people met were middle-aged fat people. Now the person she met was a tall, handsome, and rich man.
Maybe after following him, I can get even greater benefits. Lin Yan, come and have some soup. Mina also picked up the small spoon and enthusiastically fed Lin Yan soup.
Her idea was even simpler. She just needs money to treat her father's illness. And she didn't dislike the handsome man in front of her.
In that case, I am very curious about it and want to try it out. Now is the perfect time to give yourself completely.
Lin Yan ate the food brought by the two Korean beauties and hugged their soft bodies. It was as if he had realized the scene he had imagined when watching their videos before. What he didn't expect was that they really understood men's hearts. It was like at this moment, I had just eaten a piece of steak that Yoon So-won brought over. Lin Yan suddenly discovered that there were two people coming from under the table. During the meal, Lin Yan was aroused by the two Korean beauties and was in a very good mood. The sweet Lin Yan appa, coupled with the two beautiful feet coming from under the table, made Lin Yan feel a different kind of fireworks.
Appa, it's getting late. Why don't you come to our room and give us some dance instructions? In So-won looked at Lin Yan with her charming big eyes, and said with her slender, snow-white hand intimately holding his arm. Faced with such an active invitation from the beauty, Lin Yan naturally would not be polite. He gently grabbed the slim waists of the two Korean beauties beside him with both hands. He smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I just want to see the surprise you have prepared for me. Appa, you will definitely be satisfied later." A few red clouds floated on Mina's pretty face, making her look even more sexy and charming. She leaned gently on Lin Yan's body and said in a delicate voice. Chapter 75, Lin Yan Appa. Lin Yan couldn't help smelling the tempting fragrance coming from the two women beside him, so he pulled the two women up and walked outside. Anyway, both parties get what they want. I raised their signing fee to 10 million just to try out the Korean watches. Otherwise, why would I raise their signing fee from 8 million to 10 million? Giving her an extra 2 million, does that mean I have to spend money on her just because she is beautiful? Then isn't there something wrong with my brain? Lin Yan knew the reality of the live streaming industry in his previous life. Behind all the rich people who spend money on beautiful anchors is the fact that the beautiful anchors will accompany them on travels and have fun. Otherwise, do you viewers really think that the rich are stupid and spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars just to watch your live broadcast? People who are able to earn so much money or have so much money are all very rational and will not spend money foolishly without any return. As for why he didn't give her money directly but gave her a credit card instead, it was for fame. Once she became famous, she could attract more wealthy people and then have more business transactions. Therefore, in the eyes of many ordinary people, goddesses are nothing more than toys of the rich. So, there is a good saying. The poor can't afford these so-called goddesses, and the rich don't want them. Because the rich have no shortage of beauties, they just treat these so-called goddesses as toys. After Lin Yan hugged the two women and paid the bill, he walked directly towards the room where they were staying. Pedestrians they met on the street, or men who were checking in, all looked at Yoon So-won and Mina in amazement. After all, their devilishly good figures are more attractive to men than most women in the country. She has long legs and is tall, but has an S-shaped figure, and coupled with that E grade, she is simply the best lover for every man. Lin Yan, who was between the two women, naturally received the envious and jealous gazes of these men. But he didn't care at all. After all, he wants to collect all the best watches in the world. He was already used to these looks. Only those who are inferior to oneself will look at others with such eyes. Otherwise, if you have the ability, you can find it yourself. Why envy others? The room where Yoon So-won and Mina stayed was in the presidential suite on the top floor of this 5-star lakeside hotel. They are also the kind of people who are used to being the center of attention. One is a queen-level beauty anchor from Goryeo, and the other is a top beautiful model from Goryeo. They have been living under the attention of many men for a long time, so they won't even look at these men who can only be fantasized about. The two beauties each held one of Lin Yan's arms and walked enthusiastically towards the exclusive VIP elevator. As the elevator door closed, the men who had been paying attention to Lin Yan and the other two had an even greater desire to replace them. That guy actually went to a hotel with two top-notch beauties in his arms and had fun. I really hate that I'm not tall, rich and handsome. Based on my current savings, when can I get this kind of treatment? These are the normal thoughts of ordinary men. Many men, when they see a beautiful woman on the street, wish they could be the one next to her. Unfortunately, society is realistic, and you simply cannot afford to support these beauties. At this time, Lin Yan had already arrived at the presidential suite where Yoon So-won and the other girl were staying. As soon as he entered the suite, Lin Yan smelled a very tempting fragrance, which was the scent of Yoon So-won and the others. It seems that they have been living here since they came to Jiangnan. Appa, wait for us here for a moment, we'll prepare a surprise for you. Yoon So-won took the initiative to kiss Lin Yan on the face and spoke with a sweet breath. Lin Yan, in this room with only two men and two women, could no longer suppress his thoughts. He smirked and said, still keeping it a secret. Remember to come out quickly, or I'll go in and find you. Appa.
The two girls glanced at Lin Yan with seductive eyes, then walked into a room together. Lin Yan was waiting for the surprise they had prepared for him and walked around the living room of the suite casually. With his sharp eyes, he also noticed a few other things on the sofa. Lin Yan walked over and sat on the sofa, picked up one at random and played with it in his hand.
There is also a faint fragrance on it.
She is worthy of being the Korean queen level anchor with countless fans.
Just when Lin Yan was playing with it, suddenly, a dynamic Korean dance music sounded in the hall. Then, Yoon So-won and Mina also walked out of the room.
Lin Yan heard the sound, looked up, and immediately felt like he was about to explode.
It's simply the temptation of angels and demons. And just as Lin Yan was guiding the two Korean beauties to unlock various learning knowledge.
In an ordinary community near Jiangnan, teacher Mo Yulan just returned home from work. She was entangled by her mother again.
Mo's mother has been very happy recently.
She usually goes shopping for groceries with several aunties from the neighborhood, and just listens to them talking about how their daughter has found many good boyfriends. Recently, she has been the one to talk about how handsome and rich her daughter has found a husband.
I also showed them the photos that I secretly took when we were having dinner.
Whenever she saw their envious and jealous looks, Mo's mother's vanity would greatly swell. After all, at her age, the only thing she can compare herself with is how her children are doing. Naturally, the sons compared their jobs and earning abilities. It depends on what kind of boyfriend my daughter finds. After all, finding a better boyfriend can prove that your daughter is more attractive. Naturally, Mo's mother was very satisfied with Lin Yan.
Yulan, why are you going home alone? Did you tell Shaolin to come home for dinner?
When Mo's mother saw her daughter walk into the house, she looked behind her and said with some disappointment, "Mom, Lin Yan just invested in 2 companies these days and is very busy.
How could I dare to let him come over?" Mo Yulan said helplessly when she thought of Lin Yan she saw today.
Although, she didn't really dare to ask Lin Yan to go home with her. However, when she saw how intimate Lin Yan and Xia Siye were, she felt a little embarrassed to let the other party pretend to be her boyfriend again. After all, it would be so embarrassing if his real girlfriend found out that his head teacher actually had her student as a fake boyfriend.
Moreover, what I fear most is that the other party will misunderstand and think that I am an old cow eating young grass. Invested in 2 companies?
Mo's mother's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she quickly said, "Daughter, you have to keep a close eye on Xiaolin.
Don't let other vixens seduce him away.
Contact him more often and ask him to come home and have a meal."
Mom, why are you so anxious? Everyone says they are busy. Mo Yulan said helplessly when she saw her mother being so active. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat.
If you don't call me, I'll call myself.
Mo's mother took out her cell phone and pretended to call Lin Yan. No, Mom, can't I wait and call later? Mo Yulan quickly grabbed her mother. Chapter 76, School Party.
She still wanted to deal with her mother first, she didn't have the nerve to call her. Then you must remember this, you are already quite a bit older, and I am counting on having a grandson next year.
Mo's mother said earnestly. Okay, Mom, let's eat first. I'm starving. Mo Yulan quickly pushed her mother to the dining table. Eat, eat, eat. Just remember to eat. I tell you, next time you go on a date with Xiaolin, don't come back at night. When you come back, I will lock the door and won't open it for you. Mo's mother glared at her daughter and continued to speak. Where will I sleep if I don't come back?
Mo Yulan said in a soft voice, covering her smooth forehead.
Why don't you just go and sleep with Xiaolin? Mo's mother said bluntly. Mom.
Lin Yan had already started getting into the car.
Moreover, 2 cars took turns driving. After driving this one, drive that one.
It is indeed worthy of being a top-notch luxury car, the driving feel is super good. That night, Lin Yan finally witnessed the practicality of these 2 top beauties. The next morning, Lin Yan was awakened by the morning greetings of 2 top beauties. Looking at the 2 Goryeo goddesses who have many fans in later generations, they look so well behaved at this time. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh that the world is so realistic, and if you have money you can have everything.
Countless fans save their few thousand yuan salary and use it to buy gifts for their favorite goddesses.
But they don't know that the goddess in their minds doesn't care about the gifts they give. Instead, he was lying on the bed of a rich man like Lin Yan. That's it, although life has dealt a heavy hand to me, unfortunately I am a paying player.
Lin Yan's destiny is determined by himself.
The so-called series that ordinary people can't afford. In Lin Yan's eyes, it was not a problem at all. All the beauties in the world will be his targets. These two top-notch beauty anchors are regarded as noble and cool goddesses by ordinary people in Korea and China. At this moment, they used their pride to clamp Lin Yan. More than an hour later, Lin Yan finally walked out of the lakeside hotel refreshed. He first went back to the villa to change clothes, and then returned to Jiangnan University. Of course, he would not miss Jiangnan University's anniversary party tonight. Especially since I had promised the beautiful teacher that I would definitely participate. The nearby Xinwu University also knows about Jiangda's anniversary party, and many students plan to come and join in the fun tonight. Xinqing naturally knew about it, and even called Lin Yan to ask him to have lunch together. After knowing that Lin Yan also had a performance tonight, she directly said that she would bring her roommates to cheer him on. By the way, he hasn't seen the three beautiful goddess sisters for a long time. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to win them over together. By 8:30 in the evening, the entire stadium was packed. The lights in the venue gradually dimmed. 8 big words suddenly appeared on the stage. The splendor of Taihu Lake builds dreams in Jiangnan. The students in the entire gymnasium immediately burst into cheers. As the background music played, two hosts, a man and a woman, senior students from the 4th year of college, walked out from the side of the stage. Both of them were wearing formal attire. The man was tall and a little handsome, while the woman was tall and beautiful, wearing a black long dress. Lin Yan held Xia Si's small hand and looked at the female host in the black dress with interest. Of course he knew this beautiful girl. I had heard of her reputation in my previous life. Ning Manting, a senior student at Jiangnan University, is privately recognized as one of the top 5 campus beauties by students. Under the stage, there were a few brave boys who took advantage of the night and shouted words like Ning Manting, I love you, and Goddess Ning Manting. Honey, aren't you going to perform a show? Don't you need to prepare in advance? Xia Xia saw that the party had begun, and carefully approached Lin Yan and said in a soft voice. No rush. Our class teacher hasn't told me when I'll be on stage. I'm waiting for her to come. Lin Yan said with a faint smile while playing with Xia Xia's delicate hands. Since it was a performance arranged by Mo Yulan for me, she would definitely come and inform me in advance. However, when I came to school recently, why did I feel like this beautiful teacher seemed to be avoiding me? Could it be that she was too immersed in the role because of the fake boyfriend incident and was too embarrassed to come to him? Lin Yan shook his head, took out his cell phone and replied to Xinqing with a few messages. She had already arrived at the scene, but was sitting in the auditorium set up by the school for other outside spectators and could not come to accompany Lin Yan. Lin Yan told her that he would come to find her after the performance. The process of this school anniversary party is similar to that of other galas on TV programs. First, the host came out to introduce the topic, and then the school leaders were invited to say a few words. Fortunately, the school leaders also knew that this was not a meeting, and the students did not like to listen to his boring words. So after a few words, he announced the official start of the school anniversary party. Students from each department began to perform in turn. It's just that the levels of these people are not very high. After all, it's not an art school, and there are not many students with outstanding talents. After a few programs were performed, the school leaders sitting in the chairman's seat were already a little dissatisfied. The performance of our class is a bit poor, there's nothing particularly outstanding about it. The principal said to the people around him. Don't worry, principal. Although our performances this year aren't very good, they still have some highlights, especially the finale and the main act. The finale is a performance of an original piece of music, and the main act is our school's award-winning bird goddess Luo Qingyu. A younger school leader said respectfully. Luo Qingyu? I've heard of this new student. She's even performed on the world stage, but she doesn't want to pursue that career anymore, so she came to our school. The principal nodded secretly and said. However, there was no mention of the original song program. Lin Yan sat in his seat watching the show with Xia Xia, sending messages to Xinqing from time to time. Suddenly, he saw the beautiful teacher Mo Yulan walking towards him. It's a pity that Counselor Gu Wanqing is not here tonight, otherwise it would be interesting to see these two teachers competing on the same stage. Lin Yan, this is your performance card. Take this and go backstage to prepare. Mo Yulan came in front of Lin Yan, glanced at his hand holding Xia Xia intentionally or unintentionally, took out the tag from her pocket and handed it to him. Teacher Mo, when is my show scheduled? Lin Yan took the tag and looked at the beautiful teacher who had obviously dressed up carefully today with interest. A well-fitting white shirt and black pleated skirt show her mature temperament. Especially her charming little face and eye-catching long legs attracted the boys nearby to secretly glance at her.
Chapter 77, The Sparrow Goddess. Your show is scheduled as the last one, and it will be your turn around 9 o'clock. Mo Yulan's voice was very mature and royal, and it was very comfortable to listen to. Okay, I'll go backstage to prepare in advance,
Lin Yan said casually. He also deliberately lowered his head and looked up from her snow-white, slender legs, and finally stopped at her pride.
It was the first time that Mo Yulan encountered such a blatant student.
She blinked her beautiful eyes and glared at him. I'm leaving first.
Remember not to miss the time.
After saying that, she glanced at Xia Siye, who was holding Lin Yan's hand and was a little shy and didn't dare to look at her, then turned and left. This student couldn't control himself anymore and actually dared to stare at him so brazenly. However, she felt a headache when she thought about her mother always nagging her to invite Lin Yan home for dinner.
Husband, have you noticed that teacher Mo seems strange?
Xia Siye waited until Mo Yulan left before leaning over to Lin Yan's ear and whispered.
Oh? What's strange?
Lin Yan stretched out his hand to support her delicate oval face and said curiously. Xia Siye blushed at Lin Yan's flirtatious gesture, but she still said, I feel like the tone she used when talking to you wasn't like teacher and student, but more like close friends.
Lin Yan lowered his head and kissed her lips, then said jokingly, if I said I was her boyfriend, would you believe me?
As expected, women have a strong sixth sense and can detect abnormalities from the slightest tone of voice.
Ah? Xia Siye's first love face suddenly showed an expression of surprise. Next time, your husband will put you and teacher Mo in bed together, okay?
Lin Yan said with a wicked smile. However, a scene of teachers and students studying together appeared in my mind, which seemed quite good.
Husband.
Xia Siye shyly buried her head in Lin Yan's arms.
As Lin Yan's canary, she naturally wouldn't care about his private life. My main responsibility is to serve Lin Yan well. This is a qualified canary. As the shows ended one by one, Lin Yan looked at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock. So he took his performance card and left the audience and walked backstage.
I walked into the backstage smoothly, where a group of girls who had just finished a dance performance had just come down from the stage.
They were chattering and laughing.
Suddenly, a handsome guy walked in, and everyone immediately looked at Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan is now very lethal to women.
Especially his unique temperament and super handsome face. None of them can be compared with the young male students in the school.
Lin Yan smiled faintly and nodded at them, his eyes scanning over their bodies in tight clothes. Although these girls are not beautiful, it is still nice to appreciate their figures. These girls noticed Lin Yan's gaze, some of them blushed, and some of them deliberately showed off their figures, and no one knew what they were thinking. However, Lin Yan did not take the initiative to chat with them in the end.
After all, no matter how good the figures of these girls were, could they be as good as In Suwon and Mina, whom he had just unlocked last night?
When the girls saw that Lin Yan had no intention of chatting with them, they quickly ran into the girls' locker room to change clothes. Lin Yan found a chair and sat down, waiting for his turn to perform.
At the same time, silently recite in your heart to open the perfect life system. Host, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Physique, 95. Charm, 98. Comprehensive appearance.
Perfect life system, level 6 100,000 1 million level up experience.
Privilege value, 1.3 million.
Skills, eye of detection, strength and physical fitness, immunity to all poisons.
Warehouse, a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. After an upgrade, Lin Yan's physique and appearance were almost at their peak.
And after he continued to set up WeChat for Shin Mengqi that day and injected capital into Lan Zhao's entertainment company, his privilege value had exceeded 1 million.
There are more than 230 million in my bank card.
Lin Yan first found the musical instrument master skill and the singing god skill in the system mall and spent 200,000 privilege points to exchange them.
Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the system's main quest. Please complete the task of expanding your company's user base to over 100 million within 3 months.
Completing the task will reward you with 70% of Alibaba shares. The system prompts sounded one after another.
Lin Yan was slightly stunned when he heard the reward for this mission.
How come all the shares can be used directly as rewards?
Meaning, host, please rest assured, because the money returned by the system is all earned through the system's intelligent brain, using accounts registered for the host in international stock markets, futures, and financial companies. Meaning, during this time, the AI has used its earnings to secretly acquire shares in major companies around the world. It has already successfully acquired Alibaba's shares from SoftBank, Yahoo, and others, reaching a 70% stake. Therefore, the host does not need to worry about the legitimacy of the shares.
The system wizard explained it to Lin Yan in detail. Lin Yan understood now.
It turns out that my system has done so many things during this period of time. Thanks to the system's advanced technology, it is entirely possible to conduct transactions privately with major companies through the internet. Although Alibaba's stock price plummeted after its listing in Hong Kong a few years ago, it was eventually privatized and delisted.
But the current market value is also worth tens of billions of dollars. The 70% shares rewarded by the system are worth a lot of money.
Especially if it can reach a terrifying market value of hundreds of billions of dollars like in later generations. Lin Yan is fully capable of becoming the richest man in Asia with his 70% stake.
Of course, Lin Yan is not short of money, but he lacks fame. Only by looking at his visible assets can one experience his true strength.
What's more, with Lin Yan, the reborn person, he can definitely help Ali avoid detours and reach the peak more quickly. Just when Lin Yan was thinking about something, a sexy figure attracted his attention. She was wearing a tight ethnic skirt, which perfectly showed off her snow-white skin and her slender and flexible figure. Especially her beautiful face, which gives off the feeling of a peerless dancer. When Lin Yan saw the girl, he immediately thought of someone. In his previous life, he was also a prominent figure at Jiangnan University. Luo Qingyu is the legendary goddess Kailing with skin as white as snow and beauty as a fairy, and the first of the 5 campus beauties of Jiangnan University. To date a beauty like this, you would need to have a capital of more than 10 million, otherwise it would be really difficult.
Hello, I'm Lin Yan, a freshman in the computer department. I see from your skirt, are you going to perform the peacock dance?
Lin Yan looked at this woman with such a special temperament and took the initiative to greet her. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 78, A Stunning Performance.
Although, he has played with many beauties with better figures than her.
But the body proportions of Luo Qingyu in front of him were perfect. How to say it? It's just a wonderful feeling.
The kind of graceful and elegant beauty that only top dancers possess. Even the way she walked seemed like she was dancing.
My name is Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu took a curious look at this boy whose appearance and temperament were almost perfect. Her pretty face blushed slightly and she nodded and said,
her voice is so beautiful that she deserves to be the most beautiful and sweet-voiced school beauty.
She is considered by many male students at Jiangnan University to be the representative of Jiangnan University's beauties.
Just when Lin Yan was thinking about how to chat with her, he heard the host calling him. Next, please welcome Lin Yan from class 13 of the first year of the computer department to perform piano and singing for everyone. The beautiful host's pleasant voice came from the microphone.
Classmate, it seems like it's your turn to perform on stage.
Luo Qingyu obviously heard what the host said, and winked at him playfully.
Well, I'll go up first.
Lin Yan nodded, staring at her face that didn't belong to any star but could rival Xinsheng's. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he turned and walked towards the stage. Luo Qingyu was slightly lost in thought as she watched Lin Yan leave.
Is this the man my aunt was talking about?
Many people at Jiangnan University may not know that Luo Qingyu's aunt is actually the beautiful female student Lin Xiaowan. That is the senior sister that Lin Yan raised.
Luo Qingyu is a dai.
When her grandmother was young, her family was poor, so they did not have any more children after giving birth to her mother, for fear that they would not be able to support her. Later, with the development of the economy, the family's situation gradually improved. When her grandmother was 40 years old, she wanted a boy, but in the end she gave birth to a daughter, Lin Xiaowan. So, although Luo Qingyu is only 1 year younger than Lin Xiaowan is her aunt, and her mother's biological sister. Since they are of the same age, they naturally become good friends. Lin Xiaowan also secretly told her about Lin Yan.
Lin Yan walked to the side of the stage, and the entire stage had gone dark.
The piano had already been carried to the center of the stage by staff. A beam of light shone down, and Lin Yan walked out from the side of the stage. With a golden ratio of 1.87 meters in height, he wore a limited edition navy blue thin cashmere suit custom made by Versace.
It fully displays Lin Yan's unique temperament,
especially his super handsome face, which brings out his charm to the fullest. With the appearance of Lin Yan, the entire gymnasium, which was originally noisy, suddenly became quiet.
The black and white piano in the center exudes a gorgeous light.
A smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips as he glanced around the entire gymnasium.
This kind of opportunity to show off and act cool was something I would never have had in my previous life.
Therefore, in this life, he would not leave any regrets and do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Lin Yan walked to the piano and slowly sat down. Under the lighting, the stage left a long shadow of Lin Yan.
He placed his hands lightly on the piano.
The vast amount of knowledge from the two skills he had just exchanged in his mind made him seem to have a thorough understanding of the piano in front of him,
even though he had never played the piano before. Beautiful notes flowed out from the black and white keys along with his slender fingers.
There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all, and Lin Yan himself did not expect that he could play the piano so naturally on his first try. As the soulful melody sounded, Lin Yan's magnetic and pleasant voice came out from his well-defined lips.
Feel the fingertips that stop at my hair. How to freeze time instantly. Remember to look into my determined eyes. Maybe there is no tomorrow. Facing the vast sea of stars. We are as small as dust. Floating in helplessness.
Light Years Away, a song that was not to be released until 16 years later, was brought to this world by Lin Yan 6 years in advance. This song has won numerous awards, including the MTV Global Chinese Music Awards Top 10 Golden Songs and the annual Top 10 Chinese Golden Songs Awards. The lingering lyrics, coupled with the moving melody, and Lin Yan's unique voice and profound singing skills, perfectly captured the emotion of love in the entire song. Countless people at the scene were deeply attracted by this song that was ahead of its time. The entire stadium became unusually quiet as Lin Yan sang the climax of the song. Every audience member's face had an expression of disbelief and a little bit of intoxication. Xing, who was sitting in the auditorium set up by the school for other outside audiences, hugged Song Yue's arm tightly, and 2 lines of tears unconsciously flowed down her pretty face. She didn't know why she was crying, she only knew that her mind was completely drawn into a sad and beautiful picture by the man she loved sitting in front of the piano. It can be said that everyone has different feelings and scenes in mind when hearing this song. Xia Xia, Lin Xiaowan, Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi were sitting in their seats in the classroom, as well as Luo Qingyu and the beautiful teacher Mo Yulan, who were preparing to go on stage backstage.
Now I am in a state of bursting into tears. After hearing Lin Yan's voice, all of them felt their whole bodies melt. The entire gymnasium was transformed into a sea of music, and everyone's emotions were controlled by Lin Yan. Teacher Mo, this student in your class is amazing.
A female teacher sitting in the teacher's audience seat wiped the unconscious moisture from the corners of her eyes and said to Mo Yulan beside her. With tears on her face, Mo Yulan nodded in a daze. Her mood was very complicated. This boy who is shining on the stage at this moment actually has such great charm.
At the beginning, I went to find Lin Yan just to complete the class program selection task.
Unexpectedly, he actually played and sang an original song that shocked the whole audience. Xia, I envy you so much for finding such an outstanding boyfriend.
One of Xia Xia's roommates looked at the handsome boy on the stage and said to her enviously.
Xia Xia looked at the figure on the stage with tears in her eyes, but she only showed a hint of happy smile.
There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being supported by him. At least he is so outstanding and so good to me. The only way I can repay him is to play the role of his lover. On the other side, Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoxi were also fascinated by Lin Yan's performance on the stage. Zhang Ruoxi, in particular, wished she could kick Zhang Huaquan away and throw herself into Lin Yan's arms. After spending these few days together, Zhang Ruoxi felt that the Prince Charming of her dreams was definitely Lin Yan. Chapter 79, A Peacock Dances, The World Loses Its Color. Xiaoqing, Lin Yan is so versatile. He can do magic, sing, and he's so handsome. I envy you so much. Song Yue looked at Xinchang, who was holding her, and said in amazement. He just loves to be in the spotlight. I guess after tonight, I'll have a lot more rivals in love. Xinchang gently wiped the tears from her eyes and said with a sweet smile. Lin Yan's performance was the only one tonight that could make the entire stadium quiet down and carefully feel the song. However, no matter how beautiful or charming a song is, it will eventually come to an end. A few minutes later, when Lin Yan pressed the last few keys, he finally finished playing the song Light Years Away perfectly. When Lin Yan raised his head, everyone in the gymnasium was still immersed in the world of music and had not yet fully woken up. Lin Yan stood up, picked up the microphone and said something. This original song is called Light Years Away. I hope you like it.
Then he took a few steps back, turned around and left the stage. At this moment, the audience and the entire stadium slowly came to their senses. Suddenly, a burst of warm applause broke out.
Oh my god. This song is so good it makes me pregnant. That's right, it's actually an original song by this junior Lin Yan. He's so amazing. I didn't pay attention to what the host said just now. It turns out he originally wrote this song. No wonder I was wondering why I had never heard this song before. This song is amazing. I was feeling a bit irritable today, but after listening to it, I feel much better. It sounds so beautiful, so sweet. Maybe the future is light years away, but I will still be waiting for you. Junior Lin Yan, do you mind a relationship between an older woman and a younger man? I love you. Lin Yan, I love you. Will Lin Yan accept teacher-student relationships?
The entire gymnasium was suddenly filled with screams of girls. Lin Yan's song Light Years Away made them feel like they had left the noisy world and were in a vast and dreamy universe. The whole song is majestic and grand, with the vast universe as its background, but it depicts extremely delicate emotions in contrast.
It can be said that Lin Yan's finale performance was very successful.
Whether it was the teachers and students present or the school leaders, they all showed satisfied smiles. The excited scene lasted for several minutes before slowly cooling down. During this period, the host could not control himself and could only wait for the audience's emotions to gradually calm down.
Now, please welcome Luo Qingyu from the business school to perform the final show, Peacock Dance. The host continued to come to the stage and announced the start of the next program. Luo Qingyu stood at the side of the stage, wiping the moisture from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. If someone hadn't reminded her that it was her turn to perform, she would probably still be immersed in Lin Yan's music. If I made you cry, do I have to be responsible for you? At this moment, a pleasant boy's voice gently came into Luo Qingyu's ears.
Lin Yan stood in front of her with amusement, looking at this stunning campus beauty from Jiangnan University, smiling faintly as he watched her wiping her tears.
Student Lin Yan, do you often flirt with girls like this?
Luo Qingyu looked at the handsome boy in front of her and said with a weird smile.
That also depends on whether the girl is worth my flirting with.
Lin Yan's mouth curved into a beautiful arc as he glanced at her with a faint smile and continued, "It's your turn to perform. If you need me to take charge, feel free to come find me.
I'm leaving first." Luo Qingyu watched Lin Yan leave without looking back. His handsome back had an inexplicable attraction.
When Lin Yan walked out from the backstage and went around to Shenqing from the other side, Luo Qingyu was already standing gorgeously on the stage. The entire audience, especially the boys, immediately stared at the beautiful girl on the stage with shining eyes.
Guess who I am?
Lin Yan quietly walked behind Shenqing, covered her eyes with his hands, and said with a chuckle.
Hate it, why did you come out?
Shenqing pouted, grabbed the big hand covering her eyes, turned around, and looked at the man in front of her with a blushing face, who had completely fallen for her.
I missed you.
I came to see you as soon as the show was over. Lin Yan amusedly hugged the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, rich beauty in front of him, and kissed her rosy lips as he spoke.
You still miss me. I guess your school's confession wall will be clearly arranged for you tomorrow.
Shenqing pursed her lips, rolled her eyes at him, and leaned against him and said,
Hey, you two stop showing off your affection here. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going back. Song Yua looked at the two people showing their affection here with an expression of unbearableness, and then left, leaving the venue to the two people. However, there was a strange light in her eyes that Lin Yan caught. Lin Yan unceremoniously sat in Song Yua's seat, hugged Shenqing beside him and said with a smile, "Let's watch the show first. After that, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. After supper."
Shenqing paused halfway through her words, blushing as she leaned over to Lin Yan's ear and continued to whisper, "Let's go to my villa."
Why are you going to your villa? Lin Yan looked at her teasingly. You'll find out tonight.
Shenqing glared at the bad guy with a blush on her face, then pointed at Luo Qingyu who had already started performing on the stage and said, "Hey, your school has such a professional peacock dance student." Only then did Lin Yan look up at the stage, and was distracted for a moment. She is indeed worthy of being the representative beauty campus belle of Jiangnan University. I saw Luo Qingyu had already started dancing to the music. The peacock dance is the most famous traditional performance dance among the Dai folk dances in my country. It is spread in the Dai-populated areas of Ruili, Lusi, Mengding, Mangda, Jinggu, Sunyuan and other places in Dianji Prefecture, Yunnan Province.
Among them, the peacock dance in Raweli City in western Yunnan province is the most representative.
According to legend, more than 1,000 years ago, the Dai leader Zhao Mali Jieshu learned to dance by imitating the graceful posture of peacocks. Later, it was processed and shaped by generations of folk artists and passed down to form the peacock dance.
The peacock dance performed by Luo Qingyu was obviously very vivid. Not only is it flexible and light, but the movements are also very quick. With every gesture, it seems like a peacock standing tall in the wind, leaping and spinning, spreading its wings and flying, but it is far more than just a simulation of form. It is the fusion of the dancer's soul and flesh, the peacock, presenting a perfect posture. Luo Qingyu's soft waist, flexible fingers, and light feet danced into a mysterious realm. The skirt was whiter than snow and clung to her body obediently. The gorgeous and noble dance posture declares the spirit of beauty. From a distance, it looks like a peacock that is not concerned with worldly affairs. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 80, Love Accident. The entire gymnasium fell silent again, and everyone was captivated by Luo Qingyu's dancing. It can be said that the only thing that can be compared with her is the singing and playing performance that Lin Yan mentioned just now. After tonight, these two people will enter the sight of everyone in Jiangnan University, and even in the surrounding schools that come to join in the fun. Lin Yan looked at the noble and elegant girl on the stage, who looked like a peacock, and his eyes gradually became hot. Such a goddess is also very suitable for one's own goal of collecting famous watches. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person and could not come into contact with such a goddess. In this life, if I could have a goddess like Kei Ling lying under me and accepting my affections shyly, it would be very satisfying, right? Hey, you're so lost in thought. Could it be that you think the weather is cold and want to bring warmth to other young ladies? Xin Cheng saw Lin Yan staring at the lively girl on the stage, and waved in front of him with some jealousy. Lin Yan grabbed her slender and smooth little hand, played with it in his palm, and said with a faint smile, "Yes, why don't you introduce me to a young lady?" "Why do you want me to introduce you?" Xin Cheng said with a pout. Lin Yan jokingly pulled her into his arms again, letting her cling to him. He smiled faintly and whispered in her delicate ear, "Because I want to have my own love story." Xin Cheng's delicate ears suddenly turned red. She rolled her eyes at the man in front of her and said coquettishly, "Then what am I?" "You, it's just a love accident." Lin Yan said with a wicked smile, looking into her beautiful big eyes. "Do you believe I will bite you to death tonight?" Soon, Jiangnan University's anniversary celebration came to a perfect end after Luo Qingyu's main performance. The most memorable people tonight are only Lin Yan and Luo Qingyu. At this time, Lin Yan had already driven Xin Cheng to a restaurant for a midnight snack. After having supper, the two got back in the car and drove towards Xin Cheng's villa. "Why don't you go to the snack street where we ate before? I think the food there is delicious, and it's our first time going out alone." Xin Cheng sat in the passenger seat, blinking her big eyes and looking at Lin Yan, who was driving. "What do you think?" "Generally speaking, it's best for girls not to go to crowded places at night, especially for someone like you. It's very dangerous," Lin Yan said as he drove. "What's wrong with me like this?" Xin Cheng pursed her rosy little lips and asked her deliberately. Lin Yan glanced sideways at her proud curves that couldn't be concealed, and said with amusement, "You're such a temptation to commit crimes." "Really? Then why don't I see any criminal tendencies in you when I sit with you?" Xin Cheng blinked her big eyes and said with a sweet smile on her lips. As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her slender waist to make her curves look even more perfect. "Don't be naughty, I'm still driving." Lin Yan glanced at her and continued driving. He who told you to keep looking at other girls just now, and even said that I was a love accident." Xin Cheng snorted proudly and couldn't help laughing. Lin Yan looked at her smug pretty face, and not willing to be outdone, he reached out and pinched her face to kill her. "I think this is the first time I've seen you like this," Lin Yan said seriously. "Don't be naughty, you're still driving." Xin Cheng glared at the bad guy coquettishly, but did not pull his hand away. She continued, "I saw online that you guys like these, don't you?" "Yes, but..." Lin Yan paused for a moment, a sly smile slipped through his lips, and he continued, "It's a shame to only use such beautiful legs for walking." Bad guy. How could Xin Cheng not understand the meaning of his words? She just gave him a red face and said. Lin Yan played and joked with Xin Cheng all the way and soon arrived at Xin Cheng's villa. As soon as he entered the room, Xin Cheng put her arms around his neck and hung on him.
Lin Yan naturally would not be satisfied with this, so he hugged the slender waist of the beauty in his arms.
Hubby, carry me back to the room.
Xinqing began to hum.
Let's review our lessons in the living room first.
The next morning, Lin Yan woke up and looked at Xinqing, who was like a kitten in his arms, and felt a little amused. Last night, this girl bought some books from somewhere, which made her study in a very good state.
Especially her.
I wonder if she heard herself say last night, "It's a pity to use such beautiful legs only for walking."
Then, it's really not just for walking.
He stayed up all night with her to review her homework, and only then did he let her go with satisfaction even though she was exhausted. I don't know why, but Lin Yan can only sleep peacefully when he is with Xinqiang. Although he has quite a few women now, most of them do not have much emotional foundation. Therefore, the only one who can truly achieve communication between mind and body is Xinqiang. Whenever he held her in his arms and let her sleep peacefully against him, he couldn't help but want to protect her. It's a very strange feeling. Just as Lin Yan was looking at Xinqiang's pretty face and thinking about something, he suddenly noticed that her long eyelashes moved suddenly.
This girl is pretending to be asleep.
Lin Yan smiled mischievously.
Xinqing couldn't pretend anymore.
She whimpered and opened her beautiful eyes. A few red clouds appeared on her fair face. She looked at her beloved and murmured, "Sleep so soundly." For Xinqiang, all her heart and soul are now focused on Lin Yan.
As long as she can hold him tightly, she will feel extremely satisfied psychologically.
Especially being able to sleep in Lin Yan's arms, listening to his heartbeat and breathing, made her feel at peace.
Do you have classes this morning?
Lin Yan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, saying softly.
No, I have classes in the afternoon.
Xinqiang said, panting slightly.
Are you hungry? Let's get up and eat something.
Lin Yan said with a wicked smile.
What do you want to eat? Let me make it for you?
Xinqiang said with a blushing face.
I want to eat. Moo-ah.
More than an hour later, Lin Yan came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, hugging Xinqiang. After they finished washing up, they went downstairs to cook something to eat. Since Xinqiang likes to eat crabs, Lin Yan suggested cooking a pot of crab porridge. Anyway, there are still many fresh crabs in her villa. This time, Lin Yan felt sorry for Xinqiang, who he had just taught in the bathroom, and took the initiative to help her clean the crabs. First, use a brush to clean the crab's shell, then break open the crab shell, remove the mouth, stomach, and gills, and then cut the crab body into 2 halves. Xinqiang first poured 2 glasses of milk to replenish Lin Yan's water, and then processed the rice.
The two of them worked together to cook the crab porridge quickly. Chapter 81, Millions of Clicks.
My dear wife, it will take some time to cook this porridge.
Why don't we review our lessons?
Lin Yan pushed Xinqiang against the table, supported her with his hands on both sides, and continued with a wicked smile. You bad boy, you didn't study enough last night and this morning. Xinqiang supported Lin Yan's body with her soft and boneless little hands, and said with a red face as she gave him a look. She is a very feminine girl and will never refuse her lover's request.
Moreover, she also found the review process quite enjoyable. I haven't been with you these 2 days, so I have to make it up to you no matter what.
Lin Yan knew something was going to happen when he saw Xinqiang's attitude, and said with a smirk. He put his arms around her slender waist and let her lie on the table.
Lin Yan spent the entire morning with Xinqiang in her villa.
The two of them stayed together until the afternoon, and when it was almost time for Xinqiang to go to class, he drove her to Xinwu University.
When Lin Yan returned to Jiangnan University, he found that the female classmates he met on the road frequently turned back to glance at him.
I also guessed that it might be because of the limelight I showed off last night that more girls started paying attention to me. But this is still real life after all, not like in novels or movies. Although these girls seemed to want to get to know me, they were quite reserved and would not take the initiative to approach me. After all, most of these girls are not very confident. After all, boys like Lin Yan are handsome and talented in their eyes. Most girls will feel pressured when facing him. Only a small number of beautiful women who are very confident in their own assets and feel that they have a chance will come forward to chat.
However, such beauties only account for a small proportion in Jiangnan University.
Speaking of this, Lin Yan thought of a very realistic problem. That is, many girls nowadays actually think too highly of themselves. I use my basic monthly salary to spend as much as I can, even if it becomes negative, but I am not worried at all. Because they subconsciously believe that they will find a good and wealthy partner in the future. But they forget whether they have met the conditions for matching, which eventually leads to money becoming a luxury and love becoming a regret. This is why a girl who earns 3,000 yuan a month looks down on a boy who earns 10,000 yuan a month. Because society is progressing so rapidly, these girls use their 3,000 yuan salary to travel, go to the gym, eat at high-end restaurants, buy brand name products and spend all their money, and some even have credit card debts. However, they say they are independent women in the new era economy and laugh at boys who earn 10,000 yuan a month for not being able to afford brand name products. After all, they don't have to bear the pressure of buying a house or the pressure of honoring their parents. They yearn for the openness of Western women, but require men to bear the traditional material foundation and financial investment in marriage.
What problem does this lead to?
That is, boys are starting to pursue girls less. They would rather play games or use their mobile phones by themselves, or go out with a few friends to drink and sing.
They don't have to worry about their partner's feelings and like to be free.
After all, in this real life, the cost of pursuing girls is relatively high.
After wasting time and energy, and giving a lot of your sincerity, you may still just be the other person's backup.
This has also led to the situation in China where many wives are younger than their husbands. Especially the more beautiful the girl is, the higher her financial requirements are.
And among people of the same age, how many can earn a lot of money?
Therefore, many beautiful women would rather be played with or even kept by rich men, and would not be attracted to ordinary boys of the same age who are still working hard.
When Lin Yan returned to the classroom, he naturally attracted the attention of many classmates.
After Lin Yan's original singing and playing performance last night, all the students were still very curious about this very talented boy. Especially those girls, there were a few who were quite pretty. If they didn't know that Lin Yan already had Xia, they would probably have thrown themselves at him. After all, a handsome, rich and talented guy like Lin Yan is basically the ideal partner for all girls.
After Lin Yan greeted Wei Dong and the others, he went to sit next to Xia.
Today, Xia is still dressed in an innocent student outfit, which is very consistent with her temperament as the goddess of first love.
Hubby, you are famous all over the school now. I guess you were the most talked about person in the girls' dormitory last night.
After Xia waited for Lin Yan to sit next to her, she came over and whispered in his ear. Last night, when she returned to the dormitory, she actually met a lot of girls discussing their sweethearts.
Oh? How come you're famous again?
Lin Yan asked with a faint smile as he pulled the tender little hand of his first love goddess, put it in his palm and played with it.
You've been at the top of our school's confession wall since the school celebration ended last night.
Girls from many colleges across the school are leaving crazy messages for you on the wall. Xia said to Lin Yan beside her with a sweet smile on her delicate face. She didn't expect that her man would be so outstanding. Being able to have an unforgettable memory with him makes my youth worthwhile.
Then I can be considered to be famous in the history of the school.
Lin Yan pinched Xia's delicate little nose and said with a faint smile. Generally, after freshmen arrive at university, many of them will pay attention to the school as forum and the school as confession wall. Almost every school has a confession wall, and the number of fans is huge. Here, as long as you stay at the top of the list, you will definitely be recorded in the school history. Especially on Double 11 every year, the school's confession wall will explode, full of barrages, and young men and women from various colleges will express their love for their favorite objects on it. Also, the video of the evening party recorded by the school has also become popular on the internet. Someone separately captured the video of your performance, and it has received millions of hits on Weibo.
Xia continued to tell Lin Yan what she knew. Really? I'll go check it out. Lin Yan took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. Unexpectedly, I saw my own video on the trending search. #Jiangnan University Anniversary Light Years Away. It directly appeared at the 5th place in the hot search. Moreover, there is a label with the word explosive on the side, which shows that 424,142 people have searched for it. This was already a very popular statistic on Weibo in the past 10 years. Obviously, he brought the song Light Years Away, which would only appear in later generations on Earth, to this world in advance, and it became a hit on the entire internet as soon as it was released. Lin Yan casually clicked on the trending search and saw that some netizens had taken screenshots of his video. The number of views displayed on the site has reached a terrifying 5 million. Moreover, the popular comments below the video were flooded with positive reviews from netizens. Chapter 82, Song Yuha's Invitation. I didn't expect there is such a talented musician at Jiangnan University.
I searched the internet for this song and it's indeed an original song.
I guess this guy is the most handsome guy on campus at Jiang University? He can sing and is handsome. Although the video was recorded from a distance, I can't see his appearance clearly.
This voice is simply our favorite voice control, it's so beautiful.
God knows how many times I played this video on repeat. I'm from the school next door, and I'm going to Jeongda and might run into him. A voice kissed by an angel.
I heard a music company wants to buy the copyright of this song. Just as Lin Yan was browsing the comments on Weibo, his phone suddenly jumped to the incoming call interface. And it was an unfamiliar number.
Hello? Who is this? Lin Yan answered the phone curiously. Logically speaking, no stranger would have your phone number except people you know. It's me, Song Yuha. I have something to talk to you about. Can you come out now? Song Yuha's tone was extremely ambiguous. There is a deeper meaning in these words.
I looked at the time and saw that there was still some time before class, and the classes this afternoon were not very important, so I agreed. Okay, come to the mall next to Jiangnan University, I'll wait for you at the door. Lin Yan said casually.
Good. Song Yuha calmly replied with one word and then hung up the phone.
Lin Yan looked at the hung-up phone in his hand with a wicked smile, and had no interest in checking Weibo anymore.
See ya, I have to go out for something. Please sign in for me when I go to class later.
Lin Yan said to his first love goddess, who was looking at him curiously while he was making a phone call.
Okay, I understand. Jiang Qingya nodded obediently.
As a qualified lover, you naturally cannot ask the other person what to do casually, but just be well behaved and obedient. Regardless of the fact that they were in the classroom and some classmates were peeking at him, Lin Yan bent down and kissed Jiang Qingya on the lips, then stood up and left the classroom. On the other side, Song Yuha bit her lips tightly after hanging up the phone in the mall. Which girl wouldn't have feelings for a handsome guy like Lin Yan who was rich and handsome? Since she had decided to make an appointment, Song Yuha no longer hesitated and took out the makeup mirror from her bag to touch up her makeup. Song Yuha is already very good looking, and with her careful makeup, she definitely attracted a lot of men in the shopping mall to take a few more glances, and in return, she got pinched by many girlfriends. Song Yuha chuckled and walked with her long, beautiful legs to where Lin Yan parked his car.
The white BMW seems to be showing off something.
These days people laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes. The BMW 7 Series, priced at over 5 million, is definitely one of the luxury cars in Jiangnan City.
It's not that they're isn't a Rolls-Royce, but in the eyes of ordinary people, BMW is already the standard for wealthy people. Lin Yan had already unlocked the car, and Song Yuha opened the door and stepped in.
A few losers passing by looked regretful, and were persuaded by the rich again.
Nowadays, goddesses are basically played by rich men.
Maybe they will have a chance to return to the arms of us honest people only after they are tired of playing with us.
After getting in the car and chatting for a while, Lin Yan also knew what Song Yuha wanted to do.
Song Yuha's grades were average in college and she studied an unpopular major.
Now all that's left for Song Yuha is to either change careers or take the civil service exam.
However, it is difficult to pass the civil service exam these days, and I feel reluctant to give up the major I have studied for several years if I want to change careers.
The typical case of being neither high nor low. Song Yuha's family conditions are average.
Her parents are ordinary civil servants and don't have that much money to use their connections to find her a job.
If Song Yuha wants to get a job, she can only rely on her own efforts. Song Yuha has also interviewed several people recently.
Either the salary is not ideal, or the boss looks at you as if he wants to eat you up.
So she thought of Lin Yan. What shall we eat? A Western restaurant? Lin Yan understood the situation and came up with a solution.
Seeing Song Yuha nod, he turned the car around and headed to a famous Western restaurant in Hecheng for a meal. When they arrived at the Western restaurant, Lin Yan took Song Yuha to find a place to sit and handed her the menu like a gentleman. 2 steaks cost more than 700 yuan, and with some other items it comes to more than 1,000 yuan.
It's just a very cheap lunch.
While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Yan casually glanced at his phone. He had been spending less time recently.
I don't spend as much money as before. Now there are still 210.85 million left. Lin Yan really wants to know, how can he spend money quickly? However, if the club charges 20,000 a day and a night, I estimate that I can sleep there for about 15 years. Damn, doesn't that mean I'll be sleeping for the rest of my life?
Well, by the time the book is finished. The waiter's serving of the dishes also brought Lin Yan back to his senses. Song Yuha opposite him was pretending to be a lady, but this was something that could not be faked.
Lin Yan could see what Song Yuha was thinking of him. She just wanted to whet the appetite of this rich second generation.
The steak in this Western restaurant tasted very good.
Lin Yan ate his meal quickly. Song Yuhua was perhaps a little reserved during the meal and did not communicate much. Lin Yan didn't care. The most important thing now was to eat enough so that he could be physically prepared for the upcoming battle with heavy gunfire. Well, we can have a deeper discussion later. Song Yuhua was eating Western food, but her thoughts were constantly wandering. Although I have eaten this kind of Western food before, I definitely wouldn't come here more than a few times a year. When it comes to couples in college breaking up in society, many people's girlfriends are stolen away by people in society. It's really because of time. It is impossible for a girl to waste her most youthful and beautiful time waiting for you. Those who have worked hard for many years and have some savings are undoubtedly the best choice. At this time, Song Yuhua was also facing such a choice. Song Yuhua looked at Lin Yan again. He looked so handsome even when eating Western food. A 90% appearance is enough to be willful. Song Yuhua made up her mind. I'm sorry, I already have the answer. After making the decision, Song Yuhua said to Lin Yan with a sweet smile, Dear, shall we go shopping later? Lin Yan looked up at Song Yuhua in surprise, guessing that this girl must have figured it out. Lin Yan disdains to force others to do anything. He has both beauty and money. Do you still need to force girls to clap? Lin Yan chuckled and said, Okay, you girls just love shopping, you can choose later. It was the same when I clapped hands with my Jiang Qingying before. She had to go shopping before she was willing to clap hands with me. It seems that shopping can convince them that their relationship with Lin Yan might not be just a one-night stand? Well, in Lin Yan's eyes, it was indeed no different from just one night. It's not all clapping. Rich men are generally lustful, but this may be a bit absolute. But basically, maybe 80% of the time it's like this. Being lustful doesn't mean you don't love your family. There are plenty of men who have lovers outside but are good to their families. But if you earn so much money but don't enjoy these young girls, your life is really wasted. So being lustful does not mean not loving your family. Well, Lin Yan shamelessly found a good excuse for himself, didn't he? Chapter 83, White Lies. Daily life of Xin Cheng and Lin Yan. At 5:35 p.m., Lin Yan's flight landed safely at Zhengnan International Airport. At the domestic flight arrival exit, Xin Cheng was wearing a thick down jacket this time. She waved excitedly when she saw Lin Yan. Husband. Here. Xin Cheng greeted excitedly. My wife is too excited, right? To be honest, he and Xin Cheng have only been separated for half a month. When Lin Yan walked over, Xin Cheng threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly, buried her head in his chest, and whispered, Hubby, I miss you so much. I miss you as well. Lin Yan hugged Xin Cheng. Passengers passing by looked at the two of them curiously, which made Xin Cheng feel a little embarrassed. Lin Yan took Xin Cheng's hand and walked towards the underground parking garage. As usual, Xin Cheng let Lin Yan drive. Honey, have you had dinner? Xin Cheng asked. Lin Yan responded in the negative, not yet. He then teased, could it be that you have already eaten it? In fact, Lin Yan knew that Xin Cheng must not have had dinner and must be waiting for him. This is true. I don't have any either. I'm waiting for my husband to come back for dinner. Xin Cheng responded, by the way, husband, I found a delicious fish in grocery shop. Huh? Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. Honey, you mentioned before that you like fish roe, so I looked for it and finally found a fish shop that sells fish roe, and it tastes really good. Xin Cheng explained. Is this, by the way? I'm afraid not. Because Xin Cheng's words are contradictory. On one hand he said by the way, and on the other hand he said finally found it. This means he has exposed himself, okay? Lin Yan was secretly moved. She always expressed her love for Lin Yan inadvertently, and her attitude was very humble. Where? Lin Yan asked, let's go eat today. Xin Cheng set up the navigation on her phone and then projected it onto the central control screen of the Mercedes-Benz GLC AMG 63. She responded, it's actually in the North District, but it's a bit remote. It's in a fish restaurant near the Bamboo Sea. They serve fish hot pot. Lin Yan followed the navigation and finally arrived at Zhuhai Fish Restaurant after nearly an hour. There are already quite a few private cars parked outside Zhuhai Fish Restaurant. It seems that the cooking skills of this restaurant are good. Although the location is relatively remote, it does not lack customers. After getting off the car, Xin Cheng took the initiative to pull Lin Yan into the fish restaurant. She called out, Boss, give me a fish hot pot and some extra fish balls. Fish roe is called fish balls in Jiangnan. The proprietress obviously still remembered Xinqing. She politely responded, "So it's you." "Yeah, my husband likes fish awful, so come over and try it." While Xinqing was speaking, she also observed Lin Yan's attitude. Seeing that Lin Yan had no intention of refutation, she felt a little relieved. Lin Yan actually noticed Xinqing's actions, but he pretended not to notice. What else could he do except sigh inwardly? "All I can say is treat Xinqing well. You must not let her down." Xinqing familiarly pulled Lin Yan to a seat by the window, outside of which was a clear river. After they sat down, Xinqing began to introduce them. "All the fish in this Zhuhai fish restaurant will be fed in that ditch for more than a month." Xinqing pointed to the ditch outside the window. "P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support." Chapter 84, Find a Tutor for Extra Lessons. Lin Yan always accompanies his girlfriends shopping. It is true that there are fewer shopping malls nowadays. After all, the income level of 10 years ago is here. Here you can probably survive with an income of 2,000 to 3,000 a month. In comparison, department stores are probably the first choice for wealthy people to shop. Maybe women are really born to love shopping, and Song Yuhua is no exception. With Lin Yan as a super ATM, he could do whatever he wanted. Fortunately, Lin Yan parked his car in the parking lot downstairs of the department store. In the middle, Song Yuhua bought a lot of things, and Lin Yan even went downstairs to put them in the car. The BMW 7 Series has quite a lot of space, so it is easy to fit these shopping bags. Song Yuhua smiled and kissed Lin Yan. "Dear, can you accompany me for a while?" Since the girl said so, Lin Yan responded with a smile, "Don't worry, buy whatever you want." After spending the whole morning and most of the afternoon, Lin Yan was almost exhausted. Song Yuhua bought 3 or 4 pieces of clothes, pants, and shoes, and finally ended with an Apple mobile phone. Of course, all this also cost Lin Yan almost more than 100,000 yuan. Although the unit price is cheap, the quantity is large. Contented, Song Yuhua hugged Lin Yan's arm. "How about we have some dinner tonight and then go directly to where you want to go, dear?" Lin Yan's tired expression faded away, and he pulled Song Yuhua and headed straight to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. "Why eat out? Just go to a 5-star hotel and have the hotel deliver food to your room." "That would be perfect." The department store and Grand Hyatt Hotel are very close, and if there is no traffic jam, it may only take 3 minutes to get there. Of course, it's the speed of driving. After parking the car in the hotel's underground garage, Lin Yan and Song Yuhua went inside carrying a few pieces of clothes. "I used my ID card to book a suite, which cost only 8,000 yuan a night. In fact, not every 5-star hotel costs tens of thousands of yuan a night. Most of them are priced around 8 or 9,000 yuan. Lin Yan was almost impatient to get in the elevator. The whole day had whetted his appetite. Next, Lin Yan was like a general in ancient times fighting on the battlefield, killing the enemy and making them flee in disarray. The spring night tent is warm, and the river crabs are too scary. Another plum blossom was won by Lin Yan. Afterwards, Lin Yan was of course a generous man who never let the woman he was with down. Originally, he wanted to transfer 20,000 yuan to Song Yuhua, but what Lin Yan found interesting was that Song Yuhua put forward a condition. "With 30,000 yuan a month, I can be his girlfriend, and I just need to rent a house for her." Song Yuhua is very smart, and in this way she established a long-term relationship with Lin Yan. This also made Lin Yan feel a little emotional. Is it like this now? Song Yuhua's thoughts were very simple. She was not the kind of girl who didn't love herself and would only be with Lin Yan for her entire life. Lin Yan did not refuse such a request. Why would he refuse? 30,000 a month, only 400,000 a year. It can make a young girl willingly give everything for you. Wow, that's worth it. Okay, I have a request. Cut off all your contact with your male friends from college. If you behave well, I'll buy you a BMW and drive it around Jiangnan. When she heard about the BMW, Song Yuhua became even more convinced that what she did was right. How many girls can earn 30,000 yuan a month right after graduation and drive a BMW worth millions? It is absolutely impossible to have more than a few of them. Only a few beautiful, wealthy women from wealthy families can do it. Song Yuhua quickly hugged Lin Yan's arm. "Don't worry, I promise that I will only love you from now on." Nodding with satisfaction, money. His charm was so great that Lin Yan easily won over such a young girl. Song Yuhua lay in Lin Yan's arms with some satisfaction,
looking at Lin Yan's handsome face and superb knowledge and ability, which made her almost helpless. Coupled with Lin Yan's generosity towards her, Song Yue is now even more satisfied with her decision. After resting in the hotel until night, Lin Yan drove her home in a BMW, to a very ordinary community. Song Yue gave him a sweet kiss before getting out of the car and going home. After watching Lin Yan's BMW go away, he turned back to look at the somewhat old apartment building. Song Yue took out her cell phone and looked at the transfer record of Lin Yan to her. Seeing Lin Yan directly transfer 50,000 yuan to him, 30,000 was his normal pocket money, and the other 20,000 was a reward for his outstanding performance today. She put the phone into her bag, which was a black bag worth more than 20,000 yuan that Lin Yan bought for herself today. The kind of bag that I can only look at from afar and don't even dare to try. I have several bags like this now. Of course, they were all in Lin Yan's BMW. Song Yue didn't want her parents to see these, for fear that her parents would know that she was Lin Yan's girlfriend. Song Yue walked up to room 402 along the bumpy stairs under the dim light. I took out the key, opened the door and found that my parents were at home, and the couple was watching TV at home. The house is not big, only about 50 square meters. It was the employee housing allocated to Song's father by his unit in the early years. When Song's mother saw her precious daughter coming back, she quickly stood up and said, "Yue, why did you come back so late today? Your father and I were a little worried about you. He even refused to sleep because he had to see you back." Seeing that her parents were already in their 50s and still waiting for her to come home, Song Yue hugged her mother with some heartache. Song's mother was a little surprised at what happened to her daughter and asked, "Yue, what's wrong? What wronged you?" Hugging her mother, Song Yue said with some shame, "Mom, I was ignorant before. I'm looking for a job this time. I'm a secretary for the boss of a Jiangnan internet company. The boss is from Jiangnan, and I'm responsible for helping him manage some of his businesses there. I'm making 30,000 yuan a month now. And the boss said that if I perform well in the future, he'll give me a raise." This is also what Song Yue lied to her parents. She couldn't say that she was being raised, right? Song's father was also very happy. "Yue, you have to work hard. This salary of 30,000 is quite high in Jiangnan." After all, in Song's father's mind, it must be his precious daughter's college diploma that played a role. Seeing her mother's pleased expression, Song Yue understood a little bit. Maybe life is not just about one's own happiness, the happiness of parents is also very important. "Mom, I'm going to transfer 50,000 yuan to you. This is what the company gave me." Song Yue smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. What signing fee was it? It was just the cost of being supported by Lin Yan. Use 50,000 yuan to improve your family's living conditions. After all, your parents are just ordinary civil servants. My monthly salary only adds up to 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, and it was quite tight to pay for my own schooling. The next day, after parting with Song Yue, Lin Yan went back to the villa to sleep. After all, it was not good to do it too many times a day. After waking up, Lin Yan checked his phone and found a message from his counselor saying that he was sorry for not being able to watch his performance that day due to something at home. Then he praised the song he sang. "It's so early now, you can go and have some fun with the beautiful counselor." Lin Yan muttered to himself, with an unspeakable light flashing in his eyes. When going downstairs, Lin Yan called the beautiful counselor. "Counselor, are you free this morning?" "Yes, I just got up and am going for a morning run. By the way, what do you want to see me about so early in the morning?" "It's very important," Lin Yan said. "Then come to the playground next to the teacher's dormitory. I'll wait for you there." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan started the car and drove straight to the teacher's dormitory. When he arrived at the place, Lin Yan saw Gu Wanqing looking around at the edge of the playground, obviously waiting for him. However, what surprised Lin Yan was that there was a man standing next to her. That man was Gong Fan, Gu Wanqing's lickspittle pursuer. When the white BMW sedan stopped in front of the two of them, they still didn't notice Lin Yan inside. At this time, Gong Fan was complaining about something. "Wanqing, you could have just said you didn't have time. Why did you ask Lin Yan to come over?" Gong Fan was so angry that he finally got up early and went jogging with Gu Wanqing, preparing to have some romantic time together. Maybe under this situation, I can break the limit and hold Gu Wanqing's hand. But who knew that Lin Yan would show up halfway, disrupting his plan and asking him to wait here with him? At this moment, he cursed in his heart, "It's Lin Yan again, you little bastard. I haven't settled the score with you for last time.
Are you not done yet? Lin Yan is a pretty good student. He even treated me to a Western meal last time. It would be rude to refuse directly. Gu Wanqing shook her head. She was a traditional and chaste woman, and she did not hide the fact that she ate Western food from Gong Fan. This made Gong Fan jealous for a long time and he almost died of anger. Not bad, he obviously has ulterior motives towards you, Are you talking about me? Without giving Gong Fan another chance to discredit him, Lin Yan opened the car door and got out directly, smiling faintly. The two people who were wondering which big shot this car belonged to opened their mouths wide in shock. After a long while, Gu Wanqing asked in surprise, Lin Yan, is this car yours? Yeah, I just mentioned it a few days ago. Lin Yan replied with a smile. I heard a rumor last time that a student drove a BMW worth millions to school. It turns out this car is really yours. Gu Wanqing heard the rumor yesterday. She was a little skeptical at the time whether the car belonged to Lin Yan. After all, this guy had opened a company. Unexpectedly, she guessed right. I don't think so. How can you, a person from the countryside, afford such a large sum of money to buy a car worth millions? You didn't borrow this car, did you? After recovering from the shock, Gong Fan felt extremely jealous and began to make malicious speculations. Gong Fan, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yan made a lot of money from investing some time ago. I believe he bought this car. Gu Wanqing first gave Lin Yan an apologetic look, then looked at Gong Fan with dissatisfaction. Gong Fan also knew that Gu Wanqing hated petty people the most, so he didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore, but he didn't agree in his heart. I was wondering how this guy could be so rich, treating me to Western food and owning a luxury car. Turns out he got lucky with his investments. But after all, he's still just a country bumpkin. Gong Fan thought to himself, and curled his lips in disdain. This is a typical case of idiotic arrogance, just like the old residents of Magic City. No matter how rich you are, as long as you are not a Magic City resident, in their eyes, you are no different from a bumpkin. Lin Yan naturally saw the contempt in Gong Fan's eyes, but he just smiled. Gu Wanqing hasn't completed her conquest yet, so it's unwise to conflict with Gong Fan, so let him act recklessly. After all, this kind of recklessness will ruin Gu Wanqing's good impression, which Lin Yan is happy to see. After he has truly conquered Gu Wanqing, that will be the time for him to take action against Gong Fan. By then, he will have plenty of ways to make his life a living hell. By the way, Lin Yan, didn't you say you had something urgent to talk to me about? What is it? Gu Wanqing remembered something and asked worriedly. After spending some time together, she had already regarded Lin Yan as a friend, so she was a little worried that something might happen to Lin Yan. Gong Fan on the side sneered in his heart, it would be best if something happens, and it would be even better if this kid goes bankrupt. Well, I feel like my English grades have dropped recently, so I'd like a tutor to help me with some one-on-one tutoring. Lin Yan glanced at the stupid Gong Fan, then said with a smile. Puff. When Gong Fan heard this, he almost vomited blood. Is this what you call an urgent matter? You even asked Gu Wanqing to give you one-on-one tutoring. Can you dare to be more obvious about your evil intentions? Puff. Gu Wanqing also covered her mouth and laughed. Are you always so talkative when you talk to others? You're just tutoring, but you said you had something urgent to do, and you made me worry about you for a long time. Gu Wanqing said coquettishly. When Gong Fan heard Gu Wanqing say that she was worried about Lin Yan, his face began to turn green. I'm just worried that the counselor won't agree. After all, this takes up your rest time. Lin Yan shrugged and said. Is that the kind of person I am in your eyes? Helping you improve your English is what a teacher should do, not to mention we're still friends. Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Yan with an angry look, as if blaming him for making their relationship estranged. So the counselor agreed? Lin Yan asked with a smile. What do you think? Gu Wanqing curled her lips. Gong Fan. This time it wasn't just his face that turned green, he felt like even the top of his head was turning green. The conversation between the two was too ambiguous. If he didn't know Gu Wanqing's character well, he would definitely think that he was being cheated on. No, we can't let this kid get close to Wanqing again. Thinking about it, Gong Fan said with a cold face, as for English, I will help you with your lessons. Your counselor has been feeling unwell recently, so let her have a good rest. Gu Wanqing was unhappy when she heard Gong Fan say this. You teach math, why are you joining in the fun? It's settled. After breakfast, I'll go to the office to tutor Lin Yan. Gu Wanqing said decisively.
Although she is a traditional woman, it does not mean that she has no opinions. At least Gong Fan did not give her the right to make decisions.
It just so happens that I didn't have breakfast either. To express my gratitude to the counselor, I'll treat you to breakfast. The plan succeeded, Lin Yan said with a smile. Is it possible that a salesperson's English was not good in a previous life? He deliberately owed Gu Wanqing a favor and invited her to dinner. Otherwise, given Gu Wanqing's personality, inviting her to dinner every day for no reason would definitely arouse suspicion. Okay, teacher, I'll use my break time to help you with your lessons. I'll have to ask you to buy breakfast. Sure enough, Gu Wanqing agreed without any resistance.
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 85, Embarrassing.
Then please ask the counselor to get in the car.
Lin Yan opened the passenger door very gentlemanly. Young man, you have good taste. You will definitely be liked by girls in the future. Gu Wanqing nodded with satisfaction.
After getting familiar with Lin Yan, she also started to joke around, which was a good sign. From beginning to end, Lin Yan ignored Gong Fan. He sat in the driver's seat, closed the door and prepared to start the car.
Gong Fan was confused. Why did he leave? What should he do?
He quickly ran to the passenger seat and banged on the window. Gu Wanqing was so engrossed in chatting with Lin Yan that she had forgotten about Gong Fan. Seeing that he hadn't gotten in the car yet, she said to Lin Yan embarrassedly, Teacher Gong hasn't had breakfast either.
Let's take him along.
Lin Yan ignored Gong Fan's intention to leave and felt a little regretful that he didn't take the opportunity to get rid of this idiot. However, he also knew that abandoning Gong Fan was a bit unrealistic, and it was very likely that Gu Wanqing would not go.
Get in the car.
Lin Yan unlocked the car door, and Gong Fan quickly opened the door and sat in the back. Speaking of which, Gong Fan is actually the one who feels the most aggrieved.
Why was his girlfriend sitting in the front chatting and laughing with Lin Yan, while he was sitting in the back like an idiot? But this car is really nice. I want to buy one someday.
Gong Fan was like a country bumpkin, stealthily touching the leather chair, and this scene was clearly seen by Lin Yan's rearview mirror. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yan parked the car in front of a Hong Kong-style dim sum shop. There was a special parking doorman in front of the door.
When he saw Lin Yan's BMW coming, he quickly stepped forward to direct the car to park.
After getting off the car, Gu Wanqing looked at the store in confusion, because she had never been here before, but the smell coming from inside was indeed very fragrant. Before she even went in, her appetite was aroused.
Let's go.
Looking at Gu Wanqing's cute look as she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, Lin Yan smiled.
Foodies are different. They are tempted by delicious food as soon as they arrive.
Unlike Gong Fan, a country bumpkin, who was stunned by the sight of all the luxury cars.
How many gentlemen? As soon as you enter the door, a waiter will come forward to greet you. 2. Lin Yan said lightly.
2? The waiter was confused, he clearly saw 3 people.
Then 3 will do.
This gentleman will pay for it himself. Lin Yan pointed at Gong Fan and said. He only said that he would treat Gu Wanqing to breakfast, but he didn't say that he would also treat Gong Fan.
Gong Fan. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Gu Wanqing was too embarrassed to say anything.
Gong Fan has always been targeting Lin Yan, so asking him to treat Gong Fan to a meal would be a bit too much. In this way, 3 strange guests gathered at the same table.
Liangxiangju.
A Chinese and Western-style dim sum restaurant famous internationally, with an average consumption of 2,000 yuan per person. Not only does this place retain the essence of traditional Chinese cuisine, but it also incorporates elements of Western dim sum. Every dim sum and morning tea is delicious and cute, and can definitely make girls' hearts burst. When she saw the colorful snacks on the menu, Gu Wanqing was completely conquered.
Wow, what a cute snack.
Gu Wanqing looked at the dim sum on the menu and exclaimed in surprise with her girlish heart bursting out.
Just order whatever you like. I'm sure the counselors won't be disappointed with the taste of these snacks.
Looking at Gu Wanqing's appearance, Lin Yan knew that he had come to the right place. In his previous life, Lin Yan was a foodie and had eaten at almost all the famous places in China, and he knew Jiangnan City very well. This Chinese and Western restaurant is the one that he remembers as having very good food. Of course, the price is also very expensive and not affordable for most people.
These snacks look delicious. I won't hesitate. After encountering the delicious food, Gu Wanqing seemed like a completely different person.
She completely lost her usual intelligence and elegance. She didn't even look at the prices on the menu and started to order excitedly. This, and this. Gu Wanqing ordered all the snacks she liked. If she wasn't afraid of not being able to finish them all, she would even want to try them all. Don't blame her for being greedy, these snacks are just too cute. Have you ever seen a purple ball that makes a vomiting expression and spits out milkshake when you press it? Have you ever seen the piggy jelly that wiggles around when you spank it with a spoon? Have you ever seen the little pumpkin treats wrapped in gold foil? These dim sums, which became popular in China around 2015, are all available in this restaurant, which is totally worth the high price on the menu. Unlike regular meals, morning tea is served ready-made. Soon, the dim sum ordered by Gu Wanqing filled the table. She watched them one by one for a while, and then she reluctantly started to move. Although you are indeed very cute, I couldn't help but eat you. Please forgive me. Gu Wanqing said with a pout. Ha ha. Seeing Gu Wanqing's lovely side, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. This was 10 years ago. If it were back then when selfie phones with tens of millions of pixels were common, he believed that Gu Wanqing would definitely take hundreds of photos of these delicacies and post them on WeChat Moments. So chewy. So smooth. It melts in your mouth. It turns out there are really delicious foods in this world that are both beautiful and delicious. Gu Wanqing praised while eating. Seeing Gu Wanqing eating snacks in small bites, Lin Yan's appetite also came. The saying beauty is a feast for the eyes is just like this. Just watching a beautiful woman eat can whet your appetite. But Gong Fan didn't have this blessing, and he was in a dilemma at the moment. Oyster omelette, 560 per portion. Tea buns, 620 each. Gold foil pumpkin, 980 per piece. Pig chocolate jelly, 870 per serving. Every kind of snack was priced sky high, making Gong Fan feel so poor. He is a formal faculty member of Jiangnan University, with a monthly salary of about 5,000 yuan. He was originally proud that his salary beat 90% of the people in Jiangnan City, but after seeing these snacks, he found that he was actually no different from those 90% of people. Phew, I'm so full. Gu Wanqing exhaled a breath of fragrance with satisfaction, and Lin Yan, who was sitting opposite her, could just smell it. A beauty is not only beautiful, but her breath is also fragrant and pleasant, with the flavor of snacks. I have to say that Gu Wanqing is really a foodie. She ordered more than 10 snacks for breakfast, but Lin Yan only ate a small portion, and most of it was eaten by Gu Wanqing alone. When Gu Wanqing recovered from being too full, she found Gong Fan still in a daze. Teacher Gong, why don't you order breakfast? Gu Wanqing was so busy ordering that she didn't notice the price, thinking a serving of dim sum would only cost a dozen yuan at most. He. Gong Fan smiled awkwardly, then said, I've been losing weight recently, so I'm not very hungry. I'll just watch you eat. Despite saying this, Gong Fan cursed in his heart, you think I don't want to eat, but I can't bear it. Hearing Gong Fan say this, Gu Wanqing believed it without thinking much and didn't ask any more questions. Counselor, have you finished eating? Lin Yan did not expose Gong Fan. After all, Gu Wanqing would be able to see it herself later. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 86, On the Eve of Breakup. I'm full. Gu Wanqing nodded, then smiled at Lin Yan and said, Lin Yan, thank you for bringing me here for such a delicious breakfast. I'll remember this place and come back next time. Do it yourself? Ha ha. Hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Yan coquettishly, not understanding what was so funny about her words. No, now that you're done eating, let's pay and go back to school. Lin Yan suppressed his laughter and called the waiter over. Sir, the total is 11,368. I'll give you a 10% discount, so I'll charge you 10,000. The waiter said with a smile. Swipe the card. Lin Yan nodded and took out a golden card. Gong Fan on the side was stunned. Does this kid usually carry so much money when he goes out? And why is the color of his bank card golden? Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit us next time. The waiter bowed, thanked him, and left. Gulp. At this moment, a cute sound of swallowing saliva reached Lin Yan's ears. He turned his head and saw Gu Wanqing staring at him blankly. What's wrong? Lin Yan asked knowingly. This breakfast cost 11,000?
Gu Wanqing asked with some disbelief. No, isn't this a 10% discount? It's only 10,000. Lin Yan smiled. Does it make any difference? Gu Wanqing was going crazy. Is there? Lin Yan shrugged. Wait a minute, let me check the menu. Gu Wanqing finally realized that she seemed to have missed something. Oyster omelette, 560 per portion. Tizai milk bun, 620 per piece. Gold foil pumpkin, 980 per piece. Pig chocolate jelly, 870 per serving. The more she looked, the wider Gu Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened. What's the price? Is she eating gold? By the way, Gong Fan. Gu Wanqing suddenly remembered that Gong Fan said he was not hungry. She suddenly realized that not being hungry was a lie, and the real truth was that he couldn't afford to eat, right? Gu Gu. As luck would have it, Gong Fan's stomach rumbled. Seeing Gu Wanqing's surprised look, Gong Fan's old face turned red instantly, and he wished he could find a place to hide. Like Gong Fan, Gu Wanqing's cheeks also blushed with embarrassment. She remembered what she had just said to Lin Yan, I'll remember this restaurant and come here to eat by myself next time. Then Lin Yan laughed. At that time, she was still wondering what Lin Yan was laughing at. Wasn't he just laughing at her bragging? Lin Yan, were you laughing at me just now? Gu Wanqing stared at Lin Yan in anger and embarrassment. No. How could Lin Yan admit it? You have it, you have it. Gu Wanqing was so angry that she stood up and punched Lin Yan. Lin Yan was not used to beating women. Although it didn't hurt, he couldn't indulge them, so Lin Yan simply grabbed Gu Wanqing's pair of white jade hands. The little hand was smooth, delicate, and boneless, and Lin Yan couldn't help but pinch it a few times. Feeling her hands being held by a pair of strong hands, Gu Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then quickly struggled free. It's getting late. I'll take you back to school for extra lessons. Gu Wanqing's face was a little red, and I didn't know if she was angry. Gong Fan, however, looked at the scene with a grim expression and clenched fists. Gu Wanqing, appearance 96, favorability 70, weakness, loves food. Targeting this weakness, 100% strategy. Looking at the message above Gu Wanqing's head, Lin Yan felt that he was not far from conquering Gu Wanqing. Judging from Qin Yan's last experience, he can use the weakness of food to increase his favorability by another 20. When it reaches 90, he will do something to Gong Fan. How can we make Gong Fan and Gu Wanqing break up? Lin Yan was thinking while driving. After all, Gu Wanqing and Gong Fan were brought together by their two families. Although the former did not like the latter, they were still boyfriend and girlfriend on the surface. After returning to school, Gu Wanqing really took Lin Yan to the office to tutor him. Gong Fan was worried about Lin Yan, so he followed him to the office even though he was on vacation. He sat there and stared at Lin Yan like a criminal. As long as he saw Lin Yan doing anything wrong, he would be ready to lose his temper and would never give this kid any chance to take advantage of the situation. But Lin Yan is not a fool. He couldn't help but pinch Gu Wanqing's hand just now, which made her feel a little resentful. Now Lin Yan will never make such a mistake again. After all, if he tried to conquer a traditional and chaste woman like Gu Wanqing, one wrong step would lead to many more, and he didn't want to give up all his efforts. At noon, Lin Yan said goodbye. A few days ago, he and Zhang Ruoshi agreed to buy her a laptop, and Gong Fan has been acting as a third wheel here, so there is no point for Lin Yan to stay any longer. After Lin Yan left, Gong Fan finally couldn't help it. Wanqing, did you see that? That kid just now deliberately took advantage of you. Gong Fan said angrily. Lin Yan didn't mean it, he was just joking. Gu Wanqing shook her head. Why don't you believe what I said? Are you really going to get involved with Lin Yan just for those few meals? Gong Fan spoke without thinking. Gong Fan, watch your tone. I haven't hidden anything from you. I've told you every time we have a meal together. This time, I even asked Lin Yan to take you along. Gu Wanqing's expression turned cold. She used to think Gong Fan was a good guy. Although their family arranged the match, he was at least a reliable man. But since he met Lin Yan, he has become more and more suspicious, even petty. This is not the Gong Fan that Gu Wanqing knows. If you think I'm the kind of person who would betray you for a few meals, let's cancel the agreement with both sets of parents. Gu Wanqing said disappointedly. She had originally thought that she would no longer go out to eat with Lin Yan, because she also found that she had some strange feelings towards Lin Yan. She is a traditional woman and would not do anything unfaithful unless someone betrays her first.
But before telling Gong Fan about this decision, he said such hurtful words.
Gu Wanqing's stubbornness came out. Since she didn't cheat, why couldn't she go out to eat with Lin Yan? Can't women have male friends?
Besides, Lin Yan has always been respectful to her and well-behaved, so she doesn't hate Lin Yan.
Don't. Wanqing, I was wrong. I just spoke nonsense again. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'm wrong, okay?
When Gong Fan heard Gu Wanqing say she wanted to cancel the reservation, he panicked and immediately apologized to her sincerely.
This is the last time. For the sake of my uncle and aunt, I will let it go.
If you continue to say such disrespectful words to me next time, I will not give you another chance. After saying this, Gu Wanqing turned and left.
Lin Yan. After Gu Wanqing left, Gong Fan's original sincere expression disappeared, and his face became frighteningly gloomy.
He thought about it, then took out his cell phone and dialed a long-forgotten number. It was a gangster he met when he was still in school.
Brother Leopard, long time no see. Brother Gong Fan, do you have any business to take care of again? That's right, I want you to help me get a student named Lin Yan. Has another student offended you?
The usual price, $5,000 for each arm and leg, and other items are negotiable.
$10,000 for an arm and a leg.
I'll put the money on your card later, but I want you to do it tonight.
Ha, Brother Gong Fan is so generous. Leave this matter to me. Hey. After hanging up the phone, Gong Fan smiled sinisterly.
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 87, What Happened Tonight?
Lin Yan didn't know that Gong Fan had hired someone to take action against him. At this time, he was driving Zhang Ruoshi and Qin Yan to the computer city.
Husband, why did you suddenly want to buy us a laptop? Qin Yan asked in confusion.
When Zhang Ruoshi told her that Lin Yan was going to buy laptops for the two of them, she was both happy and a little confused.
A laptop that costs 10,000 yuan is not cheap.
It would be fine if he bought it for his girlfriend, but why did he buy it for Zhang Ruoshi as well?
She couldn't help but start to doubt their relationship. I'm worried you'll be bored in the dorm.
If you have a laptop, you can use your free time to study, play games, and watch movies.
Isn't that great?
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Then why did you buy it for Ruoshi too?
She's not your girlfriend.
Qin Yan was indeed jealous.
She asked Zhang Ruoshi, but Zhang Ruoshi said that Lin Yan bought it for her on his own initiative and she didn't know the reason. Zhang Ruoshi is such a calculating girl, she put all the blame on Lin Yan.
Fortunately, Lin Yan was well prepared. Computer games are only fun when played with two people.
If you both have computers, you can connect to the internet and play multiplayer games.
If you play alone, you'll definitely get bored after a while. I'm thinking of everything for you, and you're still jealous.
Lin Yan pinched Qin Yan's nose and said with a smile. Qin Yan was so naive that she was even a little touched by Lin Yan's trick. She whispered, I'm sorry, honey.
You care so much about me, but I still doubted you. Just know that I'm thinking about you. If you feel guilty, you can think about what I told you tonight.
Lin Yan didn't care that Zhang Ruoshi was present at all and started talking dirty. As he thought about it, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth gradually curved into an evil arc while he was driving.
Bah, bad rascal.
The two girls blushed and said coquettishly at the same time.
Jiangnan Computer City.
When Lin Yan brought the two women here, two people were waiting there.
Boss.
When Wang Hu and his confidant Xiaoli saw Lin Yan's BMW approaching, they hurried forward to open the door for Lin Yan and the two women. Wang Hu was stunned when he saw another beauty coming down after Qin Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he called out cautiously, "Hello, sisters-in-law." Seeing this, Xiaoli quickly followed suit and shouted, "Hello, sisters-in-law." Hearing the words "hello, sisters-in-law," Zhang Ruoshi felt like her soul was floating away. Sitting in a luxury car, someone opened the door when she got out, and a younger brother in a suit called her sister-in-law.
This scene that only happened on TV actually happened to her. So happy. What a happy feeling. No, I can't wait any longer. I must be Lin Yan's girlfriend. I want to be a proper sister-in-law.
Zhang Ruoshi screamed in her heart.
What are you yelling about?
She's my best friend, not my sister-in-law.
Zhang Ruoshi was feeling proud, but Qin Yan was extremely angry.
She glared at Wang Hu and Xiaoli angrily.
Forehead.
Wang Hu and Xiaoli looked embarrassed.
Isn't this beauty my sister-in-law? I thought she didn't deny it. Sorry, we called the wrong name.
In the end, the two unlucky guys could only apologize. After all, they couldn't afford to offend their boss's girlfriend.
Wang Hu, how is the matter I asked you to do? Lin Yan would not bother with these trivial matters and let the two women coordinate on their own. He asked directly about the business. Wang Hu's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, "We've already found the 10 trucks.
They're all padded with foam, so there's absolutely no problem."
What about the computer? Lin Yan asked again. I used to have connections at the computer mall.
Because the boss wanted a large quantity, he gave me the best price of 3,000 yuan for a computer that originally cost 5,000 yuan.
As Wang Hu spoke, he was also full of admiration for Lin Yan. The boss bought 2,000 computers without blinking an eye.
It was a huge sum of 6 million yuan.
Where is Boss Li? Take me to see him and take a look at the goods. Lin Yan said directly. He's in there. I'll take the boss there now. Wang Hu nodded and led the way.
Jiangnan Computer City is the largest computer city in the entire central China region.
It is divided into 5 floors, integrating retail and wholesale.
It is called a computer city, but in fact it sells everything from watches and mobile phones to computers.
It is a very busy and bustling electrical appliance shopping mall. The boss Li that Wang Hu mentioned is one of the businessmen in the computer mall.
He has a store on the first floor, which has the largest traffic, and also has a large warehouse nearby.
He is considered a very powerful boss. In a 3-entry store on the first floor, Lin Yan was inspecting the goods.
On the table is a newly opened desktop computer that has been assembled, and various interfaces are displayed on the fluorescent screen.
How do you feel, Boss Lin? After a while, Boss Li asked cautiously.
2,000 computers, this is the largest order he has ever negotiated since he started his business.
He doesn't want to give up halfway because of problems with the exhibits, otherwise he will definitely cry to death. Yeah, no problem. It's more than enough to be used as an internet cafe machine. Lin Yan nodded.
Although it only had one memory stick and the built-in memory was only 256 megabytes, which was scary small, it was indeed the best computer at the time.
Boss Lin, are you saying that the contract for 2,000 computers can be signed? Boss Li said excitedly. Yes, that's what I mean. Lin Yan smiled and nodded, feeling that Boss Li was quite interesting.
He looked so emotional and his emotions were clearly visible on his face, and it was unclear how he had managed to make his business so big.
Boss Lin is so generous.
Boss Li was very excited when he heard Lin Yan's confirmation.
The big boss who drives a 5 million BMW is different from these small bosses.
He is very powerful, so it is no wonder that a tough guy like Wang Hu was willing to follow him.
Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore.
After completing this deal, he can exchange his 300,000 yuan Toyota Crown for a 700,000 yuan BMW. Now that the contract has been negotiated and signed, the computers can be loaded onto the truck immediately. However, the warehouse where Boss Li stores the goods is not here, but opposite the computer city, so someone needs to go with him.
Is Boss Lin going to the warehouse in person or something? Boss Li asked Lin Yan for his opinion. I'm going to go shopping at the computer mall. Wang Hu, Xiaoli, you guys go over and take a look. Lin Yan said lightly. Got it, boss.
The two nodded and followed the people from Boss Li's store to the warehouse. After Wang Hu left, Lin Yan stood up. Because he promised to buy laptops for the two girls, Lin Yan planned to go to other shops on the first floor to have a look.
Boss Lin, wait a minute. At this moment, Boss Li called Lin Yan. Boss Li, what else do you want? Lin Yan stopped and looked at Boss Li with a smile. Do you look like you need to buy anything else? Boss Li asked carefully.
Buying laptops for the two girls wasn't a big deal, so Lin Yan said directly, well, I'm going to buy 2 laptops for my girlfriends. When Zhang Ruoshi heard Lin Yan say that he wanted to buy 2 laptops for his girlfriend, she felt proud. Xin Yan pouted and was jealous, but because Lin Yan was discussing business, she didn't dare to act like a spoiled brat. P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 88, Shenzhou. Notebook? Boss Lin, why should you tell me earlier? I have one in my shop. Why would I need to go somewhere else? When Boss Li heard Lin Yan asked for a notebook, he spoke enthusiastically in a loud voice.
After that, he instructed the people in the store, go and bring over the Dell, Hongji, Asus, and HP laptops. After giving his instructions to the employees, he said to Lin Yan, Boss Lin, these brands of laptops are all good. You can take a look. Lin Yan nodded and said, Dell and HP are both established American brands. Asus Hongji is a new brand from China's Treasure Island. They have basically divided up the global notebook market. Their quality is indeed good. Boss Lin is a connoisseur. He knows these brands so well even though he's not in our industry. Hearing that Lin Yan knew these brands very well, Boss Li said in amazement. Understanding comes from regret. Lin Yan shook his head and said lightly. Pity? Boss Li didn't quite understand what Lin Yan meant. Many of these brands belong to the United States, but we in China basically have no cutting-edge IT brands of our own. This is a pity. If we can also have our own brands and let our brands go abroad, so that people in the United States, Russia, and Europe can use our brands, perhaps then I will no longer have any regrets and may even feel relieved. Lin Yan smiled and said. Although he is not a patriot in the traditional sense, he does not want to hear others' first impression of China as a country of low-end manufacturing and copycats when he goes abroad. This is not a compliment, but an insult to an ancient country with a 5,000-year history and civilization. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Boss Li was obviously stunned. Merchants at that time were not as snobbish as they were in later generations. After hearing Lin Yan's words, the Chinese blood flowing in his body began to boil. Boss Lin is a man of great righteousness for saying this. If there is a laptop brand that dominates the world in the future, I believe it will be founded by Boss Lin. Boss Li gave a thumbs up and said sincerely. It's not easy to create a cutting-edge high-tech brand. Even if you have the funds, you don't have the technology. It's difficult. Lin Yan shook his head and said. The high-tech industry focuses most on technology. Today's technology patents are in the hands of Europeans, Americans, and Japanese. Even if your brand makes money, most of it will be sucked away by these vampires. Unless you develop new patents, you will be working for others for free. Sometimes Lin Yan thought that if he had traveled through time earlier, he wouldn't have to rack his brains to think about how to make money. He could just start a patent company like Qualcomm in the United States. He wouldn't have to produce or sell anything. He would just have to collect chip patent fees from giants like Apple, Huawei, Nokia, and Xiaomi. He could easily make hundreds of billions of dollars in net profit a year, and becoming the world's richest man would be a matter of minutes. Do you need some technical skills? If Mr. Lin wants to make notebooks, I can recommend a friend to you. Boss Li saw that Boss Lin was young but very ambitious. He thought he could recommend his friend and maybe make something good happen. Oh? You have friends who understand this? After hearing what Boss Li said, Lin Yan became interested. At this time, the conscience of the United States is not as awesome as it was in the 1920s. It would be fun if it could create a brand and take away his business. Well, my friend not only understands this, but also has very mature technology. He is a top graduate from MIT. After returning to China, he did not work, but instead devoted himself to laptop chips, even using all his savings on it. He is very similar to you, Mr. Lin. Both of them have national sentiments and hope that one day China will stand at the top of the world with its own high-tech brands. Boss Li admires Lin Yan and his friend very much. Unlike him, they are only interested in money. Even if he is given the technology, he would not have the courage to do it. Your friend is indeed an amazing person, but I'm curious, since he has mature technology, why doesn't he seek investment? Lin Yan was puzzled. With such mature technology, it should be easy to attract investment, right? Why did he get the chance? He. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Boss Li smiled bitterly and said, my friend is too stubborn. Dell, Hongji, Asus, and HP have all approached him, wanting to buy his technology, but he said he can buy the technology, but he has to name it after him, otherwise, no deal. Hearing this, Lin Yan became interested and asked, what name did your friend choose? Shenzhou. Boss Li mentioned a familiar name. Ha ha. Hearing this name, Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knows that Shenzhou is another name for China. It would be strange if an American brand would agree to change its name. Seeing Lin Yan smile, Boss Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sure enough, even Mr. Lin thought this idea was a bit silly. Give me your friend's phone number. I'll go talk to him when I have time. After laughing, Lin Yan said to Boss Li. Laptop computers are a big market. Not to mention the purchases by private enterprises and state-owned institutions, the demand on university campuses alone is astronomical.
Now I have used internet cafes to recruit people and set up shop in universities. This is an innate market advantage.
With this innate advantage, if I don't enter the notebook industry, it would be a waste of resources. As for the name Shenzhou, it is a problem for those foreign brands to acquire it, but it is not a problem at all for us. He originally wanted to take his brand abroad, and the name Shenzhou was the most appropriate and exactly what he wanted.
This is my friend's phone number.
I'm sure he'll be very happy to meet Mr. Lin.
Handing the note to Lin Yan, Boss Li said with a smile.
Having unexpectedly found a way to make money, Lin Yan was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Pick out the styles you like.
Any price is fine."
Laptops at that time were really not cheap, much more expensive than desktop computers, with the lowest price being 8 or 9,000, and 10 or 20,000 being common. If he was the poor Lin Yan from before, let alone buying 2 machines for 2 girls, he couldn't even afford a single part, let alone dating 2 girls.
This is the reality. Being handsome is secondary. Money is the most attractive thing. I don't want to buy it anymore. Xin Yan took Lin Yan's arm and shook her head. What's wrong? Lin Yan looked at Xin Yan in confusion. Wasn't it good just now? She was excitedly choosing, so why did she not want to buy it after just a moment? I think what my husband said just now makes a lot of sense, so I don't want to buy American brands anymore.
I want to wait until my husband's Shenzhou notebook comes out before I buy it. I want to support my husband.
Xin Yan looked at Lin Yan seriously.
P.S. Brothers who read this book on QQ Reading and Qidian, can you please cast a recommendation vote, because this is very important to the author. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 89, There are no stupid girls in the world.
Hearing Xin Yan's words, Lin Yan was stunned, and then his eyes gradually softened.
To be honest, Lin Yan is quite touched now. He has always regarded Xin Yan as a collection, or a trophy.
Although he always buys her things and says sweet words to her, those are all because of the man's pig's hoof and cannot be counted. But even so, Xin Yan has always loved me with all her heart, without any regrets.
She is a very simple girl, so simple that it makes people feel distressed. Should I change my ways? Not 100%, but at least give her a little bit of sincerity? Lin Yan thought silently.
Silly girl, if you want to support Shenzhou, wait until it comes out.
Isn't my BMW also a foreign car?
If you really wait for them to make their own cars before buying one, who knows how long it will take.
So don't worry, just buy whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
Lin Yan rubbed Xin Yan's head, and this time, there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
Husband! Xin Yan cried.
She has never been a stupid girl. Because of the trap set by Lin Yan, she gradually fell in love with this man. But she also knew that this man seemed to approach her only because of Li Jiwen, and he had no feelings for her at all. But even so, Xin Yan pretended not to know and just gave her wholeheartedly. She hoped that one day Lin Yan would be moved by her sincerity, and she would be satisfied even if he only had a little affection for her.
At this moment, she finally did it. No one is stupid.
The reason I have no regrets is probably because I truly love you. Looking at Xin Yan crying with joy, Lin Yan sighed in his heart.
Lin Yan, I don't want it anymore. I support you too.
Looking at the two people who were so affectionate, Zhang Ruoshi felt something was wrong, as if she wanted him, she would be a heartless and ungrateful person. Zhang Ruoshi glanced at the brand new laptop on the table reluctantly, then said aggrievely.
Ha ha. If Xin Yan said so, I believe it. Your eager expression is written all over your face. Can it be more obvious?
Lin Yan was amused by Zhang Ruoshi's aggrieved look and teased her mercilessly.
Lin Yan.
Zhang Ruoshi stamped her feet and said coquettishly.
Puff. Seeing this funny scene, Xin Yan was also amused and burst into laughter.
In the end, Lin Yan bought 3 laptops, one for each person.
Boss Li, let's just take these few. Name the price. Lin Yan said to Boss Li. What's the price? Boss Lin bought so much from me, and I've made a friend. I'm giving these 3 laptops to Boss Lin. Boss Li waved his hand and said.
Lin Yan bought goods worth 6 million from him, and he made 700,000 to 800,000 in profit alone. These 3 laptops were only worth more than 60,000, so Boss Li simply used them to make a good relationship.
Thank you, Boss Li.
Lin Yan was not the kind of person who would hesitate, so he accepted it with a smile. After leaving the computer city, Lin Yan took the two girls to take a look at the warehouse.
Boss, why are you here?
Wang Hu, who was counting the goods, hurried forward to greet them.
Let's take a look at the situation here,
Lin Yan said as he looked at the staff who were still moving computers.
Don't worry, boss. 10 trucks will be full soon. Wang Hu and I will be watching over them. There will be absolutely no problems with these computers.
Wang Hu immediately patted his chest and made a promise.
Yeah.
Lin Yan nodded, then waved to Xiaoli beside the truck and said, Xiaoli, come here.
Boss, do you have something to talk to me about?
Xiaoli immediately trotted over.
Did Wang Hu tell you about the internet cafe? Lin Yan asked. I said you wanted to send me to look after the internet cafe. Xiaoli nodded quickly. It's not about looking after an internet cafe, it's about being the director of an internet cafe. Lin Yan shook his head. Once this batch of computers is delivered, the internet cafe at Wuhan University will have over 2,100 computers. You definitely can't manage it all by yourself. Hire 5 network administrators, 3 technicians, and 2 cleaners. Including you, there will be 11 people in total. You will be their director. Xingyan Internet Cafe is very important to us.
You must manage it carefully.
If anything happens to it, you will be responsible for it. Lin Yan said lightly. After the expansion of Xingyan Internet Cafe, it can earn 6 million a month.
It is a relatively important industry for Lin Yan at this stage, and it cannot afford to make mistakes.
Don't worry, boss. If anything goes wrong, I'll be beheaded.
Hearing that this internet cafe was so important, Xiaoli immediately said seriously. I originally thought he was just a guy who looked after the internet cafe, but I didn't expect him to be a director with 10 people under him. This made Xiaoli excited. Managing a dozen thugs and managing a formal company feel completely different.
After watching the 10 cars leave, Lin Yan thought for a moment and said to the 2 girls, Do you want to go to the supermarket?
Because of what happened just now, Lin Yan felt that he should compensate Qin Yan a little. It just so happened that he had a lot of time today, so he could spend more time with her.
Think. Without hesitation, the 2 women responded immediately. Qin Yan wanted to be with Lin Yani, she liked this feeling between lovers. Zheng Ruoxi really wanted to go to the supermarket. With the rich man Lin Yan around, she could buy all the snacks and daily necessities that she had been reluctant to buy before. So what are you waiting for? Get in the car.
Lin Yan twitched his eyebrows. After a while, Lin Yan parked the car in the underground garage, and the 3 of them took the elevator directly to the 2nd floor. For Chinese people, the structure of the supermarket breaks the rigid pattern of traditional department store shopping malls. It is no longer a place that only sells clothes and groceries, but a multifunctional shopping area that integrates leisure, eating, drinking, and shopping.
Once the 2 women entered here, they couldn't stop. Because there were no such things as shopping carts, everyone took a basket and plunged into the sea of snacks, even leaving behind their financial sponsor Lin Yan and starting a shopping spree. This also shows how magical shopping in the supermarket is to people today. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan just smiled and shook his head.
It would be better for them to go shopping on their own, so as to avoid dragging him along.
Without the 2 women's interruption, Lin Yan simply went shopping in the supermarket alone.
He is a thoughtful person. Most people would first want to let themselves go and have a good time shopping when entering a supermarket, but Lin Yan is different.
He is thinking about how to establish his own chain of supermarkets. Around 1995, European and American supermarket brands began to enter China.
By 2000, Korean supermarkets also entered the Chinese market. 95% of the market is controlled by Europe, the United States, and South Korea. There was basically no local Chinese brand until around 2005, when brands such as China Resources, Hualian, and Yonghui were established. It was not until around 2015 that these local brands were able to truly compete with European and American brands. Supermarkets are a highly profitable industry. Walmart, which we are all familiar with, has made its family the richest in the world thanks to its glorious century.
You can imagine how huge the profits are. China is the largest market in the world. Once we occupy the Chinese market, we will be able to stand on equal footing with Walmart. Chapter 90, Supermarket Incident. Supermarkets are a highly profitable industry.
Walmart, which we are all familiar with, has made its family the richest in the world thanks to its glorious century.
You can imagine how huge the profits are. China is the largest market in the world. Once we occupy the Chinese market, we will be able to stand on equal footing with Walmart.
There was no fruit and vegetables section, no fresh produce section, no cinema, no arcade. The assortment was chaotic, the management was inadequate, the transportation costs were high, and purchasing was inconvenient. Compared with supermarkets in later generations, it was still far behind. Every time he arrived at a place, Lin Yan would find a problem.
No wonder they were defeated by Yonghui and even driven out of the Chinese market. These old-fashioned European and American supermarkets really don't know how to innovate.
Lin Yan sneered and mocked.
Any European brand that comes to China is equally arrogant, thinking that the Chinese are easy to fool, that they sell their products at high prices without any innovation, and that they treat the Chinese as fools. In the end, they all suffered the consequences of their own actions and were driven out of the Chinese market. This is the result of arrogance.
We can consider setting up a supermarket.
By then, I'll have a unique advantage.
Plus, with over a decade of experience, it'll be hard for me to fail to outperform those pig-like European and American brands.
Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly. Do you think that if people can buy fresh fruits and vegetables in the supermarket he opened, and it has a game area, a cinema, good service, and convenient transportation, will people still go to those crappy supermarkets opened by Europeans and Americans? Just think about it and you know the result.
Besides, even if they wanted to follow his example, the farmers' market was controlled by him, and these Europeans and Americans had no channels to purchase goods. Without this most crucial fresh fruit and vegetable section, they are doomed to lose to themselves.
Once the entertainment company is settled, let's start working on the supermarket.
Lin Yan made a decision in his heart. After walking around for a while, Lin Yan simply went to the checkout area to wait for the two women. He leaned against the armrest and smoked a cigarette.
This guy.
A man who was about 30 years old was walking towards this side, which made Lin Yan feel something was wrong. It wasn't because of anything else, but Lin Yan sensed a hint of madness on the verge of collapse in his eyes. He was holding a bunch of snacks in his hands and standing in line in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan just kept staring at him. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, the man glanced at Lin Yan. After feeling that Lin Yan had no ill intentions, he turned around and continued to queue.
After a while, it was finally the man's turn to pay.
The man stood there for a while, feeling a little embarrassed to speak, but he finally said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, my daughter is sick, and I don't have money to buy her food. I want to buy these things on credit, but don't worry, I will definitely pay you back when I have money." Hearing the man's ridiculous words, the supermarket salesperson was stunned, then said with a wry smile, "Sir, don't joke, I'm just a small employee, I don't have the right to give you credit." The man shook his head and said, "I'm not kidding.
My daughter is starving to death.
If you don't believe me, I can mortgage my officer's certificate here and redeem it when I have the money."
The man placed a navy blue booklet in front of the salesperson.
The salesperson still shook his head and said, "Sir, please don't embarrass me." Just as the salesperson refused for the second time, Lin Yan saw the man's fist suddenly clench.
"I didn't want to do it, but I didn't want my daughter to go hungry,"
the man said in a deep voice.
"What?" The salesperson was stunned. Bang!
There was a startling noise, and in the horrified eyes of a group of onlookers, including the salesperson, the iron railing bent strangely and then flew out.
This man actually bent the iron.
The man knocked the obstacle away with a punch and prepared to leave with a bunch of snacks.
"Ah! Robbery!
Stop him!" The salesperson finally reacted and shouted to the security guard at the door. This was still the stage of severe crackdown, and the supermarket had a lot of security personnel. After hearing the scream, more than a dozen security guards with electric batons rushed out and surrounded the man. At this time, the entire supermarket was in chaos. Hearing that it was a robbery, everyone rushed out of the supermarket desperately. Only Lin Yan remained calm and composed, still watching calmly.
"Put down what you are holding, put your hands on your head and squat down."
After the security guards surrounded the man, they yelled at him to squat down.
"My daughter is starving.
I just want to bring something home for her to eat. I'll pay for the food later." The man's voice was still flat, and others couldn't see it, but Lin Yan could see the seriousness in his eyes. It was a man's promise. "Stop talking nonsense, put down what you are holding, put your hands on your head and squat down." The security guard still ignored him and scolded him.
"I don't want to hurt ordinary people."
The calmness in the man's eyes finally disappeared, replaced by a hint of blood red. "Robber the supermarket, resist fiercely, and subdue him." The security captain lost his patience and shouted to the other team members. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed forward and whipped the man with electric batons with crackling sparks.
Court death. Seeing this scene, the snacks in the man's hand fell to the ground. Lin Yan's eyes suddenly jumped.
He saw the man roar angrily, his clothes torn, veins bursting, revealing his iron-like muscles, as terrifying as a furious King Kong.
Puff. Bang. Ah. The man took action.
None of these security guards could last a single round in the man's hands, even with the electric batons. Soon, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. This scene stunned the salesperson. After easily dealing with the security guards, the man finally regained his composure. He returned to his original place, picked up the snacks scattered on the ground, and prepared to leave. If you leave like this, there will be more trouble. At this moment, Lin Yan finally moved.
He walked behind the man and said lightly.
The man stopped. He had noticed this strange young man a long time ago. Everyone in the supermarket was scared away, and only he looked at himself calmly from beginning to end.
I have no choice.
The man paused and then continued walking out of the supermarket.
I can help you solve the current trouble. If you are arrested, who will take care of your daughter?
Lin Yan smiled faintly. The man stopped again and hesitated for a moment, then turned around and looked at the strange young man.
Why are you helping me?
The man calmed down a lot and looked at Lin Yan in confusion.
I don't want to see a man of integrity go astray. Lin Yan spoke. Is it affectionate and righteous?
The man smiled bitterly, and as he smiled, a few tears gradually slipped from the corners of his eyes. Men don't shed tears easily, but to make a tough guy who can bend an iron door cry, perhaps he has really encountered the greatest tragedy in the world. Shaking his head, the man did not leave the supermarket in the end. Instead, he stood against the wall in a daze.
He is a smart man. Judging from Lin Yan's temperament, he is not an ordinary person. Perhaps he can really help me when I am in desperate situation.
And he was right. Even if not for himself, he should let go of his pitiful self-esteem for his daughter.
Chapter 91, A Loyal and Righteous Person. Have a cigarette.
Lin Yan handed a yellow crane tower cigarette to the man.
The man gave up escaping and the supermarket called the police.
The security guards did not dare to take action again. They got up from the ground and stood there far away, fearing that the man would make any more unusual movements.
This man is really scary. Thanks. The man nodded and then lit a cigarette.
It can be seen that he had not smoked for a long time in his predicament. The moment the cigarette was lit, his tired cheeks finally relaxed a little.
Can you tell me your name?
Lin Yan leaned against the man and asked with a chuckle.
Yi Fei, a retired soldier, from Guangzhou. The man replied. Ha, I kind of believe in fate now?
Lin Yan suddenly laughed heartily. How do you say that?
Yi Fei looked at Lin Yan in confusion. What if I tell you that I'm from Guangzhou too?
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Yi Fei.
Not only Lin Yan, Yi Fei also began to believe in fate at this moment. In order to get food for his seriously ill daughter, he robbed a supermarket. As he was leaving, he was stopped by a young man who said he wanted to help him. What was even more bizarre was that he discovered that this young man was his fellow villager.
Yi Fei now looked conflicted, not knowing whether to be happy or depressed. Husband. Just when Yi Fei didn't know what to say, Qin Yan and Zhang Ruoshi came back.
When she saw that Lin Yan was safe and sound, she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. Qin Yan also heard about the supermarket robbery from the customers who were running out.
The first person she thought of was Lin Yan.
She even left her basket behind and rushed over. Now that she saw with her own eyes that Lin Yan was fine, Qin Yan finally felt relieved.
Husband, who is this?
After getting up from Lin Yan's arms, Qin Yan discovered that there was another person next to Lin Yan.
She asked curiously.
He's the one who just robbed the supermarket. Lin Yan had no intention of hiding it from Qin Yan, and besides, the security personnel would be here soon, so he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. He simply told Qin Yan directly.
Bad guy? Qin Yan was shocked to hear that the person in front of her was a robber. Then she did something that made Lin Yan laugh and cry.
The little girl rushed directly in front of Lin Yan, protected him behind her, and then looked at Yi Fei with a vigilant look.
Yi Fei. Listen up, both of you.
Get down on your knees immediately, or you'll face the consequences. At some point, the security personnel arrived. Led by one of them, more than a dozen policemen surrounded Lin Yan and Yi Fei and faced them both at the same time.
We are not criminals.
Being pointed at with a weapon, Lin Yan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said coldly,
Who are you? Lin Yan's unusual demeanor made the leading security officer hesitate. Put the gun down. I don't want to say it a third time. Lin Yan repeated in a cold voice. This gentleman is not a robber.
At this time, the salesperson said in a low voice,
Put the gun down.
After hearing what the salesperson said, the leading security officer waved his hand and put away all the guns.
Someone tell me what happened.
Seeing that Lin Yan and Yi Fei did not behave abnormally, the security personnel asked the people in the supermarket.
Let me tell you.
The salesgirl stood up and recounted what had happened. When he heard that Yi Fei bent the iron gate with one punch and knocked down more than a dozen security guards with electric batons, his pupils shrank.
Given your ability to cause harm, you must come back with me.
The security officer said to Yi Fei seriously. In fact, according to normal procedures, Lin Yan was a bystander and knew Yi Fei, so he also had to go to the police station. However, given that he was not a participant and had an extraordinary background, the security personnel did not dare to say this to him. I'll pay for the things he stole, as well as the medical expenses for injuring the security guard. You know, he's just a fool who did something for his daughter.
There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Lin Yan stood up and spoke to the leading security officer.
I'm sorry, but this is a crackdown period. This incident has already caused extremely bad consequences. I must take him back, otherwise I won't be able to explain to my superiors.
The security officer shook his head.
He is not a cold-blooded person and he sympathizes with Yi Fei's situation, but this is not a reason for him to be soft-hearted. If he fails to bring the person back, he will be punished.
Forget it, I don't want to embarrass you, wait for me to make a call. Lin Yan also didn't want to make things difficult for a low-level security officer.
Please do as you please. The security officer made a gesture of invitation. It would be better if the other party could get his superiors to not pursue the matter, as he doesn't want to be the bad guy. Lin Yan nodded, took out his cell phone, and called Director Wang Su.
Boss Lin isn't spending Sunday with his girlfriend, so how come he has time to call me, his old friend?
Director Wang, who was on vacation, received a call from Lin Yan and started making a joke. I was accompanying my girlfriend, but I just happened to run into a problem.
Lin Yan smiled and then told him about Yi Fei.
Of course, he only said that Yi Fei was his fellow townsman, and did not reveal his identity as a retired soldier.
He's a kind and righteous man, and it's just a small matter. Don't worry, I'll call and deal with it right now.
Wang Su himself has a daughter, so he understands why Yi Fei did this and says he will handle it.
Lin Yan thanked Director Wang and hung up the phone.
In less than 3 minutes, the security captain's cell phone rang.
He looked at Lin Yan in surprise, then answered the call. Yes, I understand.
Sure enough, someone from his superiors told him that the matter could be left unresolved and he only had to pay civil compensation.
I'm sorry for offending you just now.
The security personnel who had surrounded the two dispersed, and the captain of the security personnel apologized to Lin Yan.
This is a powerful man.
The person who called in just now was the head of the Jiangnan City security team, who told him not to pursue the matter further and to apologize to Lin Yan.
Lin Yan nodded lightly. Team up.
Seeing that Lin Yan had no intention of pursuing the matter, he waved his hand and retreated from the supermarket with the security personnel who were also in a hurry.
Without having to deal with the security personnel, the next things were much simpler.
Lin Yan paid for the food, and paid a few $1,000s in medical expenses to the security guards, then left with a few people.
Woo, you are a good father. Sob, Tuanchuan is so lucky to have a dad like you.
In the car, the two women were moved to tears after listening to Yi Fei telling the story of her and her daughter in the passenger seat. So women's sensibility is not just talk, any random thing can move them deeply.
In fact, according to Lin Yan's opinion, a large part of the responsibility for this matter lies with Yi Fei.
If it weren't for him, her daughter Tuanchuan would not have become what she is now. After sending the two girls back to school, Lin Yan prepared to deal with Yi Fei's matter.
Chapter 92, The Past is Like Smoke. Hubby, I want to see Tuan, too.
Xin Yan's eyes were red as she acted coquettishly towards Lin Yan. No, I have things to take care of tonight and don't have time to take you back.
Besides, you bought a lot of things, aren't you going to take them back to the dormitory?
Lin Yan rejected Xin Yan's request. But seeing her pitiful appearance, Lin Yan said, if I have time next time, I will take you to see her again.
Bo, thank you, husband.
When Qin Yan heard this, she immediately smiled and kissed Lin Yan on the cheek, then went upstairs carrying bags.
Bo, this is your reward for paying for me today. While Qin Yan was not paying attention, Zhang Ruoshi also kissed Lin Yanxia, then ran away laughing.
One knows how to act like a spoiled child, the other knows how to spend money.
That's what women are like.
Looking at the playful backs of the two girls, Lin Yan smiled.
Are they all your girlfriends? You get along pretty well. Yi Fei in the passenger seat smiled. He assumed that Zhang Ruoshi and Qin Yan were both Lin Yan's girlfriends.
It is normal for a powerful man who can afford a BMW to have two girlfriends.
Yi Fei is not an ignorant person, so he can understand it. You have a wife too, what's there to envy?
His daughter is already so old, Lin Yan knows without a doubt that Yi Fei has a wife.
I used to have a wife, but now I don't.
Yi Fei's smile disappeared, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Lin Yan was silent for a moment, and then he spoke after a while. It seems that a lot of things have happened to you.
Tell me about it, at least you will feel better.
I don't know if it's because Lin Yan is more approachable, but Yi Fei, who has never talked about his own affairs with others, spoke for the first time. Due to the blow of these two major events, Yi Fei's old mother passed away in depression, and he only had his daughter as a relative in this world. Since he had no relatives in his hometown, he had no choice but to bring his daughter to Jiangnan City to make a living. But Yi Fei had been there for too long after all, and he didn't know how to do anything except protect people.
Soon he ran out of money.
To make matters worse, when he was in the most difficult time, his daughter fell seriously ill and needed nutrition. Yi Fei, who had no source of income, finally went to the supermarket for the sake of his daughter. Needless to say, he met Lin Yan, his great benefactor.
Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? After listening to Yi Fei's story, Lin Yan asked. Have no idea.
Yi Fei's eyes were blank. He used to think he was very awesome and was the trump card to protect his leader. But when he entered society, he found that he could not do anything else besides martial arts, and even almost hurt someone, which made Yi Fei feel frustrated.
I'm short of a bodyguard. Would you like to consider it? Lin Yan suddenly asked with a smile.
But I made a big mistake.
Yi Fei looked at Lin Yan in surprise. I don't mind.
Lin Yan's eyes were calm. If he encountered such a thing, he would make the same choice as Yi Fei. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with emotion. This was the first time he heard someone understand him. Even his old mother still thought he was impulsive before she died. Since you choose to trust me and have helped me just now, as long as the price is right, my life will be yours. Yi Fei is a loyal man, and at this point, following Lin Yan is the best choice. To be honest, some people had asked him to be a bodyguard before, but Yi Fei always had his own pride in his heart.
As an ace bodyguard, he is unwilling to protect those businessmen who are obsessed with money.
So Lin Yan was the first person besides that one who was willing to follow him.
You'll be glad you made the choice you did.
Lin Yan smiled slightly. In fact, the moment he saw Yi Fei in the supermarket, he had the idea of conquering him. A person who is at the end of his rope but still has integrity can't be that bad, not to mention that he has some remarkable skills.
As Lin Yan's assets accumulate, he will definitely be targeted by other useful people.
So Lin Yan needs a top bodyguard like Yi Fei to protect himself. Originally, he was thinking of hiring one from Blackwater Company in the United States when he had time, but it seemed that God always favored him, and Lin Yan met Yi Fei, who was at the end of his rope, in the supermarket. This kind of bodyguard that only that person is qualified to equip must be more loyal and reliable than those hired by Blackwater. Lin Yan can be said to have picked up a treasure.
Take me to see your daughter.
Lin Yan spoke directly.
Is this where you live? Lin Yan asked with a frown.
After parking the car on the street outside, Lin Yan followed Yi Fei into a small alley, then turned several corners and finally arrived at a dilapidated house.
Judging from the age of its construction, it should have been built during the Republic of China period. It is extremely dilapidated and looks like it will collapse at any time. He. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say.
He continued walking with Lin Yan.
About 3 minutes later, they arrived at a room on the 3rd floor.
This is a 2-unit house, with a living room and bedrooms. The room smelled musty, and apart from a broken table and a few stools, Lin Yan could not find any other furniture or appliances.
Dad, are you back?
There was some noise when the two of them opened the door, which was heard by Tuanchuan in the room.
She asked in a weak voice. Well, it's Dad who's back. He brought you some delicious food.
Hearing his daughter calling him, Yifei didn't even care about Lin Yan and hurried into the room with the bag.
Lin Yan followed in.
The furnishings in the room were also simple. 2 single beds and a small wooden cabinet, but compared to the living room, the room was much cleaner.
Ahem.
Lying on the small bed near the inside was a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, with a pink face, a delicate and pretty face. However, Lin Yan could see that this pink was not a normal red but a sign of fever.
Dad.
When the little girl saw Yifei, her eyes lit up. However, when she saw Lin Yan, a stranger, she immediately covered herself with the quilt shyly. It was obvious that the girl was shy.
Don't be afraid, Tuanchuan.
This brother is Dad's friend, not a bad person.
Yifei was afraid that Tuan Tuan would make Lin Yan unhappy and spoke quickly. Bang, bang, bang.
Just when Lin Yan said he didn't mind, there was a loud knock on the door outside.
Yifei, you poor bastard, get out of here right now.
If you don't pay the rent, I'll throw your rags and your sick daughter out. The knock on the door was accompanied by a series of harsh curses.
Excuse me, I'm going to go out and take a look.
Yifei felt even more embarrassed when this happened in front of his daughter.
He touched the back of his head and walked out.
There were only Lin Yan and Tuanchuan covered in the quilt in the room. Lin Yan smiled gently, sat on the edge of Tuanchuan's bed, and then lifted the quilt. A timid little face appeared in front of Lin Yan.
Is my brother good looking?
Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile.
Chapter 93, Another Daughter. Is my brother good looking?
Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile.
Round and round. Nice. Handsome people are naturally friendly.
Looking at Lin Yan's pretty smile, Tuan Tuan was no longer so scared and spoke in a soft baby voice.
Can I perform a magic trick for you?
Lin Yan touched the little girl's slightly hot forehead and smiled.
Although Tuanchuan didn't know what magic was, he nodded anyway. Stretch out your little hand and open your palm. Lin Yan took Tuanchuan's little hand and spread out her palm.
Then Lin Yan placed the small cartoon teacup upside down in her little hand.
What does Tuan Tuan want most now? Lin Yan asked Tuan Tuan with a smile. Candy.
After thinking for a while, Tuanchuan said timidly.
Hearing Tuan Tuan's answer, Lin Yan smiled secretly in his heart.
He was indeed a child. The first thing he thought of when he liked something was candy. But it just so happened that he brought some of this stuff back from the supermarket.
Tuanchuan, watch out.
As long as your brother says change, change, and blows into the cup, Tuanchuan's favorite candy will appear inside. Lin Yan's hand was already on the cup, and he smiled mysteriously. Tuanchuan's attention was immediately drawn to Lin Yan's words, and his big eyes stared at the cup upside down in his little hand.
Change, change, change. Ha! As Lin Yan exhaled lightly, Tuanchuan felt something extra in the palm of his hand. At this time, Lin Yan took the teacup away. 3 beautiful little candies appeared in Tuanchuan's palm.
Tuanchuan's eyes were wide open, and his little face was full of disbelief.
Isn't it amazing? Lin Yan sure asked. Tuanchuan held 3 small candies and nodded heavily.
At this moment, Lin Yan was almost like a god in her eyes.
Ruri Tuanchuan is willing to be my brother's goddaughter. From now on, you can eat delicious candies every day.
If he had this relationship with Tuanchuan, he believed that Yifei would be completely loyal to him from then on.
This is also the reason why he is willing to make Tuanchuan happy. What's a sugar daddy? Tuanchuan didn't understand the meaning of this word.
Godfather is just like dad, he loves Tuan Tuan the most.
Does it mean I can't have a father now that I have a godfather, Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan looked at Lin Yan nervously.
Oh, this little girl is quite alert. Lin Yan laughed, amused by the little girl. But this also shows that Tuanchuan is a girl who values feelings. Even if others coax her with candy, she still remembers her father.
No, then you will have 2 fathers who love you. Lin Yan explained with a smile. Godfather. Tuan Tuan called out timidly. Who says this girl is not smart?
The older brother is handsome, makes her happy and gives her candy, and her father respects him too. She thinks this brother Tai is a good person.
It would be nice to be her godfather.
After a while, Yifei came back and saw Lin Yan holding Tuanchuan and feeding her 8 treasure porridge. The little girl was laughing so much at his amusement that he was stunned.
He knew Tuanchuan's personality very well.
He was very shy and basically would not talk to anyone other than him, nor would he take the initiative to be hugged by others.
There was no way.
Yifei was away from home all year round, and Tuanchuan was taken care of by her mother, so she was a little unfamiliar with Yifei as her father. And it must be surprising that such a shy little girl was so close to Lin Yan at this time.
A man with 2 girlfriends is really quite attractive. Even Tuan Tuan likes him.
Yifei smiled bitterly and shook his head, seeming a little sad and jealous. He now doubted whether this girl was his daughter. "Dad, this is the candy that Godfather gave to Tuanchuan." Seeing Yifei coming back, Tuan Tuan happily showed him the beautiful little candies that Lin Yan had given him.
Godfather? Yifei was stunned.
"I like Tuanchuan very much, so I took the initiative to adopt her as my goddaughter."
You don't mind, right?
Lin Yan said with a smile.
How could that be? As long as Tuanchuan is willing, I have no objection. Yifei shook his head. Lin Yan has an extraordinary background and is obviously a big shot.
If he adopts Tuanchuan as his goddaughter, it is definitely himself who is taking advantage of him.
How could Yifei not be willing? How's the situation outside going? Lin Yan asked about what happened just now.
This.
Yifei began to feel embarrassed again. Forget it, let's pack up and leave first.
I'll take care of the rent.
Lin Yan stood up and said to Yifei. Leaving here? It's nice here, and the rent is cheap.
Hearing Lin Yan say that he wanted to leave, Yifei was stunned, then said.
What? You still want to live here forever? Are you telling me this is a place for people to live? You can make do with it yourself, but what about Tuanchuan? Do you want him to suffer with you?
Looking at Yifei, Lin Yan was really angry at this moment. It's true that he has great skills, but when it comes to taking care of children, he is a layman. If he hadn't met her, Lin Yan really doubted whether Tuanchuan would have died. Lin Yan was determined to take the 2 of them away no matter what. After all, Tuanchuan was his goddaughter.
If he didn't love her, who would? Then let's move.
In the end, Yifei still had to listen to Lin Yan. After all, he was already his own boss.
Pack up the necessary things.
Lin Yan thought that Yifei would bring all kinds of stuff with him, and then he would carry Tuanchuan out.
Great. You said you'd pay the rent right away, but you're about to run away, you bastard.
As soon as I walked out of the door, a sarcastic woman blocked my way with her hands on her hips. I'll pay whatever rent he owes you. Lin Yan glanced at the woman and said lightly that he didn't want to waste time with a small person.
You? The landlady gave Lin Yan a suspicious look. Tell me quickly, how much is it?
Lin Yan said in a deep voice. The landlady was startled by Lin Yan's tone and subconsciously said, he owes me 2 months' rent, a total of 600 yuan.
When Yifei heard this, he immediately said angrily, what's 600 yuan?
The rent was agreed to be 200 yuan a month.
I only owe you 400 yuan.
The landlady put her hands on her hips and said,
you owe me 2 months' rent, and you don't want interest, right? 600 yuan, not a cent less, or you can't leave today. 600 for you, get out of the way.
Lin Yan took out 600 yuan bills and gave them to Bao Qiupo, then said coldly.
Okay. As soon as the landlady saw the money, she immediately smiled and made way. Lin Yan walked straight over.
Yifei wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He had no choice but to follow Lin Yan.
They're both men, why are they so different?
No wonder he raised his sickly daughter who may die at any moment. The 2 of them had not taken a few steps when they heard the harsh and vicious voice of the landlady behind them.
Lin Yan stopped, turned around and walked back. What are you doing? Looking at Lin Yan's cold expression, the landlady was shocked. Chapter 94, Ace Bodyguard. Bang!
Lin Yan slapped that vicious face.
You! How dare you hit a woman?
The landlady was slapped to the ground, covering her swollen face and pointing at Lin Yan in disbelief.
Not only do I hit women, but you try saying one more thing? Lin Yan said lightly. Call out.
The landlady was frightened by Lin Yan's words. She shrank into the corner and dared not say another word.
Snort! It was disgusting to look at such a woman for even a second.
With a cold snort, Lin Yan carried Tuanchuan and left the building. Looking at Lin Yan's back, Yifei seemed to be thinking about something. Judging from the way his boss acted just now, it was obvious that he was a man of decisive actions. He had only seen this temperament in that person. Perhaps his career as a bodyguard was not as boring as he had imagined. After leaving here, Lin Yan took Tuanchuan to get a fever-reducing injection and also did a full-body checkup. The doctor said that the little girl didn't have any serious problems, she was just suffering from malnutrition and fever. Lin Yan looked at Yi Fei speechlessly again. He was impressed that he could raise a good child into this state.
He. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly.
It had become a conditioned reflex for him now.
As my bodyguard, you'll have almost no time to look after Tuanchuan. How about this? Tuanchuan will be left in the care of my girlfriend, and you can just focus on your work. Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, Is it possible? Your girlfriend has never taken care of a child, right? Yi Fei was a little worried. Women are naturally experienced. Even if they haven't taken care of a child before, they're still better than you. Besides, Tuanchuan is 7 years old. Aren't you planning on sending her to school? Lin Yan glanced at Yi Fei twice.
This bodyguard really only has skills, but in many things he is similar to Xiao Bai. He doesn't even know that it will be troublesome if a child doesn't go to school at the age of 7. His brain is simply wasted.
Then let's do as you say. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly.
Lin Yan was right, he really didn't understand these things.
Can you drive?
The two were about to go back to school, and Lin Yan asked Yi Fei.
Meeting. Yi Fei nodded. As an ace bodyguard, how could he not know how to drive?
From now on, driving, my safety, and some special things will be your job. The monthly salary is 10,000 yuan for now, and I will give you a raise depending on the situation.
Lin Yan said lightly. 10,000. Why so many? Yi Fei looked stunned.
As an ace bodyguard, he only earned more than 2,000 yuan a month, but Lin Yan actually gave him 10,000 yuan, which was equivalent to his half-year salary.
You deserve it. Lin Yan glanced at Yi Fei indifferently.
It's only the beginning of 2010, so it's normal for wages to be low. Once China achieves economic takeoff around 2015, Yi Fei's salary may increase to more than 10,000, not to mention various benefits, so this 10,000 is normal.
Besides, Yi Fei has a special identity.
If it weren't for special reasons, Lin Yan wouldn't be able to find a bodyguard of this level even if he spent 100,000, let alone 10,000.
The money is worth it. Stop talking nonsense and drive.
Maybe it was because he had been taking care of Tuanchuan for so long that the bodyguard became slow, and fearing that he would ask more questions, Lin Yan urged him directly.
Yes, sir.
This familiar tone made Yi Fei salute subconsciously.
Lin Yan. You want me to get caught, don't you? This bodyguard is simply the best.
He is really afraid that if Yi Fei calls him a few more times, he will be taken to the police station for questioning.
Bad Zhang Si, it's just a conditioned reflex. Yi Fei looked at Lin Yan awkwardly. Then what should I call you? Yi Fei asked Lin Yan.
He was used to obeying others, and from now on he had to adapt to his new identity.
You can call me boss. Lin Yan said. Boss. Yi Fei shouted with a smile. Brother Leopard, I saw that kid.
But things are a bit troublesome. Brother Leopard sat on a chair, a Zippo lighter flying up and down in his hands, and he played with it in many ways.
The guy got out of his car on the street. He was driving a BMW 7 Series. BMWs are not common here, and those who can afford one are not ordinary people. BMW 7 Series? Brother Leopard frowned.
Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Brother Gongfan, you are being a bit dishonest. What's wrong?
Gongfan, who was waiting for news at home, asked.
The guy you asked me to break his leg was driving a BMW. Is he an ordinary person? Are you trying to hurt me?
There was already a hint of coldness in Brother Leopard's words at this time.
After hearing what Brother Bao said, Gongfan understood a little. He probably saw Lin Yan driving a BMW, so he thought Lin Yan had an extraordinary background. Brother Bao, how could I harm you? I only came to you because I have a big grudge against that guy. As for the BMW you mentioned, he borrowed it.
He's just a country bumpkin from the countryside.
Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend him, right?
Gongfan hurriedly said.
What you said makes sense. I'll believe you this time. Brother Leopard felt that what Gongfan said made sense, so he nodded. Thank you, Brother Leopard. Gongfan said happily. He was afraid that Brother Bao would back out. Don't be too happy yet.
Even if this BMW isn't his, the fact that he was able to borrow it shows that he's capable.
add another 5,000, or I won't take the job. Brother Leopard said lightly. Alpaca vampire. Hearing Brother Leopard's loud words, Gong Fan cursed in his heart. Okay, after this is done, I'll give you another 5,000. In the end, hatred for Lin Yan triumphed over money, and Gong Fan agreed. Ha, Brother Gong Fan is so straightforward. I promise to do this beautifully for you. Brother Bao laughed loudly. Hey, hey. After hanging up the phone, Gong Fan smiled sinisterly. If you dare to touch my woman, what does it matter if you have money? I'll still kill you. Lin Yan got off the car when they arrived at the back street of the school. Tuan Tuan can be sent to school to be taken care of by Qin Yan, but before that, a place to stay for Yi Fei must be found in the back street. However, as soon as the two got out of the car, Yi Fei felt something was wrong. Boss, the atmosphere is a little off. Yi Fei's expression was solemn. This was the sense of crisis he had developed over the years. It was this sense of crisis that allowed him to live safely until now. I feel it, too. Lin Yan nodded. Yi Fei's sixth sense was formed over many years, while Lin Yan's was a special ability brought by rebirth. His five senses were far superior to those of ordinary people. Not to mention the two people who had already noticed something was wrong. At this time, it was already late at night and there were few people walking in the back street. Chapter 95, Solving Problems with Your Brain. Don't be afraid, it will be fine in a moment. Lin Yan was very calm and patted Tuanchuan's little body to comfort her. How dare you? Do you know what you are doing? Do you know who is behind me? Yi Fei shouted loudly. At this moment, he put himself in the role of bodyguard again. Seeing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly, said nothing, and let him play. Of course I know what I'm here for. Someone wants to buy an arm or a leg of the guy behind you. After being shouted at by Yi Fei, the gangster in front responded subconsciously. What are you talking about, you idiot? When the leader, Brother Leopard, heard this, he was so angry that he slapped the gangster on the back of the head. Damn, how could he have such a stupid little brother? Stop talking nonsense, this is Wang Hu's territory, let's get out of here as soon as we're done. After beating up his little brother, Brother Leopard immediately said in a deep voice. He is the big brother in Jianghan district, and Wang Hu is from this side. He has crossed the line. Not only would he be unable to explain himself if he was caught, but he also had a grudge against Wang Hu. He didn't believe that Wang Hu would let go of such a good opportunity to take revenge on him. The gangsters in real life won't talk nonsense to you like they do on TV. They will start fighting when they say so and won't give you a chance to struggle. At Brother Leopard's command, the thugs immediately surrounded them and attacked Lin Yan and Yi Fei with knives and sticks. Court death. Seeing that these people were really not afraid of death and dared to take action, Yi Fei immediately became angry. Su Rulin, fast as the wind. This is what Lin Yan thinks of Yi Fei's skills. The unruly thugs had no ability to resist Yi Fei's swift and brutal punches and kicks, and were either killed or crippled. Ah! Puff! In less than a quarter of an hour, these thugs fell to the ground and could never get up again. They either had their legs broken or were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, which shows how cruel Yi Fei was. Seeing this scene, Brother Leopard's pupils shrank and the cigarette in his hand was crushed into pieces. Fuck you Gong Fan, is this what you call a country bumpkin? Brother Leopard had also practiced some boxing and kicking, and he could tell at a glance that Yi Fei in front of him was a master, and it was very likely that he had practiced internal qigong. Brother, I think this is a misunderstanding. I can tell you who bought your hands and feet. I'm wrong about what happened today. How about I come to your house and apologize in person someday? Brother Leopard, with a gloomy expression, finally decided to give in. He couldn't afford to offend these people. No, I'm not interested in knowing who that person is. Lin Yan said lightly. What do you mean, brother? Brother Leopard's face darkened. Since you scared my goddaughter, do you think you still have a chance to get away? Lin Yan said with a faint smile. Do you really think I took a picture of you? I have more than just a few people. Your bodyguard can fight off more than 10, so can he fight off 100? Brother Leopard laughed sinisterly and clapped his hands. Wow! Suddenly, more than 100 thugs walked out from the dark alleys on both sides. Now that he has arrived at Wang Hu's base camp, how could he not hold back? These people are the main force he has placed behind to support him. It turns out that this cunning leopard brother has another trick up his sleeve. You think you're the only one who can shake people, right?
Lin Yan touched Tuan Chuan's little head and then said something funny in northeastern dialect.
Shake someone?
The fear he had imagined was not there, but the other party was so calm instead, Leopard's heart sank.
Day.
Just then, the sound of neat and powerful leather shoes was heard, and a group of men in suits and sunglasses ran down the street behind Lin Yan. Their number was no less than that of Brother Leopard's men, and in terms of pomp, these burly men in suits completely crushed Brother Leopard's group of sloppy thugs.
Boss!
Stop, the men in suits bowed and shouted in unison. This scene seemed so shocking in the middle of the night. Seeing this scene, Brother Leopard and his group of younger brothers were stunned. Then, the leading man in a suit took off his sunglasses and said to the stunned Leopard brother, "Brother Leopard, we meet again." At this moment, even Yi Fei was shocked by this scene. "I thought the boss had enough power, but I didn't expect he had so many subordinates. This is obviously a case of taking advantage of both the black and white sides." He had previously thought that the boss could only rely on him. Judging from this situation, the boss would be fine even without him.
Is he your boss? Brother Leopard said in a deep voice.
At this time, he felt that Lin Yan was no longer someone he could not afford to offend, and Wang Hu's strength was even above his. The person who could make Wang Hu willingly call him boss was obviously the legendary Big Shot.
That's right,
Wang Hu said lightly. You, Wang Hu, are also a well-known figure in the underworld.
When did you become a dog like others?
Brother Leopard wanted to sow discord, otherwise he felt he had no chance of winning.
Being a dog is better than being a gangster.
I'm already the manager of a company with tens of millions in assets.
And what is your Brother Leopard? A lowly second-rate bastard?
Wang Hu looked at Brother Bao with contempt.
Wang Hu. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Brother Leopard was irritated by these words and glared at Wang Hu.
However, at this time, Wang Hu was no longer interested in talking to Brother Bao.
He and he were no longer on the same level. Since they were not on the same level, why bother talking more?
Boss, what should we do with these people?
Do we need to cripple them all? Wang Hu asked for instructions.
Lin Yan had been tricked by Gong Fan in his previous life, so how could he not be on guard at all? During the day, he noticed that Gong Fan was acting suspiciously and was planning to take action, so he had also arranged Wang Hu here in advance, so Wang Hu also saw the scene of Yi Fei fighting 20 people at once. While he was sighing in his heart that there were many hidden talents around his boss, he also had the confidence that he could take down Brother Leopard and his gang.
Wang Hu, let me teach you a lesson now. Lin Yan shook his head, looking somewhat disappointed.
Boss, please speak. Looking at Lin Yan's slightly disappointed expression, Wang Hu was stunned for a moment and then lowered his head respectfully. Those who always want to fight are the worst kind of thugs.
Now that you're wearing a suit, you need to learn to use your brain to solve problems. Lin Yan said lightly. The boss is teaching me a lesson.
Although he didn't understand what Lin Yan meant, Wang Hu felt that his words were very stylish and he was worthy of being the boss. If Lin Yan doesn't speak, Wang Hu won't take action. Brother Leopard thought he had no chance of winning and did not dare to act rashly. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet.
However, a few minutes later, Wang Hu understood what Lin Yan meant by what he had just said. It's high, really high. Ming Wu.
A deafening ringing sound was heard, and a group of security personnel blocked the back street, and then a group of professionals rushed down from above. They walked right past the confused man in a suit and surrounded Brother Leopard and his little brothers.
Drop your weapons and put your hands up. A moment. Why did you arrest me and them?
Brother Leopard looked aggrieved. They are employees of a legitimate company, and you are a gangster.
Who else should we arrest if not you? One person said with a sneer. I don't accept it. I'm also an employee of a regular company.
Brother Leopard said strugglingly.
You still dare to disobey?
Look at how scoundrelly you guys are, carrying knives.
If you're not gangsters, what are you? The man kicked Brother Leopard in the knee and stuffed him into the car. Chapter 96, Settling the Two. Ha!
Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief after watching the cars carrying Brother Leopard and his more than 100 men disappear, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Compared to Brother Leopard's 100 men, these men in suits were very cocky, but after seeing the scene just now, they immediately became as cowardly as grandsons. At the same time, he also understood the meaning of Lin Yan's words just now.
Compared to me, the boss is the ruthless one.
They probably won't be able to get out for more than 10 years. Wang Hu looked at Lin Yan's back and felt a little scared. If he had not made the right choice and instead confronted Lin Yan, he would probably be in jail now.
Damn it, the boss is so awesome, I'll cling to him no matter what.
Wang Hu said secretly in his heart.
Wang Hu, you can take them back now.
The matter came to an end, Lin Yan said to Wang Hu.
I understand, boss.
Wang Hu nodded and left with his men. At this time, Lin Yan did not leave in a hurry but made a phone call.
Are you satisfied?
Lin Yan said to Wang Su.
Ha ha. Boss Lin really helped me a lot. Wang Su on the other end of the phone laughed heartily.
It seems that the change of leadership is already certain. At the same time, relying on his alliance with Wang Su, Jiangnan has become Lin Yan's base camp.
Goodbye, Dad.
After finding a place to stay for Yifei, Lin Yan was ready to take Tuanchuan back to school.
Goodbye, Tuan Tuan.
Looking at his daughter clinging to Lin Yan, Yifei smiled bitterly. Compared to him as her biological father, Tuanchuan seemed to like Lin Yan as her godfather more.
But it doesn't matter.
His only hope for the rest of his life is to take care of his daughter and raise her up, and give an explanation to his wife.
Since Tuanchuan is living a better life with him at Lin Yan's side, what is there for him to regret? Wow. Honey. Is this Tuanchuan? So cute.
When Qin Yan called the two girls out of the dormitory, she was attracted by Tuanchuan's cuteness at first sight. With her round eyes, delicate face, and the little skirt Lin Yan bought for her, she was really adorable. At this moment, Lin Yan was pondering a strange question. Yifei, this rough old man is not handsome at all, how could he have given birth to such a lovely daughter?
Don't be so cute yet, let me ask you, can you take care of a child? Lin Yan pulled away Qin Yan's hand that was pinching Tuanchuan's cheek and asked. Won't.
Qin Yan shook her head honestly.
Lin Yan. Leave Tuan Tuan to me. I will take care of the child.
At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi on the side said with a smile. She is a rural girl, and rural girls are synonymous with being capable. She is proficient in washing clothes and cooking, and taking care of children is naturally no problem for her.
Okay then, I'll leave Tuanchuan in your care for the next few days.
I'll find her a school after a few days. Lin Yan nodded, then handed Tuanchuan to Zhang Ruoxi.
Godfather, don't you want Tuan Tuan anymore? Just as the Lin family was about to leave, they were pulled by Tuanchuan's finger. Godfather?
Hearing this name, the two women were stunned.
Well, Tuanchuan is very cute.
I like her very much, so I adopted her as my goddaughter.
Lin Yan nodded and smiled.
Then, he squatted down, hugged Tuanchuan and said, Godfather lives here too.
I'll come to see Tuanchuan tomorrow. Tuanchuan, can you stay with your two sisters first? Really? The big black eyes stared at Lin Yan. Really? How could Godfather possibly lie to the cutest guy in the world?
Lin Yan spoke as if his lips were covered with honey, making Tuanchuan laugh. He then nodded and agreed to stay with Qin Yan for the time being. Lin Yan stood up, but heard the two women complaining, Why are we Tuanchuan's sisters, but you are her godfather?
It's as if we are your goddaughters too? Ha ha. Hearing the resentful tone of the two women, Lin Yan laughed.
He actually wanted to adopt the two girls as his goddaughters.
Wouldn't it be more romantic to play with them that way? What are you laughing at? We want to be Tuan Tuan's godmother too. The two women glared at Lin Yan and said in unison.
Lin Yan shrugged, turned around and said, Then we'll see if you have the ability to get Tuan Tuan to agree. Gong Fan was very irritable, especially irritable. He called Brother Bao early this morning, but no one answered the call.
Damn it! Is this guy going to scam me out of tens of thousands of dollars and run away? Gong Fan cursed inwardly. No, give him another one. Gong Fan pressed the dial button again. A calm voice answered the phone.
When Gong Fan heard the call was connected, he thought it was Brother Bao's younger brother.
I'm looking for Brother Leopard.
The steady voice paused for a moment, then said, Brother Bao was arrested.
What is your relationship with him? Caught?
Hearing these words, Gong Fan's heart started pounding and he hung up the phone without hesitation.
He won't kill Lin Yan, will he? Gong Fan thought in horror, if Ruli hadn't accidentally killed Lin Yan, how could Brother Bao have been caught?
At this time, Gong Fan began to get scared. There is no need to think about it, Brother Leopard will definitely give him up, and then he will definitely be sentenced to life imprisonment and will not be able to escape.
No, I have to find a way to escape.
Gong Fan, who was frightened by himself, began to pack up his things and prepared to go out and hide.
Counselor Gu Wanqing.
Just then, Gongfan heard a familiar voice coming from outside the window, which stunned Gongfan, who was about to pack up and leave.
Isn't this Lin Yan's voice? He's still alive?
Gongfan muttered to himself foolishly. Then he quickly ran to the window to look. He saw Lin Yan's BMW parked downstairs of the classroom, and Lin Yan, whom he thought was dead, was leaning against the car and shouting towards the female teacher's apartment next door.
Not long after, he saw Gu Wanqing coming downstairs and talking to Lin Yan.
Seeing this scene, Gongfan was furious.
He forgot why Lin Yan didn't die and went downstairs angrily. Downstairs of the apartment. What are you yelling about? Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Yan unhappily.
Because she had taught students in the morning, Gu Wanqing wore a suit and a pair of flesh-colored stockings under her skirt, exuding an intellectual aura. Not long after she returned to the apartment, she heard Lin Yan's loud voice, which scared her. Afraid that Lin Yan would continue shouting and cause misunderstanding, she could only hurry downstairs to see what Lin Yan wanted to talk to her about.
I'm so bored at noon, I want to ask the counselor to have lunch with me.
Lin Yan left the car, walked to a position less than half a meter away from Gu Wanqing, and then looked directly into Gu Wanqing's eyes and said. Because the two were too close, they could feel each other's breath.
Gu Wanqing was so scared that she quickly took a step back.
For some reason, she felt that Lin Yan's attitude towards her had changed.
The previous Lin Yan would not look at her with such an aggressive gaze. I don't have time at noon. Gu Wanqing panicked and subconsciously rejected Lin Yan. No time, no way.
Lin Yan smiled faintly and directly grabbed Gu Wanqing's white hand.
Chapter 97, Another Attack on Gu Wanqing. What are you doing?
Gongfan, who was coming downstairs, happened to see this scene. He was so angry that green smoke was coming out of his head. Then he strode towards the two of them.
Seeing Gongfan coming, Gu Wanqing's cheeks turned red and she immediately pulled her hand away. Looking at Gongfan walking towards him, Lin Yan said calmly, "Aren't you surprised to see that I'm fine?"
Hearing Lin Yan's words, Gongfan, who was furious, stopped and his expression froze.
I don't know what you're talking about. Gongfan said somewhat weakly. Do you know Brother Leopard?
Lin Yan continued to ask with a smile. I don't know who Brother Leopard or Brother Dog is. Gongfan was even more certain that Lin Yan knew about the incident, and he began to feel afraid in his heart. Being able to send someone like Brother Bao, who has a strong backing, to jail, Lin Yan was obviously not as simple as he imagined. He has realized that he has always underestimated Lin Yan. Therefore, he would not admit that this matter had anything to do with him.
It's best if I don't know you. Lin Yan smiled. It doesn't matter whether Gongfan admits it or not.
Complaining to Gu Wanqing or saying bad things about Gongfan is something a fool would do. It will only backfire and cause Gu Wanqing to be disgusted.
Gu Wanqing's favorability is now 70.
Only when he raises it to 100 will he make Gongfan suffer a fate worse than death. I don't have anyone to accompany me for dinner today, so I'd like to borrow your girlfriend's room. Lin Yan said something that left Gu Wanqing stunned.
You. Gongfan was also very angry. Why, do you want to go too? I can treat you this time, and I'm asking if you dare to get in the car.
Lin Yan opened the car door, made a gesture of invitation, and then looked at Gongfan with a sarcastic look. He was originally planning to go with them, but after Lin Yan said this, he immediately backed off. He was suspicious by nature. After letting Brother Leopard break Lin Yan's hands and feet, he now seriously suspected that Lin Yan wanted to do the same to him. Looking at Gongfan standing there, Lin Yan sneered. Ignoring this hypocrite, Lin Yan pulled the dazed Gu Wanqing to the back of the car, then said to Yifei, "Drive."
Did you have any misunderstanding with Gongfan?
The car drove out of the campus, and Gu Wanqing became a little more sober, then asked Lin Yan.
Can't the counselor see who has a misunderstanding with whom?
Lin Jia played with Gu Wanqing's bare hands and said with a smile.
Lin Yan, watch your behavior.
I'm your teacher, not your girlfriend. Only then did Gu Wanqing realize that Lin Yan had been holding her hand since before she got on the car and had not let go until now. She quickly broke free and then scolded Lin Yan with a red face.
Lin Yan smiled and didn't force it. Let's not talk about these spoilers. Today I'm going to take you to a nice place. The food there is pretty good.
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Lin Yan, I'm still your teacher. There's no way between us.
If Gu Wanqing still couldn't see that Lin Yan had feelings for her at this moment, she would be a fool. She shook her head.
I like to follow unconventional paths, and I like my teacher. Lin Yan smiled and said. Gu Wanqing. It's the 21st century now. As long as the man and the woman are unmarried, I'm free to pursue whoever I want, don't you think?
Lin Yan said with a slight curl of his lips.
Gu Wanqing. Besides, I'm capable and not bad-looking. Hasn't the counselor ever been attracted to me? Lin Yan looked directly into Gu Wanqing's eyes and asked. Narcissism.
Unable to bear Lin Yan's aggressive gaze, Gu Wanqing blushed and looked away.
I remember now, Xia Xie is your girlfriend, right? Since you already have a girlfriend, why are you still here to attract other women? This is clearly the behavior of a scumbag. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Gu Wanqing glared at Lin Yan.
If a man has no ability, it will be a burden for a woman to follow him.
If a man has ability, he will be happy even if he has 10 women following him. What do you think? Lin Yan asked back. You are sophistry. Gu Wanqing said angrily. Gu Wanqing was a little confused. How could such an upright teacher like her teach a student like Lin Yan? It was simply unbelievable. If the teacher follows me, he can eat all the delicious food in the world. But if he follows Gong Fan, he might only think about the trivial things like cooking oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea every day. Does the teacher want to be such a shrew? Lin Yan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said viciously. After hearing Lin Yan's words, two images suddenly appeared in Gu Wanqing's mind. In one picture, she was wearing a luxurious dress, following Lin Yan in and out of various high-end places, enjoying all kinds of delicious food. In another picture, she turned into a yellow-faced woman, arguing fiercely with a vendor over a few cents. Hiss. Thinking of the last scene, Gu Wanqing's hair stood on end. She didn't want to live that kind of life. At this time, Gu Wanqing's favorability reached 80, and the purpose of Lin Yan's words was achieved. It just so happened that they arrived at the place Lin Yan mentioned, and Yifei got out to drive for the two of them. Lin Yan walked to Gu Wanqing's car door and smiled, making a gesture of invitation. Please come in, my beautiful teacher. Looking at the huge Thai food sign, Gu Wanqing couldn't help swallowing. This is the last time, absolutely the last time. Making an unreliable oath in her heart, Gu Wanqing lowered her head and blushed, then followed Lin Yan into the Thai restaurant. Enter with anticipation and come out with a good mood. Gu Wanqing, holding her belly, looked very content. It was her first time eating Thai food, and Thai food, which originated from Chinese cuisine, was very much to her taste. It's just, the price is a little too expensive. Thinking of the bill of more than 5,000 yuan, she felt heartbroken. With her savings of less than 20,000 yuan, she would probably go bankrupt after just a few visits. Gu Wanqing's mind once again recalled Lin Yan's words, follow me, you can eat all the delicacies in the world. It seems, it would be a good idea to ask my parents to cancel their promise and let Lin Yan be my boyfriend. Gu Wanqing was shocked by her own thought. Gu Wanqing, what are you thinking about? Have you forgotten that women should follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? And how are you going to get past your parents? Just when Gu Wanqing was thinking about kicking Gong Fan out, the information above her head finally changed. The favorability level soared directly to 100. After sending Gu Wanqing back to school, Lin Yan's mouth curled up slightly in the car. It's time to start with Gong Fan and make Gu Wanqing give up completely. Boss, where to go next? Yi Fei asked. Let's go to the internet cafe. Lin Yan thought for a moment and then said. The integrated fiber optic transceiver that Wang Hu asked for has been made and I took it from him last night. The internet cafe management system that Lin Yan hired someone to build has also been completed and stored on an old floppy disk, so he plans to go to the internet cafe and hand both things to Shaoli so that he can send someone to install them. Yi Fei nodded and started the car. When I arrived at the internet cafe, Shaoli was not at the bar. Sitting at the bar was an ordinary-looking girl. Chapter 98, The Start of Internet Cafe. But she obviously knew Lin Yan. Seeing Lin Yan coming, she quickly stood up and called out, Boss. Lin Yan nodded and casually asked, Where is your director? The girl quickly said, The director is in the back checking the newly installed machine. Do you need me to take you over to check it out? Hearing that Shaoli was right behind him, Lin Yan shook his head and said, No need. Just continue with your work. I can go there myself. After leaving the bar, Lin Yan came into the internet cafe. Sure enough, just as the girl just said, the originally empty spaces are now all installed with computers and look much more comfortable than before. Shaoli, who was inspecting, immediately noticed Lin Yan and quickly ran over, saying respectfully, Boss, why did you come here in person? I came to see what was going on. Lin Yan sat on the chair Yifei brought and said, "Boss, please wait a moment." Xiao Li personally poured a cup of tea and began to tell Lin Yan about the situation in the internet cafe. "Boss, the new computers were installed yesterday. Although they're not connected to the internet, they're all loaded with stand-alone games."
When they heard our internet cafe had so many computers, the students from Jiangyin University stopped going elsewhere to surf the internet and came here instead.
"Even if I told them the computers weren't connected to the internet, it wouldn't be any use,"
Xiao Li said with a wry smile.
After hearing Xiao Li's report, Lin Yan understood very well.
Nowadays, there are too few ways to entertain college students, and internet cafes are the lowest cost option.
What's more, Xingyan Internet Cafe has a geographical advantage.
Other internet cafes are often more than 10 kilometers away, making it too troublesome to go there.
What is the uptime of these 2,000 computers? Lin Yan asked again.
The lack of internet access has a significant impact.
Out of 2,000 computers, only about 800 are online.
A single computer spends no more than 10 hours online per day. If it were connected to the internet, the online rate and time spent online would definitely increase significantly. There was no internet cafe management system, so Xiao Li took notes on all the time with his own notebook.
It can be said that he was very attentive. The problem you mentioned can be solved now. Lin Yan smiled. Solve?
Xiao Li didn't quite understand.
This is an integrated fiber optic transceiver. With this, all 2,000 computers in the internet cafe can connect to the internet without any lag issues.
Lin Yan waved his hand, and Yifei immediately placed 10 CD-like things on the table. Each blue integrated fiber optic transceiver is covered with densely packed plugs, giving it a very technological feel.
What a magical thing! Xiao Li was shocked, and his gaze towards Lin Yan became even more fiery.
He thought that following the boss was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Since Lin Yan asked him to manage the internet cafe, he would of course do his homework and conduct investigations in other internet cafes.
Currently, the largest internet cafe would not exceed 100 machines.
It was not that the internet cafe did not want to expand, but that there was no technical foundation for expansion at present. I didn't expect that the boss could solve such a difficult problem so easily.
As long as this technology is available, the problem of internet cafe expansion will be easily solved, and other internet cafes will no longer be able to compete with Xingyan Internet Cafe. Boss, this is a good thing,
Xiao Li said excitedly.
It's really a good thing. Lin Yan smiled and nodded. With this, from today on, Xingyan Internet Cafe will be able to make a fortune every day, and it will bring him at least 6 million in profit a month. By the way, boss, what if this thing is cracked by other internet cafes?
Xiao Li suddenly thought of a serious problem.
Don't worry about that.
I've already applied for a patent for the integrated fiber optic transceiver.
If any internet cafe dares to use it, I can definitely bankrupt them immediately.
A cold light flashed in the corner of Lin Yan's eyes.
He has received news that Wang Su was promoted this morning. As long as he gives the order, no internet cafe would dare to use it secretly unless they buy it from him at a high price. Send someone to install this right away. There's also an internet cafe management system here. With it, you won't have to bother booting up the computers or keeping a notebook.
Lin Yan handed the CD and the integrated fiber optic transceiver to Xiao Li.
Boss, your internet cafe management system came just in time. After reading the manual of the internet cafe management system, Xiao Li was even more excited than before. With this, his workload and work efficiency will definitely increase tenfold. Well, whatever you think is useful is fine.
Lin Yan nodded, and then instructed, if other internet cafe owners come here and want to buy integrated fiber optic transceivers, you should tell them that they can buy it, but we don't want money, but they must give us 30% of the shares, otherwise there will be no deal.
30%? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiao Li took a breath of cold air. Isn't this too cruel?
However, he immediately understood the boss's intention.
Without integrated fiber optic transceivers, internet cafes would not be able to keep up with the trend and would definitely be eliminated, so these internet cafe owners could only compromise in the end. The price of compromise is to hand over 30% of the shares. The boss gets 30% of the profit without paying anything. This is a perfect example of getting something for nothing. I understand, boss.
Xiao Li nodded heavily.
Well, after finishing work, it's time to take care of some personal matters.
Lin Yan called Wang Hu over with a faint evil smile on his lips.
Wang Hao and Gong Fan's best friend are both teachers at Zhengde University.
They like to use graduation certificates to threaten others. At the same time, they will also share resources, which can be said to be birds of a feather flock together. The two of them have played a lot of those developer things. They are carrying out a plan these 2 days. Just then, the phone rang. Wang Hao thought the woman had finally fallen into the trap and answered the call excitedly. Come to Zhuxiangxiang restaurant. If you dare not come, you will bear the consequences. Who are you? Hearing the arrogant voice from the other side, Wang Hao's face darkened. Anyone who dared to threaten him must be from a powerful background. If you don't want the school to know about the female student, come here quickly. The person on the other end sounded extremely impatient. Wang Hao was shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. If the school knew what he had done, not only would he be expelled, but his reputation as a teacher would be completely ruined. Okay, I'll be right there. Not daring to delay, Wang Hao hung up the phone and rushed over immediately. Zhuxiangxiang restaurant. Wang Hao went to the largest private room on the second floor as agreed. As soon as he entered, he felt a sharp object pressing against his waist, and his legs trembled with fear. No! What do you want to do? Wang Hao fell to his knees with a thud and began to beg for mercy with tears in his eyes. No wonder he and Gong Fan have similar tastes. It turns out they are really the same kind of people. At this moment, the person in front of Wang Hao slowly turned around. He was a very elegant young man, but Wang Hao could swear that he did not know this person. Wang Hu, let him go. Lin Yan instructed Wang Hu. He suspected that if he didn't let go, the cowardly Wang Hao would wet his pants. At the same time, Wang Hu, who was kneeling on the ground, roughly understood what was going on. That bastard Gong Fan must have offended someone. Now he's come to me. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel angry. Chapter 99, Trick. After coming out of Zhuaxian Township, Wang Hao was still a little frightened. Want a BJ? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. No, Wang Hu is the boss of this area, and he will definitely be retaliated against wildly. What's more, these people look calm, and they must have secretly obtained a lot of evidence against him. By then he would become a rat crossing the street in minutes. Forget it, I'd rather die than let my friend die. Gong Fan, it's not that I'm sorry for you, it's that you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Wang Hao shrugged and said to himself. With a plan in mind, he immediately called Gong Fan. At this time, Gong Fan was very depressed and drinking alone at home. He always felt that Gu Wanqing was cheating on him, although he knew that Gu Wanqing was not that kind of woman. But Gu Wanqing's behavior has been too abnormal recently, especially when she is with Lin Yan. She always has a satisfied smile on her face, which makes Gong Fan even more angry. Gong Fan was so angry that he had a quarrel with Gu Wanqing. Why did you go to dinner with him just now? Why didn't you refuse him? Refuse? Isn't that your business? You were there too, and then you just watched someone pull me away? You're making excuses. I think Lin Yan is right. You are a narrow-minded man. If you have the guts, go find Lin Yan yourself and tell him not to come to me again. Do you think I don't dare to look for it? Then go ahead, why are you angry at me? Gu Wanqing was too lazy to pay attention to him. She turned around and went back to the apartment in a very casual manner. She became more and more disappointed with Gong Fan. Compared to Lin Yan, Gong Fan is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Grass. After Gu Wanqing left, Gong Fan punched the tree next to him hard, feeling completely humiliated. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Yan, but he didn't have the courage. Brother Leopard and his number 100 subordinate were all killed last night. He is not stupid. He would never believe that this matter has nothing to do with Lin Yan. This fully demonstrates how powerful the power behind Lin Yan is. Damn it, this feeling is so uncomfortable. Damn it. You usually act so pure and innocent in front of me, but you're just pretending. There was nothing he could do about Lin Yan, so he took a big gulp of wine and started cursing and venting his anger on Gu Wanqing again. At this moment, the cell phone next to Gong Fan rang. When he saw it was Wang Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, since Gu Wanqing was unwilling to pay attention to him, he could find someone else to vent his anger. A new prey has been hooked. Brother Fan, do you want to give it a try? Ha, good. Sure enough, Gong Fan laughed out loud, without any doubt. He was eager to vent, to let out all the dissatisfaction in his body. Then I'll bring it over now, and we'll have fun together. At this time, Gong Fan was a little drunk and even forgot to be cautious. In the past, he always did this outside the school, in the teacher's apartment building, which was definitely a waste of his luck. Unfortunately, Gong Fan is not in a clear mind now and has completely forgotten about this. Less than a moment later, there was a knock on the apartment door.
Gong Fan went to open the door.
The person who came was Wang Hao, followed by a beautiful woman. Maybe it was because he drank too much, but when he saw the woman in front of him, she looked about 70% similar to Gu Wanqing, and his eyes immediately showed a strong interest.
10 minutes later. Ah! Help! A piercing scream echoed throughout the apartment building. Gu Wanqing's apartment is right next door.
It is a single apartment with one room per apartment. After quarreling with Gong Fan, she was in a bad mood and took off her stockings and skirt, put on her pajamas and prepared to take a nap. But not long after she lay down, there was a loud noise outside.
Hate it. So annoying. Can't I even have a good nap?
Lifting the quilt, the devastated Gu Wanqing ran to the bed with her snow-white feet bare, wanting to see what was making such a noise. A lot of people had gathered downstairs at this time, looking at Gong Fan's apartment building and discussing something. Because they were too far away, Gu Wanqing only heard the words beast in Gong Fan. However, just these few words made Gu Wanqing's face pale and her eyes full of disbelief. After being in a daze for a while, Gu Wanqing went downstairs without changing her clothes, wearing only her pajamas and stuffed slippers.
Ah!
As soon as she rushed out of the corridor, she bumped into someone's arms.
Are you okay? A magnetic voice asked gently. Gu Wanqing quickly looked up. Why are you here?
Looking at Lin Yan with a sunny smile in front of her, Gu Wanqing asked in surprise.
I was driving by here. I saw so many people gathered here, and I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I hurried over to check on you. I ended up running into you just coming down the stairs. Lin Yan helped Gu Wanqing steady herself and said with a smile. Thank you.
When Gu Wanqing heard Lin Yan say that he came because he was worried about her, she felt warm in her heart.
By the way, what happened just now? Lin Yan asked knowingly.
When Gu Wanqing heard Lin Yan's question, her pretty face turned pale, and she remembered the rumors she had just heard.
It seems to be related to Gong Fan. No matter what happened, he is a teacher after all. Can I go with you to take a look?
Lin Yan said considerately.
Gu Wanqing nodded gently. Lin Yan was right. No matter what happened, she had to face it. Gong Fan is a very gentleman, how could he do such a thing? It's no use saying more. We've been caught. I didn't expect him to be such a hypocrite. Fortunately, I didn't introduce my daughter to him.
Such a good girl from the Yen family followed him, but he was still not satisfied and messed around everywhere. Now his reputation is ruined.
Let's see how this guy ends up. If you ask me, Gu Wanqing isn't a good woman either.
As the saying goes, if they're not from the same family, they won't marry.
Gong Fan is so good at having fun, so her life must be pretty messy.
Along the way, listening to the gossip around me, the basic outline of the matter became clear.
Woo!
In her heart, she despised Gong Fan's character, but when she heard someone say that her life was also messy, Gu Wanqing, who valued chastity very much, leaned on Lin Yan's arms and cried.
Lin Yan's face turned cold. Bang!
He moved very quickly and slapped the gossiping woman next to him.
Ouch! Who are you? Why are you hitting someone?
The woman howled miserably, then covered her face and cursed. Yi Fei, if anyone dares to say something bad about Teacher Gu again, you will just break her legs.
Lin Yan ignored the woman and spoke to Son Yefei indifferently. Yes, boss.
A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He looked at the group of onlookers and seemed to have memorized their faces. Yi Fei was wearing a suit and sunglasses, looking very cold. His sharp eyes like knives made those people feel uncomfortable all over and they dared not speak nonsense anymore.
It's okay. Seeing that the discussions were suppressed, Lin Yan gently wiped Gu Wanqing's tears. Gu Wanqing nodded slightly.
Looking at Lin Yan who stood up for her, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before.
Chapter 100, Loot Plus 1.
When Gu Wanqing saw Gong Fan again, he had been tied up by an indignant kind-hearted person, and there was a sad girl crying beside him.
Gong Fan, you beast.
Looking at Gong Fan in front of her, Gu Wanqing exploded and cried and cursed loudly. She never expected that Gong Fan would do such a disgusting thing, and she felt that her efforts were not worth it. Hearing the familiar voice, the frustrated Gong Fan suddenly raised his head.
Wanqing, you must believe me. I didn't find this woman.
Wang Hao sent her here.
He framed me.
Gong Fan cried for help as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, but now he had already realized that this was obviously a trap. This woman was clearly the one who took the initiative, but she cried for help halfway through.
If this isn't a trap, what could it be? Cousin, how did you become like this?
It was your cousin who harmed you.
At this moment, the disappeared Wang Hao appeared, threw himself in front of the girl and started crying.
After crying for a while, he grabbed the confused Gong Fan by the collar and scolded him. I just went out to buy some things and you did this beastly thing.
Tell me, did you send me out on purpose?
After hearing Wang Hao's words, the onlookers at the door suddenly understood.
He even accused others of framing him. It turns out he was the one with bad intentions who sent someone else's cousin away? What a beast! Just arrest him right away. Gu Wanqing also cried, Gong Fan, what else do you have to say now? Gong Fan still wanted to struggle. Make way, who is Gong Fan? At this moment, JC came at an unprecedented speed and asked the onlookers. That's the kidnapped man. Catch him quickly. He's such a mean girl. That's right, I suggest that he be castrated. Bah!
He's a teacher, and this scumbag is so disgusting.
Society has basically zero tolerance for this.
Even people who used to have a good relationship with Gong Fan pretend not to know him and distance themselves from him.
You have to believe me. I was framed and wrongly accused. Gong Fan saw that something was wrong and quickly explained. Once it is confirmed, his life will be ruined. You don't have the final say on this.
Xiaozhang, take this girl to get her ID. The leading JC said to a female police officer behind him. The policewoman nodded, and then took the girl who was with Gong Fan to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, the policewoman came out with the girl. Captain, judging from the evidence extracted from the victim's body, the evidence is irrefutable.
The policewoman said. Take away.
There was no need to say any more nonsense. Even though Gong Fan begged for mercy and cried out for justice, he was still dragged away. Sir, please come with us. The captain said to Wang Hao. When Wang Hao heard this, he felt a little nervous. After all, his background was not clean. At this moment, Lin Yan gave Wang Hao a subtle look, indicating that he should go over and testify. Wang Hao smiled bitterly in his heart and had no choice but to follow him.
Wow, Lin Yan, I'm so sad. Seeing Gong Fan being taken away, Gu Wanqing burst into tears.
It's not that she has deep feelings for Gong Fan, but that she feels that all her efforts have not been worth it, and she is sad that she followed such a man, and now all her reputation is ruined.
It's okay. It's better to know his true face sooner. At least you are still pure, right?
Lin Yan hugged Gu Wanqing's fragrant body and comforted her.
Well, you're right. Fortunately, I didn't agree to give my body to him.
Gu Wanqing was also relieved at this time.
Isn't this great? As long as you're clean, no one will say anything bad about you. If anyone dares to say anything bad, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Lin Yan, you are so nice to me.
Gu Wanqing looked at Lin Yan with tears in her eyes, and a different feeling took root in her heart. The favorability level was already 100. Gong Fan, the last obstacle, was also removed.
Gu Wanqing had completely fallen and could be taken by Lin Yan. Come on, you're too tired. I'll take you back to the apartment to rest. Lin Yan spoke softly to Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing lay in Lin Yan's arms and nodded gently.
Looking at Gu Wanqing's well-behaved face, Lin Yan knew that it was time to pick this most colorful flower, and he was suddenly filled with anticipation.
Call.
Lin Yan felt refreshed when he walked out of Gu Wanqing's apartment again.
The second trophy.
He took out a bloody silk scarf from his pocket. This was Gu Wanqing's first testimony, and Shen Chang and the others also had this. Moreover, the system has just been upgraded and provides a feature called locking the favorability at 100. That is, as long as a girl's favorability towards Lin Yan reaches 100, she will love him wholeheartedly for the rest of her life.
This ability is simply invincible. Boss, where are we going now? Seeing Lin Yan get in the car, Yifei asked.
As a professional bodyguard, Yifei never asks about his boss's affairs or makes random guesses, and he does this very well.
Let's go to the detention center and see our good friends.
Lin Yan seemed to have remembered something interesting, smiled playfully, and then said to Yifei in front of him. In the detention center, Gong Fan, who had just been arrested, was locked up alone in a detention room.
Gong Fan, come out, someone is here to see you.
Just as Gong Fan was staring at the wall in a daze, a prison guard came over and opened the door. When Gong Fan heard someone was coming to see him, he immediately stood up, grabbed the railing and asked excitedly, "Who's here?"
Is it my dad? Is he here to save me? Your father?
The prison guard thought of Lin Yan's young face and then said, "Maybe." This maybe made Gong Fan mistakenly believe that it was really his father who came. When they arrived at the visiting room outside, Gong Fan shouted, "Dad, take me out quickly. I don't want to go to jail," before he even saw the person coming. At this time, Lin Yan, who was sitting outside the glass window, was amused by these words.
Don't shout, I don't have a son like you. Lin Yan laughed and said. It's you.
Hearing this, Gong Fan was stunned. He also saw Lin Yan's appearance clearly, and then he stared at Lin Yan.
Let's sit down and talk slowly.
Lin Yan said with a smile.
Gong Fan hesitated for a moment.
He actually had the right to refuse visits, but he felt that this matter might be related to Lin Yan, so he sat down.
What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Gong Fan asked coldly. Well, not entirely. I actually mainly want to show you something.
Lin Yan smiled and then took out the scarf from his pocket. The moment he saw the scarf, Gong Fan's pupils shrank. He bought this scarf from the Chanel store as a gift for Gu Wanqing on her birthday, and it cost him 3 months' salary.
How did this scarf end up in your hands? Gong Fan stood up excitedly, grabbing the railing and yelling.
Don't worry, take another look at this. Lin Yan changed the scarf and showed Gong Fan the plum blossom shapes.